Yesterday, a piece of news went viral on the internet. The reason being an old man bought a 10,000 yuan financial product at the bank, only to find out that he owed the bank 3 billion in just one day. Many onlookers believed that this was a deceitful media ploy to attract traffic. However, what they did not know was that Huaxia Bank was in an uproar at that moment because not only was the news true, but Huaxia Bank also suffered losses of over 100 billion as a result. What's even more terrifying is that tens of thousands of customers of Huaxia Bank had bought the same product, and now they not only lost their principal but also owed the bank, with the total amount exceeding 1 trillion. It turns out that all of this happened just a few days ago. The so-called black gold oil futures were maliciously shorted by international capital before the delivery date. It is normal for the capital market to be targeted, but what was unexpected was that they were so brutal, using the last 2 hours of non-trading in China to detonate, causing the oil price to drop from $30 per barrel to negative $37 per barrel. What does this mean? You can think of it as going to a gas station to fill up a barrel of oil. Not only do you not need to pay, but the gas station also gives you $37. Many investors cannot understand why oil, known as the black gold and the lifeblood of the industry, has turned into a negative number. However, I warned everyone publicly a week ago that due to the impact of the epidemic and changes in trading rules by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange allowing futures trading prices to be negative, there is now a huge risk in oil futures. I hope investors will redeem in advance or transfer positions for the next month's delivery. Regarding my advice, investors not only do not believe it, but also think that I am talking nonsense and full of crap. After all, oil is a hard currency, not to mention a decline. Just looking at its trend, it could violently rebound at any time. Even the senior management of the bank thinks that I am fear-mongering, damaging the bank's interests. They not only removed me from the position of investment department head, but also removed my father from the position of deputy branch manager and sent him to the archives to guard the door. After all, in their view, my daring public reminder to customers to redeem products must have been at my father's behest. Seeing this, I resigned in anger, borrowed 3 million, and shorted oil futures with 3 times leverage. After all, I didn't want to miss this huge money-making opportunity. Now, as expected, after the real incident happened, the senior management of Huaxia Bank realized how foolish their initial decision was. To make up for my father and me, they not only transferred my father to the headquarters but also appointed him as the leader of the special action team for handling crude oil incidents. However, I was very dissatisfied with the bank's decision because although my father seemed to have been promoted, this matter was like a hot potato. If not handled properly, my father would still be in trouble. The bank hopes that investors can see the reality and compensate the bank according to the agreement. But investors think that once their money is lost, it's over, and they shouldn't be asked to compensate. What a joke. So when investors learned that the bank was asking them to compensate, various rights protection groups, various headlines, all about the issue of Xiaogua Bank's crude oil treasure, their only goal is to pressure the bank with public opinion. Let the bank compensate for their losses. Even if they cannot compensate, the bottom line is also not to let these victims compensate the bank. And the most influential among these victims is a financial blogger with 100,000 followers, who is now posting frantically online, driving public opinion. Treasure children, your chubby brother has run into trouble. You must have heard of crude oil treasure. Not only did not make money, but also lost the principal. Losing the principal is one thing, but having to compensate a large sum of money is another. Chubby brother does not accept this kind of direct exploitation. Brothers, today we started the first round of negotiations with the bank officials. They want us to fulfill the compensation issue according to the contract, but we refuse. While we are willing to accept the risks of financial products, we will not accept being wiped out and having to pay a large sum of money. Even a Ponzi scheme is not this ruthless. Watching the headlines about the internet celebrity Fat Tahai, I can deeply feel his inner struggle and despair. Originally a financial product, it turned into a situation where if you don't manage your finances won't manage you. I don't have much sympathy, but instead, I took a screenshot of his previous warning about the high risks of crude oil treasure and posted it on my own headline with a title. There are actually professionals in the field of crude oil treasure, but you don't believe it. At this point, my headline account named Stock God Feej has already exceeded 10,000 followers. People follow the micro headlines of the Stock God Fae for the simple purpose of getting together. Want to see if this so-called Stock God Fae can make money or not? The headlines are all about the millions of dollars to start with. But most people know that the kind of keyboard warrior would be lucky to have a 4-figure deposit. The number of fans is not a lot. But when you think of the number of fans of the Stock God Fae's headline number from 10 to break 10,000, it is only a few days. This kind of fan growth, never simply by smashing money, content, gimmicks, topics, timing, etc., are all missing. As expected, After the stock god Faye posted a micro headline, the number of comments had exceeded 500 plus in half an hour. Nothing else? Heat while crude bot's hotness this week is at a high level and no one can keep it down. It can only be channeled into public opinion or stretched out over time before it slowly fades into oblivion. But never now. With the huge hotspot of crude oil bow, plus the heat of stock god Fagwa himself, especially the headline of Mr. Pang inside stock god Fagwa's screenshot. Which one is not a hot topic of discussion? Geez, why didn't I know that? It turns out that a summer banker had called, and was laughing at people at the time. Deserved it. Why was I not informed? If I had been informed I would have sold. It would have been the same as it is now. Who can say? This is that summer country bank branch. In the future to buy financial management all go to this branch. God prophecy why isn't the entire Summerland Bank notified? Just one branch is notified. Is a Summerland Bank not worth a tiny branch? The comments, they were endless. Boss, the stock god Faye posted a micro headline. It's about crude oil treasure. That has nothing to do with us. So don't bother me with such things. After the boss finished speaking, the youth was speechless. Who was the one who rhetorically gave him a piece of his mind yesterday about every micro headline posted by the stock god Faye? Now, that's a flip-flop? But they are leaders, and if they are not happy, you have to put up with it. An hour later, this micro headline from the stock god Faye exploded, showed 300W plus, read 80W plus, commented over 1W plus. Pang Hai also saw stock god Faye's micro headline, and was actually a little embarrassed inside, but the embarrassment, before it could be maintained much, was replaced by anger. What's the meaning of this stock god Faye? Trying to whitewash the Summerland Bank? Is this the kind of thing that you, a little self-publisher, can wash your hands of? Admittedly, we are at fault, but isn't Summerland Bank? Plus, how many people have been notified by the Summerland Bank just before? It's just this little branch that gave notice, just a couple dozen people. This branch is notified. Why not the other branches? This is the source of the conflict, and is more indicative of the redundancy of the organizational structure within the Summerland Bank. Although, notified, he huge C did not redeem. Brother Faye, the stock god, may I ask what your words mean? Trying to whitewash the Bank of Summerland? As far as I know, it's only this tiny branch that has notified dozens of people. The other tens of thousands of subscribers have not been notified by anyone at all. Plus, don't we need to talk about the Summerland Bank risk level issue, and the issue of not being able to trade after 10 p.m., etc.? Why can't this kind of problem be circumvented ahead of time when, within the Bank of the Summerland, there are capable otherworldly people? Who will bear the losses of our investors? We investors are not only losing our principal, but we are also being compensated for the loss of more than our principal. So who is going to speak up for us? Although your nickname is the stock god Faye, but in fact, everyone is just a leak. Or big or small. Leaks, why bother with leaks? Seeing this comment, Chu Yunfei laughed, and by the way, he also topped this comment. What is the purpose of posting this micro headline yourself? Wasn't the point to reflect the capable people who arrived home with advance notice? Now that there was a relevant topic inside the huge C review, I believed that the majority of netizens would definitely humanize that capable person. At that time, the aggravation his father had suffered before would definitely be doubled to compensate him back. Who let this pot be carried on Chu Hua's head by the governor and others before? Faye, hurry up and delete the headline. Chu Hua saw Chu Yunfei's micro headline and ran straight over. This time, it was supposed to be a whirlwind. He was already at the very center of the vortex. And what would the leaders think when they saw their son jumping in now? Especially with these kinds of words? Chapter 24, Pushing the Envelope. Dad, why did you delete it? Didn't you read the comments? So many people are saying you're whitewashing the Summerland Bank. Now this thing. You do not care, so as not to draw fire, I have just reported to the top. About public opinion, there will be special people to deal with. When Chu Hua saw the inexplicable smile at the corner of his son's mouth, he knew that what he said was not the point. At the very least not what Chu Yunfei was trying to express by posting this micro headline. Dad, read the reply I just topped again. After reading it, Chu Hua remained silent for a long time, looking at his cell phone and at Chu Yunfei. As a second-generation farmer who can become the vice president of a branch, his political awareness is definitely not low, and he is good at biting off more than he can chew. But these are time to accumulate. More need to life experience. This son of his, how can he know so much? It looks as if they are making a case for their summer bank, and in defense, they are not forgetting to show themselves. As for the specific information that the upper management could not find out about the stock god Faye, Chu Hua did not believe it at all. Trying to find out information about a person is 1,000 times harder for the average person, but for some people, It just depends on seeing if your profile has any value. Okay? In the future, when you send this kind of message, communicate with me first. After Chu Hua left, the smile on Chu Yunfei's face was unbroken. When the leaders knew that the stock god Fei was Chu Hua's son, and Chu Hua was the main person in charge of the crude oil treasure thing, it made sense that his own son would stand up for his old man. Together with the previous Chu Yunfei was screwed from a supervisor to actively leave his job because of the crude oil treasure incident. When things come to light, credit should be rewarded. Chu Yunfei was no longer an insider, so this portion of his compensation would fall to Chu Hua, coupled with the fact that Chu Hua has been recognized as the first person to suggest risks. His professionalism and forethought as well as his boldness are unimpeachable. If you don't promote such a person, who should you promote? Old Chow, did you find out? Elder Xiong, we've found out. That stock god Fei is named Chu Yunfei, and is Chu Hua's son. Elder Zhou was Chu Hua's nobleman, and Elder Xiong was the highest person in charge of the Yangcheng district of the Summer Bank. In the past few days, it wasn't just Chu Hua who was dealing with the matter about the crude oil treasure. They were also dealing with it. But how to deal with such things, and what concrete solutions can be found, is not clear to anyone. At the end of the day, it depends on what is the attitude of the state. If the state doesn't care, then these retail investors, even if there are so many of them, can only end up losing money, or else squatting inside the blacklist of old scoundrels for the rest of their lives. Obviously, this idea is certainly not working at the moment. Once someone does say that, they will absolutely be the first being used to sacrifice their flag to the internet at large. Receiving a report from Chu Hua, wanting to guide public opinion, Xiong Lao balked. At this point, it's not afraid that you'll have movement, it's afraid that you won't have movement or discipline. Rango hadn't even made a push himself when a headline was posted by someone nicknamed Fly the Stock God. After reading it, Kumar knew what he had to do. Since someone has already made a stand, he or she will go along with it. To the capable person here, Xiong Lao immediately thought of Chu Hua, the man who had been the first to propose this risk and put it into action, even at the risk of having his future destroyed. Competent, bold and courageous. Did you find out about the $20 million or so inside that picture of his? Elder Xiong found out. Chu Yunfei used his house as a mortgage, took out a loan of $3 million, then shorted the international crude oil futures, earning more than $20 million, and then paid off the mortgage afterward. All the money I make now, I bought that stock. Elder Xiong froze for a moment when he heard Elder Zhou's words. Is that taking a chance? A decision that everyone couldn't believe, but which proved to be immensely correct. Fine, as long as the funding source is okay, let him be. You arrange for people to guide public opinion. We can't say that our bank is fine, nor can we say that the users are fine. Specifically, you ask Chu Hua. Now Chu Hua's son is no longer in our system. It seems to be quite rich. I guess I can't see to come back and continue to work. If Chu Hua handles it well this time, you'll give him more weight when the time comes. One word from the big man had characterized the matter. As it happens, the internet, from the one-sided crusade against the banks of the past few days, has turned into one in which both sides are at fault. It is not true that the bank has problems, but as an investor is not at fault, especially that Mr. Pang, people have called specifically to remind. You still put people ridicule, and now start complaining. Can only say that I think it, let the user to bear all the losses, not very realistic. Let the bank to bear all the losses, is also unlikely. The investor principal loss on the end of the negative bank to make up for it, cannot let the people principal loss, and then have to subsidize it. I don't even know how someone with such a weak heart and low risk tolerance can dare to buy high-risk financial products. Hurry up and solve it. The longer the time is delayed, the more unfavorable it will be for the retail investors. Now the attention of the whole nation can put pressure on the banks. Once no one pays attention to it, then it will still be taken by the banks. If you can't, sue and see what the court decides and how it is enforced. The crude bot event, even hotter. Before that, it was all spontaneous and self-generated buzz from the self-published media. Now, with official forces involved, the heat is even higher than it was at its previous peak. The top 3 headline hit lists are all about CrudeBot. The top 3 on the Twitter hit list are from CrudeBot. Same goes for the UC Shock Department. This Saturday day, the whole nation is talking about CrudeBot. What? You don't even know about crude oil treasure? Hurry up and look at the news. Hubby, don't manage your money in the future. The people who bought crude oil treasure this time, they lost too much. Wife, I'll take care of the money from now on. Only deposit it in the bank for a fixed term. Nothing else will move. It's too dangerous out there. Public opinion, once again, was pushed up. Only unlike before, this time the climax, instead of being lopsided, was polarized, with those in favor of the banks, those in favor of the users, and those in favor of mudslinging. This effect was what Xu Hua wanted to see. When the psychological bottom line of the users are repeatedly affected by the outside public opinion, then the negotiation will be smoother. At least these people will not be screwed up again. There is no way to go to the depth of communication. Time, like a running donkey, simply won't stop. The hustle and bustle of Saturday seemed to become somewhat subdued on Monday. On Saturdays, everyone can chat with impunity, but come Monday, a legal workday, everyone is a hitter. It's okay to watch the fun, but you can't lose your job for watching the fun, or else you'll be the fun. Pengcheng Foshan Daredevil team, the young trader, is now in front of the boss, waiting for the boss's orders. Chapter 25, The Violent Washout. Boss, according to the original plan, isn't it going to oscillate for a day or two? Why is it suddenly going up? Just do as you're told, and pry into what you're not supposed to know. You can give you a morning. This morning, no matter how shocking, as long as you can collect more chips, you must pull up in the afternoon. Remember, don't cause holes in our long-term layout for the sake of petty gains. The youth's hands were shaking a little as he looked at the disc at this point. Is Wang Fujing, who has been laying the groundwork for months, finally closing the net? The first 2 months or so saw a pull-up, and during this time, it's been a washout and suck-up phase. Now, it's about to pull up again, and then his commission will grow. For that so-called stock god Fei, youth no longer care. They'll just eat the meat, and everyone else, they can have the soup if they want, as long as they have that power. At 9:25 a.m., the end of the collection of bidding, the market read, Wang Fujing instead of a substantial low opening. 10.55 was last Friday's closing price and it's now $10.13, down a whopping -4%. Based on the losses at this point in time, Xu Yunfei's combined losses had exceeded $1 million. More than 20 million. 4% is more than 800,000. Plus last Friday's loss of more than 200,000. Properly a millionaire disappeared. Zhang Gui, known as Fatty, woke up early in the morning to open the flush, wanting to see Wang Fujing today's rise and fall. Since Sunday, yesterday, a lot of negative news about Wang Fujing has been circulating in the market. Duty-free will have no future as masks get worse. In the current economy, let alone foreign trade, it is good enough for the country to absorb its own production capacity, let alone import it. Ha ha, the concept of tax-free Monday is going down the drain. All of this information made everyone look a little resentful. People call all kinds of spears that go up and up these days. As a result, the stocks you bought yourself either went sideways or down. What could be more lost than watching someone else make money? Low opening -4%. Even Zhang Gui are a little alarmed. Their own purchase of 1 million, and now the loss has been as high as 50,000. On a normal day, 50,000 is a lot, but you can afford to lose it. But now, what about relying on that money for emergencies? How can you lose so much money? General Bank large fixed deposits, annual interest rate is only 3.5%. Their own 2 days, the loss has been as high as 5%. Should I cut? This idea had been lingering in Zhang Gui's mind. Open WeChat, find Xu Yunfei, edit the message, and prepare to send it. However, there is no clicking send to delete what you just edited. In this society, it is already rare for someone to take you along to make money. If you still keep doubting, how can you let people help you? No one wants to be suspected. Besides, if he himself lost 50,000, Xu Yunfei's loss would be as high as 1 million. People have lost more than their own capital, and they are not in a hurry. So why are they in a hurry? Yes, the current Xu Yunfei was very calm, despite losing over $1 million. In the past, this kind of loss amount, do not even dare to think about. Now, laugh it off. Nothing else. Now the more you lose the more you make. This powerful washout, down to what price? Xu Yunfei is not clear. But as long as you know the highest point, now the fluctuations, and then a few days, not even fluctuations, not even a retracement, unable to help it, Xu Yunfei wanted to add leverage. The greater the leverage, the higher the future profits. Similarly, once a loss is incurred, the loss is magnified in the same proportion. The thought of posting a headline, and knowing that your father already follows your headline, and the thought of long-term leverage, and a pullback that could very well turn what has been a profit into a loss. Or even a blowout. You can't see the one that took more than a decade to make tens of billions of dollars out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. The result is that going long on Chinese stocks this year, even if it's only twice as leveraged, ends up in the dust. Because of the general decline of 50% to 80% in Chinese stocks, this situation, not to do leverage is a big loss, let alone leverage. Ironclad burst. There are prophets who know the general trend but do not know the fluctuations in the middle of individual stocks. You can keep sucking low on the way up so that the chips will grow, but never overthrow, because who knows, what they think is overthrow, and as a result of overthrowing, they will only be able to pick up the high price, and even afraid to buy. Flush Wangfujing posting bar can be described as boiling. All investors are complaining. If the general market is not working, then everyone recognizes it. But now, especially this year, the general market has been going up. Wangfujing, on the other hand, is shaking and falling all the way down. Who can be at peace with this situation? What's the situation? The market has grown like this. Maotai is almost 1600. How come Wangfujing still keeps falling? Brothers, I'm leaving. Stay and get rich. Wangfujing has no future. Run if you can. That stock out there is no better than Wangfujing. Ha ha. I'm wondering what that stock god Fei should post in his headline this afternoon. Could it be that he lost close to $1 million today? The time, in the anticipation of all, came to 9:30 when the Big A officially opened. Wangfujing went straight down from a -4% drop to -6.25% before it started to rebound. -6%, -5%, -4%, -2.8%. The continued rally has led so many retail investors to see if Wangfujing is starting to bottom out. However, when the drop got to only -1.86%, Wangfujing started falling again. -2, 5%, -3, 6%, -4, 9%, all the way down. In 5 minutes time, it had fallen below the low of -6.25% just moments ago to reach -7.36%. Negative emotions such as despair, doubt, and resignation appeared in the hearts of all. Is it going down? -7%, -6, 2%, -5, 4%. It rallied all the way up to -3.9% and then started falling again. I'm running, guys, hurry up. It's obviously going to run down today. OMG. The height of the rally is getting lower and lower. It's obvious that it's going to drop. When to sell? It's all about today's highs. Want to cover your position? Seeing this kind of drop, Chu Yunfei's heart was moved. This violent washout is clearly the final washout, washing those who are not strong-willed right down the drain. This washout, for others, is likely to be the next round of crashes. For Chu Yunfei, this is the best time to raise the position and grab money. Plus, or no, after struggling for a long time, Chu Yunfei still did not add leverage. With financial trading, it's not about how much you make each time. It's about how many times you can turn down what you think is a profitable opportunity. Because no one can predict just how volatile individual stocks can be. Until the close of the market at 11:30 p.m., the market rose plus 0.86%. Wangfujing instead fell to -4.68%, which can be described as sad for everyone. This, too, is too extreme. Boss, this morning, we received more than $23 million in chips through violent shuffling. The Foshan Daredevil youth were overjoyed. This violent washout is the most direct and the most rewarding. Can hold out. According to you will follow the dealer to eat meat. Hold out. Then you cut meat. High risk, high profit. Good. Very good. Start pulling up in the afternoon. The rest of the day is up to you. It has to be up at 2:30. By the way, has that stock god Fei cut his meat yet? Chapter 26, Brother Fei, the god of stocks, is on fire. Boss, the stock god Fei did not have any operation, did not add positions, did not reduce positions, not even pending orders. The youth was a little depressed that this level of violent shuffling loomed large. Is he busy with something else, or did he see what they were up to? No matter what, boss's orders must be carried out, even if it's a bit unpleasant to take the other side to get rich in your heart. Fine, leave him alone. You can't let a little thing like that affect the big picture. Brother Sky, do you have any money left? Huang Yaoyao also saw the various messages inside Chu Yunfei's headline and didn't feel any discouragement. Huang Yaoyao had already believed Chu Yunfei's words, thinking that this was helping people to hold on behalf of others, just for shipping or other purposes. What does it matter to them if they lose money or explode into profit? Huang Yaoyao knows, but Lu Tian doesn't. When she thought that the money she had given to Lu Tian over the past year or so had ended up being used by him to pick up girls, and that she didn't have a single penny to spare when she wanted to use the money herself, Huang Yaoyao was fuming inwardly, not only to let Chu Yunfei bad, but also want to Lu Tian uncomfortable. Don't you want to get money and people from me? Well then, I'm going to do the same thing to you now, and let you have a taste of what it's like to lose both one's money and one's family. Yao Yao, didn't I just give you 100,000 2 days ago? That's still several tens of thousands I borrowed from my friends. Did you give the money back to the other side? With your figure, that fool will probably submit to your skirt that night. Lu Tian was inwardly terrified and a little bit delighted these 2 days. He was terrified that he would be able to finally get the 20 million or so over. and he was delighted that once he got the 20 million or so over, he would not have to worry about it for the rest of his life. The current Lu Tian had already treated the hunter Chu Yunfei as his job and could not afford to fail. Brother Tian, I've already paid back the money, but Chu Yunfei seems to be different from before. Maybe it's the money that's in the back of your mind. So, my idea is that we can give the other guy more comfort when he's losing so much money, like going out on a trip, or maybe buying something for men. The only way to better integrate into each other's worlds is to snowball people when they're at a low point. The lying Huang Yaoyao believed even herself. You're right. Even though we lost $1 million, people have a lot of capital. You also have to accelerate quickly. Don't lose all your money by then. Then we'll have a basket of water. Okay? I'm looking for someone to lend you $20,000. Yao Yao. Work harder. For our future happiness. Work hard for you. That loser is losing our money now. Fei, the stock god, became the object of ridicule for all those who followed his headline-grabbing fans. During the midday break, so many people had time and opened their headlines to find the micro-headline message from the stock god Fei on Friday. Still the stock god. More than 7 million earned 5,000 complacent. The result of more than 20 million all of a sudden removed a million inch. Ha ha ha. I want to know how the so-called stock god Fei will send the message this afternoon. Or be an ostrich? Even though I lost money too. It gave me an inexplicable pang of sourness to see people who had lost more money than I had. Xiaofei, that Wang Fujing, I think we can stop loss. This is a banker's stock. No one knows the other side to control the disc to win. Even though he was so busy that he was four-eyed, Chu Hua still paid attention to the stock market. Can you not be concerned when you yourself are a finance major and your own son has bought more than $20 million in stocks? Besides, it's the state that handles things, and it's your own money that's your own. Dad, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Stock god Fei's headline followers, which have reached 3W plus from 1W plus over the weekend, are nothing short of insane. Everyone wants to see what is so mysterious about this stock god Fei. This person who speculates in stocks with real money and calls himself a stock god. But now it seems to be a loser. The headline hot search list. The stock god feed just heat straight up. Around 12:30 p.m., the stock god feed miraculously became the first in the headline hot search list. Can someone tell me who the stock god Fei is? How come the stock god Fei has become number one on the hot search list? What's this? I just wondered when stocks could be number one on the hot list. With the stock god Fei unexpectedly became the first headline hot search list. This time, completely fire out of the circle. Stocks, for many people, are heard of but not paid much attention to. Speculating in stocks is a painful thing for many people because it is always on the way back to the capital. Can one not be surprised that someone who knows about something that everyone knows about, but doesn't pay that much attention to, can be surprised that someone fires out of the ring because of it? Keep in mind that it's only the end of April 2020. Not yet the end of the year kind of heyday where all kinds of Mao are multiplied many times over. To fire out of the ring in the stock market, you absolutely have to be very accomplished. Unknown people saw the hot search list, clicked on the stock god Fei's headline number, found that the fans are only a few tens of thousands of people, but also only managed to send a few micro headlines. How does a headline like that become a hot topic? Regardless in the weirdness, it did happen, and the uninformed looked away and stopped paying attention. Are you kidding me when you ask someone who only cares about the hot search to study the stock market? Might as well eat a melon. Chu Yunfei was even more confused when he learned that he had become number one on the hot search list. What am I doing? What did I do? Seemingly, nothing has been done. How did this become a hot topic? However, seeing the thousands of new comments under the micro headlines on Friday, Chu Yunfei realized why he was on fire out of the circle. No other way. You lose more money and others are happy. What could be more comforting than punching someone in the face? That's how people are. They can't see others as bad, let alone better than they are. It's human nature. Can't change it, and don't have that power to change it. Hey, 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 how much joy is jumping now, after a few days of Wang Fujing pulling up? That's only a good-looking expression. Thinking of this, Chu Yunfei gloated a bit, especially to those who were now cutting their meat. Speculation is like buying a house. There is always buying and selling, each side of the road to watch each other's movements. Inside each other a word, stupid. Ha, the fat guy was able to stay calm? Thinking of Zhang Gui, Chu Yunfei was very surprised. You have to know how short of money Zhang Gui's family is right now. And Zhang Gui is about the same age as him, a young man of 24 or 25. And at a time like this, when everyone thinks that they are about to burst into a loss, they don't even look for him to seek advice and counseling? Perhaps this is what makes Zhang Gui so good. Composure in the face of adversity. In just a few years, not only paid off the debt that ordinary people can't pay off in a lifetime, but also became a billionaire. Even if you're panicking inside, you never show it. The gap between people and people is sometimes not obvious, and it is only at critical moments that you realize where the gap is. Chapter 27, Seal the God. Time passed by and soon it was time for the afternoon opening. At 1 o'clock, the stock market opens. The attention of Wang Fujing has skyrocketed due to the fact that the stock god Fei was number 1 on the hot list in the headlines. Retail investors who buy Wang Fujing are even more panicked. Big Brother more than 20 million into Wang Fujing. A few days time loss of more than $1 million. How to play themselves. Can you keep up with the dealer's meat? I ran away and got rich leaving behind. Lose 20%. Cut your losses. And those left behind are heroes. After death do not touch the dealer's shares. 2TM disgusting. A buy set. Always on the way back to the capital. Ha ha ha. Looking at the complaints in the Wang Fujing posting, Foshan Daredevil young trader laughed excitedly. Previously, they thought that stock god Fei was robbing money from their pockets, but now it seems that with stock god Fei on board, they are collecting chips much faster than before. It was not until 1:30 p.m. that the youth realized that the account had more than 10 million more chips. In other words, so far, more than 30 million chips have been collected today, and they are still such low-priced chips, which is more than what has been collected in previous days for several days. If the time is not so rush, the youth would like to this routine a few more times, to see if you can put the stock god Fei to get rid of the car. In that case, the youth felt that he had not only made money, but he had also been able to get out of a bad mood. What's the deal? Wang Fujing pulled from down -4% to +2.6% in a minute? Gosh, is it going to stop today? Wang Fujing up is already +4.99%. Shoot the legs off. I just liquidated my position at -4% 2 minutes ago and now it's surprisingly +6.8%. I don't believe it. It's absolutely fake. Pulling it up is definitely for shipping. Brothers, hurry up and run. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, just when everyone thought that Wang Fujing was just like that today, suddenly a stream of funds entered and pulled up directly in a straight line. A straight line pull from -4% to +6.8% could be considered a stopgap. It was happy to be up. But most people couldn't stand the high volatility and repeated record lows in the morning and chose to cut their losses and leave the market. I cut my losses and left the market. Then naturally I wanted the stock that was hurting me to sink and fall. If it goes up, doesn't that mean you have a bad eye? Most of all, who is going to make up for their own losses? It's good to finally give them hope again. When the rise peaked at +6.8%, the rise came to a direct halt and began its downward march once again. How hard it grew just now. How hard it fell. Ha ha. Let me tell you, this stock is definitely going down. The pull-up just now was a shipment. TSK, 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 this roller coaster, from +6.8% to -1.59% all of a sudden. Roller coasters don't even dare to do this. Ha ha ha, just left the market when it was up +4.8%. Saw it go up to 6.8% and almost chased it higher to get in again. When Xu Yunfei saw the situation, even though he knew the future trend of Wang Fujing, he could not help but feel a little shocked inside. Can one carry this kind of washout if one does not have a profit? The answer is obvious. However, the more volatile the profit is, the more it indicates an impending pull-up. Trying to wash off that last set of ill-willed ones with this high volatility. This shuffling continued for about 10 minutes, when the clock reached 2:30 p.m. The so-called last 30 minutes. The last 30 minutes of the stock market are known as the miracle hour. Often a smash or a pull-up starts in the last 30 minutes. Tailgate raids. It's a sickness, more than a norm. Up. That's right. It's up. At 2:30 p.m., in 1 second, Wang Fujing pulled straight up from +1.2% to 10.8%, with 100,000 lots sealing the stop at an estimated $11.61. Oh my god. What's going on here? That's even up? The turnover rate is as high as 9.8%. A day turnover of nearly 1 billion. This time the retail investors have run away. The dealer can rest assured that pull up. I want to know if that stock god Fei has cut his meat. Everyone, once again, opened their headlines, wanting to see if the stock god Fei had posted an update. At noon, cursing people out until they're on the hot seat. Now, Wang Fujing is straight up. Lost up to $1 million in 2 hours. Net profit should be over 2 million by now. A positive and a negative. A $3 million a day swing. Who can stand that? Until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The number of Wang Fujing's closed board has been maintained at more than 200,000 hands. The discerning eye. Tomorrow Wang Fujing iron will also be high open. It even says that the next round of Wang Fujing is coming. Brother Fei, bull, Wang Fujing is up. When Wang Fujing fell, Zhang Guwei has been holding back from asking, and now that it has risen, Zhang Guwei is not worried about bringing pressure to Xu Yunfei. Think of yourself. That will be the disc fluctuation's huge time. Zhang Gui are thinking about whether to leave the market. Instead of losing money, you can make a small profit of $20,000 or $30,000. I'm glad I was steady, or I'd regret it now if I sold it. Seeing the strength of the Wangfujing seal plate, anyone knows that the next round of Wangfujing is coming. Fatty, hold steady. After chatting with Zhang Gui, Chu Yunfei opened the headline and started its pretentious journey. Was wondering how I should send a message this afternoon? After all, you dare to call yourself a stock god after losing millions in a few days. Now it seems there's no need to play ostrich. One day netted more than $2 million. And still earned by everyone's attention. This time is not high profile. Wait for a better time? For an ordinary person who wants to rise quickly, it's not just about living money, it's also about fame. I am the top of the stock market. Once I meet Faye, it all comes to nothing. Boys, small profit of $2 million today. The cost of the position at $10.67 is now $11.61. 21. 920 lots for a total profit of $2.06 million. Today's move in Wangfujing is a big one. The turnover rate was close to 10%, and intraday swings approached the floor at one point. At noon, I was called out on the hot seat because everyone wanted to see my hilarity, and losing millions in a few days is indeed exaggerated. Now, not only did I make back the millions I lost, but I also made a profit of over $2 million. Stick to what you think is right and have no regrets. I believe that Wangfujing, the stock, will give us a good return. The screenshot shows today's position as well as the profit. As soon as the news of Stock God Faye's headline was sent out, those who had already set up special followers were the first to receive alerts. It would have been no one on the Hot 100 by noon. Except it was the opposite. Now, the Stock God Faye's headline message has not yet been issued. The first of the hot search list has changed from losing millions of dollars at noon to making as much money as possible. Bull plus. Such a big fluctuation. Faye didn't even have any operation. I have to say, Faye is Faye. I'm numb. At noon or a loss of $1 million. Now a profit of $2 million. A day's fluctuation. Is the height of my life cannot hit. Faye, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have laughed at you. Let alone cut my flesh. Now I want to die. Faye, I was cut meat in the afternoon. After seeing the stop, I have been regretting the feeling of the wrong $1 billion. Once again, the stock god Faye is dominating the top 2 of the Hot 100. Hot search list no. 1. The stock god Faye made a profit of over $2 million a day. Hot search list no. 2. The stock god Faye lost more than $1 million. The number 1 spot on the Hot 100 list, which lost $1 million at noon, was suddenly squeezed out by the afternoon's ho-hum profit of more than $2 million. What's the situation? I saw a stock god Faye at noon. Why is there another one in the afternoon? It's not like they're trying to trick us into taking over. The stock god Faye. It will not be the banker's left hand inverted right hand, to find a spokesman out to cajole us, twice a day on the hot list, or that kind of contradiction and its opposites. Even those who are not interested in seeing it can't help but take a look at the so-called stock god Faye. As a result, the number of followers of the stock god Faye has already broken through 10W plus from 3W plus in the morning. Most of all, we all know that these fans of the stock god Faye are not only real fans, but most of them are also more concerned about finance. In the financial field, even the stock god Faye is now a 10W plus fans of the blogger, can only be said to be a small net roots, and those who are often millions of bloggers, compared to the difference is still particularly much. But everyone knows that Faye, the stock god, has risen to prominence very quickly. It's like last week it was obscure and now it's known. It's also true that it only took a week for the first micro headline to be posted on the headline to go from a dozen or so followers to more than 100,000 in just 1 week. A week's time. To do this kind of achievement, it can be said that Chu Yunfei's achievement in the self-media is far more rewarding than this $2 million earned from stock speculation. Regardless of how the stock Wangfujing will be in the future, just the heat of today's stock god Faye is enough for Chu Yunfei to gain a foothold in the financial self-media. If Wangfujing rises sharply in the future, the stock god Faye will be directly capped. Similarly, if Wangfujing plunges in the future, the stock god Faye will become a laughing stock. Chapter 28, Night Talks. Dad, why did you have time to come back and call me? Wangfujing up news. Xu Hua is not the first time to know, but after communicating with the crude oil treasure customers, also found a time to look at the next. At noon, his own son's loss of more than $1 million on the hot search. Xu Hua already knew, but having already lost money, plus the fact that my own son is old enough to have his own judgment and wants to force a cut, I guess I won't listen even if I say so. It's better to suffer a little bit than to let the relationship fall apart over something like this. It's all profit anyway, even if it's all loss. One's own income, already expected from future endeavors. is fully capable of supporting one's family, has done the worst intentions of Chu Hua. How did not expect Wang Fujing this stock was manipulated, even in the afternoon directly be pulled up. It's incredible. Are the Zhuang family all fools? Can't they see that their own sons are snatching meat from their mouths? After thinking about it, Chu Hua thinks it is impossible. Can become a dealer? If even this cannot see, but also earn what money, have been eaten by other people dry clean. Especially with stock god phase Wang Fujing position in the headlines making so much noise. Who could be unaware of it? Therefore, this was what Chu Hua was puzzled about. If the bankers knew that this man was not one of their own, why did they start it and take their son to eat the meat? Because of yourself? It seems unlikely. Chu Yunfei earned more than $20 million through the crude oil treasure. And at that time Chu Hua also thought about whether the other party wanted to bribe him in this way. But on the flip side, who would give that much leverage for him? Who was already cool, when he was already placed in the archives? Then there is only one reason why his own son has a talent for finance. It seems to be the only reason to convince yourself. Chu Yunfei was so outstanding. Then Chu Hua felt that he should have a good chat. This is my house. I can come back when I want to. I don't need to tell you. Called you back. Wanted to have dinner with you. It's all been so busy lately. And you've been running around not coming home. Chu Hua looked like an old father. And Chu Yunfei instantly wilted. Ever since he was a child, Chu Hua had been this way with him. Sometimes joking, sometimes serious. Father and son also have a very cordial relationship and can sometimes even communicate as if they were friends. This kind of communication became rarer and rarer, if not non-existent, after the last marriage. Once upon a time, his own tall father had grayed at the temples. Chu Hua, how can you talk? It's not easy for Xiao Fei to come back for a trip. Can't you say something nice? Genius Yang was instantly displeased with Chu Hua's old fatherly demeanor. His own son is so good, or he is not someone else's child. Especially now. The son unexpectedly earns so much money. The family does not have to worry about money. Life is not too comfortable. This kind of day is simply not too good for Kim Ah-hyung, who is a husband and a mother. If this life went on like this, Kim Ah-hyung felt that it wouldn't matter if she lived even 10 years less. Still my mom is good to me. When Chu Yunfei's words came out, Genius Yang immediately raised her eyebrows. Come, have a drink with your father tonight. I'll allow it. Okay. Before Chu Yunfei could answer, Chu Hua directly agreed, causing Genius Yang to give a blank stare. This old married couple, after the wine and dinner, the two of them, Chu Hua and Genius Yang, sat on the sofa. Obviously, there was something he wanted to talk to him about. Fei, after you resigned from the bank, you feel like a new person. Not only are you mature and stable, you have your own unique views on things, and most of all, you have a bearing. All this, and your mom and I are happy that you're finally growing up. Our family is just an ordinary family. Your grandfather's generation, all in the rural dirt, and I just have a relatively stable job. But you're different. Since you've been able to make tens of millions of dollars, the trajectory of your life has been different from ours. Don't say anything until I've finished. Looking at Chu Yunfei as if he was about to interject, Chu Hua hurriedly stopped him. Your father and your mother are ordinary people, not too ambitious, just want to work and live peacefully. But you're different, especially with what you're currently doing, whether it's speculation or high-profile self-publishing. I'm sure you're not going nowhere. In the past, I could have given you some advice on your job because you work in a bank and what you're experiencing is what I've experienced at one time or another. However, it's different now, and what you're going through, I haven't experienced. Your mom and I asked you to come back today because we want to tell you that no matter how you venture outside, this family will always be your backing. Of course, you must also remember not to do anything out there in my name, although I don't have much face either. Remember, as long as you don't break the law or commit a crime, mom and dad will support you. Happy, come back and talk to your mom when you can. Tired, come back and rest. In short, your future is up to you to fight for. All we can do is get the logistics right for you. Hearing Chu Hua ramble on, Chu Yunfei's eyes reddened, doing his best to control himself from emotional outbursts. Chu Hua's current words could be said to confirm Chu Yunfei's experience in his last life. No matter what Chu Yunfei wanted, as long as their old couple had it, they would fulfill it, even if the two of them were reluctant in their hearts, for no other reason than that it was his own son. Dad, Mom, an affectionate title made Chu Hua's eyes redden a little, and at this time, Genius Yang was already in tears. In the past, even though their son had grown up, he was still small in their eyes, but now, his own son has done something that, while still his own son, can no longer be treated as a child. How many people, in their entire lives, don't make that much money? As a parent, you are both happy and sad when your son grows up. There was no longer any way to protect him like when he was a child, and he would not appear to be always relying on his parents like when he was a child. Parents expect you to grow up fast and at the same time don't want you to grow up fast. After the emotional catharsis, Chu Yunfei said to Chu Hua and Genius Yang, "Dad, Mom, don't worry. I definitely won't do anything illegal and punitive. Now that we have so much money, it's enough to live well for the rest of our lives. And, with my expertise as well as my vision, I'm sure I'll only make more in the future. Although being in the financial industry is very risky, please rest assured that I will live within my means and not take any chances. Besides, the former is not earned. The big deal is that the next time, once venturing into the failure, it is likely that years of hard work down the drain. I've been working for the past few years and I've seen all kinds of people. Some get rich overnight and some go back to poverty overnight." This night, Chu Yunfei and the three of his parents chatted until 2 in the morning before the three of them went to their respective rooms to sleep. This night, Chu Yunfei had a beautiful dream, dreaming that he stood on top of the world, becoming a real stock god. His personal assets dumped the richest man by several blocks. Behind him was the stunning beauty of each country. That kind of extravagance, even in sleep, is intoxicating and mesmerizing. Thinking about the suffocation of the last life, and then looking at the scene in the dream, a person would know what to choose. Chapter 29, Num, Up Again. On April 28, 2020, at 9:25 a.m., the stock market's collection of bids ended. Not surprisingly, Wang Fujing went straight to a halt, with shares reaching $12.77, giving no one a chance to come in. Last night, due to the strong stop of Wang Fujing, the intraday fluctuation is very big, and the heat of the stock god Fei. Most of the shareholders are paying attention to Wang Fujing. Buy it or don't buy it. Add it to the stock selection and see what happens. That's the heat. That's the future receiver. Just ask. When you find a stock, the price rose from 10 yuan to 100 yuan, you will certainly be very excited. Want to buy, but the more up, the more you dare not buy. Well, now that it's down from $100 to $50, you're even more afraid to buy it because you think it's going to keep going down. Down to the $10 it was before. Starting at $50, the stock went up instead of down. It goes up to $60 and you're afraid to buy it. Go up to $70 and you're even more afraid to buy it. Go up to $80 and take a gamble. Up to $90, stud. The future is certainly to break new highs. Well, congratulations. It's going to be hard for you to unwind at the end of the day. Seeing the LW list, most veteran shareholders know that Wang Fujing is also stable today. Others may not know the seat of the Foshan Death Squad, but the old stockholders, especially those who hit the board, study the Dragon Tiger list. What is buying on the board? It's very simple. It's when that stock stops and I place a pending order to go in and buy it. The only purpose is to bet that the next day or even sometime in the future, there will be back-to-back boards, which is to hit the board. Who had the hardest time seeing Wang Fujing seal up again? Are those the ones that cut low yesterday? Yes. The status quo of those low cuts yesterday are going to shoot their waists in the foot. There's an even tougher group, and that's the group that cut low yesterday and then bought other stocks, and the other stocks are still down today. At this level, a loss of over 40% in 2 days is horrible, isn't it? Why is it 40%? Yesterday's lows minus 8% or so cut and pulled up. Does that equate to a 20% loss? If you get today's stop, that equates to a loss of over 30%, plus the new purchase is down. 40% no run. I don't live to stare at my $20,000 exclusively by Wang Fujing more than a month. Yesterday the lowest point cut neat. Yesterday up. Today also up. Give a chance. Want to hit the boards to get in? Really give you the opportunity. You do not dare to hit the board. Can let you in, basically take over, but also up, will not let you in. The stock god Fei earned numbness. Feeling more sour than drinking sour plum soup? The stock god, Fei, is once again a hot topic. Originally, after a night of settling down, the new hot topics had covered yesterday's hot searches, as if the stock god Fei hadn't appeared in yesterday's hot searches. But now, with Wang Fujing's strong rally, the stock god Fei once again entered the hot list. Seemingly, it's not unusual for the stock god Fei to be on the hot list. The flurry of disturbances in the outside world was still unclear to Chu Yunfei. I didn't go to bed until 2 or 3 a.m., especially with the relaxation of talking to my parents by candlelight, and with the help of beautiful dreams. I slept until 10:30 a.m., getting up at 9:30 to watch the market. That's not going to happen. For the masters, buy only the trend, not the process. Speculating on stocks and watching the market all the time is retail behavior. Highly skilled. Never so. Just buy the right trend. And the rest, just leave it to time. Mom! Mom! After shouting several times, no one responded. Chu Yunfei already knew that his father had gone to work. His mother had presumably gone out, and he was the only one who had a good rest at home. It's better to freelance. Now, Chu Yunfei felt the benefits of freelancing. If you were working at a bank in the past, you would have to get up at 8 o'clock to go to work the next day, no matter how late the socializing was, and you wouldn't be able to make more than a few bucks. Holy, what the hell? Opening his cell phone, Chu Yunfei found that the cell phone pop-up windows had not stopped. Brother Fei, it's up again. You're too good. This is Zhang Gui's WeChat message. I'm so glad your dad was there last night when we talked openly together. This is a message from Chu Hua. Fei, are you free today? I want to ask you to watch a movie with me after work. Looking at Huang Yaoyao's message, Chu Yunfei froze. Shall we agree? Was it necessary to have multiple contacts with the other party before one's plan was carried out when one just wanted to get back at them? It's not that I'm worried about my day-to-day life, but whether I feel it's necessary. Is there any need to be wishy-washy about someone who is destined to step on it now? Okay, I'll see you at 8 o'clock in the evening at the Gordian Exchange. Old place, not too crowded, but closer to both. In order to export his anger, in order to give himself an explanation for his last life, Chu Yunfei decided that it would be better to agree to it. What could be more despairing than giving each other hope and then finally having it dashed and falling into the abyss? If you can do the first, then I can do the 15th. One is not a saint. Aha, Fei, then we won't see you tonight. Huang Yaoyao was a little overjoyed to receive news from Chu Yunfei. As far as not being able to get a cell phone during the workday, it couldn't be easier. Besides, now Huang Yaoyao's job, that was to take down Chu Yunfei. Compared to Chu Yunfei, what does it matter if this job is wanted or not? She is destined to become a rich woman if she is destined to become a rich woman in the future. In these 2 days, Huang Yaoyao also thought a lot, but also from Zhang Gui to probe the news. Those money, not at all the so-called proxy, but Chu Yunfei's own. Although she knew that Chu Yunfei had deceived her, Huang Yaoyao didn't dare to be reckless. Instead, it is more important to maintain the relationship between the two with care. Who makes people dirt poor? I am the top of the stock market. Once I meet Fei, it all comes to nothing. Bowsy guys, Wang Fujing stopped again, and made more than $2.5 million today. The share price went from $11.61 to $12.77, and the principal has gone from $23.4 million to $28.006 million, for a total profit of $4.6 million. What do people say? How am I doing with this gain? Still, as I said yesterday, Wang Fujing will not let me down. The screenshot is today's position as well as the profit picture. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Yunfei was the first to send out the micro headlines that had been edited long ago, and only the screenshots were the latest. Sour. I am really sour. Yesterday noon also ridiculed people lost $1 million. 1 day time only, has earned $4.6 million. 1 day a double color ball. The speed of making money is not slower than the small goal of Mr. Wang. I'm so sorry. So damn sorry. Now when I hear anyone mention Wang Fujing, I have the idea to go up and beat each other up. Fei, I think you're still part of the dealer. Otherwise, how come it goes up as soon as you buy it? The message on the headline. Chu Yunfei did not respond. It wasn't that Chu Yunfei was too busy, but it wasn't necessary. Those who leave messages are either talking about collaboration or pure emotional output. There's no need to be treated like an emotional trash can by others. When there is an opportunity in the future, open a live broadcast or something, although it does not carry goods, but also can pretend to say that it is not bad for you 3 melons and 2 dates. As for the hot search, Chu Yunfei doesn't care. The so-called wealth is not what he is concerned about at this stage of his life. When you reach a certain level and have some prestige and influence, you should be controlled. As with Warren Buffett Sr., when fame is big enough and status is high enough, there is no need for the high profile of the outside world. Its very existence, in and of itself, is already very high profile. Chapter 30, they're all theater artists. Fei, do I look good in this outfit today? At 7:30 p.m., Chu Yunfei had already seen that former goddess, not to mention the last life. Before they broke up, the two of them dated. Huang Yaoyao never arrived early. The beautiful name of a woman needs to dress up. Before, being mesmerized and having your home destroyed. Have to admit, well-dressed Huang Yaoyao, in the black dress set off, delicate figure alive, exquisite light makeup looks extra sweet, jade lotus root-like arm is let people linger. This is the kind of woman that fulfills all a man's fantasies and demands. Enchanting in bed, noble woman under the bed. You can go to the hall, but you can't go to the kitchen. Good looking. Wanting to say against his will that it didn't look good, Chu Yunfei realized that he couldn't do it. A beautiful person with a black heart. This may be Huang Yaoyao. Come on, let's go to the movies. Without any sense of incongruity, He went forward to hold Chu Yunfei's right arm, as if he was a true boyfriend and girlfriend. In particular, there was a gush of softness coming from the right elbow that made you want to play with it. Brother Fei, we made over $2 million today. Quietly looking down at Chu Yunfei, Huang Yaoyao was a little cautious. Nothing more than that. There was too much money and it was more than her mind could recognize. Don't you follow my headlines? It's all there. It's just too bad that it wasn't my own money. Or I could marry you right now. House, car, ticket. Whatever you want. Fei, people are just trying to talk to you. Trying to find some common ground. Not for your money. I am with you. Do not need your house, car at all. Before saying that marriage needs a house in my name. Just to see your attitude. The dowry our family wants. And it's just a number. It's all about whether you value me or not. After this incident, I kind of figured out that what kind of bag, house, car and so on, are all floating clouds. With my current income, it's only a matter of time before I buy a house and a car. And I'm sure that with our hard work, we'll definitely get better and better. Huang Yaoyao's deep affection. If he had not experienced it, Chu Yunfei would definitely be lulled over. The prettier the woman, the better she is at deception. The ancients were true to their word. The two were inside the mall, walking towards the movie theater, talking and laughing. To be exact, it was Yoyo Wang who had a laugh. The more high and cold Chu Yunfei was, the more cautious Huang Yaoyao was. The unobtainable are always in commotion, and the favored are emboldened. However, just as Huang Yaoyao uttered a cold joke to amuse herself, a woman's voice came out from the side. Huang Yaoyao, is it really you? Aren't you with Lu Tian? What's this guy? Huang Yijing, don't talk nonsense. Lu Tian is just our college classmate. This is my boyfriend Chu Yunfei. After Huang Yaoyao's introduction, she also carefully looked at Chu Yunfei, worried that the other party would mind the title. In the past, he was not too willing to introduce outsiders so directly, and now that he wanted to do so, there was a fear that Chu Yunfei would dislike it. Huang Yajing exclaimed at once, her face a bit unsightly. Yao, I came over today. I was going to tell you in advance, but it turned out that Lu Tian said he wanted to surprise you and wanted to meet here by chance. Wouldn't that be? As Huang Yajing was talking, Lu Tian slowly walked over from the side. Seeing the visitor, Huang Yaoyao's shock was needless to say, and Chu Yunfei could be said to have blood in his veins at this moment. His eyes scarlet. The image of that last scene from the previous life reappeared. Two people playing poker for a second child in his Chu Yunfei's marital bed. This house and car are my family Yaoyao's premarital property. It has nothing to do with you. The forest of images emerged one by one. Chu Yunfei originally thought that after he came back reborn, he would look at many things lightly. Nothing else, just more money. For many rich people, relationships are the most luxurious and expensive thing. Otherwise, why is the national husband only in love and not married? Lu Tian, you still run over to do what? I was less than nothing. Now we have broken up. Each have their own way. You do not harass me again, or I will let my boyfriend to repair you. Huang Yaoyao saw that Chu Yunfei's face was extremely ugly and thought that Chu Yunfei had previously said that he saw her go to a hotel with a guy. If you don't get out of the way now, when will you? Yao, I really like you. Have you forgotten all the bits and pieces we used to have? Remember when we went to college and the two of us sweet-talked each other under the shores of White Cloud Lake? Remember inside the library, when we picked our way through the night together? That scene haunts me. After saying that, Lu Tian also tricked out a handful of roses. That scene, who can stand it? It's also a good thing there aren't many of them right now, or they'd be on the local hot seat for sure. Lu Tian was still giving a deep speech, like a poet showing love to his lover. So warm and romantic. June didn't see the envious face of Huang Yajing next to him. Enough. Quickly stepping forward, Huang Yaoyao grabbed the handful of roses and threw them directly at Lu Tian's face. Rose petals, just like withering, were spread all over Lu Tian's face, like a lone bamboo dragonfly in a sea of flowers. Lonely and wretched. Yao, I wasn't progressive before, but please believe that I really love you, and I also believe that our relationship won't be gone just because we say it's gone. Snap. Chu Yunfei froze in disbelief. Huang Yajing's eyes widened in disbelief. Before Lu Tian finished his sensational words, he was ready to go forward to embrace Huang Yaoyao. As a result, Huang Yaoyao's two big mouths went up directly, without a hint of artifice. On Lu Tian's face, fingerprints immediately appeared, and it was obvious at a glance that he had been beaten. Lu Tian, I'll tell you again, we've already broken up. I was the one who was young and uninvolved in the first place. Now I have a boyfriend and am doing well, and I am going to get married in the future. So I hope you won't come back to disturb our lives. After Huang Yaoyao finished speaking, she pulled Chu Yunfei's hand and left directly. Watching the movie, long ago, was not realistic. Brother Fei, I'm sorry, I didn't expect to run into Lu Tian. He and I were indeed boyfriend and girlfriend in the past. But I'm so lost now that I realize how you feel about me. You saw how I treated him just now. From now on I'll be with you with all my heart. I don't care about anyone else. Leaving the mall, Huang Yaoyao seemed to get rid of some of her anger and began to apologize to Chu Yunfei. Huang Yaoyao, we're actually not very suitable. At this moment, Chu Yunfei was also somewhat baffled. Women, can they really be so fickle? I also don't know if the child inside Huang Yaoyao's stomach has been aborted, just like that to that Lu Tian. It was not that he sympathized with Lu Tian, but Chu Yunfei had a deep understanding that in his last life, he was far more aggrieved than Lu Tian. Brother Fei, I know that I was wrong before and did a lot of things to apologize to you, but don't worry, I'll prove my determination with practical actions. A not-so-successful date that ended hastily. Originally, Huang Yaoyao still wanted to join Chu Yunfei, whether it was to go to a hotel or to go inside the house Chu Yunfei bought to have an in-depth conversation, but she was rejected. This made Huang Yaoyao so annoyed. In the past, Chu Yunfei wanted all kinds of things. Huang Yaoyao had all kinds of reasons to push back, but now it was the other way around. The heavens have a good turn. The heavens have a good turn. For the sake of tens of millions of dollars, Huang Yaoyao could only endure. Brother Tian, I'm sorry for making you suffer just now for the sake of making a scene. Huang Yaoyao apologized to Lu Tian. Yao Yao, you're hitting too hard. These two slaps. My ears are still buzzing even now. We set up a trap this time. That Chu Daoshao should treat you better. Brother Tian, it's still your idea that's good. Just now when I was talking to Chu Yunfei, the other party was speaking a little bit. It's already not as repulsive as before. It looks like the planning worked out pretty well. Tian, that girl, where did you find her? Huang Yaoyao thought of the girl just now. The original design of the plan is to do this kind of chance encounter, and then let Huang Yaoyao and Lu Tian break. Acting to Chu Yunfei, a barmaid, gave $1,000 and just walked away when she was done. Lu Tian is a little weak. That forehead girl is not some bar girl, but now Lu Tian's little sister. Find a woman and spend $1,000. Are you kidding me? All his own sister needed was a simulated bag. Only $500. As many times as she wanted. Hearing this, Chu Yunfei's mind directly exploded inside. Thought Huang Yaoyao was genuinely repentant. After all, the drama was so full. I didn't realize that it was all a game within a game. Chapter 31, Joining the Gang. Unwilling, irritation, remorse, all sorts of complex emotions lingered in Chu Yunfei's heart. Just now, I thought Huang Yaoyao had changed after all this time. Although it is impossible to marry each other in this life, but if the other side really change, Chu Yunfei felt that he is likely to not let the other side later live so miserable. After the two of them parted at the entrance of the mall, Chu Yunfei suddenly wanted the restroom and at the same time, he also saw Huang Yaoyao walking into the mall again. Hearing the side that made Chu Yunfei so fried, I thought I was born again and destined to be a human being, but now it seems that he is still too young. A woman and her concubine's tricks all but nearly blindsided him. Perhaps, the current Chu Yunfei was merely an ordinary person who knew a little bit about Sears. There may be some money in it, but it's just too much for the mind to grasp right now. A little bit of innings can make him yard his front hoof. In order to make him believe, Huang Yaoyao and Lu Tian even teamed up to make a game just to gain his trust. This kind of heart, this kind of city. If you do take the bait, then the end of the last life, I guess it cannot be changed. Then, if the other do-it-yourself tactics were superior, would he, Chu Yunfei, still be able to escape? Going it alone really doesn't seem to work. The eyes that had been a little hesitant, now completely cold. There are some people who are already doomed in this life, and even if you want to have pity and mercy, the other person will try to rejoin the original path. Brother Fei, today why so elegant? In the past let you come to this kind of place. You don't even take a look. Yangchang along the river middle road. Along the riverside from Tianji Pier to Changde Avenida. About 2 kilometers long. Known as a bar street in Yangchang. At night, people often get racy encounters here. Here you can see all kinds of beautiful women. There are pure and lovely type. There are high-cold imperial sister model. More uniform temptation and so on. As long as your wallet is big enough, there's nothing you can't think of. Nothing you can't do. For ordinary people, the methods of getting a fling here are certainly not as extravagant as the landlord's, but there is one named picking up corpses. Often you'll see fallen beauties collapsing on the curb, and then someone will come over and help the other person into the hotel. As for what to do, know it all. Nonsense. You're invited to dashing, and you don't want to? Tonight, consumption Fei brother to pay the bill. Girls and so on, you feel free. One cannot. Come too, as long as your waist is hard enough. Fly's atmosphere. Zheng Gui didn't mind at all. That's how he used to treat his friends. Besides, Chu Yunfei earned more money today than their family did in a year or two. So what's wrong with finding a few girls for himself? Fei, girls and all. We'll talk later. I don't believe that you would let me come here for no reason. It shouldn't just be like I'm bragging about the accomplishments of the stock god Fei in the past few days. Besides, if you come to a place like this, aren't you afraid that your sister-in-law will go back and serve you the law? Worthy of being Zhang Gui, worthy of being the one who could make the family rise again, just this insight alone. Few could match it. What sister-in-law? I'm a single person now. No way. 2 days ago Huang Yaoyao also asked me about what happened inside your headline. Besides, weren't you intoxicated with Huang Yaoyao before? How did you break up? It is reasonable to say that when you didn't have a few dollars in the past, people were willing to follow you. It is not possible that when you have money, the other party wants to break up with you instead. Zhang Gui looked disbelieving. If he hadn't seen Chu Yunfei's previous dog-licking manner of pursuing Huang Yaoyao, Zhang Gui might have believed it. I see. It was only at this moment that Chu Yunfei completely connected the whole thing. It just dawned on me. Why did the other guy give him a show of bitterness? It turns out that knowing what he's up to, and even more so that he now has so much money, everything, it's all about his money. Ridiculous. One is still in the dark. Misty grass. What is the situation? Today speak godly. Hurry up and tell your pain. Let the fat master I have fun. Hey, it's a long story. Let's dry this bottle first. A bottle of wine under the belly. Then you'll be long story long. Fat brother, I followed you these 2 days also earned tens of thousands of dollars. Listen to you nagging a few words is nothing. How in the world can there be such a heartthrob? It pisses me off. After hearing Chu Yunfei's description, Zhang Gui was enraged. Huang Yaoyao is so damn not something. You're out looking for a wild man yourself, and you're letting your own brother take over. After being recognized by his own brother, he even played the infernal game. This kind of woman, whoever touches her is unlucky. Brother Fei, at night brother I'll order a few girls for you. You have a good time. Brother is not even worse than Huang Yaoyao. ***** off. Hiring an old man with his money is something only you can do. Ha ha ha. The two men smiled at each other, raised the bottles in their hands, and drank directly from them. Everything, as far as it goes. If Chu Yunfei could joke, Zhang Gui was not worried about the other party. There are some things that you can only realize how dangerous the world is if you experience them yourself. For this, Zhang Gui has also experienced this recently. The same people at the end of the world. Fatty, I did have something to discuss with you when I asked you to come here today. After a few bottles of wine were downed, Chu Yunfei and Zhang Gui walked to a place where no one was around with their hands on each other's shoulders. Brother Fei, see what you're saying. I'm a hobo now. The last thing I need is the world. What do you want me to do? It's a matter of a word. Knew you boys were open to it. I have over $20 million now. This I told you last time. Earned by shorting crude oil futures. Now, all purchased Wang Fujing. The 2 days of the rise you have seen. Earned less than 5 million. I'm not giving you this to show you off or anything. No, you're just showing off. Zhang Gui drank the bottle of wine in his hand in one straight shot. It looks like a little daughter-in-law. There is a kind of aggression called other people are living better than you, and still pretend to be in front of you. And the main thing is that you have no way to refute it, because you are following their asses. Seriously, talking to you about business? Zhang Gui's kind of amusing physique. Chu Yunfei had long known about it. Although not too rich second generation, but the family assets of tens of millions of dollars, has surpassed a large part of the people, coupled with the people do not have a shelf. People are quite good. The ability is not bad. People like that deserve that people can live well. The headlines you have seen. Wang Fujing if it goes up again. Before more than 20 million to more than 30 million or even higher is not too much of a problem. But we shouldn't just speculate for the sake of it. What's the difference between that and being a salted fish? For the average person, there is no difference between a few million and a few hundred million, because neither of them can spend it all, and likewise they won't have it. At a certain point, money becomes a string of numbers. I can especially understand Papa Ma's disinterest in money now. I'm not talking to you anymore. Originally, Zhang Gui wanted to listen well, but as he listened, it seemed that the meaning changed. Originally thought it was trying to do something big, but now it seems to be pure pretense, pure master loneliness. Ha ha, just kidding. We now have the first bucket of gold. Plus I was originally a finance major. I used to study well, this you should not fail to recognize it. Wanting to retort, Zhang Gui realized that he had no way to do so. From childhood to adulthood, even when he was studying abroad, Chu Yunfei's accomplishments were there for all to see. But how does it sound? It just doesn't sound right. I recognize that you study well. It sounds like I'm admitting that I don't study well. Chapter 32 Meeting an old friend in a nightclub. By shorting crude oil futures last time, you can also feel my strength. Who dares to stay short below $30 a barrel of crude? Who would have thought that crude oil futures could go into negative territory? All the money I made, I bought Wong Fujing, which everyone was not optimistic about, and I've ended up making more than 20% already. All of this, I not only dared to think, I dared to do. I'm not saying all this to brag about anything. I just want to express that I have what it takes to take a shot at the financial markets. I want you to come with me. I'll do the financial markets and you deal with the other human affairs and things like that. Of course, in the future, I'm not just targeting the domestic financial market. Rastak, that's what we're aiming for. Making money from your own people is not called making money. It's only sound when you're making old American money. I'm also going to wait for my sister to come back from her business trip to the States and convince her to join then. You should have heard more about my sister's abilities. With her on board, we'll definitely be like a fish out of water. This was the purpose of Chu Yunfei inviting Zhang Guo here, not only to relax, but also to partner up. After today's calculations by Huang Yaoyao, Chu Yunfei realized that he had the advantage of prophecy, but for this kind of non-financial field of calculations, he simply could not defend himself. Partnership. Let Zhang Guo to deal with external matters, each in his own way. As for his own sister, he not only wanted to redeem his sister's fate, but also to allow her to realize her own ideals and ambitions. Chu Yunfei knew that his sister had this ability. No problem. I don't have anything serious to do right now, so I'll wrestle you for a front. However, the situation of our family, as you should know well, is likely to delay me quite a bit. Fatty, the last time I told you to get rid of the factory, didn't you tell your father? Don't mention it. My dad, that old fart, can't afford to part with it at all. Plus the offer the acquirer is giving now isn't very high. Fatty, we do finance. You also know that time is money. You spend a large amount of time on your family's factories. It certainly won't work. I'll throw you a quasi-belief that in about 2 or 3 months, my $20 million or so will be a small goal. Think about it, even without the impact of the masks, your factory doesn't make much profit every year. Can you have $1 million net profit a year? Not only does the mask have an impact now, but the main thing is that we will make more money. With more money, we can do more. Besides, even if you make a factory, you can't make the type of outdoor user type that has a low technological threshold and low profitability that simply doesn't last. Think about it, if we make money in the financial market, no matter which enterprise we invest in, and give them advice, and give us some orders for processing, do you think they will agree? Think about it, the pattern opens up. Our future, a sea of stars. At this moment, Zhang Guo had already been fooled by Chu Yunfei's big cake and was unable to find his way out. Zhang Guo also knows that his own factory has no future. The most important thing is that Chu Yunfei's ability in the financial market is one of the best. At least within the people Zhang Guo knew, or even heard of, there was no one like Chu Yunfei. Not to mention whether or not he could turn over $20 million into a small goal in 2 or 3 months. As long as he could have $50 million, Zhang Guo would feel astonished. Who dares to say that he or she will double in a few months of stock trading? Okay, I'll put up a fight in you. I don't care what happens at home. From now on I'll live with you in the house your parents bought for you. And I won't be a light bulb since you're now a bachelor anyway. After the business was finished, Chu Yunfei was very happy inside. In my last life, when I was down and out and you weren't rich, you always helped me. In this life, it's my turn to help you. Come on, I'm usually alone. We lived together in high school. Now it's all 2 old bachelors. No wonder people say that a good friend is a friend for life. Come on, go get some girls. You can get high here at night. Remember to bring an umbrella. I guess you know better than me. Chu Yunfei revealed a smile that all men understood. The financial world, some say, is more chaotic than even the entertainment world. Yes, the longer you've been in the financial world, the more you realize how messy it is. Imagine what the financial world deals with. Money. You can imagine the difficulty of trying to make money out of money. As a result, people in the financial world are under a lot of pressure. If you want to say thank you, which industry has the most people? None other than the financial world. With so much stress on a regular basis, there is definitely a need to vent. How do I vent? At its simplest, it's male love. That's a big reason why the financial world is a mess. Whether male or female, with so much stress, it's definitely time to relax. Advanced forms of venting are extreme sports, mountain climbing, hang gliding, racing, etc. Most of the celebrity extreme sports that people see are because they are usually stressed and relieve themselves through such extreme ways. As for danger, with not so bad equipment and professional guidance, the dangers aren't 100% eliminated, but they've been reduced quite a bit. Afraid of risk? What's left of finance? Might as well go home and hold the baby. Walking out from the private room, he looked at the crowded bar, full of pretty boys and girls dancing wildly on the dance floor. Most fatally, there was a hot babe who was pole dancing. Pole dancing is difficult and not for the average person. Both the physical demands and the arm strength are very demanding. But for the money, one has to jump. You do not see. All kinds of red tickets are through the fullness of the chest directly into it. The already majestic breasts, enriched by money, became even more erect and full. Who wouldn't love to see this scenario? Guess it's nothing but saints and hypocrites. Skimming over this kind of voluptuous scene, Chu Yunfei's eyes circled around to take a good look at this wine pool and meat forest. However, a figure appeared in Chu Yunfei's eyes. This made Chu Yunfei very curious. This man, he knew, or his former co-workers, to be exact. But why would that kind of person, with his background, ability, and even more, his body and looks, come to a male-dominated nightclub like this one? Is it really true that you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman? The most demure woman will reveal her true nature in unfamiliar surroundings? Chu Yunfei, who was already insecure about women, was once again deeply skeptical. People, are they really that complicated? This woman, in particular, was accompanied by 3 gangsters who looked like they had been hanging out in nightclubs for years. Looking at the woman already drunk, the other 3 punks smiled in a way that any man would understand. Pick up the body. This word appeared in Chu Yunfei's mind all of a sudden. Watching the 2 punks leave with the woman on their racks, Chu Yunfei also followed. If it was a woman who took the initiative and wanted to pick 3 in 1, Chu Yunfei could only give a thumbs up. Chapter 33, Getting Eaten Out of House and Home. Zhou Haiyan is Chu Yunfei's previous colleague in the summer bank. Even said subordinates are not too much. For this woman, Chu Yunfei did not know much about her, but knew that the other party would develop quickly in the future. More so, I know that the other person's background, looks, and abilities are all still good. It would not be an exaggeration to say that such a girl is the goddess of most people's hearts and can fulfill the fantasies of most men's minds. That's right, what Chu Yunfei saw was exactly this Zhou Haiyan. This is the same kind of goddess who was now being carried out of the bar by 3 punks. The men who saw it smiled. Isn't this just picking up bodies? As for the woman waking up the next day and realizing something was wrong, going to the police at that point? You can go to a bar and get drunk, surrounded by several punks, and you say you were raped. Who's going to believe you? Plus, a lot of people choose to be silent. Either that or never come to a place like this again without giving others a chance. It's either that or sink completely and become a bus. Let me go. I want to go home. I don't know you. Zhou Haiyan's consciousness was a little fuzzy, but she still wanted to get out of the clutches. This kind of refusal, especially with the bank uniform on Zhou Haiyan, made the 3 punks want to go on. One of these is worth a year's worth of fun. It was so hard to get it. How could I let the cooked duck fly? Aha, let's get you home. I'm going home. I don't know you guys, Zhou Haiyan muttered, breathless. Haiyan, what are you doing here? Your father asked me to pick you up. Looking at it, if Zhou Haiyan came to find excitement on her own, Chu Yunfei would definitely not care. But the current situation, at a glance, is that Zhou Haiyan had something on her mind and ran over here to buy a drink, only to be picked up. In this kind of situation, not to mention Chu Yunfei being reborn in his first life, even if he was an ordinary colleague, he would roar at the sight of the road. Who are you? Robbing the women of a few of your buddies? Living out of your mind? The 3 punks originally didn't care. They also didn't know the name of this extremely beautiful woman. They just looked at each other's appearance. As for Chu Yunfei's shouting just now, it was automatically ignored by them. Didn't you hear a lot of yelling in the neighborhood? And gasps of brother and sister and such. However, they did not expect that Chu Yunfei directly walked over, wanting to snatch this extremely beautiful woman from their hands. How is that possible? The 3 of them have put in a lot of work today, staying with Zhou Haiyan all the time, trying to get each other drunk and do other things. Most of all, Zhou Haiyan was already drunk like this, and the money for the drinks was all paid by them. Now that the target has been intoxicated by them, and on his way to the hotel, he is cut off by other people. Who can stand it? I really thank you all for today. Haiyan's father, also known as Director Zhou, sent me to pick up his daughter, and I didn't expect you guys to just send her out. Chu Yunfei wasn't Superman. To get tough with 3 punks, wouldn't that be giving himself a hard time? I don't care who you are, or what the chief is or isn't. This woman, she's ours tonight. A yellow-haired gangster is a bit anxious. Such a beautiful woman. If you fly, it is too bad. A year cannot touch once this kind of excellent aren't you guys friends of Haiyan? Her father is our criminal police chief Zhou. You guys don't know? The devil knows what position Zhou Haiyan's father holds. What's the biggest deterrent for punks at the moment? It's not how much money you have and which group you're at the top of. It's the Public Security Bureau. Since ancient times, It is an iron law that thieves are afraid of the government. These punks, usually though, are regulars at the police station and walk around when they see a police uniform. Now that the chief of the CID has come out, that little flame inside them has long since been extinguished. The crotch of his pants, which had been somewhat bulging just a moment ago, had all wilted down at the moment. They weren't afraid of people in general, but for the criminal police, they definitely didn't dare to touch them. They didn't doubt for a second that if they spoiled someone's director's daughter at night, they'd absolutely eat their words. Even if it wasn't clear if this person was scamming them now, they didn't dare to bet on it, nor did they have the courage to do so. This extremely beautiful woman, with her dusty temperament, was not something that could be cultivated by ordinary people at a glance. Oh, we were just about to send her home, and since you're here, I'll leave it to you. The three punks didn't dare to linger and left directly, not even looking for Chu Yunfei's money for the night's drinks. Wake up, where is your house? I'll take you back. Seeing the three punks leave, Chu Yunfei was also relieved. Fighting hard with three drunken punks, Chu Yunfei knew that he did not have that strength. Only, Zhou Haiyan had already fallen into a deep sleep and couldn't receive any information from the outside world at all. There was no choice but to find the nearest hotel and take the other person there. Even Chu Yunfei did not expect that after Zhou Haiyan arrived at the hotel, her face started to become a little flushed and her walking posture was a little strange. It's like rubbing your legs together as if you're holding your pee. When Chu Yunfei threw the other party onto the bed and left thereon, he did not expect Zhou Haiyan's eyes to open. Looking at Zhou Haiyan's eyes, Chu Yunfei felt particularly strange. It always felt like there was a wink from the other side, and his tongue was still filling his lips if he wasn't. Even dumber, Chu Yunfei thought of a possibility. Being drugged. Don't go. I want you. The tone of Zhou Haiyan's words all had the flavor of alcohol, especially since the other party's right hand had already grabbed down from Chu Yunfei's belly. As a normal man, how could Chu Yunfei stand it? Zhou Haiyan, I'll call 120, bear with me. If it was a stranger, Chu Yunfei would absolutely go along with it without hesitation. But it's hard to talk about this kind of acquaintance. How can I meet people in the future? Don't let anyone else know I've been drugged. If you hadn't come to my aid, I would have been spoiled by the others. With the remnants of her sanity, Zhou Haiyan's right hand had already gripped the barrel of her gun after she uttered these two words. Hiss. Can you imagine a large, beautiful woman in uniform and with winking eyes, holding the barrel of a gun in her hand and shaking it every now and then, especially with that gesture of pure lust on the other woman's face? Time, as if accelerated. Early the next morning, Chu Yunfei woke up to find that he was the only one in the room. As for Zhou Haiyan, she had long since disappeared. If it wasn't for the silky red marks left on his body, confirming the madness of this middle of the night, Chu Yunfei would have suspected that this was a dream. Zhou Haiyan was drunk and drugged, but Chu Yunfei wasn't. Could clearly feel the membrane when their bodies touched. Previously, Chu Yunfei felt that Zhou Haiyan was very decent. Last night's encounter at the nightclub had turned Chu Yunfei's perception somewhat upside down. But now it seems as if there are other reasons for this woman to come here and get drunk. What I didn't realize was that it ended up being cheaper in the end. Chu Yunfei originally thought that Zhou Haiyan would feel that she had suffered a loss, and when she saw the WeChat, Chu Yunfei felt as if she had been eaten dry and was lifted up and denied by her pants. Chu Yunfei, thank you for saving me from a few punks. What happened last night? Nothing happened, just think of it as a dream. You don't have to feel guilty or responsible for me. Think of it as fate playing a joke. Look. This is supposed to come from the scumbag who lifted his pants and denied it, and now it seems to be the other way around. However, Chu Yunfei recalled the scene of the early morning bed battle and was still somewhat unfulfilled. That position, that movement, that sound, it's mesmerizing to think about. No wonder men go bad when they have money. It's not that men have changed, it's that women are so seductive. Chapter 34, Reflections of Financial Bloggers. Today, Zhou Haiyan did not go to work, but returned home, locked herself in her room and cried alone. Growing up, it's been over 20 years, and I've only been to the bar once last night. However, it was this one time that gave her the memories that were etched in her mind. Blaming Chu Yunfei, Zhou Haiyan shook her head to herself. Thinking of her own initiative last night, Zhou Haiyan's cheeks were a little flushed. The various positions in particular made her feel ashamed to recall them. I don't know whether it was under the effect of the drug or the effect of the alcohol paralyzing. That kind of thing drying up made Zhou Haiyan a little bit as if she was intoxicated. Seeing a piece of cloth placed on her bed with crimson all over it, Zhou Haiyan directly slapped herself. Zhou Haiyan, nothing to go to the bar. His own chastity of more than 20 years are gone. Yes, Zhou Haiyan woke up in the morning conscious and felt like the sky was falling, especially when she saw Chu Yunfei sleeping next to her. Zhou Haiyan had the urge to kill the other party, but the memory of her own initiative made her suppress the thought. It was only possible to cut the crimson from the sheets with scissors and take it home, for the first time in her life. Not in the marriage bed, but bring it back yourself. What Jo Hyeon thought. Chu Yunfei wasn't sure because he was reminiscing about last night's beauty. He seems to have been reborn for the first time. That long-lost sense of envelopment and fulfillment is intoxicating and mesmerizing. Faye, where were you last night and you're not back yet? It was Zhang Gui's call that made Chu Yunfei stop reminiscing. What? Calling me this early? Faye, did you get too high last night? Chu Yunfei did not pay attention to Zhang Gui's blind pussy. Men, all know. Is it Wang Fujing up again? Worthy of my brother Faye, I guessed it without looking. At this moment, Zhang Gui's admiration for Chu Yunfei was the water of the Yellow River. Listen, people don't care at all. They slept through the night and guessed the stop without looking. Poor him. Last night one person battled two people. Exhausted. In the morning or 9 o'clock to wake up to open the phone to see the trend of Wang Fujing. Don't even look. It's up as usual at the open. Originally thought that Chu Yunfei would send him a message. Waited left and right. Just no letter. In his excitement, Zhang Gui couldn't wait. Faye, should we sell some? Can't hold it. Zhang Gui feels 3 days 3 stops. The increase is greater than 30%. This kind of fierce rise, the back is certainly plummet. Fatty, don't panic. I'll deal with the financial side of the profession. Just wait for my news. It's not a good time to sell yet. You give us a good plan of what to do in the future. This is your first test. Ha ha ha. Chu Yunfei hung up the phone. For the future development, Chu Yunfei actually had an approximation, but it was not comprehensive. Seemingly, Chu Yunfei didn't know much about anything except for a little bit of seer. Then use the profit to get as much money as possible. And with more money, give it to people who know how to do better things. Big brothers, does everyone pay attention to the stock god Faye? There were only about a dozen people in a small WeChat group called Financial Powerhouse. But these 10 or so people, in the headlines above can be said to call the shots. The least fans have more than 500,000, but also all the fans of the financial sector. Stockman, Ape, Blade, Luang Pu, Fan, Seven Sisters and other big verses. Yes, the person who sent the message is clearly noted as an orangutan, a financial vlogger who specializes in video interpretation and is keen on drawing pictures. Ape, you have millions of followers. Do you need to care about a tiny blogger who got up by luck? People also do not say. I do not know if it is not people's luck. Just the point in time when people buy Wang Fujing, as well as the posture of the shock does not move. I do not think it is luck. Let's discuss. How much can this Wang Fujing go up? About how much will our stock god Faye sell? Has it ever occurred to anyone that Faye, the god of stocks, is a trumpet opened by the Foshan daredevil? Previously I also think it is likely to be a small number, but now think it is not possible. Foshan daredevil team dare not be so high profile, otherwise it will absolutely be investigated, and earn are not enough to be fined. Yeah, I asked around and it's not daredevil's trumpet. Discussions were raging in the group, and everyone was very shocked at the rise of this stock god Faye. Being the big self-publishers that they are, who doesn't have an account that has been built up over time? But this stock god Faye, since last week, posted a micro headline. After becoming a hit, opened the other side of the micro headline on the open life. The most intuitive thing is the growth in the number of followers. From starting with double-digit followers to now giving you over 20W in just over a week. Yes, the stock god Faye now has over 20W plus headline followers. It can be said that the heat of the stock god Faye is now tied to the stock Wang Fujing. Wang Fujing, the stock, whether it is up or down, the stock god Faye's micro headlines will be on the hot list. In the past 3 days, the stock god Faye has not gone down on the headline hot list. Nothing else. 2 consecutive one-word boards for Wang Fujing. Those who follow Wang Fujing, or even say that they watch Wang Fujing's hustle and bustle, are all fans of the stock god Faye. It doesn't matter if they are black or red fans, just fans. Brothers, I've been studying the headlines of the stock god Faye for the past 2 days, and we all want to make self-publishing work, and we know how difficult it is to do so, especially if we are financial bloggers. Once the prediction is wrong, we immediately turn from pink to black. But the stock god Faye headline, just like hanging, more than hanging, only so short time, the number of fans has exceeded 20W. If, and I say if, Wang Fujing goes up a few more times, do you all think stock god Faye's fan base will top 1 million? Seven Sisters' words were silent when everyone saw them. For them, they are no longer considered purely financial people. Self-publishing, even, is the biggest source of income for the vast majority of them. Expect to study how stock god Faye picks stocks. Not as much as why stock god Faye's headlines are doing so well. Wang Fujing shouldn't be so great. There could be a few more stops. Wouldn't that double it? Stockman, it's not like you haven't experienced the trading style of the Foshan Death Squad. In fact, regardless of whether Wang Fujing come back to a few stops, or from tomorrow to start a few stops, we'll let the stock god Fei brother on the hot search. We think the stock god Fei brothers headline number fans will be less, only Wang Fujing shock or fall. A long time, no one to pay attention to. The stock god Fei brothers headline number of the heat will come down. I think there is a certain amount of luck involved in the stock god Fei's entry into the headlines, but more than that, there is his strength. Although the headlines claimed millions per capita, but we do our own self-publishing is aware of. How many millionaires will come to the headlines of the various comments? Stock god Fei used his $20 million or so to go straight into the stock market, plus the topic of two-level reversals. For example, the first day to buy more than $7 million, profit of less than 5,000. The next day direct loss of more than 200,000. A lot of people want to see the joke. On the third day, Wang Fujing is even plummeting. The stock god Fei lost more than $1 million. A lot of people in order to see the fun, but also let the stock god Fei on the hot list. The reversal of that afternoon, equivalent to the Earth and Sky board, from a loss of millions of dollars to a huge profit of $2 million. This sense of contradiction, but also to make the stock god Fei become the first hot search list. In the past 2 days, Wang Fujing has been a one-word board, and the stock god Fei's hot search hasn't stopped. It can be said that there is no one who speculates in stocks nowadays who doesn't know the stock god Fei. When the stock god Fei becomes famous in one battle, most of those stockholders who haven't paid attention to him yet will, not to mention more than 1 million followers. I think tens of millions is a matter of time. The premise is that Fly, the stock god, has been buying such controversial stocks, whether they are up or down big time. The miracle of the stock god Feigwa in the headlines is known to all as the headline stock god Feigwa stream. Many people study the rise of the stock god Fei. Self-publishing, it seems, is not that hard, once you get the hang of it. Chapter 35, Digging a Hole. I am the top of the stock market. Once I meet Fei, it all comes to nothing. Popol. Today is April 28, 2020, and there are 2 more trading days before May Day. Wang Fujing stopped again. The stock reached 14.05 yuan, making a small profit of 2.8 million, and the account capital exceeded 30 million, reaching 30,806,600. If I say that Wang Fujing will continue to rise in the future, I don't know if you believe me. I'll hold on to it until I think it's the right price to get out. The stock market, it's anti-human. You think it's going to crash, that's the beginning of the opportunity. This year, it's going to be a year of ups and downs, and I hope everyone will seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When you have the chance, you can talk to each other. The screenshot shows today's positions as well as earnings, which have not moved. Unsurprisingly, the stock god Fei is once again on the hot seat. There is no longer any question about this, much less doubt. It's as if it's not even on the hot seat. It's not even the stock god Fei's name. Now, the stock god Fei is in the headlines and has taken the throne of the stock god. In the headlines, anytime the stock god is mentioned, it is subconsciously assumed to be the stock god Fei. As for the real bigots, the average person doesn't care about the vanity title. Muffled is the way to go. The higher the profile, the faster you die. Brother Fei, begging for a belt. If you build a group, I'm willing to pay any amount of money. Ha ha ha. Revealing the original purpose of it, it seems that it is still in order to pull heads to harvest leaks. Fei, you're just lucky to have bought Wang Fujing. It's not like you're that capable. Stock god, you are not worthy of the name. This year's mask impact is so big, how can it be a wave year? I think the 2 months of gains, the next will be all the way to the negative. The old U.S. stock market crash in March. We're already on our way. The number of comments has increased geometrically. And as for the number of displays and views, there is an inverse data situation. The number of displays is only 40,000, and the number of readers has exceeded 5W. There is no other reason. That is, everyone is guarding the headline of the stock god Feigwa, as long as the stock god Feigwa sends out the dynamic. The headline has not yet been distributed. Everyone has already read it. Boss, it's been 3 stops. We've benefited a lot. The Foshan daredevil youth reported cheerfully to the leader. Spare him the thought that things would go so smoothly. No need to give the lobbyists who are sniffing around trying to get on board a chance at all. The youth now realized that time was running out in the mouth of the boss in the beginning. It turns out that Wang Fujing can be pulled up and sought after by the lobbyists. And not only because they are sitting on the bank. The most fundamental reason is that rumors are spreading that the state is going to issue a tax-exempt license to it. With this license, you can only do the duty-free store business in the future, which is equivalent to taking out other competitors directly. Then the future of duty-free is infinitely more imaginable. That's the most fundamental reason for the capital to pull up, and why the lobbyists are willing to come in and hit the board. We've made a lot of money, And that stock god Fei didn't make a bad profit either. In just a few days, the profit is already $7 million. This is just robbing us of our money. Boss, why don't we think of a way to just dump the other guy off? What are you going to do? Chu Yunfei didn't know that his high profile had made the dealer unhappy with him. All this money should have been made by the bookmakers. Now Chu Yunfei is using what would have been their money to go around pretending, knowing that Wang Fujing is their manipulation of those lobbyists, are laughing. Although making money, a retail investor, enjoying the fruits of your layout for months, you can tolerate? Xiao Chu, your little Fei is really something. Elder Zhou, he's just a child who hasn't grown up. He still needs to experience well before he can do so. Right now he's all a hobo. Chu Hua was inwardly happy to see Elder Zhou come over to praise his son, but his mouth was very modest. There is lady diplomacy and son diplomacy. Chu Yunfei was now the topic of conversation for both Chu Hua and Elder Zhou. Xiao Chu, you're a person. You're just too modest. You don't really like to take credit for yourself. Otherwise, you'd have been a bank president long ago. If your Xiao Fei wants to work, he can come to our Summerlin Bank, and I'll make an exception for him to be my assistant, with the rank of director. Elder Zhou's words directly caused Chu Hua to directly freeze. If his own son was merely somewhat capable, Chu Hua would definitely agree immediately. But Chu Yunfei at this moment are worth more than 30 million. Oh no, there are more than 30 million in cash. He, the father, could still absolutely Chu Yunfei's future? Ha ha, Xiao Chu, now you have nothing to say. Sometimes, when it's yours, it has to be yours. Don't give credit where credit is due. Xiao Fei's situation is clear to Elder Xiong and the others. You should know that the organization knows all of our members' families very well, or else they wouldn't have assigned you to come over here and handle the crude oil treasure. The money Fei earned in the financial market, that is his own legitimate earnings. We can't wait to support it. Regarding the matter of crude oil treasure, the top is also clear that the impact is great, and it is not something that can be solved in a short time. You relax, don't be stressed, and don't have a burden on your mind. Fight for what you need to fight for. Apply for what you need to apply for, and the top will refer to it anyway. After your advice on Sunday, public opinion is now no longer lopsided, and we will be under much less pressure. Next, it's up to you guys to make anything known to the organization. Yo, it's up again. Over $30 million. That's all our money. Lu Tian's mind was a little blown when he saw Stock God Fei's headline message. All this money, it's his, come into my pocket. Brother Tian, the play we put on last time was so good that Chu Yunfei believed it. I sent him messages in the past 2 days, and they all came back relatively quickly. Can you give me another $50,000? Chu Yunfei has more than $30 million now. I want to be with him. Surely I can't let people think that I care about his money. Lu Tian all had a bit of a headache. Although he knew that wanting to get this $30 million from Chu Yunfei, using the beauty trick was the least costly. Now it seems that the beauty plan is quite costly. Thinking of $30 million, now only a few tens of thousands of dollars. Lu Tian felt that it was a very good deal. Yao, you have to hold on tight. I gave you 100,000 before, another 30,000 last time, and another 50,000 this time. It's already 180,000 inch. I'm relying on credit cards and online loans to support me now, and I really won't have any more in the future. Hearing Lu Tian's voice, the corners of Huang Yaoyao's mouth rose in a beautiful manner. Pity about the good skin. A good-looking skin is 1 in 1,000. An interesting soul is 1 in 1,000,000. Aha, don't worry, Tian, I'll definitely step it up. Think about it, it's over $30 million in the future. Lu Tian still thought that Huang Yaoyao was the one who was once held by him. Huang Yaoyao. The current Lu Tian was an ATM to Huang Yaoyao. Wanting money, he used raiding Chu Yunfei as the reason. Even if Lu Tian didn't want to give it, but he had given so much before. If he didn't give it, wouldn't the previous payment be a waste of money? How many people, because of one of Chu Yunfei's micro headlines, were discussing and digging a hole? As for who gets the last laugh, that's the key. April 29th, 2020, the stock market's penultimate trading day before the May Day holiday. On this day, Chu Yunfei was buried by the Foshan Daredevil team finished pit, or Foshan Daredevil team by Chu Yunfei wool gathering. Everyone is looking forward to what miracle Wang Fujing can create. Will it continue to rocket, or will it be a flash in the pan? Chapter 36, You're on your own. On April 29th, 2020, the SSE opened higher by plus 0.39%. The SZSE opened higher by plus 0.68% and the GEM opened lower by minus 0.35%. Some say 2020 is a bull market for the Big A. Some say the Big A is also a bull market in 2021. As for whether it's a bull market or not, that varies from person to person. You buy a stock that doubles, And that's a bull market for you. No matter what the general market does, when the broader indexes go sky high and your stock goes down instead of up, it's a bear market for you. Wang Fu Jing, not surprisingly, continue to stop, to say that this period of time the big A most beautiful boy is who? Wang Fu Jing is none other than. As soon as the market opened, Wang Fu Jing continued to be a one-word board, which was already number one on the popularity list of hotness, and was once again on everyone's radar. The name of the Demon King is well deserved. Wang Fu Jing is up. Who's the most rewarded? Undoubtedly the Foshan Daredevil, but Chu Yunfei's harvest, too, was not small. The stock god Fei once again rushed up the hot search list, watching everyone dumbfounded. It's unbelievable that a stock speculator can storm the hot list for days on end. When did stock trading become mainstream? The entire summer country. Perhaps every family has someone speculation, but a single individual speculation. Are afraid to give family and friends. Speculation, in the minds of many, is synonymous with speculation. And now, speculation in the stock market has appeared in the hot list, and also for several days. Even on the hot list of my own are not very clear. Purely those retail investors voluntarily follow the trend of the stock god Fei brothers headlines to fire. Fatty, don't go out dashing around today. Keep an eye on the plate. The penultimate trading day of the May Day holiday. Chu Yunfei can be said to be fresh in his memory. In his last life, he was looking at the stock market surge and ended up dumping a fortune from his credit card. Not much, $500,000. That's the $500,000 that went in and just blindsided the broader market. Originally the market was up close to 2%. $500. 000 was bought in and the situation turned straight down. From being up close to 2%, within half an hour, down to -2%, half an hour and a 4% swing in the broader market. Is that an exaggeration? But that's just the way it is. Bulls have big corrections and bears have lots of negativity. Although it finally got up in the afternoon, that big dive in the morning was fresh in everyone's mind. The loss of numbness. Chu Yunfei cannot remember? Fei, selling today? Zhang Gui was excited. A few days, more than 40% return, 1 million entry, net profit of more than 400,000. Who is not happy? Especially since Chu Yunfei had earned tens of millions of dollars. This could all be their capital to rise in the future. Depends. We'll keep an eye on the disc all day today and act on my orders if there's a situation. 9:30 p.m. Fei, Wang Fu Jing continues to be a one-word board, and the broader market is in the red. Should we sell? 9:40 p.m. Fei, the general market has risen to plus 0.75%. Wang Fu Jing continues to rise. Do we really need to sell? 10-20 minutes. Brother Fei, the market has risen to plus 1.98%. Wang Fu Jing continues to rise. We have to sell now? Should we not wait any longer? I've put up with you for a long time. Don't keep giving me like a chatterbox. Even the Tang monk is not as good at chanting as you are. Wait for my instructions and don't talk. Chu Yunfei was not calm. The first 2 times, Zhang Gui's nagging, he could still bear it, but every 10 minutes, it came like this. Who could stand it? The meaning of the words is very obvious. The market is climbing. Sell now is not a big fool? Can this be tolerated? Oh, Zhang Gui was like a little daughter-in-law, lying on the sofa and not daring to speak. There's no way. Who let the stock market is now a great deal. Sell stocks. That is not delayed to make money? Fatty. It's down from plus 1.98% to plus 1.65%. Why don't you say something? After going to the restroom and coming out to look at the phone, the market unexpectedly fell, and Zhang Gui did not remind. Fei, weren't you the one who told me not to say anything? Chu Yunfei's heart was hard to bear. His face was a little red. This was a sin of his own making. Fei, you're constipated? Your face is all red. Chu Yunfei's head was even more filled with black lines. I just read the expert's advice. It's a technical pullback now. It'll go higher later. Zhang Gui voiced his suggestion. Sell them all. From plus 1.98% down to minus 2%. The broader market fell by a full 4%, even if it is a demon stock. Surely all have to open the board. As to whether it can be back to seal, it will have to look at the face of the broader market. If the general market is up, the odds are high that the demon stock will close back up. If the broader market goes down the tubes on this, how the demon stocks got up before, they will go down after. There is also the possibility that the dealer inside the demon stock will save itself and there will be all kinds of rallies. But the purpose of the rally is to ship, not to pull up. Ah, I see there are still 500,000 lots of closed orders. Cut the crap and just sell. That's why the two of them are on good terms. Or else they would have to fall apart if they said this kind of thing a few times. Chu Yunfei put himself Wang Fu Jing all the stocks a key to liquidate the position. But also fortunately there are 500,000 hands of sealed orders. Otherwise more than 30 million want to ship. Too difficult. It's impossible to get out of the finish without slamming the share price down a few points. Now, just one click to sell and all shipments are complete. Boss, Wangfujing cannot be sealed. With the sharp decline in the market, retail investors have been shipping. We seal the board funds less and less. Just now, it is estimated that stock god Fei has liquidated all of his more than $30 million, so that those old stockholders also follow the trend. Foshan Daredevil Youth is sweating profusely as he yells at the boss in his office. Even if the air conditioning temperature in the office is very low at this time, but it cannot hold the stock market such a big fluctuation. Ah, the stop has been smashed open. Before the boss could approach, the youth exclaimed again. No snowflake is innocent in an avalanche. What's going on? Why the sudden smash? Boss just asked this question and saw the trend on the youth's 4 computer screens about the general market and knew why. Diving champions go off the charts. Not to mention the demon stocks they manipulate. Demon stocks, originally speculative concepts, and no performance support, fall up more hard. Even Mutai, which was up from plus 3.98%, fell into negative territory all of a sudden. And it's a wonder that demon stocks like them can hold up. Don't panic, the market has risen too much this time, and there may be a rebound after the violent washout. Take advantage of the opening of the Wangfujing board. You also absorb more low-priced chips. This time, it's a joy to finally drop that stock god Fei. That stock god Fei, although the previous missteps allowed us to absorb a lot of chips, the other party's high profile has allowed us to attract too much attention, which isn't a good thing either. Boss, why don't we put out a little bit too? The current general market is too dangerous. The youth was talking, and the general market had turned green. Follow my instructions and buy the more it goes down. Boss did not explain that the information he had received, and the price he expected to pay for the Wangfujing maneuver, gave him much more confidence than the youth. What's going on? Why is the market plummeting? Quickly run! The stock market crash is coming. If you do not run, all buried alive. Oh my god, the market is in a tizzy. Will it melt down again? Ha ha ha, I ran yesterday. Bottomed out. Stud. Bull market more diving. Brothers, a shuttle. Won the club massage. Lost the construction site to move bricks. Regardless of the stock, whether it's the broader market or the GEM, all the posters are buzzing. The situation in the general market right now is too dangerous. There are pessimists. There are optimists. And of course, there are theater watchers. Pessimists' reason is very simple. These 2 months rose a little too much, coupled with the mask problem. Later will certainly fall back. Now do not run. Waiting for when? Optimists' reason is even more simple. Now the index is very low, the bull market more diving, and other people's fear of my greed and so on. Watching the show. No other, empty positions or ready to bottom out. This part of the people hope that the market fell as much as possible, so as to better bottom out. Unbeknownst to them, the expert dies at the bottom and the novice dies chasing the high. There's always a reaper waiting for you. Brother Fei, I've made $45,000. Ah, big healthcare at night. I'll treat you. Zhang Gui sought his money account and looked incredulous. It's been just under a week. Right, and at a cost of $10.70. It's now at $15.45. Up a full 44.5%. $1 million into the game. Now $1,045,000. 1 week's profit was worth 6 months of their family's factory earnings. No wonder they say industry is not working. Look at the profits. Who wants to do industry? Chapter 37, Building a Position Again. Oh, come on. It's a big healthcare deal. I made a profit of tens of millions of dollars. Am I proud of myself? Stretching his head over and looking at Chu Yunfei's fund account, Zhang Gui instantly felt that his $450,000 did not smell good. With a total profit of 44.8%, the percentage of profit is the same, but the amount of profit can be very different. 33,887,000. This is the amount of Chu Yunfei's capital account at this time. And then look at their own one. 450,000. It seems, even a zero is not comparable to a. Thinking about it again. 2 weeks ago, this guy Chu Yunfei even asked him about mortgaging his property. It's like, it's only been less than half a month, and you've made over $30 million. Thinking about it, Zhang Gui was a bit hot-eyed. The speed of this money, even if it is the creator of the small goals of Mr. Wang are not interested in the money of the horse's father, or face-blind Dong, are not inferior. Hey, don't be imagining things, you'll have to buy all the Wangfujing later. Still need to buy, has risen so much. Zhang Gui's idea, is the idea of many retail investors. The rise means that the banker has been a lot of profit, At any time there may be profit. A retailer is a retailer. There is a natural difference between what a dealer thinks and what a retail investor thinks. As long as there is other capital involved, as long as there is a concept, as long as there is an expectation, the stock price is just rubbing up. Double it, retail investors are afraid to get on it. Then double it again. And with the bookmakers using every avenue to paint a big picture for retail investors will flock to it. Very well, retail investors have finally become the receiver. The bankers take profits and walk away, leaving behind a chicken feather. Now Wang Fujing is up just over 40%, just a little bit from the final price. Now as long as the bold can be said to be the bottom of the bottom, buy it, for sure. Otherwise how can we afford this violent shuffle? Fly. The broader market is down -0.5% already. Fly. The broader market is down -0.78% already. Fly. The broader market is down -1.9% already. Brother Fei, I've heard that the general market is likely to plummet. We've already made so much, there's no need to take a risk, right? Zhang Gui completely lacked Chu Yunfei's calmness. At this moment, Chu Yunfei felt annoyed. When I used to watch Journey to the West, I always felt that the Tang monk was very warm-hearted. Now Chu Yunfei could truly experience the state of mind of the Monkey King, the kind you can't change, but it's so hard to live with that it's really maddening. Thinking of his last life, the last time he saw Zhang Gui, who was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, that kind of calmness, that kind of stability. Now, in comparison, it feels as if Zhang Gui's father has another illegitimate son outside, and the difference in character is too great. In fact, when he thought about it, Zhang Gui's ability to go as far as he did in his last life had a lot to do with the family's ordeal in the past 2 years, as well as all kinds of anxiety after the bankruptcy and so on. How can we see the rainbow without going through the storm? It's very malleable, and now it has to be perfected. This was Chu Yunfei's evaluation of Zhang Gui today. The thought of having Zhang Gui under his own sister when she returned was a bit exciting to think about. A rational queenly model and a casually spontaneous second generation will surely be ruled over. Fly. The general market is down to -1.5% and it's still going down. Zhang Gui's broadcast, which had become instinctive, didn't think that Chu Yunfei would reply. It was too unbelievable. It was like witnessing history. What's the price at Wang Fujing now? Geez, we sold at a stop and now it's in the green. Seeing the funds inside his capital account, Zhang Gui felt chills running down his body. Just now, Zhang Gui also felt that the financial market is fast to make money, compared to the industry is too slow. It now appears to be high risk and high reward. If one sells late, 10% is gone. If it drops today, wouldn't that be 20% yellow? Thinking of this, Zhang Gui's entire body trembled. Looking towards Chu Yunfei, who had a bland face next to him, Zhang Gui had a sense of security. In the future, one does not make statements indiscriminately, so as not to affect the stock god Fei. At this moment, the once small Fei had become the stock god Fei. Buy in tranches. The lower it goes, the more you buy. As the broader market continues to sink, Wang Fujing's share price is getting lower and lower. From its highest high, it is now down nearly -3%, a 13% drop in one day. It is because the market cannot see the bottom. Wang Fujing, this kind of demon stock is no limit. Before lurking in, the retail investors have to take profit, but also led to Wang Fujing fell faster than the market and even other stocks. Boss, Wang Fujing now has a stream of funds also intervening, and it is not yet possible to determine exactly how much money is involved. Foshan Daredevil Youth is Wang Fujing, this stock trader. Originally the market plummeted. Wang Fujing followed the decline. With the youth manipulation, it made the fall of Wang Fujing even more violent. On the way down, the youth are hanging big sell orders above and small buy orders below, sweeping wildly. When Wang Fujing's shares turned green, the youth sensed that a stream of money was also stepping in. If the youth take small orders down, there do still more euphemistic. The general public cannot see the cracks, but this money, which is literally clueless, just wants to bottom out because it's down so much. As for slowly bottoming out, it doesn't exist. It is divided into batches, not the dozens of hands kind of. All of them are hundreds of hands, and even will come to thousands of hands. Thousands of hands of Wang Fujing to buy a single. Each time is about $1,400,000 off. It's okay, you can just absorb the chips according to the original plan. We are thinking of low absorption. There are also bold and capable people who want to, as long as we have enough chips, as long as the number of retail investors is less. This kind of medium and large-scale funds come in. It is also good for us to pull the plate. At most, when the time to let a little bit of profit is good. By the way, you pay attention to that stock god Fei. Look at his dynamics. I hope it's not him throwing high and sucking low. Otherwise it will be difficult to operate in the future. Boss's last sentence said something he didn't believe. They dare to take advantage of the market's sharp adjustment to absorb chips. That is because they are bankers. The future profitability is very large. What nerve does a retailer, even a bigger one, have to dare this? Technology? Or is it reckless? Whichever of the two it was, Boss was confident that the other party would be left in the lurch. Technical speculation expert. I as a dealer, I can draw you any graph you want. Just waiting for you to take the bait. Pure Mang. That's better. Let's get you killed. Brother Fei, are you done shopping? Zhang Gui only had over $1 million, and he bought it all in 2 clicks. But Chu Yunfei is more than 33 million. Want to suck so much money low? Only this kind of situation of extreme panic in the general market can appear. Otherwise, not to say that the individual stocks pull up, at least can also pull 3 or 5 points. Finished. Too damn tired. When there is more money in the future, hire a trader to operate exclusively. Chu Yunfei shook off his somewhat sore arm. Fly. What is the cost of your position this time? Chu Yunfei threw his cell phone to Zhang Gui and told him to look at it himself. The average cost of the position is 13.76, equivalent to Wang Fujing from the stop to get -2.1% all by 33. 8,002,456,000 shares. That is 24,560 hands, compared to the previous 21,920 hands, a full 2,640 hands. Today's high throwing and low sucking, Chu Yunfei earned 2,640 lots. There's still tens of thousands of dollars inside the funding account. That's pocket money for yourself. Fei, the cost of my position is only 13.66, which is lower than yours, so it looks like I'm the stock god. Chu Yunfei gave Zhang Gui a contemptuous look. Can it be the same? With only $1 million or so, it's safe to say that a handful of them can build out a position, and Chu Yunfei has more than 30 million. Surely it is not possible to build a position at once to complete. Build a position in batches means that the cost will certainly be higher. Hey, that's all I'm saying. Zhang Gui hemmed and hawed and started looking at the stocks again. A moment ago he was short, in a play-watching frame of mind. Now it's not like that. It's completely full, and I'm sure I want it to go up immediately. Chapter 38, Rising. Fear, panic, all come from having something to ask for and uncertainty. Zhang Gui began to look at the big market and Wang Fujing. The face has not been good. Now that the broader market is down as much as -1.65%, and Wang Fujing is down more than -4%, it would be less profitable at best to say that it bounced on this. However, seeing the various comments inside the stock reviews and the analysis of the Big V, Zhang Gui's heart is cool. This is a full position and you're going to take one or even several stops. Inside the stock bar, I love to eat flying netizens commented, Wang Fujing, the demon stock, has recently risen a lot. The reason is ridiculous. That is, there is a rumor that the country is going to issue a tax-free license, but there has been no response from the company from the time of the rumor until now, and even less issuance from official agencies. Everything is just a banker put out good news while pulling up while shipping, and so on. The shipping is complete. Take over the retailer hanging high. To Wang Fujing before the rising wave of trend to judge. This wave of how to go up. The future will be how to fall down. Don't ask me who I am. Ask. That's a little leak that doesn't want to be cut. And I love to eat flying sky below. There are many people publish their own comments. Yes, I think it is so. No performance support. The future cannot see the expected. Only rely on the concept of how to go up, how to come down. So should I run? $11 to build a position. And now there is profit. Hurry up and run. If you don't go from profit to loss in the cut. I ran away. Today iron certainty skyfloor? Very curious to know inside hanging stop by Brother Mood. Ha ha, you're so bad that you're happier when people lose money than when you make it. Tell me, people, did that stock god Fei run away? Ironically ran away. Didn't you see the big order of over 20,000 lots slammed down on the stop? Fei, a lot of people inside the posting said that Wang Fujing is going to fall back. Aren't we? Zhang Gui is not calm. He still has to rely on this money. Fatty, if you're going to follow me, the first thing you need to do is be calm. If the people inside the posters are so good, how come they get cut after cut after cut? And how can you be sure that that analysis, which appears to be accurate, was sent by the retail investors themselves? Or was it a deliberate attempt by the bankers to use it as a washout? If you want to make money in the stock market, you must first learn psychology. Others are afraid and I am greedy. When was the last time you asked me when Wang Fujing would be dumped? It's when everyone thinks Wang Fujing will continue to skyrocket. That's when we'll sell. Chu Yunfei gave another lesson to Zhang Gui, who now had an unsettled personality, and the Foshan daredevil youth was excited at the moment. Unlike Zhang Gui, who saw the message inside the posting, the youth was excited after seeing the message. No other way, because a lot of those messages had been put out by people he had found. Granted, by taking advantage of the general market washout, they can shuffle along as well. But it's going to take public opinion to wash thoroughly and dump the retail investors who are still on the sidelines. A lot of people get lucky, thinking that the market crash. My demon stock should be Maverick. Otherwise, how to afford the demon stock? The more the market falls, the more demon stocks should rise. If you want to make retail investors who take this kind of chance to sell their stocks, then you have to rely on all kinds of public opinion and all kinds of news. Retail investors. Why are they called retail investors? Because they source their information from what the bookmakers let them know. When the dealer wants them to know that the stock is going to get better and better, all retail investors see is news about the stock thriving. When the bankers want retail investors to cut their losses, all retail investors will see is all kinds of negative news. Read too much negative news and retail investors will panic. Once you panic, the little bit of luck you had before will be gone. Teeth clenched, hands moved, and cut right out of the market. When you leave the market, within a few minutes, you realize that the stock you cut your meat from starts to miraculously pull up. At this point, as a retail investor, do you sell low and buy high, or do you stay away from this stock? When you sell low and buy high to get in, then congratulations, the stock will basically go down again until you cut your losses again. If you stay away from this stock, then you will see this stock growing at an incredible rate. At this point in time, do you buy, or don't you? If you buy it, it will still end up as the same kind of catch as before. If you don't buy it, then congratulations, this stock will basically continue to go up. It's just so evil. It's just so mysterious. Faye, do you mean that's the information the dealer put out? But I see that the general market is falling hard. Zhang Gui still somewhat do not understand. For a study of management especially now can only talk on paper. The stock inside the winding. Really too much head. It is the market fell. He is better to wash the plate. You see, once the market stabilized or even rebound. Wang Fujing the first seal plate. Geez, the broader market is down -1.81%. Holy crap, down -1.89%. Wow, the broader market is going to melt down to go. Zhang Gui was broadcasting as usual, and at this moment Chu Tian did not heckle, something that has been experienced before, in case there are butterflies. Only, Chu Tian wasn't worried about having too much of a loss. The butterfly effect, and only the butterfly effect, is not the law of the crocodile. It's hopeless. It's true, quite 1,000 shares have fallen. The broader market is down -1.98%, and it's already down 4% from the highs. Wang Fujing has fallen more than -5%. In the spirit of a drop going on, it's over. I took the plunge early today. Ha 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 ha. It bounced back. It finally bounced back. The broader market is only down -1.5% and Wang Fujing is already down -3%. Wahahaha. Too exciting. The market this up. No one. Down only -0.5%. Wang Fujing are almost red. Brother Fei, it's still you who's great. We made a big profit from bottoming out today. The market turned red. Just said the market to melt down. Just cut the meat. I guess the thighs are patted off. Or Fatmaster am wise. High throw and low suck. Harvest you a bunch of small leaks. Fei, the broader market has risen to +0.88%. And Wang Fujing is up. Zhang Gui was unprecedentedly excited at this moment. This one's high and low, so to speak, and it's on fire. The higher the risk, the more expensive the fish. No, the higher the risk, the higher the reward. Looking at today's increase, and then looking at the money account, Zhang Gui was even more dumbfounded. Sell at a stop and you've made 10%. Just now when it was down -3%, it was all plumbed, and now it's up, making another 13%, equivalent to a net gain of 23% today. The account total has reached 1,638 million. A few days, the increase has been 63%. How horrible. Turning his head to look at Chu Yunfei, seeing that his face did not change much at all, Zhang Gui was even more adoring. Tarzan is in front of him without changing color, down without mourning, up with displeasure. Maybe that's the mindset that will make the big bucks. Fei, let me see the status of your funding account. Without waiting for Chu Yunfei to reply, the cell phone was already in Zhang Gui's hands. Excited hearts, trembling hands. People are more angry than people, and goods are thrown away. Seeing Chu Yunfei's fund account, Zhang Gui was a bit incredulous. Rao had just seen that the other side had more than $33 million, but now that he saw the numbers, there was a complete change. 33.8 M, took the plunge on a -2.1% drop, and now that it's up, it's made 12.1%, for a total of $37. $89m. If you compare it to the $23.4 million you put in at the beginning, it's a full 62% increase. Geez, that's over 20 million up 62%, not 150,000. No wonder it is said that in the financial market, if you master the trend, you will not worry about making money. Brother Faye, getting rich getting closer to the small goal. If the market comes back tomorrow and we have another high and low, you'll have half a small target. Zheng Gui was breathing a little hard. It's too easy to come by this money, isn't it? Chapter 39, The Taotai Feast. Fatty, if you want to dream, go to your room and sleep first. Do you really think that big swings like today happen every day? Do you really think you can recover behind every big dive? According to my prediction, the market violence washout is either today or tomorrow. Of course, there can only be once. Today's probability will be greater. Can cause the resonance of the retail investors? The effect will be better. Chu Yunfei's words were all audible to Zhang Gui, but linked together, they were a bit confusing. Fei, why did you say that it's going to dive in the next 2 days? And why did you say the probability of diving will be higher today? The market washout, because the tightest up too much, need a strong washout to wash off those floating profit retailers, otherwise it is difficult to pull up later. Why today or tomorrow? Because the day after tomorrow is the 1st of May, a longer holiday, wash before the holiday, the effect will be better. Why the long vacation before the washout effect is good? Long vacation, capital is the need to cost. A good number of private equity will be the stock market inside the funds pumped out, which has the stock market can wash the conditions. This is also for the reason that today is more probable than tomorrow. Today is the last pre-holiday selling can be withdrawn after the trading day. Tomorrow selling can only be after the holidays to the account. This is a truth that is not so simple, but some people, who can't think of it, or can think of it, but see the stock market as a rainbow, will subconsciously ignore this information. It's what people tend to ignore that's easy to exploit. When you're not doing anything, it definitely doesn't hurt to read some books on finance. Unsurprisingly, Wang Fujing will continue to rise tomorrow. You want to go out and play. Go out and play. There is nothing to worry about. After Zhang Gui left, Chu Yunfei was a bit worried. Should I keep posting headlines for today's action? Now Chu Yunfei's funds is not a small amount of money, not quite suitable for daily fanfare to send a stock position. Leaving aside the question of whether or not it would result in stock manipulation, it would be very easy to expose one's position to the dealer and let him know what he's doing. Then it would be very easy to dig a hole for him. If you has not been moving, unless the dealer does not want to pull up. Otherwise, the dealer has no way at all. But when you sell high and suck low, there are so many ways for the dealer to wash you out, or even to say that you should be left high and dry, to send, or not to send. Until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Yunfei made a decision. He had to open 2 more trading accounts for himself. Today, on the other hand, is the last time I'll post a screenshot of all my positions from my main account, and from now on, I'll post the other 2 trading accounts, which are buying stocks but no one can tell how much they're buying, because what is published is only the alternate account. There are not many positions held in it. I am the top of the stock market. Once I meet Faye, it all comes to nothing. Boys, shaking out opportunities for a small profit of over $7 million. Today's gourmand feast is a thrilling one, with intraday shocks that make it feel like the sky is falling. High throw, low absorption. Wang Fujing stop 15. 45 yuan all liquidation. Down -2. 1% when the 13. 76 yuan full position. The last Wang Fujing and stop. A day of combined net profit of 22. 1%. The total funding has gone from $23.4 million at the beginning to $37.89 million. There was a 62% net profit in less than 2 weeks. Today, did people add to or subtract from their positions? Tell you all something? In the future I will post headlines and will screenshot other trading accounts. Other trading accounts only have less funds, or my own. This account will not be screenshot again. The reason is simple. My funds are not small, and exposing all my holdings to everyone's eyes is very dangerous. As I'm sure you can understand, a lot of people private messaged me before, asking me if I had any groups, any recommended stocks, etc. And I can responsibly say that for the time being, I don't. When I break 1 million followers, I'll turn on the live stream and talk to people about what I think. Again, for the record, I, for one, don't carry the goods, just a little chat. The screenshot is of today's positions and a breakdown of today's trades. The micro headline from the stock god Fei caused a sensation when it was sent out. Today's market, which is a volatile one, started with a high and then collapsed directly afterward, to no one's surprise, and then recovered later. A twist. How many stocks go from up to down to up again? One bad grasp and you're likely to be thrown off the bus. As for making money, Yes, but very little. Wangfujing is represented by the stock god Fei, who is known to hold a large number of Wangfujing, both by retail investors and bankers. Together with Wangfujing's move today, everyone wants to see if the stock god Fei is sold yet. In the morning, Wangfujing rose, the stock god Fei headline unsurprisingly on the hot search. At noon, the stock god Fei whether to sell Wangfujing once again rushed to the hot search. Now, the stock god Fei made a small profit of more than $7 million directly to become the first hot list, the kind no one can shake. 50W plus showings, 60W plus reads, 6K plus comments. Scary as hell. The actual hammer. The stock god Fei is definitely a banker. Otherwise it is impossible to grasp so accurate. In the first 10 minutes of the collapse of the liquidation of the position, and at the bottom of the back to pick up, this is no longer the technology and boldness can be summarized. Sour. More sour than lemon essence. Remember before when I made 2 million a day? I felt so sour that my teeth hurt. Now 7 million a day. I feel sour all over. 4%. Ha ha ha. In the morning I hit the board to buy. The highest loss as high as -18%. The heart is dripping blood. All want to cut their own claws. Well, false alarm. Hope to eat meat tomorrow. Fei, I'm following you. Looking forward to your fans breaking 1 million. Looking forward to your live broadcast. Brother Fei, now it's more than 300,000 fans. A large part of it is still short of 1 million. I'll contribute 1. I hope to see you live soon. And moreover, I hope that you can introduce a few stocks. Once Chu Yunfei's headline was sent out, the sensation caused by it, people outside the circle have been affected. Little fan, you've been on the hot search lately. Move back a row. This stock god Fei is very evil. Fan, a signed artist, recently had to produce a work, and the company let him appear in the media first. This operation is called advance warming. A few days ago, the preliminaries for Coven in the headlines had begun. It's not required to be in the top 10 of the Hot 100. As long as you can hitch a ride on the Hot 100, you have material to write about. In the past few days, Fan would have been the 20th and last place on the Hot 100 list, so just hold steady. But no one could have imagined that the stock god Fei's hot search just appeared so abruptly, either occupying the top 2 or becoming a top 10 presence on the hot search list. It directly squeezed Little Fan's 20th place. Today, it had been planned well to become the 18th on the hot search list. And even if the stock god Fei came up and added an unexpected situation, Xiaofan could still be the 20th. Heaven forbid. I thought this would be stable. Who would have thought that today the stock god Fei came with 3 hot searches? How can this still be done? Does Fei, the stock god, clash with Fan? Okay. Van said it was too hard for him. People mixing with the entertainment industry are all kinds of hot searches, their own on a hot search. Why is it so difficult? Being compared to other big names is not a problem. Who let their own segmentation is insufficient. But by a self-media also speculation to repeatedly squeeze down. This to find who to reason to go? Boss, this is stock god Fei's trading today. Foshan Daredevil Youth at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The first time to guard the stock god Fei headline there. Waiting for the stock god Fei's latest news. The youth wanted to see if the wave of money that bottomed out today was from the stock god Fei. Upon seeing the screenshot, the youth was a little lost. Being a manipulator myself, I know some of the boss plans. And both are still sometimes guilty of questioning leadership decisions. This stock god Fei just doesn't seem to be worried at all. It's already up over 40% and the broader market is still down so much. Aren't you worried that Wangfujing won't come up after it goes down? Chapter 40 Zhang Gui's transformation. The stock god Fei's things, we first ignore. Today we harvest then he is greater. It's okay, you can look at his headlines. This guy, he's not simple. It is by no means average to be able to sell high and suck low decisively in a situation like today. Let's stick to the original plan. As long as he doesn't sing against us, boss has acquiesced to the abilities of the stock god Fei. Furthermore, the stock god Fei won't even post screenshots of his positions in the future. So what can he do? Expecting screenshots of small numbers to be used to judge each other's positions. Aren't you worried about the other side digging a hole for them? By the way, you then arrange for a few fund managers to go to Wangfujing to research and study. For show. Even though the research reports are not useful, there are retail investors who love to read this kind of big pie. Yao Yao, did you take down Chu Yunfei? Lu Tian is now very excited to see the stock god Fei's headlines, especially today earned more than 7 million, as if he earned the same. Brother Tian, it's not that easy. People have money now. What kind of girls don't have? According to my understanding of Chu Yunfei, he likes the kind of more pure and gentle girls. We cannot be too active. Too active. It will be counterproductive. Lu Tian was anxious and Huang Yaoyao was even more anxious. See Chu Yunfei day by day more and more money, but those money, and her Huang Yaoyao has nothing to do. Cannot be anxious? Men go bad when they have money. Not to mention the fact that a single bachelor like Chu Yunfei was even rarer. If you don't take advantage of the first mover advantage to raid to, it will be much harder to raid again later. Because the girls Chu Yunfei would meet in the future would become more and more outstanding. Yao yao. It's not that I'm rushing you. It's mainly because we're financially strapped right now. There's no way to have a long-lasting war. Since Chu Yunfei is so good at speculating in stocks, ask if you can tell us about a stock, and we'll also earn some pocket money. Not only will we be able to earn money, but we will also have the money to persistently raid Chu Yunfei. When we take down Chu Yunfei, you'll find a way to let the other party operate with your account. And by then not long ago ran to our side? Not bad for a college graduate from a quality university. Just smart in the head, not in business. But this kind of underhandedness is a snap. Xiao Gue, where have you been for the past few days? I don't see you coming back? Dad. From now on, I'll live in Yunfei's house first, and I'll leave the matter of the factory for now, so you can take care of it yourself. When Zhang Xing heard Zhang Gue say this, he was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes. Some time ago, Zhang Gue gave him advice to sell the family factory. They do not agree. The son will put down? It's really a 3-day fight to get to the top. Zhang Xing believes in the idea that filial sons come out of sticks. And Zhang Gue has taken a lot of beatings since he was a child. When he saw his father's appearance, he knew it was bad, and quickly compensated for the smile. Dad, look at this. This factory of our family. What do you want me to do now? Aha. Zhang Xing couldn't say anything for a while, because the factory was still in a semi-closed state, and only 1/3 to less than half of the employees went to work every day. In this case, it would be good to not lose money this year, not to mention making money. Seemingly, there is nothing wrong with his son finding another way out. However, Zhang Xing always felt that something was wrong. Left this factory for my son. Looks like my son isn't going to want it now. Dad, I'm now following Xiaofei in stock speculation, and making money is much better than us doing factories. If I were you, I feel like selling the factory while there are still bids, and with the money, what can I do? Speculation? Zhang Xing, who has been crawling and fighting in the industry all his life, most despises this group of guys who don't do the right thing and still make a lot of money. My own son, now also goes to speculate in stocks. Isn't this a slap in the face of his old Zhang family? No, absolutely not. Speculation has no social significance. The risk is big. I have not heard of anyone around who speculated in the stock market to make money. Forget it. You give me the $1 million from last time. This money is still for emergencies. It's a lot better than if you had wasted it. Without money, Zhang Xing knew his son would have no recourse. To speculate in stocks is to make money with money. How can you speculate in stocks when you have no capital left? Dad, the only thing you can say about that is that you haven't seen it. Go, get me a glass of water and I'll popularize it for you. You've been at it for 3 days? When Zhang Xing heard his son tell him to fetch water, his eyes glared and his sleeves were rolled up, ready to show Zhang Gue who was the father. Hey, Dad, I'm kidding. Here, let me get you some water to take the edge off. Holding the teacup, the corners of Zhang Xing's mouth rose slightly. Although he himself did not have much achievement, he raised this son, who is not only capable of bending and stretching, but is also relatively filial, and of course, has a flexible head. Dad, when you say that speculation serves no practical purpose, that only proves that your education leaves something to be desired. Don't blow your top for a moment. Listen to me in detail. The 4 main roles of the stock market: raising capital, transforming mechanisms, optimizing resource allocation, and diversifying risk. If our factory goes public like Foxconn, do you think the stock market has a role to play? It's just that these are farther away from us. Speculation is risky. That's a fact. High risk, high reward. Why else would so many people speculate in stocks? Xiao Fei is different. That's a real connoisseur. Follow him and make money ironically. Xiao Fei also told me that he is going to set up a company and asked me to do it with him. And when his sister comes back from abroad, I guess she will be together as well. You don't trust me. You don't trust Yunfei. Do you still not trust Chu Yunjia? Zhang Gue had a wave of chaotic blowing that made even Zhang Xing a little messy. Don't let that kid Fei lead you astray. He may want to speculate and make money, but can he convince his sister? By the way, I forgot to ask you, how much is left of the $1 million you took last time? Guess. Seeing Zhang Xing raise his hand, Zhang Gue hurriedly said, Dad, don't move your hand. It's also fortunate that you're my father. Otherwise a character like you would have been cleaned up by me many times already. Seeing that Zhang Xing was really about to get angry, Zhang Gue took out his own cell phone. Dad, look, $1 million in principle. Zhang Xing was blindsided by this operation of his son's, and his anger immediately disappeared. Still, the eyes went wide. 1. 63 million? Breathing was a little short. With a look of disbelief. How long has it been? This income has caught up with their family's profit for almost a year. Yes, that's $1. 63,630,000 in 2 weeks. Zheng Gui was a bit excited, while Zhang Xing was a bit despondent at this time. He had worked hard for most of his life, and he was nowhere near his own son. Is it possible that you are really getting old? You said you were following the old Chu family Xiufei in stock speculation. Doesn't he work in a bank? Dad, how long has it been since you've walked around with Uncle Chu? Fei has resigned, and I heard that Uncle Chu is going to be highly promoted as well. You think I make more? Then I'll give you this. I don't make as much as a fraction of what Dash makes. After that, Zhang Gui put Chu Yunfei at the very beginning of shorting crude oil futures, and then finished buying Wang Fujing. Zhang Xing's mouth did not close. Hey, old age, then you follow the old Chu family's son and do a good job. In the meantime, if the offer is right, I'll sell the factory. Dad, didn't you say you wouldn't let me speculate in stocks? Didn't you say it was risky? You son of a. Zhang Gui flew away as if he had left, leaving behind Zhang Xing, who was already out of his sadness. Chapter 41, Wang Yaoyao takes the scriptures. Brother Fei, I saw the headline you posted. Wang Fujing went up so much today. If you had called me and asked me to buy some, wouldn't we have made close to 20% a day? Huang Yaoyao looked at Chu Yunfei, and if she didn't want to maintain her reserved image, she would have broken into tears by now. There is such a good opportunity to plunge into the bottom of the market. Don't you tell my mom. Don't you know that my mom is extremely short of money now? Yo, the headlines I post are all words and templates given to me by other people. I just get my hands dirty and post them. You don't think that's really me, do you? If I had that kind of money, I'd be dashing around the globe right now. Chu Yunfei was talking nonsense again, and Chu Yunfei knew that Huang Yaoyao knew about his nonsense. Huang Yaoyao knew that Chu Yunfei was talking nonsense, but in order not to let Chu Yunfei know that he had inquired about her through his friends, she could only pinch her nose and admit it. Nonsense. I know that's what you earned. This sentence, Huang Yaoyao hard to hold back, did not say out, but also had to put on a look of I believe you very much. Fei, do you think it's okay for me to buy Wang Fujing now? Wang Fujing, originally more than a week is the demon stock, but also with the stock god Fei mutual nuclear reaction. Speculative stocks, there is no concern, especially Huang Yaoyao. After knowing that Chu Yunfei had earned so much in Wang Fujing, could he not be moved? Chu Yunfei froze. How to answer this? To keep her from buying? How do you plan to execute yourself after that? Let her buy it. Doesn't that mean letting the other person make money? This kind of woman, letting her make money. Chu Yunfei felt as bad as eating a fly, but for the sake of the plan afterward, and also to be able to dig a bigger hole for Huang Yaoyao, Chu Yunfei still decided. Wang Fujing is still available, and I've heard people say that it should still go up. However, it's been more than a week, and it's up 50% from the lows, so if it continues to go up tomorrow, it's a more dramatic increase. See if you dare to buy it? Let me tell you, I heard that this stock, Wang Fujing, can go up to more than $50 later. True or false? True or false? Sometimes, when you speak the truth, you will be questioned, but there are times when you tell a lie, and it's only when you're believed in return that you're believed. At the moment, Huang Yaoyao was just half convinced. For Chu Yunfei to tip her off about the risks, saying that Wang Fujing had risen very high, Huang Yaoyao felt that it was good for her, especially now that it has risen so high. She, Huang Yaoyao, really doesn't dare to buy it. There is not much money in itself, and the tens of thousands of dollars that are there are still set out from Lu Tian. Besides, tens of thousands of dollars into the stock market, even if it doubles so what? It's still just tens of thousands of dollars. If, on their own, they had hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars now, doubling it, they could buy a house in Yangcheng. After this idea was bred, Huang Yaoyao instantly fell into a frenzy. Money, screw money. As for the said Wang Fujing rose to more than 50 yuan. Huang Yaoyao half a word will not believe. A week ago, Wang Fujing only 10 yuan, the future rose to 50 yuan, is not a fivefold? Summer stock market, there are indeed so many demon stocks every year, but which luck do you have? Don't chase the high didn't make money, but instead put themselves deeply trapped. There are some stocks that, when you chase them high, are very difficult to unwind in your lifetime. No dividends, and the stock price is still falling. What do you think this kind of stock is doing for investors? It can only help shareholders to cash out, I guess. Brother Fei, don't kid yourself. Wouldn't a rise to 50 be a fivefold increase? I wouldn't dare to think of such a rise. Hey. Chu Yunfei did not explain too much. Time was the only way to test the truth. When Wang Fujing really rises above 50, when that time comes, Huang Yaoyao will surely ask him. Chu Yunfei told the other Wang Fujing can still rise to 100 yuan. Huang Yaoyao believe or not? Don't believe me? Well, then, from $50 to $55 or even $60. I guess no one is doubting it. You're still skeptical. Well then, when it goes up to $65, it's probably all chest thumping. From $50 to $65, the increase has been 30%. Now I'm going to give you the word that it goes up to $100. Do you believe me? Even if it gives you the idea that it can go up to $150. Plus the dealer puts out some good news. I guess no retailer can resist. Not to mention Chu Yunfei was an acquaintance of Huang Yaoyao. Strangers make money. You may think it's just a story, or even say it's for the sake of exaggerated publicity, without much heartfelt feeling, but you're especially impressed when someone you know around you is making money, just like winning the lottery. When it's reported in the news, you'll always suspect it's an inside job, but if it's a friend of yours who wins the lottery, even if you've lived for decades without ever buying a lottery ticket, you're sure to take your chances with a few bets. We're all ordinary people. Why should you win the lottery and I can't? This is the truth. The banker wants to retail investors to take over, especially more ways. The best use. Retailers are also particularly easy to fall for. A way is to pull high shipping. Only if it pulls up. Only if it goes up. Will retail investors pick it up? Never pray that retail investors will buy more and more down. The more they rise, the more they buy. The more they fall, the more they sell. That's what retail investors. That's what leaks. Double it. You're not buying? Well, then, we'll quadruple it. There's always one for you, so you can be the leak that hangs high. At this moment, Chu Yunfei was intending to give the other party a date and later give the other party a hammer blow, and then after that, the two of them, you take the sunny road and I take the one-way street. Whether Huang Yaoyao sank there or carried through with difficulty would have nothing to do with Chu Yunfei. Nowadays, society is not an ancient Jianghu, moving to fight and kill, but sometimes there are shackles that are far more brutal than a jungle fight. Can you imagine what an average family would do if faced with hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars in huge debt? The news is full of all kinds of people who are desperate for tens of thousands of dollars. This is not an exaggeration, much less a hyperbole. Everyone has a different lifestyle and the ease of acquiring money is not relative. For you, it may be a month's salary, or worse, for some, a meal, but for some, it is the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Do not advise others to be good without experiencing their suffering. Surprised it didn't go up? Should I buy it? Thursday, April 30th, 2020, the last trading day before May Day. Yesterday in Chu Yunfei Kiss Me, Huang Yaoyao returned home to pay attention to Wang Fujing. Although she didn't believe in the rise to 50 yuan, Huang Yaoyao believed in her own charm, especially since Chu Yunfei was so dog-licking to chase her in the first place. He definitely wouldn't lie to her. Even at this time working in the bank, Huang Yaoyao from time to time to take the time to pee to check the stock. When the time came to 9:25 minutes, the end of the large market collection bidding, Huang Yaoyao see Wang Fujing surprisingly did not stop. Yes, no stops. At the moment Wang Fujing is trading higher by plus 3.8%, with shares rising to $16.04 from an opening price of $15.45. Want to buy it? Huang Yaoyao struggled internally. With Huang Yaoyao internal struggle of people in particular, not to mention the Wang Fujing yesterday's sky floor, and then the ground sky plate, just the heat of the stock god Fei, is enough to make all the speculation of the stockholders to pay attention to Wang Fujing. Looking at Wang Fujing's high open of only plus 3.8%, there is only one thought in everyone's mind, and that is to buy or sell? Guys, those who plowed in yesterday, are they staying or going today? The owner, hurry to sell. Yesterday I cut meat at a low point. Today did not seal the stop. Ironclad opening will fall. Memorial Hall fall cannot run. Later to go back to 10 yuan. Rolling calves. This is typical of eating grapes sour. You cut meat. Others cannot make money. According to me, it is because of this kind of retailers cut meat. Wang Fujing will continue to rise. Brothers, the collection of bidding hanging sell played out. Left behind the rich. Everyone is discussing it inside the posting. And the pomp and circumstance continues. The time, in a flash, came to 9:30, when the general market officially opened. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw Wang Fujing's trend. Chapter 42, Anti-Humanity. Gosh, fortunately I gathered bidding to run. This is too ferocious it. The dealer in Wang Fujing is not a son of man at the end. I do not believe. Yesterday can sky floor, and then to the ground sky plate. The washout has been very sufficient. How can this trend today? Should I plunge into the bottom? Why don't I dare to take the plunge? The dealer is too ferocious. Masters die at the bottom, and there is no bottom in Wang Fujing. At 9:30, the general market officially opened. Those who follow Wang Fujing are in a state of confusion. It's anyone's guess where Wang Fujing will go next. Because Wang Fujing is a stock that is beyond the ability of retail investors to guess the trend. Retailers can guess the trend. That's basically what the dealer lets the retailer see. If you want to make money, then just follow the retailer's contrarian thinking. Zhang Gui, at this time, also looked at the cell phone. Some froze. In fact, with a plus 3.8% increase, Zhang Gui is already very satisfied. Thinking about the words of Chu Yunfei yesterday, today will be a one-word board up. Now it was only plus 3.8%, which made Zhang Gui a bit skeptical. Is Fei's prediction off? Yesterday, after talking with his father, Zhang Xing, Zhang Gui felt that he was going to walk on the pinnacle of life, as CEO, to marry a rich woman. The bottom line of all this came from Chu Yunfei's precise prediction, but now it looks as if yesterday was optimistic. After the opening, see the Wang Fujing trend, the face of unbelievable positions, short positions of gloating, want to plunge to the bottom of the more prohibitive. With this trend, who dares to go to the bottom? The plus 3.85% opening resulted in a direct smash to plus 1.99% in less than a second. And after that, it was all the way down to minus 3.56%. Who can be calm when they see this? Part of the money that was supposed to come in from yesterday's bottom and made some money yesterday is still thinking of selling today when it pulls higher? Now it looks like if we don't run at this point, we might be down for the day. Nothing else. Wang Fujing has gone up too much in a while. Guys, I'm running, made 12% yesterday, minus 2% out today, made 10% enough in 2 days. Ha ha ha. I think the dealer is washing the market just to wash out the bottoming funds from yesterday so that pulling up will be easier. Stud. Win a clubhouse massage. Lose a construction site to move bricks. Fei, get up. Wang Fujing has now turned green. Looking at the current situation, it is likely to go in the spirit of a drop. Zhang Gui still didn't hold back and ran to Chu Yunfei's room. The two are now living together, just in different rooms. Seeing that Chu Yunfei was still huffing and puffing, Zhang Gui felt that he still had a small pattern. People more than 30 million funds are not worried about their own only 1 million. Not only night dreaming of Wang Fujing stop, but also early to get up to see Wang Fujing a variety of information. That's too much of a difference between people. Fatty, you don't sleep well early in the morning, and you have the time to look at stocks. Why don't you look at financial books? Rubbing his eyes, Chu Yunfei picked up the cell phone on his bed. I didn't realize it was still a black screen. Remembering that he was hacking alone last night, he had hard to make his cell phone run out of battery, and fell asleep when he was too sleepy, but he didn't even charge it. Fei, use my cell phone. When Zhang Gui saw this situation, how could he not know that it was a dead cell phone, and hurriedly handed over his own cell phone. Fatty, charge my cell phone. I'll take a look at the stock first. Yesterday I thought it would go up today. Chu Yunfei picked up his cell phone and saw that the cell phone screen was the chart of the stock Wang Fujing. The KDJ is 90, severely overbought, the CCI is over minus 100, a severe seller's market. There were some other indicators that Chu Yunfei casually mentioned, but Zhang Gui next to him is listening to the clouds. These words, every word knows, but organized together, do not know which national language. Brother Fei, do you mean Wang Fujing is going to start falling? Should we sell some too? Jie. Chu Yunfei voiced this villainous laughter, scared Zhang Gui a big jump. Seems like, only villains do that kind of pie. The main character, that's all a hairy laugh from the crooked-lipped god of war. Where's Jie? Don't worry, if you have the funds, just buy a little more. It's bound to go back up today. Even if it doesn't go up today, it will go up after May 1st. Now while the bankers are drawing lines for retail investors, they are also violently washing the market, trying to wash out some of the money from yesterday's plunge. The chip money at the bottom, it hasn't moved at all, so let's just sit tight. Not knowing what was going on, Zhang Gui was instantly at peace. Even now Wang Fujing is still shaking downwards. Hurry up and get up, we're going for breakfast. I have to sleep in for a while, so go eat without me. Watching Chu Yunfei fall back to sleep, Zhang Gui felt that his pattern had become smaller. How can people be so different from each other? Chu Yunfei was so calm, but he, Zhang Gui, wasn't in such a good frame of mind. Let him go to breakfast. No kidding? How can you be in the mood for breakfast if your stocks don't go up? Wipe. This dealer is also too hateful. Right. The upper pressure under the trust. When Zhang Gui saw Wang Fujing's buy and sell pending orders, he was all angry. What's going on here? If you want to fall, you fall painfully. To go up, you just pull up. Playing this kind of upward pressure and downward support trick, really do not take us retail investors seriously. Time has come to 10 o'clock. Zhang Gui expected to pull stop did not appear, but the following toward 10. 000 hands of buy orders, directly buy a 10. 000 hands of sell orders to smash through. Wang Fujing's share price, once again, quickly dived, reaching -5.88% at one point. Zheng Gui's heart jumped as he watched. Is it going to drop today, or will it replicate yesterday's trend? Who knows, but at this point the selling is significantly more, and it's still all small orders. It's clear that many retail investors are starting to sell. How can the dealer pull up peacefully if retail investors don't sell? The fewer retail investors there are, the bigger the pull up. By the same token, the more retail investors there are, the more they basically play and have to go with the flow. At 29 minutes past 10, Zhang Gui was getting a little desperate. Today's pull up looks hopeless, because the seller is getting more and more, the buyer is less and less. Then at least there will be a tray. The stock price does not fall dramatically. Now the bottom is simply not seen below. Yo-Yo Wang, now in a very happy mood. At 9:30, Huang Yaoyao had been torn between buying or not buying. Well, the Wang Fujing walk didn't make her hesitate. Who dares to buy when it drops from opening +3.8% to negative? Do you really think you're an ingrate? Watching Wang Fujing's stock price getting lower and lower, Huang Yaoyao had an inexplicable sense of pleasure inside. The feeling was as gratifying as if one had dodged a great calamity. Although her principal was not even a fraction compared to Chu Yunfei. But this is your own money. Even if it was culled from Lu Tian. It's a beautiful sunny day, and the scenery is good everywhere. Before a single lyric was finished, Huang Yaoyao saw an image that made her not dare to believe. This image turned Huang Yaoyao's everywhere good scenery into everywhere bad. If there's anything in the world that can change a person's mood from sunny to cloudy in a second, it's stocks. At this moment, Huang Yaoyao wanted to slap herself. The opening of the morning session. Why do you need to think? Brainless buying should be so good. If God would give me another chance, I'd be willing to just pike it. Chapter 43, The Winner Takes All. Ha ha, it's still Fei who's awesome. Zhang Gui is very excited at the moment. But a minute ago, he was very hesitant. A minute later, the smiles were all over the place. At the moment, it's as if there's a stripped-down beauty pole dancing in front of your eyes on your cell phone. The dance was so graceful, so light, so pleasing to the eye. No, the reality of what's on the phone at the moment is more seductive than a beautiful woman. Fatty, what makes you so happy? Could it be the rise? Chu Yunfei was in the next room. He could hear Zhang Gui's harumphing, and without guessing, he knew what was going on. For those of you who speculate in stocks, what's something to harumph about during trading hours? Nothing else? Big ups. Fei brother, you are really like God. Just a minute directly from -4% more pull stop. A straight line. See people excited. Zhang Gui was excited. If every day so up, so easy to make money, that is a winner in life. Immersed in his victory, Zhang Gui had forgotten the torment he felt inside a minute ago. I can't eat. I can't sleep. I toss and turn. I regret. It's good to be up. It's good to be able to have a good May Day. Got any plans to go out in style on May 1st? Brother Fei, see what you say. I'll hit wherever you point. Zhang Gui showed a lewd smile, knowing all about it. Come on, think about that. Although Chu Yunfei said so, Zhou Haiyan's flavor that night came back inside his mind. I don't know if it was due to regular exercise or because of being drugged. That night, Zhou Haiyan was particularly resistant to fighting. What standing one horse? What half-waist? The kind of action that usually only professionals can do. Zhou Haiyan can be said to be a handful. Thinking about that kind of taste, Chu Yunfei was a little nostalgic. Women. There is no shortage in this life. As for marriage, it's better to think about it and forget about it. In a couple of years, unmarried births will be permitted, and succession will be even less of a problem. Chu Yunfei, who already has a psychological shadow, never wants to get married again. You can keep in touch or talk about your ideals or even live together, but everyone is a free agent. You can play with yours, I can play with mine, and just ask for each other. Tomorrow on May 1st we go to buy a car. Has not been a car. Are embarrassed to go out? Especially now advocating the opening of private cars. Try to avoid taking public transportation. Even if the impact of the masks is now minimal, who knows when it will come back. Let's go. Fei how you also have to buy a big Giat, or not to your body price. Boss, the stock god Fei is holding the stock today. No matter up or down. It hasn't moved. How can I shake it off? The Foshan daredevil youth was also a bit depressed. They also made a lot of money yesterday. But the thought of the stock god Fei taking a bite out of the tiger's mouth, especially with the stock god Fei's influence on the internet, it could be said that he is using their money to make a name for himself. It's okay, dumped not go down without can be targeted. Otherwise people backhanded to us to do a game. We have to lose a lot of chips. Now it looks like this stock god Fei is just trying to hitch a ride. 2. As long as we can earn more, there is the stock god Fei to help us wave the flag, attract more retail investors to enter the market, and later it is also easy to ship out. Perhaps, in the future, we can have another ally with power and technology. After the close of business today, everyone who wants to go out on May 1st can go out and be reimbursed by the company. Seeing the youth leave, the smile on the boss's face continued. Layout for more than 3 months long Wangfujing, and now finally can a show. Other stocks have pretty much gone up in the last 3 months, and Wangfujing has been undercut by them. The goal is simple, to get more retail investors to surrender their chips. When you get enough chips, all it takes is one piece of good news and the stock price immediately takes flight. With such a good market, how could double be the limit in his mind? Even the manipulative youths don't know the expectations of their own boss's heart for Wangfujing. In the early stages they have one bookmaker running the show, and in the later stages, there are bound to be other bookmakers coming in to get a piece of the action. If you buy and I buy and everyone buys together, doesn't the stock price just go up? At a certain point, everyone leaves the market in an orderly fashion, handing over their chips to retail investors. It's winner take all, leaving retail investors in the lurch. This is a big reason why the summer stock market isn't going up much. The stock market, which is supposed to be a place to invest, has turned out to be a place to hurt each other and ultimately a slaughterhouse for retail investors. Go to work, and work a lot. Huang Yaoyao was already so frustrated that she wasn't in the mood for anything. If that would have dropped to -5% she would have bought in. It would be up over 15% now. And with an 80k buy-in it's now making 12k, which is close to a month's salary for her. This idea that not earning was equivalent to one's loss made Huang Yaoyao unable to raise her spirits at all. This world, full of malice, could it really go up to 50? Suddenly, Huang Yaoyao's mind flashed back to Chu Yunfei's statement yesterday. It is only 17 yuan now, rising to 50 yuan, it will still have to triple. Thinking about this, Huang Yaoyao was a little heartbroken. Should I hit the board? Will I get caught up in it when I buy it? For a while, Huang Yaoyao began to falter again. The Demon King is out, and it's not Wangfujing. Wide open, high and low then instantly pull up. This kind of maneuver, who can carry it? I have to say, I can't make that kind of money unless I don't look at stocks, but generally, the stocks I buy for a long time are basically down. Let's talk. Did the stock god Fei go high and low today? Or did he stop the profit as well? Inside the stock bar, there was a buzz. Those who bought Wangfujing stock are ecstatic to be able to go out and play with confidence and boldness this May 1st. No fear of running out of money. Today's halt will allow them to spend well, eat, drink, and be merry. When the economy is good, people dare to spend money and consume. When housing prices go up, people feel that they will make a steady profit in the future, and the economy reins it up. When stocks go up, people feel that it's not hard to make money and they spend it. But all these, there has to be a long-term mechanism so that people can have a good expectation of the future. Who dares to spend money when there's a big war today and a big drop tomorrow? Everyone is uncertain about the future, and with that uncertainty, then hold on to your wallet. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone was looking forward to the stock god Fei's review today, wanting to see if the stock god Fei had thrown high and sucked low today, and if he had been thrown off the bus. As luck would have it, at 3 o'clock, the stock god Fei's micro headline was updated. It was only a few short sentences, but it made everyone's blood boil to watch. Perhaps, this is the most calm king of all. Such people either lose their money in the stock market or come back with big profits. Chapter 44, Breaking 50W. I am the top of the stock market. Once I meet Fei, it all comes to nothing. Baozi. Today Wangfujing stopped again. A small profit of 10%. Profit of 3.79 million. Wangfujing's share price has reached exactly 17 yuan. And I'm sure you all saw the move today. Someone asked me in a private message how I was holding up with all the fluctuations in Wangfujing. It's really simple. In the morning, I was sleeping and when I woke up, it was up. It's not that I'm calm or that I'm a stock god. It's just a matter of being right about the trend. The trend is right. Today is not up. Is tomorrow? Tomorrow is not up. Is the day after tomorrow? Will always go up. Endure the loneliness and keep the fame. Personally, I'm more bullish on Wangfujing and have no intention of selling off. At least for now. Now the fans have reached 400,000, not particularly far from breaking a million, and I look forward to meeting you all. There are no screenshots today because no new positions were opened, and previous positions were not published for the reasons stated yesterday. Happy May Day to all. The micro headlines of the stock god Feigo have made those who follow the headlines of the stock god Feigo excited beyond words. The stock god Fei seems to have become a beacon of light for everyone buying Wangfujing now. Here you can find like-minded people. Here you can read other people's great reviews. Here you can find people who have lost more money than you have. Brother Fei, Still you are calm. So much money full of a stock, but still can sleep. If it was me, I dare not sleep at night, let alone the daytime opening time. Upstairs, that's the distance between you and the owner. So you don't have that much money. Ha ha ha, I'm the same. If I had that much money, I'd definitely go for a house. How valuable it is to buy a house. Stocks can make you an instant millionaire. What's the deal? Stocks still make people millionaires? Upstairs, you must be surfing the web less. People are getting in by the tens of millions and turning into millionaires. Don't you think? Get it, 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 get it. Faye, are you really going to go live and not bring the goods? Zhang Gui was also a bit puzzled when he saw Chu Yunfei's micro headline. There is such a high degree of heat. There are so many popularity. Do not bring goods, how to cut leaks. A large part of the reason that Stockfly has caught fire is serendipity. Otherwise, those stock critics with so many fans are at best a little more well known in the circle. So how can they break the circle? The financial industry, which is relevant to everyone, is really only of interest to a few. How else would there be so many fundies? What is a fundraiser? Is an ordinary person who buys funds. These people, who don't know much about the financial markets, buy funds to earn a certain amount of money with the help of a professional. What funders don't realize is that most fund managers seem to be very professional, but not many of them can actually make money. Leaks, not just for retail investors. And then there are the experts in professional garb who are someone else's leak. Similar to the big fish eating the little fish. I'm sure I won't bring any goods. How much money can I make with goods? It's just a few dollars. Besides, don't look at me as if I'm hot. That's only because people pay more attention to me because of the Wang Fujing edition, live, and people are just trying to see how I really am as a person. How many people would really buy it if they actually brought it? You know, your Faye brother, my persona is a financial elite. Go to Carry Goods Chile, or Carry Goods shaving razor, or diapers. These are a bit unorthodox. The reason for my live broadcast is simple, to attract more attention. And in the future we can all join forces in the international financial markets. Before me, it was the international financial predators who globally harvested other countries indiscriminately. From now on, inside the global capital predators, there will be a place for our summer country. In the future, where we appear, the ghosts and gods have not entered. Looking at Chu Yunfei's 45-degree look towards the ceiling, Zhang Gui instantly felt his eyes being shaken a little open. The light was as vivid as a great Buddha. Faye, bull, the solemnity of the otherwise quiet house, which had been very atmospheric, was suddenly pulled down by the words bull. I see that there are already more than 400,000 fans. It is estimated that when we come back on May 1st, we will be able to break through 500,000. You contact some professional live broadcasting team to plan for us. With live streaming, it's not as simple as just turning your phone on and starting. Either you do it or you do it to the best of your ability. In a word, not bad. Zhang Gui realized that Faye was still the same Faye that he once was. Spirited. As the stock god Faye becomes more and more famous, the headlines are posted and viewed by more and more people. Before, many people thought that the stock god Faye was just claptrap and lucky. In hindsight, it's not luck, it's deep pockets. Otherwise, sell up yesterday and buy down to negative. No matter how much it fluctuates today, I'm sleeping on my own and not moving. Those who were just watching before see that they now have 400,000 followers, not a lot closer to a million. It's an illusion of really thinking of a small goal as a small goal. How many people do self-publishing and can't get to 10,000 followers in a few years? The stock god Faye brother before and after only half a month. Fans have reached 400,000 huge. It shouldn't be too hard to break a million then. Plus a lot of people also want to see this stock god Faye brother in the end can catch Wang Fujing, this demon stock, and with the banker in the battle of wits can also be high throw low absorption. These are the things that people want to learn. If I have such an ability, won't I realize the peak of my life? Many witnessed a miracle in just a few hours. An hour later, 410,000 followers. 2 hours later, 420,000 followers. 3 hours later, 450,000 followers. 4 hours later, 500,000 followers. In just 4 hours, the number of followers went straight from 400,000 to 500,000, which is a qualitative leap. Anyone can imagine that if Wang Fujing continues to surge after May 1st, the stock god Faye's fan base will grow even faster. Yo, did you buy the shares of Wang Fujing today? Lu Tian is very excited. Yesterday Huang Yaoyao gave him that Chu Yunfei told her that Wang Fujing's stock can still be bought. Lu Tian did not doubt Chu Yunfei's words. People have tens of millions of dollars in it. There's no way they're going to let him buy this stock just to screw him over. Today would have liked to buy, but due to last night's overexertion, today asleep to wake up naturally. Wang Fujing has gone up. Lu weather to shoot his thighs. The woman affects the speed of my money. Didn't buy it. What to buy? There's no money in it. Huang Yaoyao was in a bad mood just today, having missed out on such a good stock herself. Plus Chu Yunfei stock got Fei brother inside a small profit of more than 3 million. This is simply a naked face. Should she run to Chu Yunfei and say, "Brother Fei, the Wang Fujing you told people about yesterday. People don't dare to buy it today." If such words were said, Huang Yaoyao knew that Chu Yunfei would definitely not recommend her again in the future. So then, one can only be angry with oneself. Lu Tian's phone call had directly become a barrel for Huang Yaoyao's emotions today. What Chu Yunfei didn't know was that in his last life, he was Huang Yaoyao's emotional venting bucket after being angry at Lu Tian. In this life, it's the other way around. Chapter 45. How are you? How have you been? In the evening, Zhang Gui went out alone to have a good time, which was called rescuing the lost girls. Chu Yunfei, on the other hand, was aboard looking through the circle of friends, and when he saw Zhou Haiyan's dynamic, Chu Yunfei froze a little. Zhou Haiyan's circle of friends dynamic, regain a new life. Starting from valuing life, the picture is even a kaffir cat curled up in Zhou Haiyan's arms. Looks so warm, so harmonious. Under the ghostly axe, Chu Yunfei thought of something with a small probability, but not impossible, and sent a message to Zhou Haiyan. Zhou Haiyan waited until the May Day vacation, had some good mood, thinking of going out for a walk on May Day, was confused by this greeting. For the past few days, she'd been lost in thought, trying to move on from that night. For this reason, did not go to work, in order to not want to see Chu Yunfei in the bank seat. It was hard to muster up the courage to post a dynamic to prove that I had regained my life. Little did she realize that the first person to give her a like and reply was the very person she had been avoiding for the past few days. Yes, Zhou Haiyan's friend circle was just sent. Not even a minute. It was liked by Chu Yunfei in private message, which made Zhou Haiyan a little stunned. Is this a special focus on yourself? Women. It is so amazing. Do not want you to pay attention, but do not want to let you do not pay attention. By not letting you pay attention, I don't want you to bother me. You pay attention, that means you have me in your heart. Men and women, especially women for the first time, will always have different feelings. Pretty good. Edited it up and deleted it, then re-edited it up again, over and over again, taking a minute or two, and surprisingly only replied with those 3 words. Looking at these 3 words, Chu Yunfei froze. I've been looking at you for 2 minutes, and it keeps showing the other person is in the middle of typing. And, as a result, it's just 3 words. Pretty good? Okay? Seems like there's nothing wrong with people replying like that. However, in order to verify his inner thoughts, Chu Yunfei still felt the need to communicate properly. Otherwise, if we don't see each other for 10 years, when the time comes to bring a pair of twins over to recognize their relatives, that scene, just thinking about it makes people feel awkward. I didn't mean to do that last time. You know exactly. I know. It was fine for Chu Yunfei not to mention this matter, but mentioning it made Zhou Haiyan not even know how to take it, regardless of whether Chu Yunfei was intentional or not. For Zhou Haiyan's first time was gone, and it was still in that kind of situation where she took the initiative. So how could a girl be embarrassed? A girl who hadn't been to a bar in over 20 years showed how conservative her thinking was, and was by no means the kind of person you'd see with a big grin on her face. See your friend's circle says it starts with valuing life. Is that, even typing? Chu Yunfei was a bit embarrassed. How it feels like you're just eating your way through it and then blaming the other person for it. He, himself, seems to have been forced to do so. I sent the wrong one. Don't get paranoid. It's not what you think. When Zhou Haiyan saw this paragraph, he was still a little confused, and hurriedly went to the circle of friends to see what was wrong again. However, the comments of the circle of friends, so that Zhou Haiyan suddenly blushed and immediately deleted the just sent. Originally did not know what it meant. The words inside the comment, Zhou Haiyan immediately understood. My cell phone was just stolen. Someone is borrowing money. Please don't believe it. In a hurry, Zhou Haiyan immediately resent a circle of friends, using this rhetoric to divert everyone's attention. The effect is indeed a lever drop. Not bad for a finance guy, doing this kind of thing with ease. Rounding up, if Zhou Haiyan had just said that her cell phone was stolen and that someone else posted her friend circle, then people who had already seen her friend circle probably wouldn't have believed it. People steal your cell phone just to post a friend? But now, just say your phone is stolen and borrow money and please ignore it. And now no one pays attention to what's going on in the circle of friends. Perhaps, Many people would think that more people would believe it if they sent out a circle of friends saying that they were pregnant and were starting to borrow money. To deny the loan now would be tantamount to shattering the thieves' scheming. We're both adults, and even though what happened last time was an accident, I'm not going to be irresponsible if we do have a new life. Feelings? It's true. We don't have, but the child is innocent. It's not possible to get married. But don't worry. I'm going to be responsible and I can raise the child. Money-wise, you don't have to worry about that either. Stop. Where did you think you were going? I just sent a friend post. Besides, even if you're pregnant, how can you know in just a few days? Jo Hyun was made to blush a little by Chu Yunfei's words. How can these words be said so bluntly? It's like me and you are doing something shady. Well, it's good that there aren't any. You're right. I took a chance. Chu Yunfei is also concerned. Just as Jo Hyun said, even if it really hit the ground in one shot, it is impossible to have the results in a few days. At least have to be a small month to use the test paper to measure out. It couldn't be helped. Who let Chu Yunfei in his previous life? Still didn't have his own child's father. After years of helping others sample their children, the feelings are there, but there's that hurdle inside that you just can't get past. Who said no? Jo Hyun sent it without thinking, and immediately withdrew it, although it was just a casual remark, but it could be misinterpreted. In fact, Chu Yunfei did see it, even if the withdrawal was quick. What happened last time was purely an accident. I hope you won't mention it again and pretend it didn't happen. In the future, our lives will not intersect too much, and what happened before is a misunderstanding. Seeing this sentence, Chu Yunfei always felt a bit empty and nagging. For Jo Hyun, Chu Yunfei really had no feelings. The two had worked together in the bank for only half a year. At that time, he was still desperately chasing Huang Yaoyao himself. The others were just red powder skeletons in Chu Yunfei's eyes. If there hadn't been a one-night stand a few days ago, Chu Yunfei felt that in his life, he shouldn't have crossed paths with Jo Hyun. Two people from two different worlds who had crossed paths briefly in what was once time and space. And that was it. What should I do? Should I transfer to another branch? Seeing the words she sent over, Jo Hyun froze a bit. Is this something you said yourself? So desperate? But it seems that this is the way to go. Cutting the Gordian knot. Jo Hyun does not want to become a contemporary Li Qingzhao. Chu Yunfei is really fierce. Skinny body. I didn't expect to be so powerful. Thinking of this, Jo Hyun's face turned red with shame. Jo Hyun, what are you thinking about? Sometimes people you don't want to see tend to show up through various unintended accidents. Jo Hyun originally thought that she was going to be transferred to another branch, so she could stay away from Chu Yunfei. Over time, what happened in the beginning slowly faded. Who would have thought that the person you don't want to see would be there for you so soon? It was so sudden and surprising. It compels you and surprises you. Chapter 46, I'm in love. Chapter 46, I'm in love. Faye, are you sure you don't want to buy the big G, but instead go for the domestic tank 300? Even though he was already on his way to the 4S store, Zhang Guo was a bit stunned. The price, Zhang Guo had ignored. With Chu Yunfei's current worth, as long as he didn't buy that kind of global limited edition car, there was almost nothing he couldn't afford. There is arguably no comparison between the Big G and the Tank 300. The first is that the prices are not comparable, the former being in the millions and the latter in the 300,000s. Second size, the former is spacious and airy, the latter compact off-road. Thirdly, face-saving, there is a natural difference between driving a multi-million-dollar luxury car and driving a $200, $000 to $300, $000 car. Well, just buy a Tank 300. I think it's very good. Usually just for the two of us to drive a little bit, and then later on when we need to change. Besides, our domestic cars are getting better and better. Do we still want foreigners to make away with the money we earn from the country? From now on, we'll make gringo money and spend it at home. Only after experiencing the mask for 3 years can we completely demonstrate the importance of the state to the people. When foreign countries are trading human lives for solutions, Xia uses its own strength to keep its people safe. With the growing power of the country, the idea that importing is not necessarily the best is slowly changing. Of course, this is not a one-day process. A long-lasting and sustained public opinion and awareness raising is needed. You know, our country's imports, but also other countries' local products, there is no big difference. In the past, because of the technical strength, the hardware is not up to standard, and the good things are controlled by foreign countries. Now our technological prowess has been brought up, if not more than ever. What's the difference between not supporting your own country at this point and being a banana man? This little brother is right. I can't stand to see those youngsters buying foreign cars one by one and showing them off. Our domestic cars will definitely rise and have already risen. Tank 300. I even went for a test drive a while ago. It's genuinely good. If I didn't have an old man and a young man, I'd bite the bullet and buy 1 inch. The cab master heard the conversation between the duo of Chu Yunfei and Zhang Gui and also expressed his own opinion. Cab masters in every city in the summer country are definitely the most talkative people, knowing astronomy from above and geography from below. Master, Tank 300 you test drive. How do you feel? Say ah. We also have a visual feeling. Chu Yunfei followed the cab master's words and chatted directly. In his last life, Chu Yunfei had heard of the Tank 300 and had that intention, but he was shy. No, to be exact, the money was all kept by Huang Yaoyao. Chu Yunfei simply did not have the strength or dare to buy such a good car for himself. This is also the biggest reason why Chu Yunfei's first car wanted to buy himself a Tank 300, to make up for the lack of the last life. Pretty boy, you're asking the right person. The Tank 300, that looks like nothing else, and it's roomy enough, but of course, it's no match for the big G your friend just mentioned. What we're talking about here is all cars in the same price range, and the Tank 300 definitely stands out. The thing that gets me the most is the kick of the gas. That sound. It all sounds energizing. When we get there, you'll know it when you test drive it. By the way, do you guys know any sales? If not, my cousin just happens to work here, graduated with a master's degree and is still the top seller here, so I can give you a big discount. There was some dissension in the cabbie. He himself had just said so many good things about the Tank 300 inside the car, and while it was true of him, it was not without selfishness. The two youths in the back row looked like they were not bad hosts. Is the Lord who can hover in the big G an average person? The only way the other party is likely to buy the Tank 300 outright is if it's told well and not pompous. Introducing it to her cousin counts as her performance. Okay, it's our first time here and we don't have an appointment, so help me out and if it's right, we'll buy it today. Chu Yunfei didn't mind. As long as he could fulfill his needs, what was the harm in doing a favor? Society, not fighting and killing, not to mention your death, but the human condition. Good for you, good for me, good for everyone. You make money, I make money, everyone makes money. It's a win-win situation. Well, you don't worry, absolutely give you the most favorable price. Little sister, do you work at your 4S store? Yeah well, I've got a client for you, very interested, torn between buying a big G and a Tank 300. Good, then hurry out and take them in. After the master finished the phone call, he smiled and said to Chu Yunfei, brother, my cousin will come out right away. Today's fare is not necessary. If you can buy a car, it is also considered to take care of my cousin. Thank you master. Chu Yunfei didn't stiff the cab fare. He was all set to buy the Tank 300, and as long as the sale wasn't particularly outrageous, he definitely would have bought it today. Doesn't the fact that you didn't pay the cab fare just mean that the cabbie played a role in it? If you force a fare, won't that make the other person feel like they just said something for nothing? Being nice to people is not taking advantage of them. This amount of money, Chu Yunfei didn't care. Little sister, take the two gentlemen inside. I'll be busy. The cabbie saw his cousin come out, introduced himself a little, and left on his own. Hello, two gentlemen, I'm Zhang Lingwei, the sales consultant here. After introducing herself, Zhang Lingwei took out 2 business cards and handed them to Chu Yunfei and Zhang Gui respectively. Under the 4S store uniform package, it shows the curvaceous body, beautiful eyes, knitted smile, full of goodwill, demeanor, elegant atmosphere, talk on a kind of bookish temperament. Let a person at first glance looks very comfortable. Let's go in first to see the drop-off, and I'll introduce you two to the performance of the drop-off as well. Zhang Lingwei led the way in front, and Zhang Gui, who was following behind, got a little excited. Fei, your decision to buy the Tank 300 was really a brilliant and unparalleled one. I think you're the one with bad intentions. Chu Yunfei saw Zhang Gui's mind at a glance. Obviously love at first sight. No, rather, he was attracted by the aura on the other side. To look alike, have looks. You need a degree. You have a degree. Be temperamental. Have temperament. This kind of girl was definitely something that Zhang Gui had not encountered before within the rescue of young girls. Hey, look at you. There's one thing, Fei, I think I might be in love. Scratch that, don't let your hormones get the best of you. First sight is a beautiful feeling, but it's easier to cheat. I don't object if you want to go after people. Moreover, I don't care. But you also have to get to know each other's personalities, temperaments and such to see if they match. A good wife in the family is a lifelong help. Family. The rest of the words, Chu Yunfei did not finish. Saying more would be tears. Chapter 47, An Unexpected Encounter. What are your names? Gentlemen? Walking into the dealership is a lot more comfortable. On May 1st, Guangdong province had entered the height of summer, and the kind of humidity and heat outside was unbearable. Walking down the cool hall, Spirits lifted. My name is Zhang Gui. His name is Chu Yunfei. I accompanied him to buy a car today. Licking dog. This word immediately appeared inside Chu Yunfei's mind, with some great sympathy and some anger. Women. Aren't they all the same? It's just that some women are just a little bit better looking. Well, it's just a little bit. Nothing else makes a difference. Once the lights are off, it's all the same, depending on how you think about it. Mr. Zhang. Mr. Chu. Hello. Just heard my cousin say our side wants to see Tank 300? Chu Yunfei didn't say anything. Just nodded. The Tank 300 is our Great Wall's main off-road vehicle, which is especially suitable for excellent and successful young people like you too. Weaving through the busy streets. On our Tank 300, you can also feel the thrill of traveling through the canyon. The look is atmospheric and more in keeping with contemporary male dominance. The car is relatively roomy with upscale interior materials. In today's smart era, our Tank 300 is also fully equipped with smart devices, active and passive safety systems as well as assisted driving systems, which protect us as car owners. Gas mileage. Of course, I just heard my cousin say that we want to see the Big G too. Honestly, if we want me to compare the Tank 300 to the Big G, which is worth millions, there's really no comparison. A penny for a penny. Other people millions? We only about 300,000. Simply cannot compare. But our Tank 300, inside the same price range, is definitely one of the best value for money. Chu Yunfei looked at Zhang Lingwei's introduction. Zhang Gui didn't know if he was listening carefully, but Chu Yunfei was listening really well. This woman is not simple. In today's society, many people are missing sincerity, always feel that since ancient times true love cannot be retained, only set up to win the hearts of the people, especially in business. There is no truth in the mouth, and one setup after another. But once you get to a certain level, people know a setup when they see it, because what you've played, people have played. Sincerity is the biggest killer at this point. Chu Yunfei didn't know if Zhang Lingwei was like this in her heart, or if it was just a ruse, only that this ruse was more advanced. No wonder the other side can become a pinnacle. Just this hand alone can already throw off so many people for many blocks. What's more, Zhang Lingwei wasn't so rigid in her introduction that she didn't spell out the data one by one. For many people who buy cars, a lot of data actually do not understand. Said even more blindfolded, it is better to tell the most intuitive people can feel. If you meet a professional and want detailed information, then give the person the terminology. Mr. Chu, do you think you should take a test drive first? After the car's performance and so on have been introduced, the test drive is the more important part. Generally interested in coming to buy a car, and listen to you introduce the performance, will also go to test drive. This person can basically say that the iron will buy a car, depending on whether you can make each other in your deal. Fatty, do you want a test drive? Yes, it has to be. Ms. Zhang, if you take a test drive, will you follow? When Chu Yunfei heard it, he knew what Zhang Gui was thinking. It's not for a test drive. It's obviously just for a longer contact with the other side. Mr. Zhang, there will be a test drive master to accompany us to test drive. Of course, I will follow. The car I can also give us believe that the introduction of the performance. Zhang Lingwei's knitted brows and smile were so sincere and inactive. This kind of woman, even if Chu Yunfei was somewhat fearful of women like a tiger, he was somewhat appreciative. Fatty, how did the test drive feel just now? After the test drive, back to the 4S hall, Zhang Lingwei went to get the quotation, and Chu Yunfei asked Zhang Gui, it's not bad, a car of around $300,000. There's definitely no way to compare it with a million or more Big G. But Lingwei was right just now. These two just aren't in the same class. They can't be compared together. I think you'd be better off with the Big G. The Tank 300, relatively speaking, is still a bit lacking. TSK, 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 TSK. You kid is finally normal now. During that test drive, Chu Yunfei drove the car. The test driver was in the passenger seat, and Zhang Gui and Zhang Lingwei were in the back row. Zhang Gui's that attentiveness, not to mention Chu Yunfei, it is estimated that that test drive master can feel it. Ms. Zhang, isn't it hard to work in your 4S store? Ms. Zhang, look how hard it is for you to accompany us for a test drive on such a hot day. Ms. Chung, you're so pretty. Do you have a boyfriend? Miss Zhang, you don't need to call me Mr. Zhang, just like Brother Fei. Just call me Fatty. We are all on our own. Listen, if it's not a lickspittle, who's a lickspittle? So if you had to buy one, the Big G or the Tank 300, which would you buy? That goes without saying. Tank 300. Don't look at me with your filthy eyes. I'm doing it because I don't have any money or I would have bought the big G for sure. Don't you even think for a second that picking up a girl in a big G can have the same effect as picking up a girl in a Tank 300? I do have some fondness for Zhang Lingwei, but I will only be honest about the car. Looks like you're not out of your mind. Okay, don't say Faye I didn't create an opportunity for you. Just buy the Tank 300 top of the line. You go ahead and talk about the price. Of course, you kid don't want to act like a big-tailed wolf and not cut the price where you can. So people will only look down on you. Brother Faye, just don't worry. I'll definitely do it beautifully for you. Zhang Gui got excited. What a great thing to do. Not only can you communicate more with your best friend, but you can also create some minor conflicts for each other. And then you're letting the cat out of the bag when it's time to do so. It's a bit overwhelming to think about. Mr. Chu, the price of our Tank 300 top of the line is. Zhang Lingwei began to introduce the price. However, before she could finish a sentence, she was interrupted. Seeing the person who interrupted her, Zhang Lingwei still smiled and gestured. There's no way around it. The customer is God. Ms. Zhang, the matter of the selling price. You talk to Fatty. Fatty knows more about this car and knows the price. Your cousin just said he'd give us the best deal, so I'm sure you'll let us buy the car. Exactly whether we buy it or not depends on your sincerity. I have an impromptu errand, so you guys talk first, and I'll be on my way. Fatty, you call me when the price is set. I'll come over and pay. After Chu Yunfei finished speaking, he hurriedly got up and left. So dry, so direct. Not to mention Zhang Lingwei, even Zhang Gui was a bit stunned. When you say leave the bargaining to me, you don't mean just walk away and hang out by yourself. What's going on here? But I like it. Gone to create the conditions for him. Chapter 48, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Lingwei, just Fei said, as long as you give the biggest discount, Iron will buy, depending on the strength of the discount you give. My personal advice is that you go straight for the lowest discount and don't run around and keep applying. I have patience. Fei doesn't even have patience. I'll tell you what. I was going to suggest that Fei buy the big G. Fei's not that far off. Fei wants to support national products, but doesn't want to be an ingrate. You should be able to understand what I mean. Zhang Gui spoke from the bottom of his heart at this time, conveying a lot of content to Zhang Lingwei. If Zhang Lingwei still used the usual sales cliches to deal with them, she would probably lose the order. People who have bought a car know that every time in sales tug of war, sales will find the manager to apply for the price. Buy a car, can apply for several times, taking a long time. For ordinary people, every application, reduce a few thousand. Everyone is also happy. But for Chu Yunfei's kind of not so bad master, it was all about efficiency and mood. You're right up his alley and it's an instant deal. Not appetizing, then I'm sorry. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll go to our manager to apply for the final price, and I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Lingwei, what Mr. Zhang or not, just call me Fatty. Watching Zhang Lingwei leave, Zhang Gui would smile. Is he a spermatozoa? The first time I saw Zhang Lingwei, I was indeed stunned. The test drive was all kinds of talk and just trying to get to know each other better. Wanted to see if the other person just had a skin that fit his aesthetic, or if they also had an interesting soul. As of now, Zhang Lingwei fully met Zhang Gui's requirements for a girlfriend or even a future wife. Manager, I have a customer on my side. Originally intended to buy Audi, my friend introduced to me. Now look at our price. Before she even reached the manager's office, Zhang Lingwei heard voices coming from inside the room. Zhang Lingwei only frowned slightly and did not turn around and leave. The person who spoke, named Wei Rou, is the 4S store old employees. Body appearance is also one of the best. Before it is a number of times reigning champion. But ever since Zhang Lingwei arrived, Wei Rou's performance has become the second oldest in 1,000 years. As a result, Wei Rou had been targeting Zhang Lingwei. Only by sidelining the other side will she become the pin. In order to ostracize Zhang Lingwei, Wei Rou and the manager are also eyeballing each other. If it wasn't for Zhang Lingwei's truly outstanding performance, reigning as the top seller for 5 times, the manager would have kicked the other out long ago. Wei Rou, the manager wants, and Zhang Lingwei, this kind of temperament, is even more what the manager wants. If you can embrace the right and the left, wouldn't that be the emperor of the earth? Everyone has everyone's heart. Lingwei, you're here too. A customer wants to buy a car? When the manager saw Zhang Lingwei, he immediately revealed a kind smile. The beautiful woman in front of him was not only outstanding in temperament, but also the top seller under him, and a large part of his performance was accomplished by the woman in front of him. Manager, I have a customer on my side who was going to buy the big G. My cousin referred me here, and has also taken a test drive. The other party is also more aware of the pricing system of the Tank 300, and if the price is more favorable, The other party may order the car now. After Zhang Lingwei finished speaking, before the manager could say anything, Wei Ro directly mocked. Your cousin, the one who drives a cab? Someone who can afford to take a cab over to buy a car can afford a big G? Manager, I guess the other party is just saying that. The purpose is just to cut the price. Who's going to fight over $20? 000 to $30. 000 in discounts here when they can afford the big G? There's more than the $20,000 or $30,000 to be made with that effort. After Wei Ro finished speaking, she even looked at Zhang Lingwei provocatively, as if she had punctured the other party's lies. Lingwei, you just trust people too easily. That's a plus. And it's the reason you've been able to reign as a top seller several times. At the same time, it's a disadvantage because everyone you treat with sincerity like that is often let down. As for the offer, just follow the normal offer process. Even if the final price is the same, it is important to make the customer feel that this is what you have worked so hard to get, so that the customer is more appreciative of you and more able to facilitate the transaction. If that, too, is something you can appreciate, there will be another surge in your performance. Or manager foresight. The first time to buy a car, I have not seen a few on the spot to order. Besides, I've never met a real person who can't move to buy a big G. I've never met a real person who can't do anything but brag. Wei Ro's voice came out again, trying to satirize Zhang Lingwei's lack of understanding. But Wei Ro does not know is that as long as you have the ability to exceed the target, even if you do not understand, the leadership will not drive her away, but will also praise her personality. If you can't perform, and you know what you're doing, you're an existence that can be kicked out at any time. Manager, this person is really very powerful. Talk is even more unusual. Should be a rich second generation. Buy Tank 300 also just to support the national products. If according to the normal offer, the other party will certainly not be sold. Even continue to talk about the possibility of no more. Zhang Lingwei is also a little anxious. As a frontline staff, as a master's degree graduate, she has read psychology, and understands the hearts of many people, and adopts different strategies according to different people, which is the biggest reason why she can become a salesperson, and also her ability. Now, the leader directly attributed Chu Yunfei and the others to the general population. Zhang Lingwei could think that if she went out and followed the normal offer, Zhang Gui would definitely leave. Although Zhang Lingwei guessed that Zhang Gui would probably want to chase her. But this kind of rich kid is not a spermatozoa-ridden unprincipled dog licker. Once it goes against the other person's temperament, the other person will surely turn around and walk away. Besides, is chasing her necessarily related to having to buy a car from her? Can't you get a car from somewhere else or get a better car and come after her? For these, Zhang Lingwei carried a clear picture. Are you sure? The manager was a little shaken up. Being able to be a sales manager of a 4S store and having seen many rich kids, for all he knows about the rich second generation, the manager is very sorry that he didn't find a good family when he was reincarnated. If it really was a rich kid, then his strategy would have to be adjusted. According to the ordinary people set to receive the rich second generation, you are afraid that you are giving yourself a hard time. Manager, I'm not sure if the other party is a rich second generation, but the other party's talk and aura are not comparable to that of an ordinary person. Zhang Lingwei exaggerated Zhang Gui's strength and their strength as much as possible, while not leaving words in her mouth. In case, when you meet the kind of person who can especially pretend, you are now full of words and no deal. Is it not that you are giving yourself a hard time? It's one thing to be able to do something. It's another thing to know how to protect yourself, and the two are not in conflict. Manager, would a rich kid come here in a cab? Which one of them doesn't buy the fancier car? Only buy the expensive, not the right one, is what the rich kids are all about. Compared to the big G, coming to buy a Tank 300, I can't think of any reason to do so unless I'm broke. Wei Ro regretted herself after she uttered those words. She was just selling the Tank 300, and she ended up saying that the Tank 300 was bad in front of the leader. Isn't that slapping the leader in the face? While we all know in our hearts that there's no comparison between a Tank 300 and a big G worth over $1 million, you can't say that with such a straight face, especially since her family depends on her for this income. Chapter 49, Encountering a Beautiful Woman Again. Manager, I just said the wrong thing. I didn't mean that. You know. Wei Ro said more and more some incoherent. Completely did not notice that the manager has held her jade hand began to gently pat, as if in the comfort general. Ling Wei, are you sure that the other party will be able to close the deal as long as the reserve price is quoted? Once the reserve price is quoted, if you can't get a deal, that client is basically lost. A lot of customers. It is about non-stop price cutting in order to satisfy their psychology of taking advantage of the bargain. This you are a salesman. Also understand. The manager was holding Wei Ro's hand in his hand and pulling it downward, and his mouth was still serious as he spoke to Zhang Lingwei, worthy of being a leader. This two minds, especially hormones, are still so calm and composed. Manager, I'm pretty sure, but who knows what changes until the client makes a decision. Okay, your client, you make your own offer on the line. I need to see the results. Zhou Haiyan, is it really you? Chu Yunfei and Zhang Lingwei left in a hurry after finishing their conversation, not simply to create an opportunity for Zhang Guo, because Chu Yunfei saw a person who had thought about it yesterday, and was a little embarrassed. I thought that, as the WeChat chat said, the two were unlikely to cross paths in this life. Who would have thought that this is only one night? The two again, the huge Yangcheng, actually met in this 4S store. Isn't that, like, destiny? God didn't want the two of them to become strangers over this. Chu Yunfei? When Zhou Haiyan heard someone calling her, she twisted her head to see Chu Yunfei, the man who had caused her so much embarrassment. I don't want to see it, but sometimes I can still think about the shy moments of the two of them. If you want to see it, you don't have much affection for it, and it used to be just a superior-subordinate relationship. So what would you say if you saw it? I didn't expect to run into it when I came out to visit a 4S store on May 1st. Well, you're here to buy a car too? Chu Yunfei, who was not the type to be particularly eloquent, was now stuttering a bit, calling names without thinking about what comes after. Now, what to say? No, yeah, my family said they were buying my brother a car, so I came over to check it out with him. Chu Yunfei was a little short of words, and Zhou also had to be no better. Both of them felt awkward. The man next to Zhou Haiyan couldn't look away. It was obvious that there was something unusual about their relationship. Sis, who is this man? My bank colleague and my former leader. Sis, you are about to be transferred. Why do you still care about these people? Let's hurry up and buy a car. I still have to drive the new car to pick up my girlfriend for a trip later. Get it yourself. Zhou Haiyan was originally the kind of woman with an independent character, and her own brother even said so. And it was also talking about Chu Yunfei. Even though Chu Yunfei didn't have much to do with her, but it was just upsetting in her heart. Chu Yunfei looked at the youngster frozen on the spot. Originally wanted to go up and pat each other's shoulders, but finally thought better of it. Young people, especially those from well-off families, who have not experienced the social beatings, will always think that the sky is the oldest and the earth is the oldest and he is the third. It is only when they are taught a lesson by society that they recognize their own inadequacies. The other night, it really wasn't intentional. Chasing after last week's Haiyan, Chu Yunfei's first sentence made the atmosphere awkward. It really is which pot is not open which pot. I know. It's a subject I don't want to hear a second time. When Zhou Haiyan saw Chu Yunfei's dilemma, she instead felt a little happy inside. That mistaken union between the two, to put it mildly, was still initiated by her. Zhou Haiyan. You. The two said it in unison, and the atmosphere was again a little awkward. Did you come over today to buy a car too? In the end, it was Zhou Haiyan who was a bit more rational and talked about a topic that no one was embarrassed about. By the time Chu Yunfei changed the topic, Zhou Haiyan was worried that she could pick out a 3-room apartment with her toes. Since I left my job, there hasn't been much going on, so I thought I'd buy a car and be able to talk my way out of it. 2. Governor Chu heard that the transfer to the Special Action Team as a leader. Congratulations. After dealing with the matter of the crude oil treasure, come back to surely high promotion. At that time you will also be able to return to work in the bank again. Zhou Haiyan wasn't sure if she was happy or unhappy about what she was saying. The whole thing with the crude oil treasure is not a good deal, and I don't intend to work at the bank, promotion or no promotion. Recently I've been setting up my own company as well, and the iron rice bowl has become precarious. The topic of conversation opened up, and only then did Chu Yunfei's words increase, as if he were an old friend. Hey, so you're going to start a business. What are you going to do? Zhou Haiyan did not doubt Chu Yunfei's excellence, but what does a junior clerk, even a junior supervisor, checking out of a bank, go out and start a business? Could it be that you're relying on contacts you've made over the years to make a loan? It's not a business that can be made big and strong in the right way. Any business that requires the consumption of favors is unlikely to grow large or strong. It's not much. Speculation in stocks, futures, etc. A little bit. It's hard to start everything with a good foundation to make it bigger. And with your ability, I think it's still possible. Chu Yunfei did not expect that Zhou Haiyan was so optimistic about him. Generally speaking, when ordinary people hear that their friends around them are making a career out of stock speculation, most of them will advise a few words. No other way. Speculation is just not a serious job. Who, in their right mind, would speculate on stocks full-time? Haven't you noticed that all those decent people who speculate on stocks full-time have become immodest? There was a silence, and the two appeared to have run out of things to talk about. Originally, it was an ordinary colleague relationship, and now between the two, there was an unspoken connection. If they are just ordinary co-workers, saying a few words and leaving each other is fine. But now, saying these few words to leave, Chu Yunfei was unwilling, and Zhou Haiyan didn't want to either. If they did not meet, the two people go their own way, then it's okay, but now that they have met, just say a few words and then leave. That's really a bit unreasonable. No one knows what to say, though. Sis, I've got my eye on it. It's that black tank 300. How dominant it is to drive out. Fine, you can buy it if you want. Mom and Dad are paying for it anyway. Zhou Haiyan was relieved when someone came to relieve her. Sis, can you lend me some money? I'm going to get the one with the highest configuration, which is close to $100. 000 higher than expected. No, I don't have any money either. Brother Fei, this side has been negotiated. Tank 300 top match, all down 285. 000. Also send the first year of car insurance and polishing maintenance and so on. When Zhang Gui saw Chu Yunfei, he also walked over. When it came to bargaining, he, Zhang Gui, had never been false, let alone Zhang Lingwei's offer, which was indeed the bottom price. When Zhang Gui learned that Chu Yunfei was going to buy the Tank 300, he had already studied the Tank 300 thoroughly. What performance, what price, and so on. Okay, that's it then. Get the contract for me. Do you have a current car? Aha, Mr. Chu, there's a current car. I'll go get it for you now with the contract. Sister, look at your friends buy are top of the line. I take a basic configuration. Drive out, how embarrassing. I don't have any money either. If you want, you call Mom and Dad and they'll buy it for you if they want it. Zhou Haiba as a deflated ball. He begged for half a year. Parents agreed to buy a basic configuration. Not more than 200,000 cars. Now, raising it from 200,000 to 300,000 in one go. Zhou Haiba knew it was simply impossible. That, if you really want the top of the line, I can give you 100,000 and that should be enough. After Chu Yunfei's words came out, the scene was even more pin-sharp. $100,000. That's not a small amount of money. Who are you? Are you trying to chase my sister? Let me tell you. No way. I won't betray my sister just because of your $100,000. Chapter 50, Bringing Home. $100,000 was a lot of money for a lot of people. For many people, it's just a matter of words. At this moment, Chu Yunfei had this feeling, money, a string of numbers. But for others, Chu Yunfei's actions were no different from those rich second-generation hitting girls with money. In ancient times, there was King Yu of Zhou who played the vassals with his beacon fire. Existing national husband I'm buying tonight. Zhang Gui looked at Zhou Haiyan. The beauty did not belong to Zhang Lingwei. Except that Zhang Lingwei was that kind of bookish temperament, while Zhou Haiyan instead had a valiant temperament. Let's just say that each has its own merits. Depends on who loves it. One of the bad traits of smart and capable women is that they are more controlling. Does Fei have masochistic tendencies? Zhang Gui thought about it and couldn't see what was wrong. With Fei's wealth and demonstrated ability today, it feels incredible that he can be controlled by a woman. Chu Yunfei, we can't take your money. Zhou Haiba, you will buy the basic version of the car, and later when you have money, you can buy whatever you want. Zhou Haiyan's heart was beating a little faster at this moment. What did Chu Yunfei mean? Planning to go after her? Are you in such a hurry? And from the brother-in-law's side, the intent is too obvious, isn't it? You misunderstand. Your sister and I used to be colleagues, just happened to meet here today. I know, we men outside just want a face. You want the top of the line. I guess the difference is about 100,000 yuan. Of course, this 100,000 is not for you, but a loan to your sister, but it has to be repaid. $100,000 is a lot for me, but it's not too much to get. If you need it, I can give it to you right away. Since he had already said it, Chu Yunfei had no reason to back out, even for the sake of his face, which is now worth tens of millions of dollars in wealth. He can't wimp out. As for talking about chasing Zhou Haiyan, Chu Yunfei hadn't thought about it. At best, the two were just a little closer than friends, and there was no way around it. Who had rolled in bed? Sis, this ex-colleague of yours I feel is okay, tall and lanky, but also out of the blue, too much stronger than that whoever. Still, I can't take the money, even if I say I'm lending it to you. $100,000. It's not a small amount anymore, and I don't believe it for a second that I don't have thoughts about you, but I can't let my sister get caught up in it because of $100,000. I'm going to buy the base version and trade it in for another car of my choice later when I have the money. Although Zhou Haiba quietly said to Zhou Haiyan, Chu Yunfei, who was at the side, heard it truly. I thought it was a second generation who was chewing up the old man, but I didn't realize that the other party had quite a backbone. To know, he set out in front of so many people. As long as he nodded his head, it can be said that 100,000 yuan he Chu Yunfei iron out. Compared to that brother of Huang Yao Yao's, it felt like there was no comparison. Chu Yunfei and Zhou Haiba sat at a table and started signing autographs. Chu Yunfei bought the Tank 300 top of the line, while Zhou Haiba had the basic version. The two salesmen next to me looked on with smiles that didn't fit their mouths. It's so cool, especially Zhang Lingwei. For her, Chu Yunfei's single was the most relaxed. Not only did he spend less time, but the customer also did not have all sorts of difficult questions, not to mention making any excessive demands. Of course, that Zhang Gui doesn't count, though it was said that Zhang Gui had asked for her WeChat. After signing, Chu Yunfei several people in the forest store waiting for a temporary license plate. Now, the atmosphere became lighter and less awkward than earlier, especially Zhou Haiba. For Chu Yunfei that was quite a recognition. In the beginning, Zhou Haiba was hostile to anyone who wanted to chase after his sister. Now Zhou Haiba couldn't wait for Chu Yunfei to be his brother-in-law. Brother Fei, let me tell you, if you want to chase after my sister, the difficulty is not small. The family has arranged a blind date for her, and I'll have to send her back first later. If you ask me, you should just follow my sister home and show my parents, so they don't have to worry about it all the time. Once my sister's things are settled, it's time to start looking for me. Zhou Haiyan was like a little daughter-in-law who had done something wrong. Her head lowered and she didn't dare to look over. To be honest, Chu Yunfei was also a little bit of a bad taste right now. For the woman he had slept with, Chu Yunfei really wasn't that generous to let others sleep with him. However, treating Zhou Haiyan, Chu Yunfei didn't have much affection. If he, Chu Yunfei, went to Zhou Haiyan's house, in what capacity? Boyfriend? Stop it. Chu Yunfei hasn't even thought about it himself. A common friend? Don't even joke about it. What's the use of going on a blind date when you're just a friend? The key thing is what attitude Zhou Haiyan has. That, Chu Yunfei, if you're fine later and it's also convenient, can you accompany me back to my home? I don't want to go on a blind date with the person that my parents and they have arranged for me, much less date him. Zhou Haiyan clenched her silver teeth. Her pretty face flushed red, and said the words she wanted to express. It would be better to have a blind date with that strange playboy than to be with Chu Yunfei, the lesser of two evils. This may be Zhou Haiyan's thoughts at this time. As for the feelings towards Chu Yunfei, to be honest, there really wasn't any feelings, except for the madness of that night. Good, then we'll return together later. Chu Yunfei's words caused Zhou Haiyan's face, which was already not too red, to turn red again. What do you mean back together? Fei, didn't you say we'd go on a driving trip this afternoon after we bought the car? Is it appropriate for you to just abandon me like this? Woo. Zhang Gui's hilarious words, matched with his actions, made the atmosphere more relaxed. Off. Later you take the car and go wherever you want, with whoever you want. Fei, hooray. Newly purchased car. You haven't driven it yourself yet. Just give it to someone else to drive. It's not even like that if you're not a brother. In my last life, you took care of me. In this life, it's my turn to make it up to you. Zhou Haiyan looked at Zhang Gui and considered him a good friend. Zhang Gui looked at Zhang Lingwei next to him. Zhou Haiba looked at his sister and Zhang Gui. Different people. See different flavors. Zhang Gui, on the other hand, was thinking about how to invite Zhang Lingwei to join him on the trip. When men and women are together, going on a trip is definitely the fastest way to progress in their relationship. Zhou Haiba also had mixed feelings in his heart. The man in front of him, whom he had met for the first time, gave him an excellent impression, and he recognized it as his brother-in-law. But when he thought of the person his parents had introduced to his sister, Zhou Haiba was a little heartbroken. Perhaps the person who introduced it had more money. But money is not all that matters to them. Although he was short of money, he wasn't short of pocket change. Otherwise, there's no way his parents would have just bought him a small $200,000 SUV when he was about to graduate from college. Looking at Zhou Haiyan, whose face was red and hot, Chu Yunfei was somewhat amused. If one hadn't experienced the tragic lesson that was learned by Huang Yaoyao in his last life, resulting in a snakebite, perhaps Zhou Haiyan would be a good female companion. Looks, education, family and so on, Zhou Haiyan is not lacking. Nay, the current Chu Yunfei was like the prodigal son of the game. Chapter 51, The Rich Kids. Lingnan Lingyin, a middle to high-end development, has garden houses, more villas and elegant garden. After experiencing a surge in home prices in 2016 to 2017, at this point in time, Ridgewood Hills, home prices have reached a whopping $50,000. Thinking back to the time of the opening, the price of less than 10,000, just less than 10 years, the price of 7 or 8 times, Buying a home is the best and easiest investment the average person can make. Sitting in Joe Haiba's newly purchased basic version of the Tank 300 basic class, Chu Yunfei, Zhou Haiyan, and the three of them came to Lingnanlini. When the car was parked in the garage, Chu Yunfei only dawned on him, and inwardly he had a clearer perception of Zhou Haiyan's home, because this garage, not the kind of underground garage in the high-rise, but the garage that comes with each home in the villa. Zhou Haiyan and his family live in Lingnanlinshan, not a garden house, but a stacked villa. Although the stacked colocation cannot catch up with the detached, but with the current price of housing, a set of villas, easily broken 10 million. The average price of high-rise houses are more than 50,000. The villa price does not say double, number 70,000 or 80,000 a square foot down. Brother Fei, this is my house. I'll take you up there. I'll be leaving later. You know why. Zhou Haiba now called Chu Yunfei Fei brother. Do not feel the diaphragm at all. On the contrary, it is considered so kind. Regardless of whether Chu Yunfei was his brother-in-law in the future, he had already recognized this person. This man he called Fei. If you want to go, go, just don't get in the way. Zhou Haiyan did not have a good face for his brother who did not have a proper behavior and directly chucked him out. Sis, you're forgetting your brother-in-law when you have one. I was going to ask Fei to bring up the stuff inside the trunk, but thought better of it. Zhou Haiyan didn't wait for Zhou Haiba to finish, and directly opened the trunk and took out the things inside. It would be at the 4S store, and when Chu Yunfei agreed to go to their house, Zhou Haiba threw in the towel and went out to buy something in the neighborhood. If you had to say who knew their father best, it would undoubtedly be the son. The purchase may not be the highest value, but it is definitely the most flattering. This is my dad's favorite Westlake Longjing, and this is my mom's favorite makeup. Zhou Haiyan was a little shy when she introduced herself. These things, which they had prepared, and still let Chu Yunfei carry them to the door. How could they say it? It was a bit weird. Thank you. Chu Yunfei solemnly thanked him. Don't say that you're visiting as a boyfriend now. Even if you're visiting the elders at your neighbor's house, you have to carry something, right? If it wasn't for Zhou Haiyan and their preparations, Chu Yunfei would really just stick his hands in his pockets cleaner than his face. In fact, this is not to blame Chu Yunfei. The last life lived so suffocating. Parents were treated as ATMs. Other people's walk has basically been cut off. There is no socialization. After being reborn and coming back, he has been busy making money, not to mention having no extra human feelings. Plus coming to Zhou Haiyan's and their house was even more of an impromptu decision. So it was too normal to think of something to bring. Dad, Mom, my sister and I are back. After opening the door, Zhou Haiba directly shouted inside the room. Not bad for your own home. It's just so casual. However, seeing the person on the living room sofa, Zhou Haiba froze, not expecting the other party to come so quickly. The appointment was to come for a meal before 12, but I didn't expect to be in their living room before 11. Dad, this is my boyfriend Chu Yunfei. Zhou Haiyan's introduction directly caused the atmosphere in the living room to become unusually awkward. Introducing your boyfriend in front of your relative's family? What do you take them for? Haiyan, what are you doing? Zhou Haiyan's mother, Yu Meihua, rushed over and chided. Yu Meihua knew her daughter didn't like being set up on a blind date, much less this role of a blind date, but there is no way. Who let them know the people inside? This person's family situation is the best, although not in the career, but in the commercial strength, cannot be underestimated. I thought both sides of the strong combination, their own family by virtue of the other side of the economic strength, career further, the same, the other side will also use their career further access to more benefits. Both sides have benefited a lot. It was something that everyone was looking forward to, but now it was spoiled by the fact that his own daughter had brought a boyfriend with her. How does that make sense? Mom, you guys set me up on a blind date. I clearly said before that I have a boyfriend. This year you guys are letting each other come straight to the house, and I'm only going to be able to bring my boyfriend to the house. Otherwise it's not fair to Fei. Hello auntie. Hello uncle. My name is Chu Yunfei. This is my first home visit. I only brought a few thin gifts. I hope you'll forgive me. Chu Yunfei's gentle and elegant demeanor, coupled with a natural confidence. Even Yu Meihua, who was previously hostile to Chu Yunfei, had her fire reduced a bit. Fei, sit. Seeing that there was no one to greet Chu Yunfei, Zhou Haiba even hurriedly asked Chu Yunfei to sit down. This is so embarrassing. Zhou Haiba does not want to see the scene of two love rivals tearing each other apart at all. If he hadn't recognized Chu Yunfei before, Zhou Haiba wanted to see how the two love rivals tore each other apart. And now, there was only embarrassment. It was as if he was substituting into it. There was no fluke. Haiyan, come over here. I'll introduce you. This is your junior high school classmate, Fang Gaoqi. returned from studying in the old United States, and is now working as a vice president in Tianhua Group, and is also the only son of Tianhua Group's founder, Mr. Feng. Zhou Honghu did not greet Chu Yunfei, but only greeted his own daughter and Feng Gaoqi. For Feng Gaoqi, Zhou Honghu can be too satisfied. He is the only son of his family and has returned from his studies, so he is very handsome. If he could become his son-in-law, it would definitely be a match made in heaven, and he would be able to further his career. Dad, I have a boyfriend, the rest of the opposite sex. I'm not interested. Feng Gaoqi, you'd better not waste your time on me. With your condition, what kind of woman do you want that you can't get? Feng Gaoqi's face at this moment was cloudy. Feng Gaoqi was excited about Zhou Honghu's affirmation. Once you've taken care of your old man, there's basically not much of a problem. But now, his sweetheart has brought a stranger of the opposite sex home, and on the very day of his blind date, anyone who knows the flavor of it would be surprised to be in a good mood. Haiyan, my feelings for you haven't changed since the beginning. I've been working hard all these years, and after I met you, I wanted to be as good as you. For this reason, I studied hard and went abroad to study, and now I am the vice president of Tianhua Group, and also I walked up step by step from the grassroots level, and didn't rely on my father's relationship. I did all this to prove to you that I, Feng Gaoqi, am qualified to pursue you. Now, I'm coming. I know that this way, it puts you off, so that's why I got someone unrelated to me to purposely piss me off. I understand. Don't worry, in the future I will definitely change my self-righteousness and won't let you suffer. If it wasn't this kind of relationship with Feng Gaoqi, Chu Yunfei would have to be impressed with Feng Gaoqi. Feng Gaoqi, to have the appearance of the appearance, to have the knowledge of the knowledge, more importantly, the other party's temperament, obviously is the kind of extreme confidence and chest of people. This kind of person is far better than the so-called dude rich kid by more than one step. But right now, the two can be considered naturally hostile. Chapter 52, A Contest of Values Between Lovers and Enemies. Mr. Feng, hello, I'm Haiyan's boyfriend. Although we're meeting for the first time today, and in this way, just now, Uncle also said that no matter how rich your family is and how good you are, but right now, Zhou Haiyan is my girlfriend. Plus, I personally consider myself no worse than anyone else. As Haiyan said, with your qualifications, you could have found someone more suitable instead of fighting over it here. Zhou Haiyan's face blushed with shame at Chu Yunfei's words as he stood up. This former boss didn't expect to be so overbearing. It's amazing how tough it is in front of her parents. Zhou Haiba at this time, sitting on the sofa, looking down at the floor tiles, as if he was the protagonist. Awkward. Seeing Zhou Honghu trying to interject, Yu Meihua directly patted the other party's arm. The message is clear. Don't interrupt. This just arrived. Chu Yunfei. Seems to seem not bad. The most important thing is that the other party knows Feng Gaoqi's bottom line, but also can be so calm and confident. This can explain a lot of things. Feng Gaoqi, they are very favorable. Chu Yunfei, they do not know the depth. Now, watch the two young men battle it out and observe both sides. My fair lady, Haiyan is so excellent and beautiful. I believe Mr. Chu also wants to give Haiyan a privileged living environment. Of course, the main thing is that the three views are compatible. May I ask Mr. Chu where he is employed? Although Feng Gaoqi was not as arrogant and domineering as the other rich second generation, he was still very proud of himself inwardly. Of course, the prideful principal is not only the rich kid himself, but also his achievements. I am currently not officially employed. This? Feng Gaoqi froze. Why was this Chu Yunfei not following the norm? I've made my question so obvious. Why don't you hurry up and get on my case? His own learning and family background, unless he met a bull like Principal Wang. Others, Feng Gaoqi was confident that he could crush. But how is it that you, Chu Yunfei, are able to talk about hobos without blushing? Don't you want to show yourself? Mr. Feng, in fact, there's no need for us to get serious here right now. You and I are comparing our family backgrounds and achievements. But the only thing we've overlooked is Haiyan's true heart. Relationships, although they require a certain material basis, are the most important thing. Without feelings, mountains of gold and silver are just yellow and white. Just now you said, my fair lady, I think you and Haiyan were classmates in junior high school. Most likely because Haiyan was very good at the time and became the goddess of your heart. That's what you've used over the years to motivate yourself to keep getting better. But really, can you listen carefully? Really because you like it? The words you just said, whether it's academic knowledge, or family history, are just trying to set yourself off through the outside. You just want to express that you're good, but the one you're really missing is feelings. Sometimes it's important to let go of the obsession in order to understand the heart. Do you, really, like Haiyan? Feng Gaoqi was a bit unsettled inside. Do you really like it because of a childhood obsession? Or do you really like it? Seemingly, there is no determination not to marry Haiyan. For a while, Fong Gaoqi was in deep thought. He himself had to drag his father through several layers of connections before he came straight to his door in person for this blind date. The gifts prepared were all Yu Meiwa's and Zhou Honghu's favorites. Mr. Chu is indeed very good. Just these few words alone have opened my eyes. I have to say, Mr. Chu has a very sharp perspective on things, whether it's an obsession or a fondness. It seems now that Haiyan and I are very supportive of being together. Whether it's my aunt and uncle, or my parents. I believe that after marriage I will take good care of Haiyan and not let her suffer. Whatever Haiyan wants, I can help her realize it. Chu Yunfei was a bit skeptical. What's going on with this Fong Kochi? Keep crushing people with their advantages? When talking business, this tactic works. Let your fancy words do the talking. The big picture is mine. But this isn't a business meeting. What's the point of showing off your strengths? If you say you have feelings for Zhou Haiyan, it's only right to show off with this because this is a blind date. So what do you talk about if not feelings? But now, when it comes to blind dates, is it really true that feelings are put aside and interests are talked about directly? For this way of handling things, Chu Yunfei did not have any likes or dislikes. Everyone has their own code of conduct, and even more so, their own way of being in the world. Mr. Fong, you're absolutely right. You can satisfy a lot of people with a lot of things when it comes to material things, but the only thing you didn't consider was whether Haiyan needed all this? If Haiyan was greedy for material things, would you still be chasing her like this? If Haiyan was obsessed with money, do you think it would still be your turn? When two people are together, feelings come first and the rest is secondary. With a good relationship and a better material condition, this is the perfect life. I won't comment on your remarks. I'm sure my aunt and uncle have a scale in their hearts to judge who is more suitable. I believe more than anything else that the uncles and aunts' original intention was for their daughters to find a better home. Zhou Haiba raised his head that was about to lower to the floor tiles just now and looked at this Fei who made him recognize him for the first time he met him. If it was you, going to your girlfriend's house and encountering this kind of thing, could you be as calm and collected as Fei? Throughout the living room, there was an atmosphere of awkwardness everywhere. It was this kind of atmosphere that Fei was still able to be calm and relaxed, making the other party's words full of holes, and even more so, carrying a sedan chair for his parents. Putting what would have been their parents looking at material things said they were thinking of their daughter. This kind of son-in-law, if Fong Gaoqi hadn't been there, would probably have been recognized long ago. This kind of person, not to mention his ability, but just this kind of calm attitude of adapting to changes and not being surprised by things, can put many people to shame. Mr. Chu, after all you've said, it's all just a tangle of emotions. All relationships, when poor, are based on material things. I, on the other hand, can not only give Haiyan material fulfillment, but I can also give Haiyan beautiful love. Fong Gaoqi always felt that something wasn't right today, but he didn't know what the reason was. In his opinion, the advantage is mine. He himself is young and golden, and overly talented and capable. Feelings? What is this? What you want to get for yourself, you can just crush with direct advantage. Uncle, auntie, I think Mr. Fong's words just now should have also indicated his views on relationships. I know that relationships need to have a material basis, but a material basis is not the whole story of a relationship. I'm sure that you two also want a good home for Haiyan, not just money. This, Zhou Honghu didn't know what to say at once. Although his own family was not as rich as Fong Gaoqi's family, it was still considered a wealthy family, demanding of money, but not so worldly. If one's daughter and Fong Gaoqi could fall in love and be in love with each other, coupled with the status of both parties, it would be the icing on the cake. But now it seems like this Fong Gaoqi is not a good match. At the very least, there's something wrong with this tripe. Yes, let's eat first. Yu Meihua also rounded up. Uncle, auntie, then I'll come visit you next time. There's something else going on in the company, so I'll leave first. When Fong Gaoqi saw the crowd's attitude towards Chu Yunfei, he already knew that things could not be done. Only, Fong Gaoqi still didn't know where he lost. The advantage is mine. Fong, stay for dinner. No, I'll visit you both next time. Find out for me. What's the situation of that Chu Yunfei who came with Haiyan today? After leaving Lingnan Forest Language, Fong Gaoqi made a phone call. It was too easy for him to investigate someone. Since the other party has a clear mind, he must have an unusual identity and background. If the identity background is really too much stronger than him, then this time, he will endure. If it is just a swollen face, then sorry, he, Fong Dishao, will have to let the other party know the cruelty of society. Chapter 53, Mother watching son-in-law. Hi Ba, aren't you going out? Why aren't you leaving yet? Zhou Haiyan saw that his brother had been staring at Chu Yunfei, and was somewhat annoyed. This brother of his, there was always such a sense of cynicism. Sis, I'm not going out. It's not easy for Faye to come here, so I'll stay home with Faye. Joe Highbaugh doesn't want to go out now, wanting to see what happens next. This would also give him inspiration for future trips to his girlfriend's house. Today has been nothing short of exciting. It's not the kind of rip-roaring, face-punching name scene you'd find in a mindless novel, but it's exciting enough. The main thing was that Chu Yunfei and Fang Gaoqi were both very good people. Everyone could be calm and quiet. Who would use violence to solve this problem? The present society, not the ancient times. The sword is just a supplement to the war of words. Dad, I'm telling you, that Fang guy is no good. I used to look at him when I was a kid, and I thought it was better now, but I didn't realize it was still true. Listen to what was said. It's like our family is looking at their money. My brother-in-law, my sister definitely has to like it. Just like Faye said, there are feelings before we can talk about anything else. Luckily, brother Faye came today. Or let my sister with the surname Fong. I estimate that the rest of my sister's life are hitched. Go on, get that bottle of mutai from the liquor cabinet. Mom, when you say that, does my dad agree? If you're told to go, you go. So much for that nonsense. Yu Meihua was outputting at her son. Chu Yunfei's words just now made her very appreciative. What started out as hostility has slowly begun to grow in favor. Well-mannered, educated, and even more so, this is the kind of talent that would be worthy of being her son-in-law. In the past, it was thought that Fang Gaoqi was excellent. As a matter of fact, Fang Gaoqi was indeed very good, and he was in a high position at a young age, and he had worked his way up. However, compared to Chu Yunfei, the other party appeared to be a head short. No, not by a head. To be precise, Fang Gaoqi's words made her, Yu Meihua, a love-oriented person, somewhat disgusted. If it was just profit above all else in the first place, how could she have married Zhou Honghu, a poor boy from the countryside? When you are a parent, you want to find the best partner for your son or daughter. Even if there are some twists and turns in the process, the reality is that 9 times out of 10, those weddings that don't go over well with the parents end up being haphazard. No other. Parents live 40 or 50 years, have seen all kinds of people. For a young man, not to say a glance can see its nature, but also can see to understand a 7 or 8. It's just your own silly child who was blinded by so-called love in the first place. It's only when the honeymoon period is over and life's a mess that it becomes completely sobering. Unfortunately, it was too late by then. Faye, eat well at home today for lunch, just like your own home. At the dinner table, Yu Meihua, Zhou Honghu, Zhou Haiyan, Zhou Haiba plus Chu Yunfei, a total of 5 people. We're happy. Thank you, Auntie. Dash, who else is in your family? Auntie, my parents and my sister are the only ones in our family. Faye, so how did you and Swallow meet? Mom, you don't ask questions. Zhou Haiyan was the one who felt the most awkward at this dinner table. Every time Yu Meihua asked Chu Yunfei a question, Zhou Haiyan was worried about wearing out. It couldn't be helped. Who let Chu Yunfei be the one who brought him here temporarily? Although the two have had skin to skin, there is no other in-depth understanding. Once one's mother asks more questions, it's easy to reveal. You kid, I asked Faye. You eat your food. Auntie, I also worked at the Summerlin Bank before, and I was a colleague with Haiyan, only I left some time ago. Xiaofei, so what kind of work are you doing now? Just now you said you quit. What's going on? Auntie, now I'm resting at home. I don't have a stable job. I mainly speculate to make some money. At the moment I'm also in the process of setting up a company, so I should be starting my own business in the future. Aha, a man should be bold. A part-time job is not as good as being a boss. Yu Meihua was more and more satisfied with this future son-in-law. No wonder people say that the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more satisfied she is. If you're not satisfied, it's just because you didn't make it to your mother-in-law. Once you are recognized by your mother-in-law, then your family status skyrockets. Right, so what do your parents do for a living? Mom, ignoring Zhou Haiyan, Yu Meihua looked towards Chu Yunfei. Although he was satisfied with Chu Yunfei as a child, he also had to look at the other party's family background. The words of Fang Gaoqi just now were not quite in line with their values, but there were some words, which still made sense. Door-to-door relationships, family backgrounds, etc., are essential. Only inside the story, there will be the prince fell in love with Cinderella thing. In reality, there may be, but contact down, not long will break up. No other. 3 views are difficult to match. You discuss millions of dollars worth of collaboration every day, and the other person will give you the every day, and once or twice both parties have the patience to listen. But over time, patience is exhausted and the importance of matching the 3 views is demonstrated. Auntie, my mom is at home and my dad works at the Summerlin Bank. Oh, the The Summerland Bank. Our family basically works in the banking system. We are all considered to be in the same system. By the way, what's your dad's name? Maybe Hyan's dad even knows it. Seeing that Joe Hyan still wanted to interject, Yu Meihua glared at the other party. If you don't take advantage of the first meeting to ask the other person's bottom line, do you want to wait until you are familiar with each other later to ask these hurtful words? There are some things that are asked ahead of time to inform the next move. Chu Hua was previously the vice president of a branch of the Summerland Bank. Chu Yunfei said it greatly, without arrogance, much less feeling inferior because of Zhou Haiyan's family background. The current Chu Yunfei's biggest card was himself, not anyone else. The same Chu Hua Chu team leader who was now in charge of the crude oil treasure. Zhou Honghu interjects. Yu Meihua may not understand, but Zhou Honghu is also a person in the banking system, a high position of power. For the recent Summer Bank crude oil treasure thing, he is also very concerned. With all the fuss and losses, not to mention those in the industry, even other uninvolved people want to know how it will eventually be handled. Yes, uncle. Zhou Honghu froze a little. For Chu Hua, did not understand before, a vice president is just. But now, Chu Hua is responsible for dealing with the aftermath of the crude oil treasure special action group leader. This group leader, the gold content cannot be said to be not low. Zhou Honghu had also heard that Elder Xiong was very optimistic about Chu Hua. Crude oil treasure things are handled well. Chu Hua's future is absolutely unlimited. Of course, once it's not handled properly, it can be a recipe for fire. Chapter 54. Dad, Governor Chu used to be the vice president of my branch, and Chu Yunfei was my supervisor. The last time our branch took the initiative to call the user to remind the risk of crude oil treasure, but also Chu Yunfei forcefully asked us to complete. Zhou Haiyan, in order to increase Chu Yunfei's status within his own parents, spoke about this matter as well. Oh, Fei has this prediction. It can be called a dragon among men. Zhou Honghu had a clear perception of Chu Yunfei only now. Just now, it had been using the other party's father to judge Chu Yunfei. Now, it seemed that Chu Yunfei's professional ability, especially in terms of predictability, was far beyond others. The last time Zhou Haiyan got Chu Yunfei's order to call all crude oil bao users, Zhou Haiyan also asked her own father for advice. Therefore, Zhou Honghu also knew a lot about this matter. At that time, Zhou Honghu just felt that his daughter's little leader. Some worrying. The price of crude oil has fallen below $30 a barrel, which is lower than the price of mineral water. So what's the risk? In hindsight, it's still the young man who has the vision. Xiaofei, just now you said you were preparing to start a business. Which area are you planning to do? If you need Haiyan's help, you let her help. Zhou Haiyan was inwardly shy and somewhat happy to hear her mother's words. It seems that his mother is still relatively satisfied with Chu Yunfei. This sentence has already shown her attitude, not opposed to the two together. Zhou Haiyan was most worried about her mother in her heart before, because Yu Meihua had always wanted to find her a man of her choice and was worried that she would suffer in the future. In Yu Meihua's words, I was young and unintelligent, and I couldn't let my children go through the same pain I did. Auntie, I plan to still start my own business in my area of specialization, and the new company I'm setting up will mainly do some investments in the financial field. Brother Fei, why don't you take me along too? I'll work for you for free. When Zhou Haiba heard Chu Yunfei's words, he hurriedly answered. Asked to go out to work, Zhou Haiba said that it was impossible for him to go out to work and he would never work in his life. Who wants to suffer the wrath of a small boss when you can be a small rich kid? Brother Fei, don't look at me as young. I'm a graduate of a finance major from an authentic 985 institution, with a degree in the subject, and my grades are all in the top 3 of our specialty. It's just that I don't want to go on to graduate school, or else I'll ironically bail. Chu Yunfei did not expect. His cheap brother-in-law looks out of tune. Did not expect or a school bully. Yeah, if you have time, find a time to talk. Chu Yunfei was happy in Zhou Haiyan's house, in contrast to Fang Gaoqi who came out. Over the years, Fang Gaoqi had a smooth ride, and with his own ability and strength, wherever he went, he was a much sought-after presence, especially in terms of the opposite sex. The number of women who took the initiative to pursue his Fang Gaoqi was no less than a handful. I don't know if it was as Chu Yunfei had said, but when Fang Gaoqi was a child, he regarded Zhou Haiyan as a goddess, and it seemed that he had already penetrated into his bones. Now Zhou Haiyan are becoming his obsession. What does it matter as to whether it is love or not? Once he really married Zhou Haiyan, he would definitely take good care of Zhou Haiyan, and whatever the other party wanted, he would find a way. That's his simple and crude view of love. I'll fulfill whatever you want as much as I can, and I won't show it even if it's hard. And that's a big man's view of masculinity. Some of it is ridiculous, some of it is pathetic, and some of it is even more sobering. Chu Yunfei's temporary appearance as a love rival, especially the attitude of the Zhou family. Let Fang Gaoqi know that he had a conversation with the other party, and that the Zhou family preferred the other party. Even now, Fang Gaoqi didn't know where he had lost. It's not Fang Gaoqi's fault. It can only be said that Fang Gaoqi's his dad's education has gone wrong. Actually, if you think about it, you can understand that an entrepreneur who started from nothing is definitely results-oriented and a bit egotistical as well. Teaching your children is definitely following your own personal experience, and the process doesn't matter as long as the outcome is good. Similarly, treating a woman as long as it fulfills what she wants is treating her well. Mr. Feng, I've found out about Chu Yunfei's information. I've sent it to your mailbox. After receiving the call, Fang Gaoqi opened the mailbox and scrutinized it in detail. For competitors, whether in business or love, Fang Gaoqi will go all out and will not underestimate anyone. The lion wrestles the hare with all its might. Chu Yunfei, 25 years old, turtle master of finance, has been working in the summer bank before, more than half a month ago because of the crude oil treasure incident left. Afterwards, mortgage house, used to short crude oil futures, a big profit of more than 20 million. The recent speculation of Wang Fujing, but also its popularity in the headlines, less than half a month. The number of fans from the very beginning of a few people to the present has more than 500,000 people. The total assets of Wang Fujing have reached more than $40 million. His father, who was marginalized and promoted to want for crude oil treasure, is now the head of the Special Operations Group for Crude Oil Treasure at Summerlin Bank. After reading this, Fang Gaoqi was a bit impressed. A vision, coupled with one's own drive, is enough to take a person across classes. Although their family had a lot of assets, they were all stocks or fixed assets. And to come up with that much cash, his father might be able to do it. He certainly couldn't. If it wasn't for Zhou Haiyan, Fang Gaoqi would definitely want to get to know and be friends with the other party. But now, it's clear that it's impossible to be friends, to give his woman away and still have to be friends with the other party. How could he, Fang Gaoqi, the man destined to become the protagonist, do such a thing? Then there is only one way to end up. That is, to have a fight with the other party, and one wins. Then the other party's already not solid family background once again return to poverty. If the other side wins, he, Fang Gaoqi, will think of another way. Help me find a couple of large customers who have purchased FuelSmart. Make another appointment for me with the leader of the Foshan Daredevil. A phone call was made, and inside Fang Gaoqi's mind, he began to conceptualize how to make Chu Yunfei unable to get up, and it would not be too much to even say that he would directly make Chu Yunfei go to the 18 layers of hell. The mall is like a battlefield. If you win, the winner takes all. Once you fail, then you are likely to become a lamb inside the other side's trap, and your life and death will depend on the mood of others. Chu Yunfei, who was enjoying his mother-in-law's greetings in various languages, surely could not have imagined that he was just out for a meal, a toolman, but had incurred such a big trouble for himself. However, even if he knew that, Chu Yunfei would not admit defeat. He had already been reborn once, not to mention the second generation of rich people. Even if the stock god came, he would have to kneel and sing a conquest. There is no other way. The big picture. Besides, his own woman, exactly. The woman who had sex with him and had no ill feelings. Chu Yunfei still had so much dominance inside. My woman can only be ed by me. No one else can even think about it. Let alone send my woman to someone else's bed with my own hands. Are you kidding me? Still think he's the same lickspill he was in his last life? Are you and Yo-Yo Wang still in touch now? Zhou Haiyan's parents were also considered to have initially accepted Chu Yunfei, and after dinner, Zhou Haiyan sent Chu Yunfei on his way home, and coldly asked these words. It made Chu Yunfei, who had originally drunk a little bit of wine and was a bit on top of his head, suddenly hit the ground. What's going on here? She was just a tool person. She couldn't really be having second thoughts about him. No way. No way. Chapter 55, The Spotlight. She and I have broken up and there's not much contact now. Open your eyes. Chu Yunfei is no longer innocent. Knowing that you cannot say in front of Zhou Haiyan that he and Huang Yaoyao still have contact, that is certainly to find a sin for yourself. As expected, Zhou Haiyan's face smiled like a flower when she heard it. The union of the two is a kind of getting on the bus before making up the ticket, but not, it seems, unacceptable. If she could be with Chu Yunfei, she, Zhou Haiyan, was at most giving herself to her man in advance, and her body was not considered unclean. Aha! So where are you planning on going this May 1st? Zhou Haiyan had been waiting for Chu Yunfei to pick up the conversation, but she didn't expect Chu Yunfei to just walk slowly in front of her, so she could only steer the conversation this way herself. A trip back home with my parents. Oh, Zhou Haiyan was a little lost, and had thought that the two should go out and travel together to cultivate their feelings. Well, it looks like that plan's gone out the window. As for going to Chu Yunfei's house, Zhou Haiyan was not mentally prepared. Of course, Chu Yunfei didn't invite either. There are some things that seem to be watered down, and that's only briefly when the atmosphere is in place. If Chu Yunfei and Zhou Haiyan did not have a relationship, even if Zhou Haiyan had allowed Chu Yunfei to come over today to be a toolman, after finishing, at most, it would be a sentence of thank you, and it would be impossible for there to be any other follow-up things. But the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the two had a relationship. Zhou Haiyan for the first man in her life, or very concerned, especially since this man is still relatively good in every way. The last time I went to a bar, and only the first time in my life, I just didn't want to listen to the blind date that my family had arranged. Zhou Haiyan still explained. She was worried that Chu Yunfei would think she was acting Thai. For many girls, going to a bar or even getting a room is a rarity. But for some girls, there are traditional virtues on the side. Not to mention going to the hotel room, even if it is to go to the bar, are avoided like a tiger. Not to mention going to the bar also lost their virginity. This is unacceptable for a girl, especially one who is clean. Well, I know. Looking at each other, there wasn't much to talk about. And with the atmosphere here again today, there was even less to talk about. Then let's meet again sometime. The two parted ways on this, and the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Originally, both are each in their own way two people. A chance encounter, coupled with being brought home. The relationship is certainly more than just the previous kind of awkwardness after having had sex. But there is a kind of ambiguity in the middle of it. Fatty, where have you been? Come and pick me up here at Lingnan Woods under. Faye, take a drop back yourself. I'm on the highway, going to Sundown Bay for a bit. Alone? Well, one person. It has to be one person. Zhang Gui wouldn't tell Chu Yunfei that he had already made an appointment with Zhang Lingwei, only that during the May 1st period, which was the peak season for car sales, he definitely wouldn't take a vacation. Besides, other girls were independent and self-reliant, which was even more of a point Zhang Gui liked. Going to Sundowners Bay now can only be described as going ahead and stepping out. After the 1st of May, the two of them go to the beach, hand in hand, strolling under the slanting glow of the setting sun. How romantic. Okay, be careful on the road. The car you'll use for the next few days. Faye, atmosphere. Dad, didn't you plan all ahead of time to go back to your hometown on May 1st? Why don't you go back? Taking a taxi back to his parents' house. Thinking about going back to his hometown tonight. Chu Yunfei didn't go back to that pigsty of his. Hey, don't mention it. A few days ago and a few large households have already talked about it. It was supposed to be today to sign the agreement. Just received a phone call from our group legal advisor. Said that the attitude of these people have changed. Previously agreed conditions, but all changed their minds. Xu Hua was now a bit anxious. During this period of time, Chu Yunfei was having a dashing time, but Xu Hua was just really exhausted. See a different user every day. There are big players and there are retailers. There are young people and even older people. No matter what kind of people they were, Xu Hua was now receiving them personally, and it was only through communicating with them that he could know everyone's psychological bottom line, and also report to his superiors. It's this kind of hands-on approach that leads to being particularly busy, and hating to think of a 24-hour day as a 48-hour day. Xu Hua does things on the principle, that is, to the older users, give relatively loose policy. Give young people, the policy of large households a little loose. Young retail customers, that is only to accept the offer of their bank, or go to court. Anyone knows that there are only two kinds of people who fight lawsuits. The first is a large and rich, and the second is particularly serious. But no matter which one, Xu Hua is not afraid. Lawsuit, then the ball is in the good. Directly dump the pot to the court how to judge, then how we pay. Actively respond to the lawsuit can be. Besides, who's in the hall and what are you accusing me of? As a result, there are very few civil lawsuits against the government because the word government has two mouths. Retail investors, who don't have much money in the first place, are worried that the banks will look for them to pursue compensation payments after they have been exhausted several times, and that is what is called a loss. In the last life, after the crude oil treasure incident, the first thing that the Bank of Summerlin did was to sue some users to make them repay their losses according to the contract. Dad, how did you guys talk about it? Chu Yunfei was a bit curious. It's only been 10 days. Right, and a large household has compromised? In my last life, there was a year or two of back and forth before the furor over the matter died down. Now, surprisingly, after about 10 days, a big account has been compromised. Could it be that the bank has given too lenient terms? It's confidential. I can't give you that. Xu Hua had wanted to listen to his own son's thoughts, but thought of this kind of thing. The top of 1,000 instructions must be kept secret. Once leaked out, whoever leaks the news, who bears the consequences? Dad, our own people still have to keep it a secret. I'm sure I won't tell anyone outside. You know, I'm still the one who brought up the whole crude oil treasure thing. Chu Yunfei froze. This old man, even to his son, is still so tightly guarded, not ashamed to be the successor of the party. Still can't give you that. Xiao Fei, the organization has the discipline of the organization. So don't make things difficult for your father. After so many years, you still don't know your father's temperament. What can't be said? Definitely won't be said. Kim I-hyun can't watch next to her. Don't let father and son fall out because of this kind of thing. That won't be cost effective. The son feels that the old man doesn't trust him, and the old man thinks the son is disorganized. Dad, so let me take a guess. Do you think it's right? The somewhat burnt-out Xu Hua was also interested when he heard his son say this. Their program to deal with this matter was not only the result of discussion among the people of this special action group of theirs, but also the result of a report to the top and then fought over. His own son wanted to take a guess. So let him. The closer you get to the results, it only means that your own son is better. With the crude oil treasure thing, it wasn't just a matter of negotiation. There were other pressures from outside that created a program that satisfied the majority of the population. Chapter 56, Shock. So tell me, I'd like to hear what you have to say. Xu Hua stopped moving his hands and sat down to pour a glass of water for both himself and his son. Father and son. Usually the relationship is relatively cordial. Xu Hua does not have the vice president's frame, and Chu Yunfei relatively equal exchange. The relationship is not bad. You pour me water, I'll hold your glass. It's all regular everyday stuff. Of course, there are some things that are good to know and good to accept in your own family. Once you put it inside that melting pot of the internet, no matter what you do, there will be a group of people behind you to criticize it. As a son, how can you ask your father to pour tea for you? Too ungrateful, the father said, cannot say, but also one after another. This is to want the father to make a mistake. This is a son should do things? Geez, to counter your own father's opinion. Against all odds. These comments, they're just blowing up. What's most amusing is that these speakers who blew up the tripe and seemed to be making rather dutiful remarks were either yelling at their parents at home or chewing on them in all sorts of ways. I do my own thing. And that's what my parents want. But no one else can. And I have to criticize. There's no way around it. Keyboard warriors cost nothing and you get to watch the fun. So why not? The advent of the internet has come in handy for everyone. But the only bad thing about it is the keyboard warriors as well as the cyber violence. Something that has to be given an iron fist in order to make these spammers rein it in. Otherwise, there are so many tragedies because of cyberstorms. And these spammers will just say, I just posted a comment. What's it got to do with me? Unbeknownst to them, their comments were the last straw that broke the camel's back. Dad, I think you should be settling your subscribers at the settlement price of the crude oil futures at 10 o'clock on the night of the 22nd. And your bank will make up the rest. After Chu Yunfei finished speaking, he picked up the tea that Xu Hua had just brewed and slowly drank it. Chu Yunfei downplayed the situation, but Xu Hua's heart could be described as turning over, his face incomparably serious. Where did you hear that? Xu Hua wondered if someone inside his team had leaked the information. His own son, under his own banner, asked for news of the rest of their group, and some of them got in the way and were likely to talk. Again, if it can be said for your own son, that means it will be said for others as well. Then it seems to make sense that these big players suddenly turned against us today. Everyone got the message and then tried to use it in such a way that the Summerland Bank would continue to compromise. Dad, what are you thinking? I don't even know who's in your group. And besides, what purpose would I serve by inquiring about that? You asked me to guess. So I guessed. So tell me, what is your basis for this judgment? Xu Hua was still a bit unconvinced. Was his son so contrary? Why didn't you get the hang of it before? Could it really be a case of love and hate? And after breaking up with that girl doll, awakening the flood of power in his body? Dad, it seems you lack a detailed understanding of your son. Chu Yunfei's calmness slowly calmed Xu Hua's heart that had been a little agitated. How good or bad is your career? And ultimately how well you succeed your successor? The better the cause, the bigger the punt if it comes to a punt. At the end of the day, it's the next generation that spells it out. If your own son is successful and your own career is like that, it's not a big deal. Anyone asks, just say it's Chu Yunfei's old man. As long as Chu Yunfei was capable, who would dare to disrespect him? There are now two main points of online vitriol against Summerland Bank. The first is that it cannot be operated after 10 p.m., and the second is why it has not been moved ahead of time. For the second point, this is a problem for your Summerland Bank, and surely the Summerland Bank has to take the responsibility for it. For the first point, if the Bank of Summerland wants to solve the problem, I personally feel that delivery is made with the crude oil futures price at 10 p.m. on the 22nd. Losses after 10 o'clock are borne by the bank. And before 10 o'clock the user is on his own due to the fact that CrudeBot itself can be operated. This outcome, while not quite the best of both worlds, is good faith for both sides and is a compromise for a solution. The main thing is that the loss of the Summerland Bank is not as evil as the rumors on the internet. Others don't know. Can I still not know? Summerland Bank also has a bearish position in crude oil futures. And although the bearish ones have lost money, the bearish ones have made a lot of money. Looking at his son, Chu Hua was truly shocked. Through this kind of clues, they can analyze their Xiaogua Bank solution. And even more so, they can analyze the benefits and losses of Xiaogua Bank, which is too powerful. Little Fei, you've really grown up. This vision, your father can't even catch up. You're right. The program we discussed with these several large households is this kind of. Said well before, I did not expect the other side temporarily change their mind. Chu Yunfei also do not know the specific reason. The last life. There are also several large households in Summer Country Bank lawsuit. The final court how to sentence. The bank implementation can be. I wonder if the person who filed the lawsuit is the one who is now temporarily breaking the contract. But, it doesn't matter. This program, of course, is a compromise, not a good one, but it solves the problem. Dad, this proposal, I can't say it's good, but it's definitely one of the more sincere ones. I think you can start with those who are of age and you can compensate them more appropriately. Other users, according to different users, this program is slightly adjusted, but the general changes, can accept the best, cannot accept, then the lawsuit to solve. I think there's really only a very small percentage of people who make it to that final step of filing a lawsuit. In the end, no matter what, the matter will have been resolved. What you have to do now is to handle this matter pretty much in the shortest possible time, not asking for much better. As long as it doesn't cause a scale effect, your job as a team leader is not in vain. But determines head, position determines thought. From the user's point of view, surely it is better for the user if the bank bears all the losses. But from the bank's point of view, Zhao Ziyan's own father's point of view, a quick hit is the way to go. As for individual pestering, leave him alone for now. Big deal. Sue, banks are certainly prepared to respond to lawsuits as well, with the goal of targeting specific situations. Little Fei, you've really grown up, and the angle of looking at things is indeed very accurate. I'm not going back home on May 1st. I have to get busy. Why don't you and your mom go home? Then I won't go back either. Qin province is so far away and we don't have any acquaintances. It's better to be comfortable over here. Okay, go play wherever you want on May 1st. We won't give you any money. You're much richer than us now. Chu Yunfei rubbed his nose in embarrassment. It's true that you have money, but you really haven't bought anything for your own parents yet. Whenever he comes over, after eating and drinking, his parents will bring him some more if they have something good here. Being the son of man does fall a little short. The good thing was, his parents were so pleased with him that pride had taken over all the hearts, and the small gift was simply ignored. Tian, did you ask the reason? Why did Mr. Zhang and the three of them temporarily back out? Arriving at the office of the Crude Oil Treasure Task Force, Chu Hua asked his secretary. Don't look at just now, Chu Yunfei said easily, but can negotiate to solve the best. Fight the lawsuit. Just the last step. Chapter 57, Chu Hua's bullying. Chu Group Leader. The reason is still unclear. We have negotiated with Mr. Zhang for a long time. They all said that the previous program is not satisfactory. Want to readjust the program. Oda also has a bit of a headache, and her future is tied to the future of the Crude Oil Treasure Task Force. When this matter is handled well, not only will Chu Hua be promoted, but everyone within this group will be promoted. On the contrary, if it is not handled well, the future of all people is slim. The rewards and the risks, they are equal. Alright, I'll talk to Mr. Zhang and the others later. Now, how many people have settled and signed confidentiality agreements? Chu Team Leader, currently signed the settlement and confidentiality agreement of 155 people, basically are individual investors, and the purchase amount is not high. And how many of these people who were over 60 years of age and in difficult family situations, who signed the agreement last time it was sorted out? We have done our best. Age greater than 60 years old, and family conditions are more difficult to buy crude oil treasure more than 50,000 yuan, a total of 155 people. A lot of these people when they go to the bank to deposit a fixed period of time, was introduced to the first-line sales staff to buy crude oil treasure. At present, 140 people have signed a settlement agreement, and the remaining 15 people said they would not sign anything, and said that if they did not give him the principal, they would jump straight from the building. Xiao Tian is also a little headstrong. These old people and grandmothers, old age, plus the family already does not have a lot of money, all of a sudden lose so much. Who can stand it? What's the deal with these 15 people and why aren't they signing? Chu Hua already knew the answer within himself after he asked. Nothing else? Got suckered into buying crude bought by a frontline salesman. People were just there to make a deposit, but now the principal is gone. Who can stand it? These 15 people, in fact, have very bad family conditions. I think that there is also the possibility that there are some big families that specialize in instigating these people of advanced age to come and cause trouble. Because of their age, if anything unexpected happens, our bank is even more irrelevant. T-on, you discuss with the legal advisor and the other groups. These 15 people, or according to the compensation standard of the other 140 people, 50% of the principal. Likewise, if there are still young people at home who are unemployed, as long as the other person is not a good cook, we can provide each family with a job opportunity at the summer bank. Team leader Chu, I think they will definitely agree to your proposal. No matter how much the others fling them, they have a small capital after all, and even if we replenish all of it, it will only be $10,000 or $20,000 at the most. Those who are flirting with them are also just capitalizing on the fact that they are losing money. Plus they are not rich themselves and must care a lot. Now we're offering their children an employment opportunity, and anyone knows how to choose. Okay, then you go to deal with it. Remember, each person should talk separately, the whole audio and video recording, and ask them not to disclose the content of the confidentiality agreement. Otherwise the things we promised, it will not count. By the way, within the families of the other 140 elderly people, if there are any special difficulties, we can also provide jobs at our discretion. Seeing Koda leave, Chu Hua leaned his back on the seat, a little tired. It's too torturous. For those large households, who have money and know the law, it is indeed relatively good to communicate with them. But for these elderly people who are old and still have little money at home, communication can be quite a hassle. In these 10 days or so, most of Chu Hua's energy was spent communicating with these older people. It's good to know that these annoyances are, at last, coming to an end. As for the big players, it's all about who sticks it out to the end. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wei, Mr. Lu, it's been a hard day, and I'm still troubling you to come over and sign the agreement in person during May Day. Inside the conference room, Chu Hua's first words blindsided the three. What's the situation? Hadn't the little girl reported their temporary change of heart up the chain of command? It shouldn't be possible. Team leader Chu, you should know the reason for our visit. Let's open the windows to say the truth. Before we negotiated the program, go back, we also consulted a lawyer. The kind of according to the 22nd, 10 p.m. when the settlement price to a settlement. We lose too much, but also too much loss. Mr. Zhang, as the one who purchased the most crude oil treasures among the three, spoke with the most confidence. Yes, Chu team leader, our money is all hard-earned money. A minute to save up. The result is to buy a financial management. The principal are going to lose. This cannot be said. Yes, Chu team leader, when I think of the beginning, your salesman gave me that this has no risk. But now, the risk of the great, the stock is a child's play. Never heard of the stock principal loss is finished, but also have to be compensated for. All three, you and I, are complaining, and all want more compensation from the bank. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wei, Mr. Lu, we have all communicated well before and said that we would sign the agreement today, and you have changed your mind temporarily. Of course, you have your struggles, which I can understand and empathize with. It is true that there was some impropriety on the part of our bank in this matter, which we have not denied from the very beginning. We own up to our mistakes. However, this does not mean that we are at the mercy of unlimited demands. For so many older people, they may not be aware of the risks, but the three of you should be very aware. We have gained the understanding of all the seniors who are older and have also signed the relevant settlement agreements. Since we are sitting here, we want to have a solution instead of pulling each other down. The longer it drags on, the worse it is for both of us. That's the fundamental reason I'm sitting here talking to all three of you. Impossible. People of advanced age. Have you all reconciled? Mr. Zhang's face did not look good anymore. Today he was able to come over, not only because he was instructed by others, but likewise arranged for people to make assurances with several old people who had purchased the crude oil treasure. Let these old people keep making trouble unless the bank pays in full. Once the bank does not pay the full amount of compensation, it has been making trouble. The bigger the matter, how much the bank compensates in the future, the rest of him to make up for it. We'll never let these old people suffer. But now, hearing Chu Hua's words, it would be a wonder if Mr. Zhang's face could look better. Is it full compensation? Mr. Zhang thought it was unlikely. Old people, especially older ones, talk about non-disclosure agreements. What does that stuff do for them? Do people not comply and your bank goes to sue? As for the full compensation, Mr. Zhang also thinks it is unlikely. This kind of investment thing, the bank ironically cannot be fully compensated, will only be subsidized through other ways, but never the same as the principal. Otherwise, what about other seniors who have previously signed settlement agreements? If full compensation is given to all the old people, what is the rationale for not giving compensation to them? The young people? Chapter 58, The stock market is an ATM. Mr. Zhang, there is nothing impossible. Since I dare to say this here, it is enough to show the truth or falsehood. The entire previous communication between our two sides was recorded and videotaped, which you are also aware of. Give us the settlement as previously agreed, with concessions and compromises on both sides. If, however, you are still not satisfied and feel that you can fight for more, then I would suggest taking the legal route. Let's see how much the court awards then, and we'll just follow the court's judgment. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Lu, Mr. Wei, I have other things to do, so I won't accompany you for now. If we figure it out, contact Coda to sign the contract. If you feel that what we agreed upon earlier does not count, then the three of you are at liberty. Watching Chu Hua leave, the three of them fell into silence. Originally, I thought that Chu Hua would be as soft today as before. Who would have thought that this Chu Hua would be so decisive today? Not only did they take care of a couple of old people they had arranged for, but they also gave them an ultimatum. Fixing the seniors, they are not particularly surprised. As long as the banks give these seniors more benefits than they give them, ironically, they will settle. But now, with the way the banks are treating them, it's a bit evocative. Mr. Zhang, I think Group Captain Chu is right. This matter, the longer we delay, the more unfavorable to us. Yes, Mr. Zhang, we basically had a good deal with the bank before. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Is there any news? When Mr. Zhang heard the words of the other two men, he secretly screamed inwardly. Where's the news for yourself? Just got a call out of the blue today. A call that told him to try to get the price as high as possible. If he hadn't seen the other party's identity, he definitely wouldn't have agreed. You know, it's essential for them to do business and deal with banks. Even if the Summerland Bank made them lose a lot of money this time, they didn't have too much courage to make a complete break with the Summerland Bank. The four major banks of the Summerland are, basically, all through. Once you are blacklisted, it will be difficult to get a loan from a bank in the future. Mr. Lu, Mr. Wei, I don't have any news. I just think it's too much of a loss for us to compromise so early. Just now, Team Leader Chu also said that those old people have been taken care of, which means that the compensation given to them by the bank must be very high, or else those old people whose families are not rich in the first place will definitely not agree to it. If those old people can, why can't we when we've bought millions? After Mr. Zhang finished speaking, there was another silence in the office. Although we all know that it is impossible to treat everyone equally in this matter, but they're trying to cut their losses, too. Now, as a matter of jurisprudence, they're still both in debt to the bank, unless one settles and loses most of his own money, but it's so much better than having to pay back a couple of times the amount. Mr. Feng, I'm really sorry, the bank's people are too strong. We're all under a lot of financial pressure. There's no way we can spend time with the bank. Once the bank sues us and freezes our assets, there's really no turning back for us. So, we had to sign a settlement agreement. The man on the other end of the phone fell silent, thinking that this good show he had arranged had just started, not realizing that it had already been aborted just as it had begun. The good thing is, this whole thing is just to discuss the other guy. It's not like it's expected to cause them much distress. Mr. Zhang, it's me who is causing you trouble. I will be the first to consider our company if there is any cooperation in the future. The person who spoke, if Chu Yunfei was there, he would definitely recognize him. Wasn't this the Fang Gaoqi that he had met at Zhou Haiyan's house? Yes. After Fang Gaoqi had people find out Chu Yunfei's details, he planned to use the matter of the crude oil treasure as a game to make Chu Yunfei's father anxious. Who would have thought that the bank would be so tough this time, either accepting the terms already negotiated before or going straight to court, with no third way. Of course, if it is through public opinion, it can still put pressure on the banks, but that would have been a ripoff. Originally, both sides had a good negotiation. The conditions have been agreed, but the result is that you have temporarily broken the contract, and now you want to force through public opinion. Do you really think that the Bank of Summerland is vegetarian? Once a bank starts a fire, the average person can't really carry it. If the bank sues them, the first thing it will do is to apply for property preservation, knowing that, according to jurisprudence, these users who purchased crude oil treasures will also have to compensate the bank a large sum of money. The bank is perfectly capable of applying for property preservation directly at the time of prosecution, even if the court finally decides Not to mention how the judgment will be. The 1.5 years of property preservation will be enough to make them have financial problems. If, for example, someone is a little more ruthless and moves a little bit from within their previous loans, and the bank directly draws down the loans, then their losses are definitely too much greater than crude oil treasure. A few of them, they are not the kind of big spenders of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars who can afford to arm wrestle with the banks. With only a few million, they really can't afford to spend it. Since the crude oil treasure program failed, let's get real. In the financial market, Fang Gaoqi, is no less than anyone else, especially when there's a family to back it up. It's just not that easy to make a stock. The May Day vacation flew by with everyone feeling like they couldn't get enough. Wednesday, May 6, 2020. Those who should go to work go to work. Those who should work part-time work. And those who should pay off their debts pay off their debts. With 5 days off on May 1st, many people's spirits are relaxed, regardless of the usual. After vacation, it's relaxation time. At 9:30 a.m., Wang Fujing opened directly up, watching everyone dumbfounded. Not only shocked by the demon stock Wang Fujing, but also shocked by the stock god Fei's power. It's only been half a month, and the purchase of tens of millions of dollars of this Wang Fujing stock is now almost doubled. Who dares to call for this kind of ability? The stock market is an ATM. Chu Yunfei couldn't help but let out such a sentiment when he saw his capital account. Before May 1st, the capital account totaled 41,679,000, and now, once the market opens, the capital becomes 45,847,000 directly, making more than $4 million a day. To be exact, the hotel made over $4 million the moment it was 25 minutes old. It's not even that much for a double color ball. Fei, it's still you who's awesome. Zhang Gui gave a thumbs up next to him. More than $1 million to now have 1.8 million. A full 800,000 up. This speed of earning money. Besides Chu Yunfei being able to match it, who else would dare to think about it? I guess his father knew he was earning over $100,000 a day, and he probably couldn't turn the screws right. Brother Fei, lend me your car for the next few days. I'm going to go shopping with Lingwei. Developing so fast? Hey, where do I have you to develop fast? Just heard you break up in the front foot. No doubt all went to see the old man to go. Zhang Gui smiled in a sneaky way. Fatty, you have to be careful. Women, they're really annoying. Chu Yunfei was worried about Zhang Gui being set up by Zhang Lingwei. It wasn't that Chu Yunfei couldn't see the other party, but the other party was indeed outstanding. So outstanding that Chu Yunfei didn't feel that Zhang Gui could be worthy of the other party, at least for the time being. The goodness of a woman determines the prosperity of a home. This was something that Chu Yunfei knew well. Fei, don't worry, we'll just familiarize ourselves. Besides, I have what to cheat. If plotting me, might as well go straight to you. You're a tycoon. Roll. Got it. Little noble son will get out of here. After saying that, Zhang Gui made a gesture of a Qing court eunuch to the emperor with his right and left hands and directly retired, causing Chu Yunfei to laugh. This living treasure. Chapter 59. Why is heaven so unfair? Boss, you said the board will open at 10:30, and then the high-level shock absorbs the chips? The youth from the Pengchang branch of the Foshan Death Squad asked his own boss. I was expecting this to be the boring market today, with no need to do anything at all from the morning stop to the afternoon. But who would have thought that his own boss would let him shake it up high? There are many ways to absorb chips. The most common, and the most violent, are only two. The first is to stop sucking. The stock price directly smashed to the stop. See how many retailers hanging stop single, to decide when to eat these stop single, so as to pull up. This type of sucking will be less costly, but there is a certain risk that once another dealer wants to come in, it is likely to be taken advantage of by the other side. Another is the stop sucking. The stock price pulled to a stop, and then open the stop high shock, so that those who have a profit of retail investors out of the profit. This approach will absorb more chips, but at a relatively high cost. It's obvious that boss is trying to soak up chips in this way right now. Yes, at that time, the support single removed, in the following with a small single purchase. This method should not need me to teach you, but you must remember, do not want to smash the disc, and the chips in our hands to sell, or we will lose. Now staring at the Wang Fujing this stock more and more people, wait until a certain extent. We have to hand over the chips in hand. Let other bankers carry sedan chair. As long as someone picks it up, the stock price will keep going up. As for the collapse after it went up ridiculously, what does that have to do with us? Seeing the cruel smile on the boss's face, the youth was a little chilled. In the past, they manipulated a lot of these stocks, at least doubled stocks, and when the stock price rose to a certain level, the dealer's chips were handed over to the retail investors, and the stock price began to collapse. Can you imagine the meltdown of a retail investor buying at a stop and going straight down on the same day? If the first day is the sky floor, down 20%, then the next day followed by a drop. That kind of desperation. Can you feel it? The third and fourth days were still just as down. In less than a week, half the principal is gone. Who can stand that? I was looking to take a short shot, but I didn't expect to become a shareholder in this stock. Cut the meat. Not willingly. Raise your position. But don't dare. Why? Why is it still up? Huang Yaoyao was a bit bewitched. During May Day, Chu Yunfei had a dashing time, but Huang Yaoyao was very unhappy. No other. Before May 1st originally said to buy Wang Fujing, did not buy. After the Wang Fujing stop, Huang Yaoyao heart more and more difficult to think about. The longer the May Day room is in this mood, the more unbalanced the mind becomes, thinking that after May 1st, if it opens low, she, Yo-Yo Wang, will also have to increase her position. But, why is it a one-word seal stop? What does that make her? Hit the board to buy? Huang Yaoyao thought about it, but she still didn't dare. Compared to last week, the cost is more than 25% higher. Isn't buying now at this price of $18. 7 leak behavior? At 9:30, Wang Fujing rose to a halt with 150,000 sealed orders. At 9:45, Wang Fujing continued to rise. Sealed orders 250,000 hands. At 10 o'clock, Wang Fujing was still up, with a block order of 400,000 lots. 10:15, Wang Fujing still up. Sealed orders 500,000 hands. Whatever. Hit the board and buy. You must buy today or you probably won't be able to buy later. Huang Yaoyao put their own money on the body, plus online loans borrowed money, a total of 300,000. All pokies. In 18.7 yuan Wang Fujing stopping the price of hanging orders. Looking forward to the banker can put her to buy in. 10:25 minutes. Wang Fujing closed orders continue to 500,000 hands. Huang Yaoyao internal struggle, expecting the dealer to let her in and not wanting to. The reasoning is very simple. The dealer can put her in, indicating that the dealer are about to ship out. The dealer does not put her in, indicating that it will continue to rise. With this complex and contradictory mood, Huang Yaoyao was tormented. As for the bank job, how can you make money as fast as speculating in stocks? Commuting to work to touch the fish has become the norm. And with the already masked influence, not many users come to the bank, which is perfect for touching the fish. What's going on? Why is it down? Huang Yaoyao, who had just finished going to the toilet, returned to her workstation and picked up her cell phone to find something that surprised her. Luckily it was a lowered voice and a mask to cover it up, or else the others would have looked over. The current Huang Yaoyao was filled with regret. Can't wait to give myself a smack in the mouth. If she knew that the stop could be open today and the dealer let her in, Huang Yaoyao would not have gone to the toilet even if she had peed on her beloved embroidered dress. It's too much of a loss for a trip to the restroom. Hang up and buy at $18. 7. Now it's $18. 16. A full 3% down. $200,000. That's a $6,000 drop. Inside, the blood is dripping. Why? I hit the board to buy. Today will not be the sky floor. A day of 20% loss. I can slap my own mouth rotten. No way. I should not have listened to the live broadcast of those big V. Hit the board to buy. These pits are miserable. Sell cannot be sold. Ha 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 ha. I sold on the upside and waited for the downside to buy. Seeing the various messages inside the posting, Huang Yaoyao was a bit tense. All kinds of negative emotions are intertwined. Regret, helplessness, despair, remorse, annoyance, unwillingness and other haunting. Why has God treated me unjustly? Last week she didn't buy it and it went straight up. Today she bought it and it's down 3% in just one bathroom break. Is this pulling out piss or is it gold? Huang Yaoyao also expects the dealer will continue to pull up and stop again. However, looking at the disc trend, as well as the comments inside the bar, Huang Yaoyao inner more and more desperate. Wang Fujing is down a full 5% from a stop at the earliest part of the morning to just plus 5% now. 200,000 buy-in. Now only 190,000. Thinking that most of this is money borrowed from online loans, Huang Yaoyao is a little dizzy. Yes, these are all the things that Chu Yunfei caused me to do, and said that it could go up to $50. Take out your cell phone and get ready to question the other person. Before the call could be dialed, Huang Yaoyao hung up. How can she be so frivolous when she's building her persona right now? Even if she wanted to find trouble with Chu Yunfei, she would have to wait until she had completely taken Chu Yunfei down. However, the thought of 200,000 being left with only 190,000 in just a few minutes gave Huang Yaoyao a pang of flesh. Boss, I found someone came in to grab chips and has been slowly sweeping in during the Wangfujing shock. The youth ran to the boss, a little anxious. That's when outsiders start getting in, and it's much harder for them to maneuver as they please later on. Most of all, they didn't know who was coming now. Was it a deliberate attempt to pit them against each other? Or was it an attempt to gain advantage? If it was the former, then they would have to be very careful, or else they would fall into someone else's trap, and that would be the end of it. The Foshan daredevils have such a big reputation in the domestic financial market, and there are not many people who have been offended. Chapter 60, Who the hell is it? Is it a stock god Fei entering again? That. Boss frowned slightly. This was much earlier than he had expected. In Boss's imagination, at least Wangfujing's share price has to wait until 25 yuan. Other bankers as well as retail investors will slowly enter the market. It's only $18.70 now. So how can anyone come to enter without revealing their identity? Aren't you afraid that both sides will dry up and end up not pulling this stock? Whether a stock can become a demon stock, not a dealer to decide, but a lot of dealers come in tacit decision. You're on your side. It's the only way to make the stock go up. I can't check it yet. It's all small accounts. But in my experience, there should be an organization out to grab the chips. Otherwise, the retailer puts up the order and the other side immediately eats it. I also tried myself, hanging out 5 hands. Even if the price is higher than the price of 2 cents, the other side did not hesitate to eat, waiting for the next retailer to buy single. The stock got phased at tens of millions of dollars of account, has not been moved at present. The last time he said to use other accounts in the purchase. This time I do not know whether the other side of the handout, or there are other forces to intervene. The youth also realized the seriousness of the matter and rushed over to report. Once things are different from what they appear to be, it is likely to cause them to lose this maneuver, and then leave the market. Not to mention making money. It would be good not to lose. Don't look at their account float close to 50%. Once the real collapse, no retail investors to take over. Their chips simply can't be sold. The stock price will only get lower and lower. The original short-term them, they will become shareholders directly. That's why many troubled stocks pull a stop or two once they've crashed and burned. After a few dips, there is only one purpose, and that is that the bankers inside are saving themselves and at the same time handing out the chips they have on hand. Then don't be shaking. Pull up first and don't let anyone else in on the chips. As for who bought it, take a look at the LW list tonight to see if it's on the list. Boss, I've hung up 500,000 lots below. No one else can possibly buy it. Only, today's sucker punch was poor, absorbing only 2 million or so chips. It's okay, I'm relieved that you're doing your job. Not only can you be the first to realize that other forces have intervened, but you can also make the most effective plan, which, you have done very well. Go on, pay more attention to Wangfujing, and report to me at the first sign of anything. Lao Zhao, do you know who came to Wangfujing today to grab chips? I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. Next time I come to Pengcheng, I'll take out my treasured old cellar to entertain you. Old Peng. Wangfujing this stock, you also know, has always been followed by me. A few days suddenly someone came in. Do you know who it is? I don't know. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Next time I go to Magic City, I'll have a good drink with you. After calling 4 or 5 people, the boss was a little depressed. It stands to reason that their circle is just a little bit bigger, and everyone else knows exactly who is responsible for which stock. The other guy wants to get into the other guy's stock. He's got to talk to the other guy first. Otherwise, it will be treated as a spoiler. But now, having asked around myself, it was very weird that no one knew. Could it be that someone is really trying to take the tiger by the horns? Even if the boss is a very high authority in private equity, there are always people who want to step on authority to get to the top. Otherwise, how could he explain that there were other people entering and he couldn't even inquire about it? The visitor was not good. Ha ha ha, keep going up tomorrow. Compared to her frustration just now, Huang Yaoyao was as cold as eating ice cream on a 3-volt day. A minute ago, Huang Yaoyao felt that life was full of grayness, frustration, and could not see the future. A minute later, the world was bright again. Life, it's just so mediocre and wonderful. You never know how exciting tomorrow will be. Seeing the sudden stop, Huang Yaoyao wondered why. But, why do we need to know why? As long as it continues to go up tomorrow, she'll make $20,000, more than a month's salary for her. All those hardships she had suffered before. Huang Yaoyao felt that it was all worth it. How can we see the rainbow without going through the storm? This is, perhaps, what all retail investors have in mind. All kinds of oaths when you're trapped. When pulling up, start touting your abilities. In fact, none of this has anything to do with them. They don't know why they went up, much less why they went down. But as long as it makes him money, He's happy. What's the point of knowing why if it doesn't make money? Mr. Feng, Wang Fujing's manipulation method has already discovered our movements and directly pulled up. I reckon that Wang Fujing will definitely open higher or even go up tomorrow. The trader whispered softly to the young man next to him. It had been well planned. As long as Wang Fujing continued to oscillate, they were slowly sucking up money through multiple accounts. Especially this kind of sealed stop after opening. Many retail investors will choose to take profit. The absorption of chips will be very fast. But the trader didn't realize that he had only been at it for 20 minutes or so before the dealer found out. Even if he had been careful. Discovered on the discovery. The other side of the stop pending orders directly withdrawn. Either to stop shipping, or to shock sucker. At the moment, it seems to be in the latter category. People are sucking up. So are we, and we're sure to be found out. How much have we purchased now? Mr. Feng, our 10 accounts, together, have only purchased about 3.5 million funds of Wang Fujing stock so far. The young man known as Mr. Feng had a contemplative face. Now Wang Fujing has shown his demon stock posture. From the beginning of the market value of close to 10 billion, and now has almost 20 billion. They, on the other hand, only have $3.5 million in Wang Fujing stock, which is arguably less. Trying to put others at a disadvantage through that is obviously unlikely. Mr. Feng, I've inquired about it. The one responsible for this stock of Wang Fujing is the Foshan Daredevil team. If you want to buy this stock in large quantities, you can approach the Foshan Daredevil team, so that you can get lower chips, and at the same time, you don't have to be so careful in the secondary market. Whether it's a banker or a retail investor, once they realize that someone else is grabbing the chips, they will inevitably raise the price of the stock, which in time will raise the cost significantly. Foshan Daredevil boss is thinking hard about who exactly is intervening at this point in time. And without even saying hello? A demonstration? Or is it a provocation? All of this is hurting the Foshan Daredevil boss a bit. What kind of opponent is the scariest? And that is not knowing who the opponent is. This kind of fight where the enemy is in the dark and I am in the light is really stifling. Unless one has a sure win on this side, it is very likely that one will end up being sneaked by this unknown third party, leading to a significant reduction in profits, or even from a burst of profits to a floating loss. Just as the Foshan Daredevil boss was thinking hard, a phone call appeared, causing him to be shocked and angered. Chapter 61 Heartbeat. Mr. Zhao, I'm Feng Gaoqi who made an appointment with you at noon. Nice to meet you. At 3:30 p.m., Feng Gaoqi appeared in the office of the boss of the Pengcheng branch of the Foshan Death Squad. There was no saber rattling inside the phone, not to mention the conflict of knife and gun. Just like a pair of forgotten friends chatting, the atmosphere is particularly good. Thinking about the phone call he received in the morning, Mr. Zhao had a bit of a brain ache. Mr. Zhao, my name is Feng Gaoqi. I heard that you have quite a lot of Wang Fujing stocks over there, and I'd like to have a chat with you. At that time, when the Foshan Daredevil boss heard this, he was instantly enraged. The caller was the person who had just grabbed the chips with them. Now, with the grandiose phone call, is this a demonstration, or do you think he's old and cheap? Do you really think he hasn't done much himself over the years and anyone wants to step on him to get to the top? Not interested. Mr. Zhao, I'm a nobody. You probably haven't heard of me. The founder of Manhwa Group is my father. I think that I should be qualified to talk to you now. This kind of talk sounds like self-reporting, but why does it feel like it's all about power? Yes, Feng Gaoqi is all about self-reporting and at the same time, he will use his power to oppress people. It's a routine he's tried time and time again. I want to buy Wang Fujing stock, not to make much money, but to make a person feel bad without losing money. That's my purpose of buying Wang Fujing. After listening to Feng Gaoqi's words, Mr. Zhao had been calculating inside his head. Was this the other party's ploy, or was it to paralyze himself? No matter what it was, Tianhua Group he didn't want to offend yet. Although he had billions of dollars at his disposal, they were, all of them, going to stabilize returns now. Definitely do not dare to go to the bloodbath with the big group. Otherwise, the big group slightly put a little wind. His gold masters, absolutely a large part of the early redemption. The reason why they Foshan Daredevil team in the financial market, and they have domestic professional trader as well as poisonous vision. More with the funds on hand, not to the last step. Mr. Zhao didn't want to make friends with these rich kids. Although most of the second generation of rich people are very promising. But who knows? Will meet my father is Li Gang Pitbull? Once you do encounter it, and you still cross paths with the other party, isn't that getting yourself into trouble? Even if you end up cleaning up the other side, you're still too damaged to make it worthwhile. That's what led to the afternoon appointment. Mr. Feng, it's a pleasure to meet you. Reaching out is not a good idea. This is how Mr. Zhao deals with people. Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry for the temporary disturbance. I have communicated with you in the morning about my intention to come here today, and I wonder what you have considered on your side. There are no extra pleasantries. In Feng Gaoqi's opinion, these speculative stocks started private equity. It should not exist. Do not do real work. The daily capital market profits. The main thing is that the reputation is still very big. How can this make them, who are in the industrial sector, feel embarrassed? Doing industrial people, and doing financial people, just as selling houses and speculating on stocks and selling stocks to buy houses. Inner are mutual stupidity, but the surface is still smiling. Mr. Feng, you want the shares of Wang Fujing. No problem. I wonder what price your side is offering and how many shares you need. You also know that the funds in my hands are all investors. I need to be responsible for them all. Now Wang Fujing share price has 18.7 yuan. From Zhao's expectations, although there are still a few stops, but also almost. If, in advance, someone takes over and offers a sufficient premium, it would be better for him to quit early. One stock, with hundreds of millions of dollars involved, more than doubled enough in 3 or 4 months. Mr. Zhao, the stock I want is not much. It's about 100 million. Do you think it's okay? Mr. Zhao didn't respond. He just poured a cup of tea for the other party and gestured for them to continue. Negotiation. What do you mean by negotiation? That's taking ownership yourself. Sometimes, fewer words are much more effective than more words. My price can be in accordance with today's share price. Up 5%. That is, 19.6 yuan per share to acquire your hands Wang Fujing shares. The total capital of about 100 million inch. After saying that, Feng Gaoqi felt that the other party would definitely agree. In this half-month period, Wang Fujing's share price has almost doubled, and he himself also gave a 5% premium, which is definitely a very sincere price. You know, it's not that easy to ship out $100 million, especially Wang Fujing is already a demon stock. Much attention. As long as the Pengcheng Daredevil team shipments, immediately news broke out. By then, Wang Fujing's share price can fall from up to down. It is definitely overpriced to give a 5% uplift now. However, Feng Gaoqi overestimated himself and also underestimated the determination of the Foshan Death Squad. Wang Fujing they do want out, but not at this price, let alone the so-called 5% increase. That said, will their Foshan Daredevil shipment be successful by then? It's their watchword, only slightly more cumbersome. If it pulls to $25 with no retail pickups, then it pulls to $30, or failing that, $40. For the majority of retail investors, the more they go up the more they buy. They never buy the more they go down, because retail investors are worried that the more they go down the more they buy even less bottom. Mr. Zhao, I'm giving a higher price, so I still have a small request. Mr. Zhao smiled, and the smile on his face made Feng Gaoqi feel that it was a sure thing. It's like this, $100 million in cash. We need time to get it together. We can give you a $20 million deposit first, and the rest of the $80 million. After a month, we'll give it all back. Mr. Zhao laughed even louder. From his previous smile had turned into a hilarious laugh. He, Lao Zhao, first made his fortune in the financial market with empty gloves. I didn't realize that a young man was now playing this same trick in front of him. The fact that the price was given quite a bit lower than he expected, not to mention the fact that only 20% of the advance payment was given, is intriguing. Mr. Zhao, it seems that Mr. Feng did not intend to hold Wang Fujing's shares for a long time, and would have to dump them in a month at the latest. With his expectations of Wang Fujing, Mr. Zhao felt that Feng Gaoqi must have gotten wind of something as well and wanted to make money from him through this empty glove trick. When the time comes to make a profit, sell the stock and take out $80 million to pay him back, and the rest of the money will be his profit. I have to say, it's a good plan. If Mr. Zhao is not a banker and doesn't know much about Wang Fujing, it is definitely a very wise decision to sell $100 million worth of shares at a 5% premium now that there is already a net profit of more than 50%. No one can sell the highest point. Not even Joe is the manipulator. Mr. Feng, I've met your father and I as well. It's truly a father and son in battle. But, unfortunately, both the price you gave and the 20% advance are much worse than we expected. So, your proposal will have to be left at that. What if I use the shares of Tianhua Group in my hand as collateral? Now, Mr. Zhao was moved. Tianhua Group, in Guangdong Province, can be described as loud and clear. Engaged in a high-tech industry that the country is now strongly supporting, the stock price is also thriving. Most importantly, Mr. Zhao has been trying to get on Tianhua Group, but he has faltered every time. No other way. TWC has its own stock price control department. Whichever lobbyist wants to profit by pulling up Dad Tianhua shares is unlikely to materialize. The reason for this is simple. Once the share price shows a sharp rise, the management will make an announcement that they are going to sell off the shares they are holding. It is important to realize that there is a natural difference between Tianhua Group and other listed companies. That is, the management of Tianhua Group has absolute control of the entire company. What retail investor would dare to take over when management vocalizes that they are selling off their shares? Which lobbyist dares to keep pulling? Once the real CICC crashed in, the management dumped the stocks and ran away with the barrels, leaving them, the lobbyists, to run the company? Are you kidding me? I'm just speculating in stocks. It's not like I want to be a shareholder in your company. It's the kind of company that is unlikely to show up in the financial markets of the Summerland, and as a result, it has. Although the lobbyists, as well as the speculators, hate this company with a passion, but inwardly, I give it a thumbs up. If there were more of these kinds of businesses, Xia could have risen a little faster, because this kind of business, real R&D, the market, rather than for the financial markets to circle the money. For investors, Tianhua Group is very fond of the fixed annual dividends, and it is definitely a high-quality enterprise that can be ranked in the financial market of Xia. Chapter 62, Say you're a duck and you're a duck. Sorry, Mr. Feng, I still can't accept it. Mr. Zhao uttered these words, and inwardly relieved himself instead. A business that looks like a rich future and a profit in the present. Mr. Zhao chose the latter. The future is anyone's guess. Seizing the moment is the right thing to do for speculators. Fang Gaoqi was shocked. He made such a good offer and the other party still refused? Are you out of your mind? Mr. Zhao, I think to myself that this proposal is already very good. The price is needless to say. A shipment of $100 million, and that's at a 5% premium when it's already nearly doubled. Although I can't get $100 million right now, but also gave 20 million. The remaining 80 million also used Tianhua Group shares as a pledge. I can't figure out your reason for refusal. There was no longer the calmness of the beginning. I thought today was a snap, but I didn't realize that the other party was still not satisfied and refused. One's main purpose in spending so much was to make Chu Yunfei fall off the pedestal, and it would be even better if one could latch on to the inside. Of course he Fang Gaoqi certainly will not do public welfare, can make some money to be able to explain to his father. Otherwise, take out 20 million, but also with the shares of Tianhua Group as collateral. No profit, probably can be sprayed to death by other people. Why not beat up the enemy and make some money? People think that there is no reason not to agree to such a good offer. It just happened. And Mr. Zhou just didn't agree. Mr. Feng, the conditions you gave are indeed very good, but you've misjudged Wang Fujing's potential, not to mention more than $19. I won't accept it even if you give a 10% premium according to the current share price. Secondly, the shares of your company, you should not have the right to pledge them either. When Mr. Zhao said that, he was close to just saying, "You're damn near empty-handed with me. Your boy was still needing clay when I was playing this game." Mr. Zhao, do you think this is okay? I take out 20 million, put it in your place to buy Wang Fujing. After making a profit, you take 50% of the profit. How? After Fang Gaoqi heard Mr. Zhao's words, he knew that he had somewhat underestimated Wang Fujing. In hindsight, it looks like the price he just gave was a bit low. Since he could make money, why didn't he hit a ride and still ease his relationship with Mr. Zhao? Although from the heart do not see these private equity speculation, but does not prevent Fang Gaoqi for these private equity money envy. And what if it's a loss? Although Zhao Zong was happy in his heart, he still had to ask. Fang Gaoqi's words just now said that 50% of the profit would be given to him, but didn't say what to do if he lost money? Investments are risky. Does he have to front the money himself? There is no such thing as 100% when it comes to things like stock investments. I believe Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao just said it with such conviction. It should be impossible for his friend to lose money. There is no easy one. I give you 5% of the profit is already enough fun. Do you want me to recognize the loss? So I might as well buy the stock myself? Another empty glove. The profit is given 50%. You still have 50% for yourself, and you have to pay out of pocket to pad your losses. Mr. Feng, I think we'll have the chance to work together again. This time it definitely won't work. You are also a man of honor. Investment has risks. You should know that. In that case, I'll take out $5 million. The winnings will be split in half, and the losses will be on me. What does Mr. Zhao think? Now, Mr. Zhao was completely heartbroken. Purchasing Wang Fujing would have been less risky for Mr. Zhao. Now it's even more profitable to split it in half, and the loss is Fang Gaoqi's, which is simply a no-brainer. Most of all, Mr. Zhao also wanted to get on the Tianhua Group train. and now that he had the favor of Tianhua Group's crown prince, it was definitely the icing on the cake. At that time, even if you lose money, you will certainly not let Fang Gaoqi lose money, but also give each other a few points of profit. Mr. Fang is truly a man who does great things. I, old Zhao, admire him. Mr. Zhao, happy cooperation. However, I have one small request. It's coming. He's really coming. Mr. Zhao knew that Fang Gaoqi would definitely have demands. Otherwise, who would give such a good offer? That stock god Fei. Mr. Zhao should know. I want to make the other party set inside this stock, or at least make the other party lose his name on the internet. How about that? Big head. Hearing this request, Mr. Zhao had a hard time. Fei, the stock god, can be said to be a tiger's mouth, making tens of millions of dollars out of them. I said I didn't mind, but there was always a thorn in my side. How come Mr. Zhao doesn't want to get back at the other guy? Nah, can't catch the other side at all. How many times did the tremors shake, and the other side stayed still? Stock god Fei's Wang Fu Jing costs just under $11. How can you trap each other? Unless the other side again large funds to increase the position, it is possible to pull up the cost of the position, and then operate a little. Want to set the other side is not difficult, but the problem is, even if the stock god Fei wanted to increase his position significantly, they, the Foshan Daredevil team, would not let each other increase their positions. That's just yanking profits right off of them. Who can stand it? Mr. Feng, as much as I would like to agree to your request, after all, I'm also very upset in my heart by the stock god Fei. However, the cost of the other side of the position is very low, and the technology is relatively high. We have shaken many times before. The other side is simply indifferent. You want to trap the other side unless you raise your position significantly, but we're certainly not going to let the other side raise their position significantly right now. Therefore, lassoing the other side, for the moment, is simply impossible. For the stock god Fei, it's just a matter of earning more or less. We can't do the online body count, unless there is a problem with the source of funding, but that's not something we should be doing in private equity. So, we can't really do either of your requests, but I can give you a word of advice. If there is an opportunity, we will definitely let the stock god Fei to get back the money earned from our hands. Want to take food from our Foshan Daredevil tiger? We have to see if he has the strength and ability. Even if you eat it, can you digest it? Mr. Zhao's atmosphere. The cooperation between Fang Gaoqi and Mr. Zhao was finalized. Not a great partnership, but a win-win situation. Before leaving, Fang Gaoqi pointed at the image of a small mouse that appeared on Mr. Zhao's cell phone screen and said, Mr. Zhao, what do you think this is? Mr. Zhao's brainwave was skewed by Mr. Fang's brainwave. The partnership is all set. Ask me what the little mouse on my cell phone screen is. Can't he see it's a little mouse? Mr. Fang, you wouldn't not recognize this, would you? Mr. Zhao, so tell me what this is? Isn't it obvious that Mr. Zhao has been made to doubt his life by Fang Gaoqi? Mr. Fang, don't be ridiculous. Isn't this the pattern of a little mouse? Mr. Zhao, take a closer look and make sure it's a little mouse and not a little duck. At this moment, Mr. Zhao, his face sank like water. This Duke Fang is blabbering in front of it. Is this trying to fire Zhao Gao's pointing stag as a horse? Then what has he become? Mr. Mr. Feng, if it's alright, then leave first. I'm not much of a joker like that. Mr. Zhao, don't be so angry. It's a rat alright, but if we say he's a duck, then he has to be, and he's not. I believe that stock god Fei. Don't look at him jumping up and down right now, but with your skills, Mr. Zhao, is it hard to make him go from a mouse to a duck? Seeing Fang Gaoqi's background, Mr. Zhao's face changed around. Originally thought that this Fang Gaoqi is a waste of rich second generation. I did not expect that unexpectedly on the way out. Borrowed the stock god Fei in the implied him. To say that the stock god Fei is a mouse or a duck depends on the mood of his Mr. Zhao. Does that imply that whether he, Mr. Zhao, is a mouse or a duck depends on Fang Gaoqi's mood? There was no chasing out to get to the bottom of it. There are some things that, if you dare to do the first day, then don't blame me for doing the 15th. This account, he, Lao Zhao, remembered. Chapter 63, continuing to gather wool. I am the top of the stock market. Once I meet Fei, it all comes to nothing. Baozi, today Wang Fujing made a small profit of more than $4 million. Today's trend of Wang Fujing, we all see, sealed stop after another stop, during the high shock. In fact, is the banker in order to collect chips to open the stop. Congrats to all the papas who bought on the board today. Let's eat meat together. Those who stopped out today are also right to sell whenever they can. as long as there is a profit. Before May 1st, my capital account was 41,679 million, and now that Wang Fujing's share price has gone up, from 17 yuan to 18.7 yuan, a 10% increase, my capital account has become 45,847 million inch. I said before that I would go live when my fans exceeded 1 million, so it looks like the live broadcast is going to be earlier. It broke through 500,000 followers before May 1st and has broken through to 600,000 plus today. Let's take a guess at how long it will take to break over a million. During the live broadcast, I will talk to you about my views on the domestic and international stock markets, and my views on the future. Speculating in stocks. Many people have been on their way back to capital. I, on the other hand, not only want to get my money back, but I want to make a lot of money. I'd rather be a shareholder than a cutter. Ha ha ha. Looking forward to tomorrow's continue to open higher or stop. Let's earn and earn and earn together. Once Chu Yunfei's micro headline was sent out, it immediately caused a huge reaction. It's a naked display of wealth. Before May 1st, it was almost $1 million or $2 per day profit increase. First day after May 1st, $4 million profit straight away. Winning the lottery isn't even that dramatic. Faye, I'm so sorry. I sold out of the stop. Will it really open higher or go up tomorrow? Woohoo. Come on. It's good to have something to earn. Faye said it all. When is a good time to sell? As long as you make money. Ha ha ha. I sealed the stop to buy today. When the open board fell 5%. My heart pulling cold. Good. Behind the stop. Thanks to the dealer. Thanks to Faye. Tomorrow can stop. I give everyone a red packet. I especially want to watch Faye live. To see what Faye is really like. The comments section, as usual, is buzzing with activity. It can be said that as long as Wang Fujing continues to be a demon, the headline of the stock god Faye is definitely one of the most hilarious. Bar none. Seeing the comments section, Lu Tian wanted to slap himself. Before May 1st, Wang Fujing fell so much, he wanted to buy did not buy. The back directly up. The loss is close to 15%. Today, after Wang Fujing stop, Lu Tian did not dare to buy. Then the previous days cost directly higher than 25%. Bought for fear of becoming elite cut. When Wang Fujing opened the board, Lu Tian was excited, but also vaguely expect to fall inside. Even if the drop, he Lu Tian more dare not buy. But see that the stock god Faye brother eat defeat. His heart is also happy. What's better than seeing someone else lose huge amounts of money? However, did not wait to be happy for a long time. Wang Fujing closed the board again, which has continued to the close. See Lu Tian regret. Especially when you see the micro headline of the stock god Faye, saying that tomorrow is either a high open or a stop. It's like the wrong $1 billion inside. Yo, did you buy the stock Wang Fujing today? Brother Tin. I didn't buy it. It went up so high. Who dares to buy it? And I don't have any money left. Did you buy it? Huang Yaoyao would definitely not tell the truth. And if she did, then how would she pull wool over Lu Tian's eyes in the future? Although Lu Tian's sheep was skinny, it was at least able to glean a little. Hey, I am afraid to buy stop dare not buy. Open board more dare not buy. Now want to buy cannot buy. Inwardly snickering, or deciding for myself. Huang Yaoyao would never talk about the various mood swings within her heart after she bought it. Brother Sky, you still have money? No, I'm broke too. At once, like a frightened deer, he replied as a reflex. There really wasn't much money left on myself. During this period of time, before and after giving Huang Yaoyao more than 100,000 yuan, a fat sheep are gripped bald. Not to mention that he is not fat. Brother Tian, look at you being nervous. I've figured it out now. This amount of money we have, even if the stock doubles, it's only a few tens of thousands of dollars. If we take Chu Yunfei down, then won't his tens of millions of dollars be ours? Think about it, tens of millions of dollars. We won't have to worry about money for the rest of our lives. Right now, I just need to please Chu Yunfei, and when it arrives, it will be ours. Lu Tian's mood, which was originally a bit depressed because he didn't buy the stock, was hooked up by Huang Yaoyao. Yeah, it's only $200 to $300,000 myself even if I'm done griping about online loans. Buying stocks is only $200,000 to $300,000 even if you double it. That's all, and selling white powder. If, by taking down Chu Yunfei, wouldn't he, Lu Tian, be on his way to the peak of his life? What kind of girl doesn't have one? Schoolgirls, royals, lolitas, whichever one you want. Yao. Now how is your progress? The 1st of May also did not see you go out to travel. Really cannot. You come to a marriage of a son can also. Brother Tian, Ever since the two of us were found out last time and we also learned that I was pregnant with your child, Chu Yunfei has been very cold towards me. I can understand that. After all, I'm his girlfriend and I ended up spoiling someone else's baby. Now every time I want to ask each other out, I don't have the courage. Not only am I worried about Chu Yunfei's refusal, but I'm also worried that I won't be able to afford the expenses for the two of them. Now, every time we see each other and eat out, it's AA, or even I pay the bill. I bought him a Hermes belt before May 1st for a little over $10,000, and I simply don't dare buy it often enough. Huang Yaoyao's complaint. Lu Tian's teeth ached a little when he heard it. Money. It's all about not having money. Yo, for our future, I'll give you another $20,000. No, I'll give you $25,000. You speed up the process. I'm getting blacklisted from online loans now. Seeing the $25,000 transferred by the cell phone WeChat, Huang Yaoyao smiled contemptuously. How did you, in the first place, fall for such a piece of? Aside from the rudeness in bed, which she preferred, there didn't seem to be any other advantages. In contrast to Chu Yunfei, how did he lose his head in the first place? If some people are sad, some people are happy. Compared to Lu Tian and Huang Yaoyao's sorrow, Zhang Gui now felt that his life had reached its peak. I drove to Huizhou Xuanliu Bay in the morning, and with the stampede during May 1st, this time I came over to be familiar with the road. Looking at the co-pilot's lovely girl, Zhang Gui's heart was on fire. Since he bought the car on May 1st, even when he stepped in Sundown Bay, Zhang Gui had Zhang Lingwei in his heart. After returning, Zhang Gui not only used WeChat to send Zhang Lingwei the beauty of Xuanliu Bay, but also appeared in the 4S store from time to time. Right now in the 4S store, there would be no one who didn't know that Zhang Gui, the suspected second-generation rich son, was pursuing Zhang Lingwei. Everyone knew it by heart, but there was nothing they could do about it. Zhang Lingwei is beautiful. Performance is also top-notch. The pursuit of his people are many. 4S store, are many men like. Nah, it didn't work out. Some people say that Zhang Lingwei is trying to catch a kaiju in this way, which Zhang Lingwei doesn't deny. With her own abilities and looks, she wasn't living a bad life even without her kaiju. Besides, being single myself, why can't I find someone with a better material base to like if it's all equally likable? The fish and the bear's paw can actually be both, as long as you have a big enough belly. Chapter 64, Into the Den of Thieves? Ling Wei, how does it feel to sit in your car and look out over the ocean? Zhang Gui automatically ignored the scenery of the seashore. To him, the co-pilot Zhang Lingwei was a scenic spot, far more beautiful and mesmerizing than the seascape. Brother Zhang, look at you. This car is top of the line. It must be very comfortable. I've always wanted to come to Sundowners Bay. I just didn't have the time. But I didn't realize that this time I was coming in a car that I sold out. Ha, that's the mood. By the way, you work at a 4S store. There should be a lot of people chasing you, right? Zhang Gui was also afraid inwardly, afraid that he had become her people's kaiju. Though he, the kaiju, wasn't too rich. If Zhang Lingwei is the kind of person that all the people who buy cars from her can just ask out, then Zhang Gui will know how to look at each other. If it's for fun, then we all have fun. As for marriage, what are you thinking? If the other party is really more reserved, have a certain integrity, then this kind of girl is Zhang Gui in the heart of the spouse. Brother Zhang, look at what you're saying. Am I someone who can just ask out anyone who wants to? You these days in our 4S store should also inquire. Work here for so long, from my hands to sell out the number of cars quite a lot. Want to ask me more quite a lot of people, but I did not agree to anyone. To be exact, it's the first time I've traveled to a different place with two people of the opposite sex. Before, it was either traveling alone or with my girlfriends. Zhang Gui's heart was moved. Although in the past few days, Zhang Gui had already inquired very clearly. Because of the nature of her work, Zhang Lingwei had to come into contact with many members of the opposite sex, and there were many people who wanted to ask Zhang Lingwei out, but all of them were politely declined. As for saying that Zhang Lingwei had set him up, Zhang Gui didn't believe it. With so many staff in a 4S store, can you still greet everyone? Besides, even if you say hello, will they be willing to listen to you? Also, he, Zhang Gui, is not worthy of people setting up a trap. Even Chu Yunfei's present-day stature, he didn't know such a high-knowledge beauty to set up. Which one of those who can be set up is not worth billions of dollars? And it's all investigated in advance. As for investigating him, Zhang Lingwei estimated that she only knew his name and that he had Chu Yunfei as a friend, but nothing else yet. Would you set up a very large setup for someone whose friends only buy cars in the $300,000 range? If it's a bureau, it's sure to be poked and prodded. If Zhang Gui really has the strength, the previous setup, Zhang Gui just need to use money to smash. surely can smash the truth. Ling Wei, how much do you make a month at the 4S store now? Seeing Zhang Lingwei's frown, Zhang Guwei hurriedly continued. I'm not asking about how much money you have. I just want to know more about you. If you're rushing the 4S store to do business is harder and you have to deal with so many people, you can change to a relatively easy job. This hasn't even arrived yet. But Zhang Guwei doesn't want Zhang Lingwei to do this job. Imagine an industry where you are constantly picked on by the opposite sex. Are you comfortable with your girlfriend working there all the time? Besides, although he, Zhang Guwei, didn't have a lot of money, his family didn't lack much money. At best, the factory will quit and sell it for tens of millions of dollars. For the average person with tens of millions of dollars, just eating bank interest and living a very dandy life every year, well, the job does get tougher, and there's basically not a lot of vacation time. The nice thing is that more work makes more money, and with the sales I'm doing today, I'm getting $60,000 or $70,000 a month after taxes. When Zhang Guwei heard it, he was all a bit surprised. 60,000 or 70,000 a month after tax, and over 100,000 before tax. That's $1 million a year, and that's just one person. Their family, on the other hand, appears to have a factory that makes $1 million to $100,000 a year in profit. But all of this, the family is in it. Seemingly, Zhang Lingwei is the rich white beauty, and he, Zhang Guwei, is just a little white boy. However, thinking of Chu Yunfei's last goal to him, a few months to turn the hand of more than 30 million into a small goal, that means that this period of time investment income should be at least 2 or 3 times. He Zhang Guwei invested although not much, but also 1 million, when the time comes to become more than 3 million. This income, but also very considerable. Furthermore, in the future, he will have to work together with Chu Yunfei, the subject of investment. He is close to the water. Will not earn more? At this moment, Zhang Guwei wanted to shout. I am no longer a factory work, but to do high finance. Industries that make money are high on the list. Industries that don't make money are miserable. I'll show you something. Zhang Guwei opened his flush and showed his stock account to Zhang Lingwei. With Zhang Lingwei's annual income of 1 million, Zhang Guwei showed the other party less than $2 million inside his account. Seemingly, it's not a show of wealth either. It's as casual as a regular guy showing his friends his Twitter balance. As expected, holding Zhang Guwei's cell phone, Zhang Lingwei's originally unconcerned eyes flooded with light. $1 million or so, Zhang Lingwei had it all, and didn't even care. But seeing that profit close to 100%, Zhang Lingwei was a bit surprised. Speculation. Zhang Lingwei is also doing, only has been on the way back to the capital. Fortunately, the speculative capital is not much, and Zhang Lingwei did not pay too much attention to it. Lingwei, it's not that I'm showing off, it's about to double now. Do you know how long I've been buying? How long? Take a guess? Zhang Lingwei's phoenix eyes rolled straight up. How could this be guessed? If she wasn't worried that Zhang Guwei would mind, Zhang Lingwei was planning to take a look at the historical transaction details, which came out. 6 months? Looking at Zhang Guwei with a thieving smile on his face, Zhang Lingwei continued. 1 year? Ha ha, I won't tease you. It only took about half a month. Zhang Lingwei was not calm. In half a month, profits doubled to $1 million. I had thought it was pretty impressive that I was a salesman and was earning $60,000 to $70,000 a month after taxes. But now it seems that I still have too small a vision. People go out every day, pick up a girl on the side, and make more money in a few days than she could make in a year. For a while, Zhang Lingwei, who had even read a master's degree in psychology, was a bit skeptical. Struggle, what does it mean? Isn't that a surprise? Isn't that shocking? However, it's not that easy to make money in stocks. You have to follow the right people. Now, Zhang Lingwei was feeling as if she had entered a den of thieves. Isn't Zhang Guwei's tactics the kind designed to trick people into buying stocks? Jude remembers when she encountered this kind of professional scammer when she made her first stock purchase. To buy the right stocks, you need to follow the right people. How do you follow the right people? Congratulations, you are close to a small goal. Not 9,999, not 1999, just $999. If you enter the V classroom and start your journey to wealth. Hey, don't get any ideas. It's not like we're doing what you think we're doing. Besides, how much money would that make? I bought this Wangfujing that Fei told me about. You know Fei, the guy who bought this car. He's planning to start a finance company and asked me to help. When the time comes, the company will definitely need more people. And you're so good. So if you're willing, I'm sure Fei won't refuse. When the time comes, whatever Fei buys, we'll just follow. Isn't that better than working hard? Zhang Lingwei's heart was moved by Fei, the man she had only met once, when no hesitation intended to give 100 yuan to a woman's brother. Let Zhang Lingwei remember each other. How could she forget? Especially now that she was riding in a car that still belonged to the other party? Don't ask about Fei's situation. I wouldn't be able to tell you if I did. There are some things that would be a godsend to bring us along. The more mysterious Zhang Guo spoke, the more curious Zhang Lingwei became about Chu Yunfei's background. On TV, aren't all those big-time second-generation guys so secretive? Chu Yunfei didn't know that Zhang Guo, the patriarch of the company that they hadn't even founded yet, had started to aim his hoe at Zhang Lingwei, directly digging in with a monetary attack. If he knew that, he would definitely give Zhang Guo a huge compliment. The founder of a company that wants to grow for a long time is a big factor. But talented employees are the backbone of a company's longevity. For Zhang Lingwei, Chu Yunfei was also very appreciative. Regardless of the industry, those who make it to the top stream are very capable. The main thing is that it's all connected. It's just a matter of selling a different product. Opening the headline and seeing the number of his fans, Chu Yunfei froze. This? It's also too much. Chapter 65 each has his own plans. Jesus. Even Chu Yunfei had some difficulty accepting it at this moment. From the rebirth back to send the first micro headlines to now. Before and after only half a month. In half a month, he went from being a struggling laborer to being a millionaire worth over $40 million. In half a month, from a headline with only a dozen or so friends and family following it, it has now reached a surprisingly large 800,000 followers. This kind of fan absorption speed, even those first-tier stars can't catch up. How difficult is it for an average person to do self-publishing? People who have done self-media know that the first 1,000 fans can be difficult to 80% of the people. Want to break through to 10,000 fans? It is estimated that another 80% can be eliminated. On this, without a year and a half of time precipitation, it is simply impossible. Except, of course, for those interlopers, or bot zombie fans. Under this inhuman difficulty, Chu Yunfei only used half a month's time. The amount of fans reached an exaggerated 800,000 or more. To say that there is money, the headline claimed that per capita 10 million. More than Chu Yunfei's sunshine screenshot of the amount of money is a lot of people. Especially if you are in the self-publishing business. There are bloggers who are worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars. Which of these people did not come up one step at a time? Perhaps. These people have the money and a team of professionals. And it is relatively easy to start a number than ordinary people. But only relatively easy point just. Which dares in Chu Yunfei's stock god Fei? Like, suck powder speed will be so fast? Traffic in the headline system is a metaphysical question that no one can fathom. Much less understand. Even if Chu Yunfei re-registered an account, it would be almost impossible to reach today's level. It can only be said that strength, luck and timing are indispensable to the achievement of the hottest stock god Fei at the moment. When I posted the micro headline then, my followers had already exceeded 600,000, and now only 4 or 5 hours had passed, and I was surprised that it had exceeded 800,000. This powder increased speed, even Chu Yunfei did not expect. In Chu Yunfei's opinion, if he wanted to increase from 400,000 to 1 million before May 1st, even if the speed was faster, it would take a month. Right now it looks as if it will be tomorrow or the day after. No later than this week. Looks like the live stream is going to be prepared in advance. Fellow bigwigs, have you continued to follow the headlines of the stock god Fei? A WeChat group called Financial Power, coldly out of the blue. This sentence, so that was still hot. Looking forward to this year will be a good harvest financial year of a group of financial V. Suddenly a lot of cold. For a minute, there was no answer. 2 minutes and still no answer. 5 minutes, as usual, and no answer. It's as if everyone is uniformly busy. If we hadn't seen that the previous sentence of that sentence was find a time, let's get together, everyone would have assumed that the chat that had just taken place had ended at precisely that point in time. It took 10 minutes before one person finally replied to keep the financial powerhouse group from being so awkward. Shenqi, you're also just starting out as a headliner. It seems like they're all new. What's your current fan base? Shenji saw that the orangutan also ate him. Inwardly at MMP. If not the two people's private relationship is okay, Shenji would want to pull the black each other. This ape guy, all he knows how to do is draw a chart every day and it's either up or down. If you get it right, it's a technical bullseye. Masked wrong, that's the result of an external contingency. In short, whether or not it follows his graphic, the orangutan is able to justify himself in a good way. Ape, don't mention it. It's not like we don't know my situation. I used to do mostly futures. Now I'm here in the big A to see what's going on. Although there's no way to compare it with the stock god Fei, it's still very satisfying. The number of fans has already exceeded 100,000 in just 3 months. The main thing is that the fans are all interacting with me more and approving of my judgment. In 2020, except for the first day of the year when it plummeted, it was up after that. It's just a matter of how much it goes up. You can never go wrong this year, as long as your general direction is bearish. This is the biggest reason why many financial vloggers have gained a lot of popularity in 2020. This fluke, however, will be head and shoulders above the rest of the financial vultures who are feathering their nests in 2020 by the second half of 2021 and into 2022. Big A, specializing in all sorts of things. Everyone says, should we also invite the stock god Faye to the group, so that the strength of our group will also increase a lot? I think Stockman is right. We are all doing financial self-publishing, and with Stockman Fly joining us, the strength will be even higher. Yes, the stock god Faye good during this period of time. As Wang Fujing's share price rises, the heat will also soar. Recently every day you can see the stock god Faye Gu on the hot search list, leaving tears of envy. The heat of the stock god Faye Gu is indeed very high, especially if it is tied to Wang Fujing, but the risk is also very high. Once Wang Fujing turns from a surge to a plunge, or starts to oscillate sideways, the heat of the stock god Faye Gu will plummet. As for the strength of the stock god Faye Gu, we can't see it for the time being. After all, the other party has only ever bought this one stock. The atmosphere within this group of financial vloggers is starting to come alive. Everyone was centered around whether or not to invite stock god Faye in, as well as discussing stock god Faye's strength. Many of them, all of them to be exact, have been studying why the stock god Faye is so hot. Just buying the demon stock Wang Fujing? Or maybe showing off tens of millions of dollars? Or is it something else? People don't get it. It's not like they haven't done it before if that's the only reason. Catching demon stocks, the kind that go up 5 stops a week. They also posted on the headlines. Although the number of people discussing it has increased a lot more than usual, and the number of fans has also increased a lot. But compared to Faye, the stock god, it's Wusong the tiger fighter compared to a baby. That said, when we were discussing whether or not to invite stock god Faye in here, did we ever consider whether or not people would be willing to come in? Also, can anyone contact stock god Faye? Another chill. Shin Ji, I realize that you are here to make trouble today. If you can't talk, don't talk. A big age. Yes, God Machine today feel mouth style is not right. Is not just a big healthcare mouth numb not Big healthcare should not be God Machine mouth numb You guys are so dirty. I can't understand it as an innocent girl. Ha ha, the seventh sister is pretending to be pure here. The last party, the seventh sister was embracing the right and left. That aura, I'm afraid to look at it. I'm worried that the waist can't stand it. Ha ha, it's still the orangutan that understands me. There are no plowed fields, only exhausted oxen. Everyone turned on the dirty jokes to cover up this soulful question from the God Machine. Yeah, they're fooling around here, still trying to figure out whether or not to invite each other. But what they're all subconsciously ignoring is that not everyone wants to join their circle. What they consider to be a high-class circle is, to some, a bunch of rabble-rousers. If one has real skills, who would want to spend all day on the internet shooting their mouth off? And with that time, one might as well make money? I don't see the Foshan Daredevil team, Ningbo Daredevil team, etc. never show up on the internet. They are buried to make money. Let's say the stock god Faye's headline followers break the million mark, tomorrow or the day after? Once Shinji's words came out, this time there was absolutely no one to pick up the conversation. How do I get it? They are all financial bloggers who have also been on the headlines for years, with 500,000 or more followers, or at best a couple million. But all of this, by day after day, day after day, day after day, painstakingly drawing pictures, painstakingly posting articles every day, and accumulating fans one by one. Then look at the other stock god Faye, just sent a few micro headlines. Now micro headlines are not even accompanied by pictures, only a few lines. That's all it took to make everyone orgasm. Chapter 66, Breaking Through 1 Million. Tomorrow Wang Fujing open directly one word board stop. The whole day do not in shock again. By the way, you are arranging some fund companies or private equity to research the Wang Fujing. As for how to write a research report, you should be clear. Mr. Zhao, the boss of the Pengchang branch of the Foshan Death Squad, ordered the youth. Seeing the stock god Faye once again on the hot list and topic list, Mr. Zhao really does not dare to shock again. Who knows, when the shock comes, the other side will not take advantage of the opportunity to grab the chips. The chips are precious now. Wait until they have a psychological bottom line, then throw the chips out. As for which organization or which private equity want to pick up, who love to pick up who pick up to go. Wang Fujing is now slowly out of Mr. Zhao's control. Previously, Zhao counted all those who do private equity, even if the public equity funds are taken into account. The only thing I didn't anticipate was the existence of Faye, the stock god. If the stock god Fagwa makes Xiao just like a fish in the throat, but the stock god Fagwa is still relatively understandable, and will not delay him to manipulate the market. But now, there's a rich kid, and he's still that powerful and domineering. Once the other side is really dead in, don't look at the profit they Foshan Daredevil net profit of more than 50%. In the end it is likely to hit the water. The grudges of the rich kids were often not something that he, a financial private equity investor, could get involved in. There may be a place for Mr. Cho in the financial world, but that's about it. Let you investigate the person who grabbed the chips today. You don't need to investigate. No surprise, it should be the Duke Fawn who came over in the afternoon. Wait until we psychological price. I will arrange for other private equity to take over. Then as soon as possible out of the chips. Now Wang Fujing has not been the original Wang Fujing. With the stock god Fei as the headline-grabbing blogger, it's a daily presence on the hot list. It's too hard to be bored. In the past, even if Wang Fujing became a demon stock, at most, people in the financial circle just pay attention to it. Now, it can be said to be of universal concern. There are so many variables in this situation. It could attract a lot of retail investors in, which would be good for him to sell high later. But just in case, if the top doesn't want something as serious as finance to be so high profile, then he's going to be in for a rude awakening. The financial market, rather, all business dealings, are unfolding in conjunction with the political activities of the upper echelons. Being on the same page as the upper echelons has been a godsend. On the contrary, it's better to end it before it's a headache or worse. A broken home. Manager Wang. This stock god Fei is very hot on our headlines. In just half a month, from only a dozen or so followers to more than 800,000 followers today. And all of them are natural traffic from the system? Are you sure it wasn't brushed? Manager Wang is also anxious. 2020. Because of the mask problem, the headlines and jitterbugs are very hot. They even said that the masks accelerated the rise of their company. At the beginning of the accelerated takeoff, there were plenty of opportunities within their company, and as long as they took advantage of them, promotions and raises weren't a problem. In charge of the headline content department, he spends his days mulling over how he can pull in people or events that are topical. More of this sort of thing would make his KPI assessment metrics look better. Hearing the report from his men, Manager Wang couldn't believe it. It is true that headlines are growing fast these days, and at the same time the competition will intensify. At least, Manager Wang had served in headline for several years, and apart from hearing about some top stream stars or big names in the business world being inducted in order to have such popularity, it was difficult for ordinary people, even first-class stars, to have this kind of achievement, which is not a famous name to have achieved this. Now you're telling me that a newcomer, who broke through to 800,000 followers in half a month, and it wasn't brushed, is believable? Manager Wang thought to himself that he was confused about the traffic mechanism of their headlines. Even if we let our own boss Zhang personally register a new number and familiarize himself with the headline traffic rules, it is estimated that it is impossible to achieve this level. No, not to mention breaking through to 800,000 in half a month. If you enter as a white person without revealing your identity, it would be considered impressive to break through 1,000 fans in half a month. Manager, I've been confirming this several times before I came to report to you. Moreover, the stock god Fei said in the headline that if the number of followers exceeds 1 million, he will go live. I wonder if we can give it traffic support to reach 1 million followers as soon as possible, which would also be very good for us at Jitterbug. Hearing the subordinate's introduction, Manager Wang was very happy inside. Some time ago, the senior management of the headquarters met and said that Jitterbug will be subdivided in various fields in the future, and for the time being, it is still mainly pan-entertainment. This stock god Fei, just the name alone doesn't sound like the financial field? It's a sleepy pillow, isn't it? Although Manager Wang did not look at the stock god Fei's micro-headlines, but inwardly also know, can just half a month the number of fans from more than a dozen break through to 800,000 huge, even if there is no platform support, break through 1 million fans, but also in these days of things, unless platforms limit their streams, or even search only to search, even if Jesus comes, it won't be able to stop the rise of the stock god Fei. Okay, as long as the account is not a problem, the data is not brushed, you look at it on the line. If necessary, you can contact with the live department. You can do a full range of support for the stock god Fei's live broadcast. Seeing his subordinates leave, Manager Wang took out his cell phone and searched for the stock god Fei. Even if Manager Wang is the manager of the headline, when he saw the micro headline of the stock god Fei, he froze a little. That's it? Can you reach 800,000 followers in just half a month? The entire stock god Fei's headline number is just short of less than 10 micro headlines. With that caliber, how can the fan base grow so fast? At this moment, Manager Wang is somewhat want to register an account to try to see if it can reach the level of the stock god Fei. When the time comes, one decisively quits naked and realizes the pinnacle of one's life. After reading stock god Fei's micro headlines, Manager Wang took out a huazi and smoked it inside the office. Once again, I grabbed my phone, opened Flush, and looked at the GEM stocks I had bought. One can only be secretly sad. The thought of leaving just now went right out like the wazoo in his hand. It's better to work part-time. Others only see the bitterness of 996, but the fragrance of 996, they will never know. Manager Wang, who earns millions of dollars a year, is already the pride of their family. If he resigned, Manager Wang didn't think he could find such a promising and lucrative job. Fei, are you up yet? The sound of Zhang Gui's phone rang, waking up Chu Yunfei, who was still sleeping with his wealth. Fatty, you better be up to something or I'm not done with you. You're out traveling to pick up girls and you have to disturb my dreams. Hey, Fei, you can't blame me for this. I'm on my way back. What's the situation? Didn't you go to pick up a girl? Only yesterday you went and came back today. It can't be that you can't function. Cough. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Gui had a coughing fit. Looking at Zhang Lingwei in the passenger seat, Zhang Gui became even more embarrassed. It was supposed to be a good 2 days at the beach. Last night was indeed very enjoyable, playing into the wee hours of the morning, especially with the breakthrough in the relationship between the two. No wonder they say that traveling is the best way to promote relationships with the opposite sex. June do not see a high level with their own junior to travel. 10 fingers interlocked. Thought it was a love story. I did not expect to become a song of iron window tears. Of course, Zhang Gui and Zhang Lingwei hadn't progressed to the point of living in a house. Still got 2 rooms. But, Chu Yunfei phone call inside. A mouthful of a bubble girl. Zhang Gui accustomed to it, but next to Zhang Lingwei did not get used to it especially when the heroine of the bubble girl is her own. Brother Fei, don't talk nonsense. Lingwei is next to me now. I was going to have a good time today, but I had to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. What compensation can you give? You say. Whirling around to change the subject, Zhang Gui was too much better than Chu Yunfei. Chapter 67, Shocked and Numb. Okay, don't bull asterisk. Say something. I'll hang up if there's nothing else. It's early in the morning. Fei, look at your headline. It's blowing up down there. Even if he was still sleepy, Chu Yunfei had to get up and look at his headline number. The headliner is also an enabler for future plans. I used to think self-publishing was hard to do, so I had a protracted battle to prepare for. But Chu Yunfei did not expect that his stock god Fei account would just get up. We're about to break 1 million. We can't have an accident. Otherwise, Zhang Gui, who was in the middle of picking up a girl, interrupted his journey and ran back to find him. Ironically, there was an accident. Thinking of this, Chu Yunfei's sleepiness was gone. When he saw his headline number of fans, Chu Tian froze. Something is really wrong, and it's really wrong. Look at the time. It's only 7 o'clock in the morning. According to Chu Yunfei's estimation, even if his headline number fans can break through 1 million, it will have to wait until tonight or tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. How can sleep a night's work suddenly rose so much? It's not scientific. Science? Under the headline traffic mechanism, there is no science. Metaphysics is more like it. Rubbing his eyes, the follower count had indeed reached 101,9043. Yes, the stock god Fei's headline followers have reached 101 million, close to 102 million, directly breaking through the threshold of 1 million. Fei, see, your fan count has broken through 1 million. I came back just to prepare you for the live broadcast. You don't sleep. Hurry up and think about what you're going to say on the air. And other things, I'll handle it. Professional things, you do it. Other trivial things, old Zhang, I have not been vain. Ling Wei, I'm really sorry this time. There was a temporary accident, so I can only go back early. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Gui apologized to Zhang Lingwei, whose face was still slightly red on the passenger side. We were talking about playing for 2 or 3 days, but as a result, we arrived yesterday and went back this morning in the middle of the day. It's fine. The cause is important. Only I didn't think Fei was that good. Yesterday, after Zhang Gui introduced Chu Yunfei's situation to Zhang Lingwei, who had spent the day playing at the beach, didn't lie down and fall asleep straight away, but instead searched for news about Chu Yunfei, especially the headline number of the stock god Fei. Zhang Lingwei focused on checking. As a car salesman, Zhang Lingwei is also a self-publisher, except that it's all about selling their family's cars. Of course, there's something paradoxically beautiful about a hot babe with an off-road vehicle. Zhang Lingwei knew that a large portion of the people who paid attention to her were colored, but the pool is big enough for all birds. as long as they're not slurs in the comments section. Plus, it's not like she posted a video that showed much. Through headlines, it has given him a number of potential clients. Because of this, Zhang Lingwei knew that it was really too difficult and hard for an ordinary person to do well in the headlines. The ceiling is high for a great beauty without unique talents. On the platform of the headline system, there are all sorts of beauties that you can't even imagine. What you think you're seeing is a great beauty is most likely a gouger. But, it's unbelievable that the stock god Fei can achieve such high popularity just by posting such a little micro headline. It was at this time that Zhang Lingwei put her heart down towards Zhang Gui. During the daytime, Zhang Gui told her to follow the right people. And Zhang Lingwei thought for a moment that Zhang Gui was trying to pull her in and cheat her out of head money. Now it seemed that she, Zhang Lingwei, would be willing to pay even if she had to pay a head fee. Not to mention the tens of millions of dollars made on headlines. Just a few million followers, and serious live ones at that, is a scary statistic. Once this number of followers can be maintained, all the money earned through the headline of the stock god Fei will not necessarily be less than the 20 million or so earned from stocks. It is important to realize that every industry has its cost of customer acquisition. In the financial industry, the cost of customer acquisition is higher. In general, to pull a new user, the customer acquisition cost is basically $150 to $200. That's it, and that's just the average user. If you can pull in quality users, the cost of customer acquisition will only be higher, and adding another zero is child's play. Bigwigs, stock god Fei's fan base has surpassed 1 million. Xin Ji, a financial vlogger bent on making a good headline, pays special attention to the stock god Fei. In Xin Ji's opinion, Fei, the god of stocks, is the model for him to follow. Only, not a single person responded after Xin Ji sent this message inside the financial powerhouse WeChat group. Maybe people are still sleeping. It's only 6 or 7 in the morning. Xin Ji thought so. However, it was already past 9 a.m. and it was all about to open soon. And usually everyone would have a morning practice in the group to see who guessed correctly today. Today, it was surprisingly quiet. Big boys, it's not Sunday, and we still have to open the market. So come out and get some air, and let's talk about the stock god Fei. However, there was still silence. At 7 o'clock in the morning, most people start to get up and wash up to get ready for work. The hot search, from now on, is only slowly getting the topic hot. Too early, everyone is still sleeping. Too late, everyone is working. The stock god Fei went so far as to directly dominate the list today, with all the top 3 headline hot search lists dominating. Hot search list no. 1. The stock god Fei. In half a month, his fans broke 1 million inch. Hot search list no. 2. The stock god Fei increased 300,000 fans a day. A generation of financial V was born. Hot search list no. 3. The stock god Fei will open a live broadcast to tell the excitement of his tens of millions of dollars in half a month. Who can match that kind of heat? The rise of the stock god Fei has spiked the heat on Wang Fujing even more. Oh my god. The stock god Fei I was the earliest to pay attention to. I didn't realize that it's only been a few days, but the fans have broken 1 million. The speed at which the stock god Fei is increasing his fan base is so fast that I, as an old self-publisher, weep when I watch it. Looking forward to Fei's live broadcast. Want to see if Fei is a 7-foot man or a stingy man? I would like to beg Fei to recommend a few stocks. Not too demanding. Just the same as Wang Fujing. Flush HQ, Mr. Lee. The search volume of Wang Fujing amount suddenly soared. More than 3 times more than yesterday's search volume. Flush's leader was numb at this point. This period of time, Wang Fujing heat has been high. For 2 reasons. One is Wang Fujing showed demon stock posture. And the second is the heat of the stock god Fei. These days, it's a hot list every day. So the heat just won't go down in Wang Fujing. Who would have thought that today's heat is more than 3 times higher than yesterday's? What kind of concept is that? If 500,000 people searched for Wang Fujing yesterday, that's more than 1.5 million today. How scary is it to realize that it's barely 8 a.m. and there are already 3 times more searches than yesterday? Arrange to go down. These days closely observe the situation of Wang Fujing's stock price. At the same time to find a few financial experts to analyze Wang Fujing, preferably through the form of live broadcasts. We flush, but also to rub this heat. Chapter 68, Headline Job. You let me use WeChat? Sister Feng. Do you think I clash with Brother Fei, the stock god? As a small star, Xiao Fan wanted to be on the hot search list before, but every time he was pushed off the list by Fei, the god of the stock market. In the past, Fan pinched his nose and endured it. Who made them not take Fei, the stock god, into consideration in the first place? But now, already in accordance with the stock god Fei's heat during this period of time, obviously already made a prediction, but still Xiao Fan had risen in the heat, directly to dry down. The stock god Fei had already rounded up the top 3, and Xiaofan no longer had the confidence to make it to the 20th place by himself. According to this kind of wrapping up the top 3 of the hot search list, as long as the parties concerned come out and casually issue an announcement or statement, they will certainly be able to enter the top 20 of the hot search list. Xiaofan didn't dare to gamble that the stock god Fei would only have one more hit, and once there were more, the company would give him fewer resources. Usually spend 100,000 can enter the hot search list. The results to your small fan here. Spent 500,000 is still only edge. At any time may fall down. In this situation, not to mention the company's disapproval, Xiaofan's agent, Sister Feng, wouldn't agree either. Xiaofan, let's forget about it today. The stock god Fei is too fierce. It's anyone's guess. Stockfly has a few more hot takes coming up next. You see, the stock god Fei said before, fans exceeded 1 million will be live. I think there will be news out today. Then certainly will be on the hot search. If you still want to compete for the top spot, I don't think the company will agree. Fan could only grit his teeth. It was abominable. Why is it so hard to make a debut on your own? Don't peer big names squeeze down. That's their own strength and curiosity is not enough. But now, one is often squeezed down by one who is in finance. So who to talk to? The strife in the outside world. Xu Yunfei did not pay attention to. At this moment, Xu Yunfei had 2 big heads. At the earliest, he said he would go live when his fan base broke 1 million. At that point, there were just under 100,000 followers. How long has it been? Before and after a total of only half a month. The number of fans unexpectedly exceeded the 1 million mark. This was something that even Xu Yunfei, who had been reborn over, could not have imagined. Now that it was going to be live, Xu Yunfei was a little hesitant instead. It was all lip service before, but now it's going to be live. What are you going to say? The stock god Fei's persona is that of a financial V. Speaking of finance, it is destined to be tedious and boring. So many people watch his stock god flyer livestream, and most definitely want to see what stock god flyer is all about. Only a very small handful of people are interested in the field of stock flyer finance. So how to keep the majority of these people? Stay. He stock god Fei brother deserves the name. Stay not. The first live only may say that it is a failure. Just when Xu Yunfei was pondering inside his mind about what he needed to say for the live broadcast, the phone rang, and it was still a landline number that was calling from the capital. Xu Yunfei, who had wanted to hang up, directly answered with a slip of the hand. During this recent period of time, Xu Yunfei did not know what was going on. There were often various loan calls as well as calls to buy a house, and it was overwhelming. The only thing missing is the insurance call. At a time when the effects of this mask continue to fester, insurance should theoretically be the most popular. As a result, the insurance calls subsided instead. No other way. It doesn't pay for this or that. Spend your own money on insurance, only to have something happen and say this doesn't fit and that there's something wrong with it. The point is that's not what it says when you sell insurance. Something went wrong and it resulted in coming up with a whole bunch of contracts. I'm just an insurance buyer, and you're asking me to study dozens of pages of insurance contracts? Would I buy insurance if I could read all of these? Mr. Chu, hello, I'm Zhao Yashuan, the official of Headline. First of all, congratulations on the fact that your Headline followers have surpassed 1 million. On the other end of the phone, there was a nice female voice. Ethereal, pleasant, liar, I guess. Mr. Chu, this phone number of mine. You can check it online. It's our Headline's official phone number to the outside world. Zhao Yashuan envisioned Xu Yunfei's various responses, and the only thing he didn't think of was saying that she was a liar. Seemingly, the tone of his own phone call just now, and the tone of the scammer's phone call, very similar. Okay, just kidding. What's up, Mr. Chu? It's like this. Look at your micro headline above that fans break through 1 million to live. Do not know when our side of the live broadcast. We will also fully cooperate with our side of the Jitterbugs live broadcast. For the live stream, you call my agent. He's in charge of that. Xu Yunfei directly told the other party Zhang Gui's cell phone. This kind of tedious matter was left to Zhang Gui. He, still, just does what he does within his profession. Okay, then I'll contact Mr. Zhang. Mr. Chu, is it convenient to add a flysheet? In the future, if you have any problems, you can contact me, and I can help our side and the company coordinate and fight for it. Zhou Yashuan was not surprised. In her opinion, how could there be no team when you can be on fire with just a few micro headlines? There are brokers. Isn't this normal operation? However, the image of Fei, the stock god, as a towering figure in Zhao Yashuan's mind disappeared. Everyone worships influence, and it's no surprise that Choa Suan does, too. especially since Zhao Yashuan knows how hard it is to rise above the rest with the headline mechanism. Still, Zhao Yashuan hoped that so many lone heroes would appear. Before that, the stock god Fei was her fantasy. Now the illusion is shattered and only normal work exchanges remain. What's a flying book? Haven't used it before. Tell you what, it's more convenient for you to add me on WeChat. Zhao Yashuan entered direct MMP. You let me play WeChat in office hours. Or add WeChat with the blogger. Are you sure it's to facilitate contact and not to harm me? Just as you a salesman selling Huawei cell phones, holding an Apple's newest cell phone reuse, mouth on a hard to introduce me to the Huawei cell phone. How good? Who believe? Mr. Chu, Flying Book is the chat tool in our headline department. In our headline department, all of them use Flying Book. Then we'll add it when I sign up for Flybook sometime. Hearing the perfunctory tone in Chu Yunfei's mouth, Zhao Yashuan didn't care. The volume of using Flybook and the volume of using WeChat. These are two volumes that have no way to be compared. Even the girls themselves, who use Flybook during work, are using WeChat after work. Nothing else. WeChat contains all the social circles. May 7th, 2020, 9:25 a.m. Seeing the assembled bidding, Huang Yaoyao clenched her fists in excitement. It's up. It's really up. At this moment, Huang Yaoyao was like running to Chu Yunfei and rolling right into bed with the other party. Where can I find such a treasure of a man? When she lost 10,000 yesterday, Yo-Yo Huang was desperate and hard inside, and now she is up and has made $20,000. Looking at the job in front of her, Huang Yaoyao wanted to just quit naked. Wait until my old lady takes down Chu Yunfei, then I'll resign. This working life, my old lady never wants to do it again. Want to sell? As soon as this thought appeared, Huang Yaoyao faltered. It's too hard. If I don't sell, what if it drops later or tomorrow? That's what the majority of retail investors are saying, up for fear of falling, down for fear of continuing to fall. Ask Fei. Chapter 69 8,000 calls. Why is it up again? Compared to Huang Yaoyao's excitement, Lu Tian's mood was very unattractive. Yesterday's Wang Fujing stop, let Lu Tian is very upset. The night to find schoolgirls, by virtue of their own damn face value, do not have to spend a penny to enjoy a variety of benefits. I thought I would feel good after venting, but who would have thought that while brushing the headlines? Every now and then a micro-headline posted in the past by the stock god Fei popped up. Looking at the tens of millions of dollars inside the micro-headlines, Lu Tian hated his teeth and wanted to hurry to get this money into his hands. Today, I woke up and saw that it was just 9:20, waited for a while, and went straight to a one-word stop. Lu Tian's heart was even more mixed. Still dare to buy it? Buying on the rise? This has been 26 yuan compared to the cost of Chu Yunfei's position, has almost doubled. At this time, he Lu Tian if the loan to buy, that is not become a receiver? No, how can I, Lu Tian, be the receiver? Only Chu Yunfei is the receiver. Thinking that Chu Yunfei is estimated to have earned another 4 million or so today, while the number of fans of the stock god Fei has broken through the 1 million mark, Lu Tian's heart is agitated. The previous Chu Yunfei, a licking dog, want to how to pinch, can pinch. Now, with Chu Yunfei's funds more and more, influence more and more big, Lu Tian has Huang Yaoyao hollow each other produce a lot of suspicion. A regular guy, great to hold, but a person with status and position, and above all, money. This kind of person, is it possible for people like them to hold? Originally was his Lu Tian's money. It seems that now feel, from him more and more distant, are a little out of reach, wobbling around. The time had come to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Brothers, let's say, will Fei's micro headline today say that he made a small fortune of a few $1,000,000? Or will he say when he'll go live? Brothers, if Fei is live, he should be able to prove that it's not the dealer's left hand that's reversing the right hand. Guys, would you say that Fei is a successful middle-aged man? Or a scruffy, stingy man? The headline for stock god Fei has not been sent out yet, and everyone was waiting with bated breath under yesterday's micro headline. Someone came in via a headline hit to see who this stock god Fei was. There are also those who are old fans of the stock god Feigwa and want to see the stock god Feigwa's face. There were even a whole bunch of single women as young as 12 or 13 and as old as 50 or 60 who wanted to capture Fei's favor. It doesn't matter if it's the main wife or the little 3 or 4, even the little 5 or 6 will do, as long as the bills that should be given don't fall. Big deal. You can use the money Fei gave you to buy one on the outside. You rap me, I rap him. Not too shabby. Everyone is looking forward to the latest micro headlines from stock god Fei, wanting to see when stock god Fei is live, and even more so, wanting to know who stock god Fei really is. Xiao Wang is a workplace veteran with 4 or 5 years of work. Within the company, there is no hope of rising anytime soon, and with the masks now affecting the company, The company's performance was already not working. Fortunately, the stock market is better this year, so Wang used all of his savings in the past few years to buy stocks. Buy today and sell tomorrow. The good thing is, all of 2020 was a bumper year, and Wang made a lot of money, with a 40% gain before and after. For this reason, Wang feels that he is the god of stocks. In the past 2 months, the general market has been rising with great vigor, but the GEM can be wilting. Wang felt that he sold his large-cap stocks and took a plunge into the GEM. Rotation. The market needs that, and money rotates. This is something that Wang learned through live streaming and feels like he's using it now. However, after buying the GEM, the broader market has risen sharply, but not the GEM, not to mention the GEM stocks. The broader market is down. The GEM is down big, and the GEM stocks are even worse. In particular, Wang sold the large-cap stocks rose no less than 20%. Bought the GEM surprisingly magical decline of more than 30%. That's a plus and a minus. It's been a wasted couple of months. But interest costs money too. Most of all, Xiao Wang believes in drinking today. Before the stock made money, Xiao Wang invited guests to dinner and spent a lot of money. But now, there's no gain or loss inside the stock, but the money spent, it's really spent. For that, Wang wanted to slap himself. You don't take a good stock yourself. You have to make a fool of yourself and think you are a stock god. Now that's a basket case. Half a month ago, Wang sold all the stocks. Intends to stop playing the stock. Tossing and turning. In the end it is a number. Cannot make money. Wang, who was depressed, began to brush the headlines. Only a headline that understands Little King. All kinds of beautiful women. A variety of poses. So that the small king's heart is in a blaze of glory. Speculation of that bit of depression of the gas. Have long been dissolved. However, also somehow, suddenly swiped to a micro headline named Stock God Fei Brother. Just a few words. Especially bought more than 7 million earned less than 5,000 gloating look. Tiresome. After brushing past, Xiao Wang did not pay attention to it. With his experience as a stock god, this kind of person will in all probability lose his pants. The next day, Wang Ghost searched for Wang Fujing and added it to the stock selection. When he saw Wang Fujing plummeted only -8%, Wang thought he could take a short shot. Shares that I just sold yesterday in preparation for a silver transfer away from the market today, have all shuttled to Wang Fujing, still at -8%. After the purchase, Wang's mood stumbled a bit, and more than a little up and down, worried about a drop and then another drop, then you'll have something to cry about. The good thing is, God will not fail a gambler, and in times of despair, will always give you hope to lose more and more. Not long after, Wang Fujing began to pull up, as of the close of the day, directly up, a day to earn close to 20% of the proceeds. Wang felt that he was a stock god possessed. What's the point of taking a class, not to mention a high-floor skyscraper every day, but once a month? It's more than a paycheck. You know, Wang bought a full $380,000, a 20% increase. What is that? Over $70,000 a day in explosive earnings, compared to a $10,000 plus income. You've made most of that in one day today. In this regard, Xiao Wang began to pay attention to the stock god Fei Brother. As long as the stock god Fei Brother posts, Xiao Wang read, and still the most pertinent comments. Of course, pertinent only because the stock god Fei is bullish on Wang Fujing, which coincides with his thoughts. May day before the penultimate trading day, Wang saw almost the sky floor, are about to cry, want to stop profit and leave the market. In the end, there was no stopgap. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when he saw the screenshot of the stock god Fei's transaction, Xiao Wang breathed a long sigh of relief. Although there is some regret about not making AT today. Well, it didn't get thrown out. Many retail investors, after the stop selling, once the stock price has risen, they simply do not dare to buy. Every time like to buy, will be compared with the price when he sold out. This comparison definitely deters from continuing to buy. How much I would have all made by now if I hadn't sold in the first place. If you buy in now, aren't you asking me to take over? However, when the price of the stock that sold off continues to rise, by more than 50%, it's a straight shot to the leg. It's more than doubled, and I hate to cut it off. Up more than twice as much as a straight pike. Congratulations, little leak. After that, the stock god Fei's headline is Xiao Wang's must-read daily. Every day at 3 o'clock. Will be on time to watch. At the moment, Xiao Wang, like everyone else, is waiting for a micro headline from the stock god Fei. As soon as the stock god Fei said that Wang Fujing was going to be sold, Xiao Wang felt certain that he would sell all of them. As expected, stock god Fei's micro headline was refreshed as everyone was expecting it. Chapter 70, No Carrying, No Selling Classes. Familiar beginnings. A familiar recipe. Familiar words. I am the top of the stock market. Once I meet Faye, it all comes to nothing. Treasures, we made a small profit of over $4.5 million today. Wang Fujing is up again. The share price has reached 26 yuan. And my capital account has become 50,432,000 from 45,847,000 yesterday. In half a month, it's now 50,432,000, up 150%, from an entry of 23.4 million at the beginning. I've had a lot of private messages from people in the background asking me if Wang Fujing is still available. I don't have an answer for that because the stock price now, versus a little over $10 at the beginning, has doubled. However, in the short term, I am still more optimistic about Wang Fujing. As to whether it is up or down, that is left to the market. Emphasize that investment involves risk and requires caution. The number of fans has exceeded 1 million. Thank you for your attention and support. I said before that the number of fans exceeding 1 million will be broadcast live. I will not go back on my word. We won't be seeing you this Saturday night at 8 p.m. on Jitterbug Live. Once again, no goods, no classes. After Chu Yunfei micro headlines were released, the data was unbelievable even to him. This is only a minute's time. Each time to refresh. New comments or 100 base number upward increase. Can be seen that the stock god Fei brother of the heat and the degree of popularity. Ha, Saturday night, I'm going to watch over Fei without eating. Brother Fei, I'm not married to you for life. Fei go. We don't know if you sold it or not if you don't post screenshots now. Fei, you are my idol. Looking forward to your live broadcast. Seeing Fei's money account figures. I'm numb. Half a month. 5 times the increase. I'm really numb. Fei brother is the model of my generation. Live not to sell classes, not to sell goods. This is a clear stream. Now live. Who does not bring goods? Upstairs. You don't look at it. Fei looks at the little bit of money for bringing goods. It's a little more than $4 million a day. 1W plus showings, 8W plus reads, 1K plus comments, 5W plus showings, 15W plus reads, 3K plus comments. As time goes by, the stock god Fei's micro headlines are once again on the hot list. As expected, the stock god Fei is already 4 on the hot list. And who knows? There will be other topics that will come rushing back up again. Sister Fong, it's fortunate that you're here. Or else we're bound to lose the lady and the soldier again today. The uninspired star, fan, is also waiting for a micro headline from the stock god Fei at 3 o'clock. Not at all surprisingly, the stock god Fei's response, once again, hit the hot seat. According to this trend, in adding 2 or 3 hot search list topics related to the stock god Fei, Xiao Fan wasn't surprised at all. Xiao Fan before and after the stock god Fei's live broadcast, let's not think about getting on the hot search list first. No one knows what topic stock god Fei will come out with. Only what I can't figure out is what this stock god Fei is all about. Just a few micro headlines, and a financial topic with more limited content, can fire out of the circle. It feels so incredible. Xiao Fan felt like he had received a 100-point blitz. Their own tired, no topic to create a topic, but also to find the water army brush topic. On a hot search list, how so difficult it is? Little fan. You also pay attention to the stock god Fei's live broadcast on Saturday. Since the other party is so hot, it must be the center of the conversation. If you can get involved with the other party, it will definitely be a big help. Manager Wang, the stock god Fei just sent a micro headline. Saturday night at 8 o'clock live. Do you think it's time for the other side to start pushing the stream? Zhao Yashuan, as the person in charge of the headline that buttressed Chu Yunfei, saw the news and reflected it to his leader at the first opportunity. Although he had already talked to Zhang Gui in the morning. But the stock god Fei did not make an official announcement. Zhao Yashuan still did not report to the leadership. Big business, where leaders want certainty of results, not how you did it. The process, no one cares. As long as you achieve the results he wants, then you are good and trainable. Okay, today, Thursday, plus both days, Friday and Saturday, push the flow for him. At the same time, contact the Jitterbug Live site to set up a special team for the Stock God Flying Brothers live broadcast. Specifically responsible for the operation of the Stock God Flying Brothers before the live broadcast, the analysis of the data in the live broadcast, and the feedback of the data after the live broadcast. There are also ideas from the top, wanting to go through the Stock God Fei. We also need to pry open these more specialized fields, so that they can be as close to the public as possible. If the Stock God Feigwa live results are good, we can even use each other as a benchmark in this segment. Manager Wang now. For the Stock God Fei also attaches great importance to this live broadcast. This is a good opportunity for their headline system to develop into a niche area. since trying to push the stream for Stockfly yesterday. It's been working well. At the very least, the headline number of the stock god Faye is very absorbing. And in one night, the number of fans broke through from 800,000 to 1 million. As for why it's so absorbing, manager Wang doesn't understand it until now. Just a few micro headlines. To achieve such an effect, manager Wang is also ahead of Too Big. Do not know what this is the reason. But it doesn't matter, as long as the users like it. Perhaps, now the taste of users has changed again and they like this minimalist beauty. The stock god, Faye, has also become a boost to his manager Wang's ability to advance in the headline system. Doing a good job, especially opening up the niche. He, manager Wang, will surely become a vice president. Faye, I just saw that you're going live on Saturday night. Do you need me to come over and help? Huang Yaoyao is very excited today. A stop. Earned 20,000. This income. Simply nice. Although today Chu Yunfei sent a micro letter to ask Wang Fujing to sell. As a result, until the afternoon closing, there is no reply. Huang Yaoyao was so angry inside, but no seizures yet. I'm asking for something. Live streaming is just using a cell phone. No need to go to too much trouble. Just rest. Chu Yunfei's reply made Huang Yaoyao gnash her teeth in hatred. Previously, when Chu Yunfei replied like this, it was indeed because he didn't want Huang Yaoyao to suffer. But right now, it's just a detachment, a distance. All of a sudden, the 20,000 I made today didn't smell so good. Aha, send me a message if you need it, Faye, and come right over. Live streaming wise, I've never done it, but I've seen a lot of live streams and have some superficial experience. Inwardly holding her tongue, Huang Yaoyao still had to accompany the smiling face. There was no way. The current Chu Yunfei was no longer the Chu Yunfei of the past. When I think of the stock god Faye's micro headline inside the more than $50 million of funds account, Huang Yaoyao is a heartache. Why? Were you so stupid before? Keeping a relationship with Lu Tian and setting up a persona in front of Chu Yunfei. If, in the first place, he had been born, and especially if he had a child, then he could have gotten half of that money. Why are you now racking your brains every day for tens of thousands of dollars? The old me you looked down on. You can't reach me now. Chapter 71, Conspiracy Emerges. Faye, you're going live? Chu Hua has been feeling very relaxed these days, and his work has been going much smoother. Previously, Chu Hua wanted to reconcile with every user who purchased CrudeBot. Obviously, this kind of thinking was not to be, leading to his daily headaches for individual users. Since the exchange between May 1st and Chu Yunfei, Chu Hua's kind of want has been gone, grasping the big and letting go of the small. Individual users, who want to take the legal route, then take the legal route to resolve the issue. It is this change of mindset that so many users who had wanted to continue to ask for more money have signed settlement contracts in accordance with the previously negotiated agreements. Just like the temporary change of heart of Mr. Zhang, Mr. Lu, Mr. Wei's and others. Now, the crude oil treasure incident has given you substantial progress. Chu Hua's achievements, but also achieved the above affirmation. It is often said that good things come in pairs. When he saw his son's headline number, Chu Hua called the first time. Chu Hua used to not play headlines because so many people in it had problems with their 3 views. Since his own son posted a message on the headlines, Chu Hua registered one for himself, and also paid attention to the stock god Faye. Just want to be the first to know their son dynamic, but also want to see their son's speculation results. If the stock market is not doing well, I can advise him to turn back in time. You can't give away all the money you've already got. However, the longer he paid attention, Chu Hua was even more impressed with this son of his. As a financial person who came up from the grassroots, how can one not know the complexity and leak-cutting nature of the Big A? It's incredible that such a complex market, such a high-profile practice, can still make so much money. Dad, I've said before that I'm going to go live when my fans break through 1 million. Only I didn't expect to break through 1 million fans so quickly. Live or not, that's your freedom. I don't care. You're not in the banking system now, either, much less in the papers. However, you used to be inside the banking system after all. There are some things you can say and some things you can't. You should be clear about that. Faye, it's not that Dad is nagging here. This is the national condition of our country. It won't be shifted by our will. We have to adapt. Dad, don't worry. I know. If it was the rash Chu Yunfei, especially during the time when he had just returned to China, Chu Yunfei ironically would not agree with his father's point of view. But now, even if Chu Hua didn't say anything, Chu Yunfei knew that there were some things that could be said and some things that couldn't be said. Otherwise, the irony is not going to mix. Friday, May 8th, 2020, the heat of Wang Fujing, with the stock god Faye adding to it. That's even hotter. Not surprisingly, Wang Fujing continued to rise today, with shares rising from $20.60 to $22.66. Now, the people who follow the stock god Fei or the people who follow Wang Fujing are even more frantic. Several consecutive stops and a fire out of the ring. Who wouldn't envy this kind of achievement? This kind of increase? Not to mention the people who buy stocks. Even those who have never bought stocks are heartened. Day after day up and down. Who can top it? I am the top of the stock market. Once I meet Fei, it all comes to nothing. Pa boys, small profit of $5 million today. Wang Fujing's share price has risen again. The share price has risen to 22.6 yuan from 20.6 yuan yesterday. And my capital account has become 475 million from 432 million yesterday. Without further ado, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, live on air. See you there. At this moment, the headline hot search list has been dominated by the stock god Fei. Hot search list no. 1. The stock god Fei made a small profit of $5 million a day. Hot search list no. 2. The stock god Fei is live on Jitterbug tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Hot search list no. 3. The secret that the stock god Fei and Wang Fujing have to tell. Hot list number 4. How the stock god Fei became a headline V step by step. Hot list number 5. Is the stock god Fei a real person or an introduced puppet? Hot list number 6. Is the stock god Fei a fresh meat or an old bacon? The top 6 on the hot search list are all about the stock god Fei. A discerning person will know that this is a campaign for the stock god Fei. Whether it was really hot or not. At the moment, everyone saw the news of the stock god Fei. Whether you care to follow the financial sector or not, you swipe a few headlines and a wave of stock god Fei's previous micro headlines will be pushed to you. Mr. Zhao, didn't you say that we should make the stock god Fei lose his reputation? Fang Gaoqi was extremely upset when he saw the news about Fei, the stock god, all over the internet. Invested $5 million in Mr. Zhao. Although the money was not much, but the other party did not seem to do anything. Even said, the stock god Fei is stepping on the Wang Fujing these days on the throne to seal the god. This was a little too much for Fang Gaoqi to take in. Mr. Feng, I can't do anything about it. In the past 2 days, Wang Fujing is a one-word board stop. The stock god Fei ambushed in advance. We can't do anything about it. Mr. Zhao is also a little speechless inside the phone. What is all this? Wang Fujing didn't dare to shake in the past 2 days. Other people don't know the reason. Don't you, Fang Gaoqi, know it well? If it is not you, Fang Gaoqi, take advantage of the opportunity to grab chips. How can I pull up so fast? Must be the need to shake, to dump some profit taking out. But now, if I do shock, won't I be a dowry for you? Fang Gaoqi? Mr. Zhao, tomorrow, the stock god Fei is going to broadcast live. You should have a response plan on your side, right? Fang Gaoqi's words made Mr. Zhao Hole won't be able to. He has a response plan? Why does he have a response plan? You do your live. I do my stock. Am I going to find jets to spray people? Mr. Feng, I don't understand what you mean by your words. I'm just a stock speculator. Other than that, I don't know anything. Hanging up the phone, Fang Gaoqi was still a little angry inside. Although he himself knew about the situation, Foshan Daredevil looked like he didn't care about anything. And Fang Gaoqi came to be angry. You've been stepped on to get to the top, and you're not going to do something about it? Even if none of those measures are substantial. Since you won't do it, I'll do it myself. And even if I fail, I have nothing to lose. Time is like a wild horse that runs off the rails and can't be stopped. In a flash, the time had come to Saturday. On this day, it was just an ordinary Saturday. But the internet, rather, all the platforms of the headline system, can see the news about the stock god Fei's live broadcast at 8 o'clock tonight. Headline news, the stock god Fei, half a month of luxury earnings of more than $30 million, 8 p.m. Jitterbug live room. Do not see. Jitterbug news, extraordinary happy news. The stock god Fei was a guest of Jitterbug Live to talk about the secret of getting rich in the big A. Watermelon video, the stock god Fei, the Diamond King, is a little fresh meat or old bacon, 8 p.m. Jitterbug live room. Do not see. On this day, everyone saw the news about the stock god Fei going live on Shakeology at 8 p.m. Interested or not? Interested or not? None of that matters anymore. What's important is how can we get these people who come in and become die-hard fans of the stock god Fei. Chapter 72. You really don't carry the goods? Brother Fei, everything for the live broadcast at 8 o'clock in the evening has already been arranged. Are you sure? No cargo? Zhang Gui's 2 days could be said to be the busiest 2 days. Since it was confirmed that it would be broadcast live on Saturday night, Zhang Gui and the people on the headline side started to get busy. Pick a venue and recruit field control. Select hair design and recruit script design. Everything has been done in the last 2 days. However, there was one thing that was hard for Zhang Gui to refuse. Yes, that's the bandwagon. The stock god Fei is on fire and almost the entire internet knows it. Those businessmen, more than likely, will not let this opportunity go. Even if we all know what the stock god Fei said on micro headlines about not selling lessons without the goods, but the merchants don't believe that. These days, if you don't sell goods, what are you doing on the air? And such a solemn advance announcement. These days it's more of an omni-channel promotion. How wasteful it must be not to bring goods under this kind of resource promotion. If it's true that they don't carry the goods, then there's only one reason. Not enough money. When the money is given enough, even Zhang Gui, the agent who was repeatedly urged by Chu Yunfei, at this time is a bit unbearable. In the past, watching other people live, they said how much to earn. Zhang Gui is also a figure of fun. He is a factory owner and knows exactly how much it costs. What's the point of selling at a price that's lower than the factory on the live feed? Is it really a benefit for users? In Zhang Gui's mind, aren't all the family members used to cut leaks? Fatty, how many times have I told you that I won't sell a class without the goods? Why are you still asking me now? Chu Yunfei was also a bit puzzled that he was going to broadcast live, even though his inner belly was already there. Still, he needed to familiarize himself well with the ventriloquist for the rest of the day. Today to be exact, before the broadcast. It's no wonder you're happy to be disturbed by Zhang Gui. No Fei, I've refused many times too, but this time, it's really hard for me to refuse? Oh, tell me, why is it so hard to say no? Your dad told you to tell me to bring your family's goods? Chu Yunfei was the first to think of this possibility. After all, Zhang Gui's family's factory business was really bad, and it just so happened that he was so hot right now that Zhang Gui's dad made him talk about it justifiably. No, never mind, brother Fei, let me tell you the truth. It's mainly because the price offered by the merchant side is so much that I don't even dare to refuse. Talk about it? Chu Yunfei came to be interested. How much money is this? Otherwise Zhang Gui is more than that. 10 million, the businessman said. As long as this evening, we live on the public screen. Put their company name on the public screen. Just similar to the title rights kind of. We'll give $10 million of advertising fees. The merchant also said that if we bring their goods, $10 million can be directly converted into pit fees. Chu Yunfei froze. Which wrongdoer is this? No. Which tycoon is this? The pit fee is $10 million. Off the charts. You know, the hottest Lao Luo now. Pit fees altogether only a few million. And he, a financial V who has only posted a few micro headlines on the micro headlines, is directly given 10 million pitfalls. Say it, who believes it? Now, Chu Yunfei understood Zhang Gui's entanglement. No way. The price is too high. It's impossible to make money every day in stocks. Even if Chu Yunfei knew that Wangfujing could rise to $70 or $80 in the future, but it doesn't go up every day, or even say, sometimes it plummets. Wangfujing's plunge, Chu Yunfei felt should be just around the corner. It's simply not possible to go from $10 to $22 in half a month without a decent pullback in between. It's all profit taking. How can it pull up later? Fatty, don't take it. We don't sell classes without the goods. Hanging up the phone, Chu Yunfei's mouth was a little bitter. Although he now had more than $50 million in assets, giving $10 million in direct pitfalls was definitely a big deal. Not to mention the account of the stock god Fei, Chu Yunfei believes that the live broadcast, in addition to him, it is impossible for anyone else to refuse. Even if it's some kind of magic city Li Jechi, Hangzhou Weiya, Mr. Zhang, has Mr. Chu agreed? Ms. Zhao. Fei said not to bring the goods. Zhao Yashuan on the other end of the phone froze for a moment, not knowing what to say. This merchant, who had been working with their header before, was also a higher quality merchant, looking for the stock god Fei to cooperate, or Zhao Yashuan to lead from it. No other. Businessmen directly private letter to the stock god Fei, are stone silent, can only be found through the relationship. Now, the person is found and the price chip is high. Who would have thought that it would still be rejected? Zhao Yashuan had always thought that Chu Yunfei's emphasis on not bringing goods and not selling lessons was just a fear of affecting his first live broadcast, and that he would definitely make money in the future as well. After all, which of the financial verses that Zhao Yashuan knew didn't want to make money? Especially with the muzzle influence. It's not a good time for financial vloggers, and headlines have been a major source of income for so many of them. Since they are worried about the impact on the live broadcast and future earnings, the other brands should not refuse to give the pit fee directly to the highest now, right? Who would have a problem with money? And yet, there was a real refusal. It's incredible. Is this a case of not knowing what's good for you, and really not carrying the goods all the time? Aren't millions of fans live to keep cutting leaks? Even if they really are family members, At best they eat a little more elegantly. There is no difference in essence. Otherwise, so many live streams that don't move only give benefits to the families. But this family, it's been harvested so many times. I guess the family can't even count. Although I would like to let Faye carry the goods. After all, at this price, it's really hard to say no. But Faye is adamant. So I can only say I'm sorry. Faye broadcasts live. Not for money, but simply to connect with his fans. Zheng Gui's teeth hurt after he put down the phone. God knows how much courage it took for him to turn this down? $10 million. The rest of their factory is offering $9 million. That's all, or what his old man did for most of his life. And Faye, for one night's broadcast, the pit fee is $10 million. Faye is still not saying yes. Who's going to tell me about this discrepancy? Boss, stock God Faye's live broadcast in the evening. Do you want to watch it from your side? Never mind that it was Saturday. The youth still came to work overtime. Nothing else? This Saturday today is different than it has been in the past. Stock God Faye live. The youth feel that they must watch, not only to watch themselves, but also to let the leadership know that they are watching again. As for why it's important for leaders to know, those who are in the workplace should know the reason. Didn't you come to work late today just to watch this live stream? Come on, put away your little mind and get the maneuvering right. It's a lot better than getting into all that mumbo jumbo. You call the others and ask those who are not at the company to come to the company as well, so we can all take a look at the true face of the stock God Faye. Only by understanding the other party's style of doing things can we lay out our plans against them later, whether we are enemies or friends in the future. We have to understand each other as much as possible. Cast the screen directly in the conference room in the evening and watch it together. Chapter 73, Are You Stupid? 1,000 calls. The time came to 7:30 p.m. In the midst of all the anticipation, a lot of people have taken out their cell phones, waiting for the Stock God Faye brothers live broadcast. Xiao Zhao. There's no problem with the pre-publicity of Stock God Faye's live room, right? Manager Wang is also a little nervous now, about his future career. Cannot be nervous? Manager Wang, the pre-publicity data is very good. According to our group's speculation, the Stock God Faye's live room's peak simultaneous online traffic is likely to exceed 1 million. That high? Even though Manager Wang had already overestimated the influence of the Stock God Faye, he still didn't expect such good expectations. What is the concept of more than 1 million simultaneous online? Take the hottest Lao Luo, as well as Mordor Li Juchi and so on, especially Crazy Little Horse. The fans directly exceeded 100 million, but the number of people online at the same time is only 4 or 500,000. Unless it's a special time for a relatively big event, the number of people online at the same time may exceed 1 million. Now, a new blogger who has only posted a few micro headlines on the headlines. Even if the followers are more than 1 million, it's not like there will be so many people watching at the same time. Yes, Manager Wang, the Stock God Faye can have such a high popularity. In fact, there is a great coincidence factor. Recently, Wang Fujing is up every day, and the Stock God Faye is almost synonymous with Wang Fujing. As long as Wang Fujing is up, the Stock God Faye will be on the hot list. Of course, and we increased the flow of publicity in the past few days, so that the fire out of the circle of the god of the Stock Faye added fire. This year, the stock market has been very good, so that many people's expectations of the stock market are bullish. The Stock God Faye is the envy of everyone's idol. There are some other factors, such as a lot of people want to see the Stock God Faye brother real face, or want to see the Stock God Faye brother will not recommend some better stocks and so on. All in all of these factors gathered together have made the Stock God Faye so hot. Good. Then you guys monitor the data well and keep me posted if there are any problems. Tonight, you will watch the entire live broadcast of Stock God Faye. Once it appears to be brought to the rhythm or Stock God Faye appears to have some offending words, as long as it's not a matter of principle, directly open the permission to push the flow. Don't limit the flow at that time because of these small problems. Okay. Zhao Yashuan instantly tensed up. Those old people who do live broadcasts know that inside the live broadcast, some words cannot be said. Once said, will be limited to the flow. The plot is serious. It is likely to directly shut down. But the Stock God Faye, that registered headline Xu Yunfei, the age of only 25 years old, is still the first live broadcast. Zhao Yashuan is really worried that the other party to say what violation of the word directly lead to the system to recognize, to limit the flow. That would be a little embarrassing. The financial industry, which is supposed to be a sensitive industry, a lot of it cannot be mentioned. Faye, don't be nervous, even though we say this is the first time. But our center of gravity is not in the self-publishing media. Even if we mess up, we'll be fine. Asterisk 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 off. I think you're the one who's nervous. Okay, Faye, I'll roll out later. Fatty, are you off your meds tonight? I'm not even nervous as a party involved. What are you nervous about as a behind-the-scenes guy? No, brother Faye, didn't you say that you still want me to cooperate with you? I'm worried that I've messed up. After all, my financial expertise is practically nil. What are you thinking? I'm asking you to cooperate with me. Just be in there in your true colors when you need to be. Do you know what it means to be in your element? It's how you are normally, and how you will be when the time comes. Then, brother Faye, do you think I should continue to put on some makeup to make me look more handsome? Zhang Gui patted his somewhat wrinkled clothes. I said behind the scenes, but I didn't realize that I would have to go to the front of the stage to perform in my own color. Isn't that hard to do? You can draw all you want. Just don't steal my thunder. Chu Yunfei's words made Zhang Gui giggle, and that feeling of nervousness disappeared a lot. In fact, Zhang Gui did not have much nervousness within him, solely to make Chu Yunfei not too nervous. But right now, it doesn't seem to be working, and what's the point of putting yourself through this? Okay, then I won't wear any makeup. I'm handsome enough as I am now. I believe that after Ling Wei sees me at night, she will definitely not be able to sleep for the whole night, and even say that she dreams of me at night. Chu Yunfei shook his head and ignored Zhang Gui, the comedian. Today's live broadcast, to be honest, Chu Yunfei was still a little nervous inside. These days of publicity, Chu Yunfei can see and feel the power of the network even more. In particular, the headline specifically for his stock god Fagwa set up a special team, responsible for this stock god Fagwa this live thing, who can't be nervous when faced with hundreds of thousands, or even over 1 million views at its peak? Take the old Luo, has done many times live. There are from time to time said the wrong price and so on the situation. Really just a slip of the tongue? It is also likely to be due to nervousness. Live streaming, which is still not the same thing as a face-to-face chat, because when it's live, you can only see the outside world through your cell phone. There is no one to help you find a topic of conversation or to lighten the mood in order to take care of you. There are just all sorts of questions from the netizens of the world, some well-intentioned and more difficult. Where there are people, there is a jungle. A financial v. Cross-border engage in live broadcasting. Those who do live netizens how to see. The fans watching the live stream are, in fact, that big. So if you're here, doesn't everyone else get less traffic? There are also speculators who will certainly ask a lot of questions, such as whether or not they are bookmakers, or if they are asking him to recommend stocks. Whichever question, it's okay to answer it at the time. How frenzied was the live stream tonight when Kingsford started to shake down, and how hard will the abuse be when it does? The time, from 7:30 p.m. M, had come to 8 p.m. M, sharp. This is the moment to witness a miracle. This is the moment to witness the true face of the stock god Fei. This is the moment when an ordinary person begins to appear in the public eye. This moment would be remembered in Chu Yunfei's life, accompanying him for the rest of his life, indelibly. All the people who were following the stock god Fei were already waiting in front of the cell phone live streaming room. Everyone wants to know the legendary history of Fei, the stock god. Oh my god, is this real? I really can't believe this is going to be Fei, the stock god? Little brother is so handsome. I want to give Fei a monkey. The moment Chu Yunfei appeared on camera, the comments section directly exploded. No one expected this stock god Fei to be so young. Someone who has made a mark in the financial markets can be so young? So young? Did you really develop on your own merit? Or maybe it was all just a stroke of luck. Everything is on display inside the comments section. Everyone is waiting for a reply from the stock god Fei. It's a mule or a horse. Pull it out. Chapter 74, Woe Comes from the Mouth. Good evening, old-timers. My name is Chu Yunfei, headline nickname Stock God Fei Brother. I'm very happy to meet with everyone so early. At 8 o'clock in the evening exactly, Chu Yunfei sat down in front of the live broadcast equipment and greeted everyone. It is for this reason that all are surprised. So young? Those who are in finance, especially those who have achieved success. Which one is not after reaching middle age? Or even more so, has long since gone to the top. But Fei, the god of stocks, is not only windy and handsome, he is also so young that everyone starts to doubt his life. Brothers, the stock god Fei is so damn young. If I were a woman, I would want to take the initiative to fall back. God Machine coldly issued such a sentence inside the Financial Power Group, causing the crowd that was still discussing the evening's live broadcast to stop their discussion. Today, these financial vloggers have been waiting for 8 p.m. M, just to see who the stock god Fei is. Being able to get millions of followers in a short period of time with just a few micro headlines, it's the kind of achievement that makes them sweat. Therefore, even if someone had a social event tonight, they were put off. Seven Sisters, the God Machine's suggestion. You consider the stock god Fei brother so young. I guess Liv is also very powerful. The orangutan's dirty joke brought lewd smiles to all those in finance. men and women alike, are not as strongly bound to traditional attitudes. Nothing else. Stressful. Men need to vent and so do women. At this moment, the stock god Faye, or rather the stock god Faye at this moment, had become the male god in everyone's mind. Too young, with millions of followers in half a month and tens of millions of net profits in half a month adding to the glow. The hairsprayed hairstyle adds a touch of wickedness. His face was carved like a knife and his eyes were sharp. The slightly casual t-shirt makes the whole person clean and competent. What a handsome young man. If, on the head, he wore a purple and gold crown, the image of a young emperor would unconsciously appear in the minds of many people. Too handsome, too cool, too young. For half a month, it's been everyone who's gotten me this far. At this moment, I am a little bit unbelievable. In just half a month, the fans from the double digits surprisingly reached more than 1 million inch. To be honest, in my mind, it takes at least 2 or 3 months, if not 6 months, for the attention to reach over 1 million. I didn't realize that it only took half a month. It's all about people being curious about me, and it's about people trusting me. But, unfortunately, I don't carry, much less sell classes, and there's no way to give my family discounted products. Faye, bull, fly, stay true to your heart and never carry or sell classes. Brother Faye, as long as you introduce me to good stocks, I'll support you when you bring goods and sell lessons. Still, Faye is great at not cutting the family's leaks. The word family, which was a positive word, has become a derogatory one since the live bandwagon. Looking at the pop-up screen, Genius Yang was even happier than Chu Yunfei. This son of hers had never let her down since he was a child. Except for the unreliable girlfriend she'd had for the past year, it had always been her pride and joy. At this moment, even through the cell phone, Genius Yang's excitement could be felt by Chu Hua next to her. This son of his, it seemed like he had changed since the last breakup. In just half a month, he went from being an ordinary person to a tycoon worth tens of millions of dollars. What's more, doing self-publishing, it's amazing that half a month has reached millions of followers. Chu Hua doesn't have a particularly clear perception of how difficult self-publishing is. But, the self-published media wants to get ahead, and there are not many people within the people Chu Hua knows. Old Chu, you need to communicate with Xiao Fei more often, so that he must not do anything foolish that violates the law and discipline. In this life, to have such a good son, I will die in peace. What nonsense! We should be happy that our son is doing well. You're right, the financial world is messy and more stressful. Let's communicate more with our kids from time to time. When I saw the pop-ups, I realized that most of them complimented me on my good looks. That, I do not deny. It can't be helped. It's been radiant since birth. When I was a kid, I had one hand crossed and one hand waving, and I had the air of a bully. Sadly, I am now a man with a long history of holes inside me. Nothing else, too much pressure. I think the people who follow me, whether they're speculating or not, but they have some knowledge of finance, all know that trying to make money from inside the stock market is more difficult than getting in and turning screws. Ha ha ha, powdered. I'm a little social fangirl who doesn't speculate in stocks or buy funds. I worship Faye. I'll be Faye's diehard fan from now on. Upstairs, go away. I don't know what speculation is, but I just like Faye, not for his money, just want to provide a touch of warmth to him, who is in 1,000 pieces. My sheets at home, I just threw them in the washing machine. Come over here Faye, I'll roll new sheets with you. Headline Jia Yashuan as well as manager Wang, at this time, are in front of the cell phone to pay attention to the stock god Faye's live room, next to the computer, but also real-time update of the current stock god Faye's live room of a variety of data dynamics of the situation. Forgive them for having seen all kinds of big versus and even celebrities live, but they were also shocked by the stock god Faye's live broadcast data. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the stock god Faye's live broadcasting room online viewers only 5W+. This number of people watching the live broadcast, to be honest, not a lot at all. After all, that's just the data from the opening episode. As time goes on, more fans will come in to watch and the numbers will explode. As expected, after a few minutes had passed, the number of people online, which was 5W+, had broken through 10W+. The number of messages and comments in the background has long exceeded 30W+. That's the equivalent of every person who watched the live stream and posted at least 3 comments. This is so hot that other vloggers have to weep when they watch it. It's so damn flavorful. Xiao, contact the Jitterbug side. Continue to push the stream. Tonight, except for individual big verses, they all have to give way to the stock god Faye. I see that people in the comments section are asking if I have a background, if I have an inside track? Otherwise, how could I have come up with that much capital and made so much money on one stock at such a young age? When Xu Yunfei said these words, Zhang Gui and the others beside him were directly petrified. At this point, It's amazing that you found such a poignant topic straight away. Instead of picking a simple topic to reply to. Is this to give yourself a hard time? Once the reply is problematic. Not to mention the headline directly blocked the live room. Or worse, to the family stall. Those in finance, those in government, whichever, are less inclined to be high profile. Since the beginning of time, muffling is the way to go. Anyone who flaunts his wealth regularly, regardless of his family or background, will end up suffering. Ha ha, let's see if you, Chu Yunfei, won't die this time? Fang Tianqi also did not expect that this Chu Yunfei, the live broadcast had only just begun, had chosen such a poignant topic. Admittedly, he got the Waterboys to bring up the tempo on the air. However, leading a rhythm was leading a rhythm. If Chu Yunfei didn't get on board, or even said that he turned a blind eye and shows other issues, he, Fang Tianqi, couldn't do anything about it. Because the fans of the Stock God Phase live broadcast, all of them are natural fans. And all of them are still frantically brushing the screen to praise Chu Yunfei's handsome. With such huge crowds, those who carry the beat, can't carry it at all. Rhythm? When do you bring it? It's when there aren't a lot of comments, and the bandwagoners swipe like replies, so that the people on the air, have to reply. Now, Chu Yunfei was completely unnecessary. However, Fang Tianqi didn't care about that much. As long as Chu Yunfei said one word wrongly, he, Fang Tianqi, could immediately put Chu Yunfei on the hot search, directly affecting Chu Yunfei's family. Let Chu Yunfei know what it meant for trouble to come out of the mouth. Chapter 75 Roll up. I am not a rich man, not to mention a government official, but just an ordinary member. A month ago, I was a modest family at best. Now, a month later, how much money I have. I guess everyone who watches my live stream has a number in their mind. It's not about showing off anything, let alone being rich. All this money, I earned through my own strength. I know. Everyone doesn't believe that in a month's time, from an ordinary family, I can make tens of millions of dollars? What international joke? I guess people won't believe it. Yes, I wouldn't believe it if it were me. It's too metaphysical, too unscientific. People who speculate in the stock market know that want to make money in the stock market, how difficult it is. Even if you don't speculate in stocks, you should have heard of 7 losses, 2 flats and 1 gain. It's that 70% of people are losing money inside the stock market. 20% are flat, and 10% can only make money. Don't rush. I'll tell you all about my sources of funding. In fact, we can also think about this. If my source of funding is questionable and my family has a big background, would I still dare to be so high profile? Now, I can not only live. There are millions of fans. Enough to prove. Otherwise, surely they would have been asked to sing Tears from the Iron Window straight away. What's the situation? How did so many people watching the live stream drop off? Lo is in a bad mood right now. He started live streaming this year with the goal of bringing in money to pay off his debts. Effective and surprisingly good. From the beginning of hundreds of millions of dollars in sales from a single broadcast, to now though not as many sales as before, but it's definitely much more lucrative than traditional industries. Seeing that debt repayment is in sight, and even saying that there is some money to be made as startup capital for the next venture. Lao Luo can be described as a desperate live broadcast. In the past, the damage caused by seemingly slip of the tongue inside the live broadcast, Lao Luo did not mind at all. It even says that, except for the first time when a slip of the tongue causes damage, they often resort to this slip of the tongue tactic after the final crisis communication. It may seem like you're losing a lot of money on a particular product, but the traffic you're bringing in can be a lot more than the money you're losing. This strategy has been played by other anchors. Who would have thought that Saturday night, starting at 8 p.m., would theoretically be a much bigger crowd in their live room as well. As a matter of fact, that's how it used to be. Saturday night, everyone's free, so what to watch if not the live stream? But this weekend was nothing short of Black Saturday. The number of people in Lao Luo's live broadcast room, from 8 o'clock in the evening, the number of people online are dropping. At first, people didn't care. It was normal to come and go. But this time, what went away didn't come back. Oddly enough, old Luo. I'll tell you a bad news. The number of people in our live room have been taken away by other live rooms. As the most important character during the live broadcast, the field control has to grasp the whole live broadcast process. No matter what the problem is, you have to be the first to find a way to deal with it and solve it. Not enough viewers, then go by traffic. Conversions aren't high, so then there are all sorts of goodie bags to lower the cost of purchase. But now, field control is also a little confused. The previous method, when tried, worked at first, but after a few minutes, the effect was gone. What's more, field control knows that other bandwagons are dropping off the big time in terms of live viewership. Is there something important going on tonight? Can't figure out these things? Field Control asked inside their group. Brothers, everyone feel it. Is there any major event tonight? It feels like the traffic is a lot less. Just sent it out and Field Control realized that it seems a lot of people have this problem. Not only the Lao Luo live room that he is responsible for, but also the Mordorli Jiuqi and the Hangzhou Via live room, all of which have a certain impact. Off the big spectrum. It wasn't until one of the guys sent a link to the live feed, and Field Control opened it, that he realized the reason. Even knowing why, the Field Control couldn't believe it. What's the situation? When did a stock speculator get so grown up? You've got fans all over the internet, abandoning a speculative live stream to listen to someone else blowing off steam? Off the big spectrum. When he saw the hot search, Field Control felt speechless. The top 3 of the headline hit list were dominated by that live stock speculation. Hot search list no. 1. The stock god Fei revealed his identity background. Hot search list no. 2. The number of people online in the stock god Fei's live broadcast room breaks through 200,000+. Hot search list no. 3. The stock god Fei went live and made all the big Vs that were live at the same time slumped by a large amount of traffic. This. Field Control didn't know what to say for a moment. Is the world going too fast? How is it that in a flash, you don't even know what mainstream is anymore? No matter how unbelievable it is, Field Control is still going to feed the information he got back to Lao Luo. Here, Lao Luo is the king. All people, they serve him. Are you sure? Lao heard the Field Control's words and pushed his glasses up on his nose. Lao Luo cannot believe. Not only his live room was intercepted, other big V live room as usual. This situation, even Lao Luo, an old man who had been sinking in the mall, could not believe it. Okay, it's been confirmed by multiple sources. The Field Control is now also a bit speechless. This live broadcast, these current popularity. Ironically, there is no way to complete today's mission goal. It's even said that it's likely to be the first Waterloo since Lao started the show. Looking at the number of online viewers left in his live room of only 20,000 to 30,000, Lao Luo wanted to curse his mother. When did a stock speculator even affect him? In particular, when the Field Control opened the live broadcast of the stock god Fei to him, Lao Luo was not calm. Such a young man, the same as the young men who were playing second fiddle inside their company. It is such a young man that the number of people watching the live broadcast is now outrageously more than 300,000+, stealing the limelight of the entire headline system live broadcast. Even Lao Luo has never heard of anyone who broadcasts live with more than this number of simultaneous online viewers. However, how can Lao Luo, a small entrepreneurial mastermind, sit back and wait for the live broadcast of knowledge? Lao Luo may not be as professional as Field Control, but for the bends and turns of business, and the control of trust, Lao Luo dumped the Field Control a few streets. As Lao Luo said, I know there are many unseemly tactics, and I also know that many people use them, but I don't use them myself. This kind of pattern, this kind of bosom, is not comparable to ordinary people. Let's do it this way. We won't do the live broadcast tonight. All of us will go to cheer for Brother Fei, the god of stocks, and I'll see who Brother Fei, the god of stocks, is. This decision of Lao Luo is very bold. At the same time, it means that today's live broadcast task, ironically, will not be completed. Manager Wang, it's exploding. Zhao Yashuan saw the latest data, the excitement on his face, how could he not hide it, and rushed to the manager's office. It's, like, all about her performance, and it's even more key to her commission. Chapter 76, Old Luo is numb. Xiao Zhao, a little more stable. Our headlines on the $1 trillion valuation. You have seen the boss and you are as excited to jump around? Zhao Yashuan rolled her eyes straight up. He's just a part-timer himself. Can he compare to their headline-grabbing boss? Besides, if the boss would be jumping around in excitement, how would she? Zhao Yashuan. No, Manager Wang. The data of the stock god Fei's live broadcast has exploded. The number of people online at the same time exceeds 350,000, and is currently increasing towards 4 million at an extremely fast rate. Well, I know. Manager Wang's calmness made Zhao Yashuan stagger. Seemingly, it's an orgy all on its own. Not to mention the boss. Even his own supervisor didn't seem too excited. Could it be that this is the pattern gap between people? Zhao, have you predicted how many people will be online at the same time tonight? Now, the excitement within Zhao Yashuan was completely extinguished. What's the prediction? If it's a regular anchor, just follow the regular operation predictions. But the stock god, Fei, is obviously not an ordinary blogger. There is no way to predict. Not to mention the current problem of them helping the stock god feed to attract traffic. Just the stock god feed's live broadcast randomly burst a few topics. The number of people who live online is not soaring. Manager Wang. This Zhao Yashuan had nothing to say. He really didn't know. Nothing. Don't be staggering. Don't even know this. And run straight over to take credit. Hurry up and go and get busy. Seeing Zhao Yashuan leave, Manager Wang completely woke up from the calmness he had just experienced. In front of your subordinates, be calm as usual. Now that he was the only one, Manager Wang took a look at the number of people online on the cell phone live broadcast and then looked at the computer background data. And he couldn't wait to sing a song. My life is not up to me. Regardless of whether or not Stockfly will be a flash in the pan. This statistic alone gives him even more hope of going even further next. In particular, the entire headline department was slaughtered live this evening by the stock god Fei. Not to mention that Lao Luo couldn't think of it. Even Manager Wang, who has been working in the headline department for many years, couldn't think of it. A stock speculation live room, but also a number of big names V to dry down. Cannot believe Lao Luo carries millions of fans of the Luo family army to report. Luo family army ranking 1 big brother has come to report. The Luo family military list's second eldest miss has come to report. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Luo Jejun's appearance was not expected by everyone. Lao Luo, that big man in the legend of existence, even carried all his fans to give a newcomer to come and support him. Most notably, other big verses who were broadcasting live had brought their own fans along. Since all the traffic was taken by the stock god Fei, they'll rub it back in themselves. Only, everyone did not expect Lao Luo to be so generous. Not only did he think of a way to break it, but he put it into action. If you can bend and stretch, you are a great man. Brother Xiaoyang carries hundreds of thousands of fans to report. Li's family fan carries millions of followers to report. VJ Pink carries millions of fans to report. For a while, the stock god Fei's live broadcast was all kinds of reports. The people who reported on it are still the big verses that everyone has heard of. Or Fei is bullish. A live broadcast, but the number of people online exceeded 4 million. Even other millions or even tens of millions of fans of the Big V are carrying their own fans to come to report. Ask, who else has such a big name? I've been a die-hard Fei fan ever since. I'm a big fan of Fei's brain. Zhang Gui was even more dumbfounded. This, can it still be played like this? The number of viewers now broke through Zhang Gui's perception. What kind of dogfight is this when 1 million fans are live streaming? And now it's amazing that over 4 million are watching online at the same time? If Zhang Gui didn't know that he hadn't bought any traffic at all. Otherwise, Zhang Gui would have definitely suspected that it was brushed. Lebowski's grandma opens the door for Lebowski, and Lebowski arrives at his grandma's house. If one were to say that the one who was most shocked was Chu Yunfei, the person in question. What's going on? What am I doing? What did I do? A triad of questions appeared inside his head. You didn't do anything yourself. Just now when the number of people watching the live broadcast online broke through 100,000, Chu Yunfei was still excited. However, it wasn't even a few seconds before 100,000 turned into $200,000. After that, Chu Yunfei was in a state of confusion. From 200,000 until now more than 4 million. What's more, the Luo family army reported that various other people reported that Chu Yunfei was completely baffled. Not to mention the self that was just a dog licker in the last life. Even the current self in this life has no way to compare with these big verses. Lao Luo is worth negative several hundred million. Other Big V, which is not worth hundreds of millions of dollars or more of existence. All these people, they come to their own live feeds to report. For a while, Chu Yunfei felt like he was dreaming. Perhaps in the future, he, Chu Yunfei, with his profit, killed a party in the financial market and became a party of financial tycoons. Those, however, are later, not now, much less in the present. Thank you all for your support. I didn't realize that a chance live broadcast of the kids had gained all of you big shots to come. I'm not afraid to do so. Brother Fei, we had to come. The fans are running to you. I also want to join in the fun. Rubbing your heat, so that I can hasten to interpret the true return of the transmission. Lao Luo's witty and humorous words not only made Chu Yunfei's heart feel good, but the millions of fans in the live broadcast also felt Lao Luo's temperament. How big a heart does it have to be to laugh at yourself in front of millions of people on air? Of course, this has a lot to do with Lao Luo's usual persona. Pulling battle after battle. Pulling defeat after defeat. Always striving to realize your dreams. The effect is also unexpectedly good. The pop-up screen of the live broadcast, from just questioning Chu Yunfei, the picture directly changed. Lao Luo, just now in your live broadcast of the small yellow car to buy, you can rest assured that you today indicators we ironclad to help you complete. Yes, Lao Luo, I look forward to your true return of the transmission, and even more so, I look forward to your rise. Lao Luo, hurry up on the inventory, it's all sold out. Mindlessness, Lao Luo also did not expect. he just said such a sentence. Then his usual one-night live bandwagon effect are good. Tens of millions of dollars worth of inventory sold out in 1 minute? Is this the influence of the stock god Faye? It's unbelievable. In the past, one had to work hard to introduce various features and interact with users. How now? He did not do anything, and even live, watching the stock god Faye's live room. Just like this, his own live inside the small yellow car was sold out, away from the DAP. At this moment, Lao Luo is numb. Win numb. If all this is the case in the future, Lao Luo all think, they do not have to sell the introduction of the product, just rubbing the heat. Selling goods is not a matter of minutes? Zhang Gui followed the pop-up screen, hurriedly clicked to the old Luo live room, opened the small yellow car. Dozens of sale links, surprisingly, are sold out status. At this moment, Zhang Gui was even more confused than Lao Luo. Instead of bringing in the goods, they disguised themselves as advertisements for Lao Luo. Zhang Gui couldn't help but drip blood inside when he thought of the $10 million pit fee. While they didn't carry the goods, what's the difference with carrying the goods? And it's still unpaid to help others carry their goods. Everyone numbed forehead at the same time. The headline hot list began to update again. This time, the top 5 on the headline hit list were all bagged by the stock god Faye. Chapter 77, they all want to rub it in. Hot search list no. 1. The stock god Faye revealed his identity background. Hot search list no. 2. The number of people online in the stock god Faye's live broadcasting room breaks through 500,000+. Hot search list no. 3. The stock god Faye went live and made all the big Vs that were live at the same time slumped by a large amount of traffic. Hot search list 4th. Lao Luo became the stock god Faye brother live the biggest winners. Real also pass is about to be staged. Hot list no. 5. Various versus carrying their respective fans to report on the live broadcast of the stock god Faye. The heat was so high, everyone was numb. When did a stock speculator's live broadcast get hotter than all those entertainment stars? Is this the same speculator I know? Is it possible to lose money before and make it back by watching a live broadcast? But things, they're just so weird. No one knows why Faye, the stock god, is so hot. Zhao Yashuan of the headline department was unclear, and Manager 1 was pondering why. Stock god Faye didn't understand, and Zhang Gui was even more confused. A speculative live stream with a persona that's only been set up for the better part of a month. At best, we've made $30 million or so. This kind of income, it is true, is not low, but to say it is high is not necessarily true. Take the live bandwagon V, which is not less than the stock god Faye, some or much more, but this is the case. But not yet the stock god Faye has come out on top. What's this for? At this moment, Feng Tianqi wanted to die. It was so hard to get Chu Yunfei to expose himself, and to his surprise, everyone else came to report. The number of people who watched the live broadcast online exceeded 5 million. I can't believe it. Feng Tianqi felt that Chu Yunfei would definitely not answer that question just now. Even Feng Tianqi inwardly wondered if that scene just now, could it also be something Chu Yunfei used to hype? There is only one purpose, and that is to attract fans to the topic. Now, Lubutan Pa share. So many fans in the live room. As far as he looked for those water army, sent out the message. I guess no one can see. Can't help it. Too many people commenting. So much so that if you don't turn off the pop-up feature, your entire phone screen is full of pop-ups and you can't see anything else. Well, a little interlude just now. Let's get back to business. As I said just now, I am just a well-off family, not a second generation of rich people or officials. Maybe some people don't believe it and think it's impossible. How can a family that is nothing come up with more than $20 million to buy stocks? Where did this principle come from? As Chu Yunfei's words were spoken, the live broadcast room of more than 5 million people was immediately like a drop of water inside a hot frying pan, completely boiling over. Who doesn't want to hear about such richly contradictory and antagonistic topics? If Chu Yunfei had problems speaking when he was live streaming again, it would be perfectly fine to report a wave. There's nothing like having a celebrity collapse in an instant to stir the emotions. You can't see a star with a master's degree who doesn't know what a know-it-all is. Isn't that proper academic fraud? After the public outcry festered, the highly educated star instantly caved in and was classified as a bad artist with little possibility of making a comeback in his lifetime. I'm sure you're no stranger to international crude oil futures falling into negative territory in April. Yes, our summer bank also lost tens of billions because of the crude oil treasure. At the time, I saw the new regulations issued by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, but also the global impact of the present-day mask incident. Made a decision that seemed very bold at the time, but now seems very knowing. Everyone can figure out what I did, right? Now everyone was quiet. It's not the rich kids or the government kids. It's placing bets based on your own judgment. Hindsight proved that Fly the stockbroker won. Chu Yunfei's words were like a hotspot maker. A single sentence that instantly created a hotspot. And with that statement, not only did he create a hotspot for his own money, but he also made Summerland Bank a hotspot, merely counterpointing the existence of the stock god Faye. Hot search list no. 6. The stock god Faye bet on the international crude oil futures plunge in April, shorting huge profits many times. Hot search list no. 7. Siagwa Bank up and down hundreds of thousands of people, not against the stock god Faye, a young man in his 20s. Sad and pathetic. Siofan. C. The stock god Faye is a hot search maker. Just a random sentence and he pulls in 2 hot search topics. In the future, if you want to be on the hot seat, focus on the stock god Faye. Sister Fong is also concerned about the stock god Faye, a person that has caused her a lot of trouble in this period of time. At the same time, Sister Fong also wants to meet the stock god Faye, who is like, only. Fong's words did not receive a response from Fan. At this time, Xiao Fan has long been frozen on the spot. The corner of the mouth is still not a twitch. Mr. Zhong, the stock god Faye is the Chu Yunfei who previously utilized our Tiger Securities app to trade, and is now live streaming. The secretary called his boss with gusto. The news, so powerful. In the past, they needed to protect the privacy of their investors and were afraid to put the word out. Just now, seeing the live broadcast of the stock god Faye, the secretary hastened to contact Zhang Gui. Yes, contact Zhang Gui. Because of Chu Yunfei's public disclosure, Zhang Gui was his current agent. When he got Zhang Gui to say that he could make it public, the secretary was even more delighted. Tonight, if the Tiger Securities is run well, it will be more effective than millions or even tens of millions of dollars in advertising. I know. Is there anything else you're calling about? Mr. Zhong also had this idea in his heart, but in order to train his secretary, he still didn't order it directly. When his own secretary can carry a heavy load, putting out is one of his irons in the fire. Mr. Zhong, I just confirmed with Chu Yunfei's side. We can release the other side's message. Now that the number of people in the live broadcast of the stock god Faegwa exceeds 5 million, we only need a statement to make the topic of the stock god Faegwa hotter, can rub off on each other's heat, and moreover, we can make our Tiger Securities popularity increase greatly. The secretary excitedly expressed her point of view, and Mr. Zhong nodded without a trace. A talent that can be made. Okay, you arrange for someone to handle it, and after this matter, you go to the marketing department as an assistant manager. The secretary, who hung up the phone, was dancing with excitement. Not only was my own idea affirmed, but even the other departments below me were taken care of as well. What's more, it goes straight to the marketing department as an assistant manager. The marketing department. This used to be a very hard department because it was responsible for the promotion of the securities company, as well as pulling in new accounts. But now, if the rubbing is good, pulling in new subscribers, that's just a piece of cake. Then wouldn't his performance be up? The performance is up only to rise another step up the board. Tiger Securities, regarding the shorting of international crude oil futures inside the stock god Faye's live broadcast. Our company can prove it. In April, the stock god Faye used our Tiger Securities app to short international crude oil futures with great vigor. And hindsight proved it right. Tiger Securities will not leak user privacy. Even if the previous incident of crude oil bow has made the international crude oil futures very hot, especially shorting crude oil futures to make a large sum of money, our securities company will not take the initiative to leak user privacy to publicize itself. The consent of the stock god Faye has been sought before our company issued the special statement. Global markets. Tiger Securities. Your first choice. Chapter 78. Chu Hua becomes the biggest winner. Hot search maker. True to its name, Tiger Securities statement, once issued, directly soared to the 8th hot search list. Hot list number 8, Tiger Securities actual hammers stock god Faye, begs for a hammer. The top 8 on the headline hit list are all related to the stock god Faye. This heat is so hot that celebrities look sad and financial securities firms look tearful. Everyone associated with the stock god Faye wanted to rub it in, and were struggling to figure out where they could get a link between the two sides. Mr. Zhong, our official website suddenly flooded with hundreds of thousands of views, and our microblogging fan base, from the previous 100,000, has become 250,000. When the secretary saw such data, he hastened to report it to the leader. It's too powerful. She'd thought about it before, and it should work, but neither did I think that it would work so well. It's only been a few minutes since the announcement was made, and it's amazing that they've gotten so much out of it. In the past, millions of dollars in advertising could not get such good results. 9 times out of 10 people who can run from the Shake Shack live stream to Twitter to follow their official website are people who are interested in the global financial markets. These people, they're her future user base. Good. Very good. To the marketing department to do a good job. There is a need for me to help. Just say, can help. Try to help. Mr. Zhong is very excited. Tiger Securities, seem to be taking off. This is definitely one of the best pieces of news before the upcoming launch. If, for example, it is possible to fly the stock god to Angola and become a shareholder of the company. That effect. When Mr. Zhong thought of this possibility, his entire body became nonchalant. Now it's just a matter of rubbing it in and it works so well. As for inviting the stock god Fei to become a shareholder of Tiger Securities, this still needs to be considered to see if the stock god Fei is a flash in the pan or if he has real talent. In contrast to the excitement at Tiger Securities, the executives at Summerland Bank are on pins and needles. It was thought that it had been such a long time, and they had guided public opinion, that it was basically impossible for the topic heat to appear on the hot list. Moreover, Chu Hua's progress during this period of time was even more unexpectedly accomplished by everyone, especially for those who are old enough to buy crude oil treasure. Chu Hua's way of dealing with them makes all the leaders feel satisfied. Just when all the leaders thought that the crude oil treasure incident would slowly drop with time, not only the heat, but also the level of fuss. As a matter of fact, it did for a while, but who would have thought that the momentum of everything that was going in the right direction would be linked to the hot search by someone on the air? Everyone else's hot takes are positive and active, but the hotness of their summer bank can be a foil. The Bank of Summerland, hundreds of thousands of people, countless experts of all kinds, are not worth the achievements of one person. Summerland Bank. There were people who warned about the risk of crude oil treasure before. No one listened. Summerland Bank. Who's going to pay for all those losses? The comments underneath the hot search are even more negative for all of the summer banks since the crude oil treasure incident. It's been a few days, and after their public opinion guidance, public opinion has gone both ways. But now, again, the crusade is lopsided, and none of them have responded yet, because they can't even think about it. It's just a live stream, and it's only a mention. That's all. It's an instant hit. Who's going to justify it? Some people, for many things, have a hard time getting on the hot seat at their own expense. Van, you're connoting me? But there are some people who, with one sentence of something, are on the hot seat, and it's just a spillover. Old Joe, how is Xiao Chu's progress in dealing with the crude oil treasure matter now? Old Joe received a call from Elder Xiong and was also in two minds. The reason for Bear's call was known to Old Xiao. It's the knowing that gives you a headache. That son of Xiao Chu's is so high profile online these days. Let's not talk about how much money was earned. Just above the headlines. In half a month's time, it gained 1 million followers. Is this something the average person can do? How is it that this kind of talent was not found to shine when it was in the Summerland Bank before? If, however, Chu Yunfei was still in the Summerland Bank, how hot was the Summerland Bank going to be? It's exciting to think about. It's all just fantasy. He's got tens of millions of dollars in assets now, and he's coming back to work? Old Chow doesn't think they can hire them. Elder Xiong, the progress of the crude oil treasure is progressing well. Xiao Chu is also negotiating with the majority of users, and strive for a short period of time, to deal with this matter, so that the impact is minimized. Old Zhou laughed bitterly within himself after he finished speaking. Little Chu's approach was the one they wanted to see the most from the Bank of Summerland, but Little Chu's approach was a little hard for them to accept, even if it was unintentional. So what? People little tiny Chu just mention it. Who let them Summer Bank to do things in the front? Well, I am also aware of the program that Xiao Chu has handled this matter as well as its current progress. Old Zhou internal slander. You know, still ask me why but don't dare to ask. Who made him a leader? Officials are big and they crush people. I feel that Xiao Chu has now finalized the handling plan for the crude oil treasure. So for the rest of the work, just let the deputy team leader follow up according to the established plan. Given Xiao Chu's professionalism, his performance during this period of time, and his ability to deal with crises, I propose that Xiao Chu be the vice president of Xiaogua Bank's Huangpu district. I wonder what you think, Old Zhou? Old Zhou couldn't believe it when he heard his elder brother's words. Even though he knew that Chu Hua would get a promotion this time, he didn't expect that the promotion would be this big. You know, before Chu Hua was also just a deputy governor of a branch under Huangpu district, and all of a sudden became the deputy governor of the district bank. This is no longer a normal promotion, but a direct promotion across 3 normal promotion steps. Lao Zhou did not disagree with this promotion program. As Chu Hua's old leader as well as a leading man, Old Zhou definitely hoped that Chu Hua's status would be as high as possible. Elder Xiong, I think Xiao Chu should obey the deployment. Only, isn't this kind of over-the-top promotion something that has to be discussed in a meeting? Alright, I'll call you. You inform Xiao Chu. As for the meeting discussion, I'll take care of it. Chu Hua, who was watching the live broadcast, still didn't know that because of his son's casual words, it made him jump 3 levels in a row. Chu Hua also knew that this time, he was bound to get a promotion and a raise. But even with expectations in mind, I didn't expect a direct jump of 3 levels in a row. This level of promotion was almost impossible. At least Chu Hua had never heard of it. Chu Yunfei knows that his own thing about shorting crude oil futures is announced, especially with the comparison of crude oil treasure. The summer bank on the hot search does not know, but his own father was ironically going to benefit. His words were setting off Chu Hua's accomplishments above the crude oil treasure. Regarding today's live speech, Chu Yunfei also made a belly draft in advance. What words to say out? What impact will there be? These inner assessment. Since this broadcast, especially the much anticipated one, it's important to maximize the benefits. After the first live broadcast, the next time you open a live broadcast, the effect will definitely not be as good as this time. Even if the number of fans doubles, it will not be as good as the first time. There are times when once the mystery is broken, there is no more of that mystery. Chapter 79, Slip of the Hand. That's right. I made my first pot of gold by shorting international crude oil futures when they were less than $30. The first bucket of money. And the first time people saw me enter the stock market at a cost of $20 million or so, to buy the entirety of Wangfujing. Now, Wangfujing's share price has risen to more than $22 from its original cost of less than $11. And my earnings? As in the micro headline I posted yesterday. You can do the math. Doubling the 100% yield is certainly not the highest. As you know, one of those days I made a successful T and made close to 30% that day. Longtime fans are well aware of my rate of return on this stock, so I won't go over it again. Hot list no. 9. Stock Godfei gained more than 15% on demon stock Wangfujing, capturing more than 30 million net profit. Hot searchmaker. Well deserved. Who makes a hit with one sentence? Only the stock god Figol. Boss, Wangfujing is on the hot search. Foshan Daredevil Pengcheng branch. The young man in charge of the stock Wangfujing said excitedly to the side of Mr. Zhao. Now, Wangfujing's share price has tripled from the price at which they first entered the market, and their total profit has exceeded 60%. With that margin, it's almost time for them to leave the market. Now all they have to think about is how to get out of there fast. The speed at which they leave the field depends on their eventual profit margins. Now that it's on the hot seat, won't there be more receivers? Originally Wangfujing's heat is not low, and now there are millions of people pay attention to. They want to quickly leave the field of the possibility. It is 1 point greater. In the past, when trading a stock, the timing of entry is key, and the timing of exit is even more important. And this is related to their final profit. Tomorrow afternoon, the United Company released good news. Monday stop we slowly ship out. Now, we're going to focus on the stock Godfei. Anyone who can make money by shorting international crude oil futures in April is either stupid and doesn't know anything, or they are the best of the best. The probability of the latter now seems high. The stock god, Fei, can only be a friend, not an enemy, at least when the heat doesn't go down on the other side. Boss looked at the number of simultaneous online viewers of Chu Yunfei's livestream and couldn't believe it. Live streaming with goods is very lucrative. Mr. Zhao knows, but even the number of big versus with tens of millions of fans watching online at the same time has not been heard that the number of people online at the same time can be so many. However, the stock god Fei not only used a few micro headlines to gain millions of fans, but now it is the number of people watching the live broadcast online exceeded 5 million. With this kind of heat, if you go to carry the goods, you're bound to make a fortune. Yao Yao, how far has your relationship with Chu Yunfei progressed? When Lu Tian saw the number of people in Chu Yunfei's live broadcast, the knot in his throat could not help but swallow. How much money the stock makes? Lu Tian knows. Now how much is this stock Godfei's account worth? Lu Tian can only rely on guessing. But ironically, it's astronomical and worth more than the money earned inside the stock. Although I do not know how the popularity of the live broadcast is transformed with the benefits, but this period of time, because of the problem of masks, live banding how hot, banding how high the profit. As a university graduate of Lu Tian, more or less have a certain understanding. Because of this understanding, Lu Genius wanted to eat Chu Yunfei even more. Once he ate Chu Yunfei, then all of this would be his. It's not going well, and Fei's value now is not what it was back then. We used to work together and see each other every day. Now we can see each other once a week, which is considered a lot of seeing each other. Huang Yaoyao was no less remorseful than Lu Tian. Even greater. This potential stock, which he had just given up on, was not expected to take off. Makes it that much harder for her to try to break the ice. Yao Yao, do you think Chu Yunfei wants an agent? You're also clear about my ability. In the future when you and Chu Yunfei are together, and I'm acting as his agent, won't he be working for us? After Lu Tian finished speaking, he excitedly exerted his waist directly, making Huang Yaoyao, who was still contemplating just now, feel refreshed. This feeling, it's so good. Whenever she was with Lu Tian, she loved Lu Tian's roughness and staying power. The only unfortunate thing was that Lu Tian could only fulfill the physical needs. The material needs in turn needed to be provided by her. If Lu Tian's earning power was the same as the current Chu Yunfei, Huang Yaoyao would definitely be the happiest person. Tian, I want to, but right now we have to get Fei to accept me before I can make any other requests. Ah, you slow down. Oh yes, you hurry. Who would have thought that the two would be watching live and still contributing and sacrificing to human reproduction? I have concluded my explanation about the first bucket of gold and was able to clear up everyone's confusion. As for my fans quickly surpassing 1 million, is there a professional team running it? I guess, as many people can find out. I worked at the Summerland Bank before, and only left half a month ago. I am such an ordinary person. Will there be a professional operation team to package and build me? If so, let's just say that everyone has the potential to catch fire. They're just missing an operations team. The reality, however, is that there are numerous operational teams, but those who catch fire are few and far between. Exactly now, I don't even know why I'm on fire. If anyone knows, please let me know. Of course, I'm certainly not going to change it. I'm just going to do it better and set myself on fire. Little King delivers 10 straight rockets. Xiao Wang, the earliest attention to the stock god Fei. From the stock god Fei first announced the purchase of Wang Fujing began. I followed the stud. Not only earned back the loss of money, but also made a lot of profit. Thanks to Fei, I will be your diehard fan. Until death do not change the kind of. Seeing the 10 consecutive rockets, Chu Yunfei was confused. What's going on? Why is there even a rocket bounty? Once Pandora's box is opened, there is a chain reaction. The stock god Fei's live broadcast of rockets. It did not stop. Just like the fireworks on the night of New Year's Eve. One after another. It is very beautiful. Fatty, what's going on? Didn't you turn off the bounty function? Turning to Zhang Gui who was next to him, Chu Yunfei questioned loudly as if he was really angry. Ah, brother Fei, the reward function has been turned off. Ah, let me take a look. Zhang Gui ran up to the live cell phone and output. Brother Fei, you just moved the screen of your cell phone and accidentally turned on the reward function. Zhang Gui's aggravation can be seen by millions of live streaming netizens. Everyone thought it was just a slip of the hand. Oh, I'm sorry, maybe I just slipped and accidentally clicked it. As I said, live streaming doesn't carry goods or sell lessons, and I don't ask for rewards. I will be contacting the Jitterbug side to refund the reward amount. Or if there is no way to refund the full amount, then the portion I got. People should stop rewarding. I don't feed off of that. The first 10 consecutive rockets. Xiao Wang, I remember you. When I only had 10 or so fans, you were the earliest to follow me. Every time I had a micro headline, you were a long comment. Thank you for your support. Still, I don't recommend pokies. Speculation is risky. Speculation needs to be cautious. Chu Yunfei said so much and still didn't close the reward function. Who doesn't know how to hype? Especially with this much heat. A persona that you have to polish yourself in order to create your own persona. Chapter 80, the 3 melons and 2 dates that I can't watch. Manager Wang. The stock god Fei's reward amount has exceeded $100 million. What should we do? Zhao Yashuan's small mouth never closed when she saw the backstage live reward function. How long has it been? From the time the stock god Fei's hand slipped and opened the reward function to now. It was just a little over a minute. In such a short time, the bounty feature is over 100 million. This is outrageous and exaggerated. Even the current existence of Top Stream Via as well as Juchi, with tens of millions of fans, could not have so many rewards, let alone over 100 million rewards in a minute. Junsi Lao Luo first live with goods, said most of the day, the turnover is only 160 million. The stock god Fei has hundreds of millions of rewards for just one handslip action, which is unbelievable. Contacting the stock god Fei's agent, is it being true that the bounty will be closed? And the amount of the previous bounty, does it need to be refunded in full? The amount of our platform side, I need to apply to the company, is the full refund, or only return the stock god Fei's part? Manager Wang was surprised by the effect of the stock god Fei's live broadcast at this time, but he was also displeased with the stock god Fei's behavior. Is this a slip? What an international joke. If it really was a slip of the hand, the first thing that would have happened would have been to turn off the bounty feature, not a series of speeches. During the time of the speech, the live streaming bounty feature was not turned off at all. This situation can only mean that the stock god Fei is speculating just to increase his popularity. But this kind of hype is holding their headline department to the fire. Stockfly has refunded his money. So do they want a refund for the headline system? Is it so easy to return money that has gone into your pocket, especially from a different department? Not to mention the complexity of the process. The cost of communication alone is beyond his decision as a manager. The headline ends up if a full refund and the favor is taken by the stock god Faye. Heads up if you only refund the stock god Faye's portion. That certainly puts the heads up department in the crosshairs. Either way, Stockfly is the biggest gainer put. Hello, Mr. Zheng. Oh, the stock god Faye's reward amount is fully refunded. Aha, okay, I'll arrange for an announcement to be sent out now. Manager Wang was still at a loss as to how to report to his superiors. Unexpectedly, his own boss called him directly on the phone and said the headline would be a full refund. Manager Wang, who originally wanted to wait for the heat of the stock god Faye to drop and then give the other party an eyeful, completely extinguished this thought. The person who could be noticed by the boss could be offended by him. The manager? Jitterbug. During the live broadcast of the stock god Faegwa, the rewarded amount of 200 million will be returned in its entirety in its original form. Our Jitterbug platform, respecting the opinion of each anchor, to be fair and open. Thank you for your support of Jitterbug. The issuance of the official statement from Shakeology has even led to Stockflyer bagging all the topics in the top 10 of the Hot 100. Hot search list number 10. The stock god Faye was rewarded $200 million in 2 minutes because his hand slipped, and will return all of it the way it was meant to be. For a while, the topic of the stock god Faye's hotness has never been higher. Tonight, it's going to be a special session with the stock god Faye. Tonight, the stock god Faye is keeping the multi-tempted sleepless. Sis, is my brother-in-law so powerful? He doesn't want $200 million just because he says he doesn't want it? Even if we split it 50-50, it's still $100 million. And you don't even want it? Are you sure that there is no problem with the information that Faye just said that he is a well-off family? Joe Haiba saw Shake's statement and looked incredulous. One has to find a family member to be cute in order to buy a tank 300 high and low. And this cheap brother-in-law of his doesn't blink at $100 million? Doesn't it really hurt at all? That's $100 million. If one has $100 million, even if one puts it in the bank for large sums of money, an annualized interest rate of at least 4% per year is equivalent to $4 million per year in interest. With so much money, Joe Haiba thought he could change his girlfriend once a week. Ah, no, not changing girlfriends, but becoming a sympathizer for women in general. What brother-in-law? Don't talk nonsense. Hearing his own brother's words, Joe Haiyan directly performed bloodline suppression. Originally, when Xu Yunfei conducted a live broadcast, Joe Haiyan was unaware of it. Very few people knew about the relationship between the stock god Faye and Xu Yunfei. However, Joe Haiba had been in contact with Zhang Gui and Xu Yunfei from time to time in the past few days, just to learn more about this cheap brother-in-law of his. Therefore, the stock god Faye live. Joe Haiyan directly by his own brother amenable. Seeing the man inside the live broadcast, Joe Haiyan's heart was greatly moved. The combination of the two was a coincidence. Plus they also met their parents. Xu Yunfei's status in Joe Haiyan's mind could be said to have skyrocketed. Joe Haiyan doesn't care about how much popularity is in the live room. It was just this man inside her cell phone that had her hooked, especially after being rewarded $200 million and having to return it in one sentence. How much courage does that take? Even with a 50-50 split and a 20% tax deduction, that's more than $80 million in hand. I've made tens of millions of dollars in stock trading, but how risky must that be? And the amount of the live streaming bounty has gone into their pockets, so to speak. This kind of money, it's incredible that it's just pushed right out. Can a man this good really bind himself to you? Joe Haiyan not only fell into deep self-doubt. Damn, so much money, say you don't want it? Fang Gaoqi, a rich second generation, was extremely mad at the sight of so much money. $200 million, and that's just a few minutes of bounty. Wouldn't it be a couple $100 million if, for all of tonight, the bounty feature had been on all the time? In the previous Xu Yunfei, Fang Gaoqi only felt that the other party was a loser. But now, proper dirt, even if it goes back the same way. How much Xu Yunfei was on fire? How much Fang Gaoqi was upset? An idea that instantly came to mind. Everyone, don't reward anymore. Oh, I've already had the reward function shut down, and the amount previously rewarded will be returned the same way. This live broadcast is mainly about wanting to connect with each other. Nothing else. You don't sell a class without the goods, much less ask for a reward. Before my hand slipped, I was actually thinking inside that I really don't see the trifle of the reward. Now it seems that I was the one with the small pattern. The reward is not 3 melons, but much more than my entire worth. Still, I'm sticking to my guns and doing what I say I'm going to do. Xu Yunfei's tone was so light. However, the pop-ups can be crazy. $200 million, 3 melons and 2 jujubes? That's crazier than even the creator of Small Goals. When I think about it, the national husband's 3 melons and 2 dates are still fresh in people's minds. Is the threshold for 3 melons and 2 dates so high now? $200 million, all recognized as 3 melons. For a while, the The hot search list made waves again. Everyone is numb. I thought it was the limit to wrap up the top 3 hit lists. Who would have thought that in a few sentences, the top 5 would all be about the stock god Faye? Then again, the top 10 hot searches were dominated. This way, it should be about right. The top 10 are all already owned by the stock god Faye. Who would have thought that in a few more words, another hit would come and it would be the wildly unchanged kind. Small goals are how many people flirt with them. Now, no one dares to use 3 melons and 2 dates. $200 million. That's too much. Chapter 81, The Unbelievable Chu Yun-jia. Hot list no. 11, $200 million. 3 melons and 2 dates latest standard. I can't believe it. When did all these dates become such a high standard? National husband Wang Dishao. Hurry up and come out to have a look and see. Your 3 melons and 2 dates are just 3 melons and 2 dates compared to Faye's 3 melons and 2 dates. It's really a pocket knife to the ass. Eye-opening. A small goal of $100 million. $200 million for 3 melons and 2 dates. The headline hot list is constantly updated and every time the hot list appears, a lot of comments appear underneath. This kind of comment adds some more popularity to the stock god Faye. The most intuitive is the stock god Faye brother live broadcast online viewers are still rising, and there is no trend of weakening. This kind of heat, not to mention ordinary people, even the stars who are often on the hot list shed tears when they look at it. The god of stocks, Faye, is not a human being. Fan. What's wrong with you? At this time, Sister Fong had also recovered from the shock of the popularity of the stock god Faye's live broadcast. Looking to the side, Fan panicked a bit. At this moment, Xiao Fan, his eyes staring straight at the cell phone screen, the corner of his mouth also occasionally twitching, his right hand shaking without rules. Anyone who looked at it felt that Xiao Fan had brain cramps from time to time. Snap. Sister Fong went straight down with a few slaps before Xiao Fan completely broke out of that demonic stupor. It's horrible. At this moment, Xiao Fan was like an eggplant that had been frosted, wilted, and his whole essence was gone. Fan, what just happened to you? If the stock god Faye is hot again, it has nothing to do with us. Can't you see that all the other hot search lists have been squeezed down? You don't have to be sad. Wait for the next time we find a good time to rush the hot search list once again. With your current popularity, as long as you don't meet the stock god Faye such as similar to today's big outburst, the top 20 hot search list is not a big problem. Sister Fong. I know brother Faye, the stock god. Fan said breathlessly. You know, who are the people? What? You said you know Faye, the stock god? Sister Fong was completely shocked. Looking at her little artiste, she even had such a big name friend. How come she didn't know about it? It is important to realize that agents choose their artists and know almost all of their artists' social circles. But Xiaofan is just an ordinary person. How could he have never imagined that he would be involved with Faye, the stock god who is now so big and red? Come on, how did you guys meet? Sister Fong was anxious. If she really knew each other, then she could completely take advantage of this wave. Not to mention the top 20 on the hot search list, even the top 10. Actually, Faye and I were junior high school classmates, and I even fought with Faye at that time, so our relationship wasn't too good. Knowing that the other guy works in a bank, I didn't realize that he'd come out now, with such a big title. Fan laughed to himself. In junior high school, and Chu Yunfei fight, that is the two people play together. The result of playing out of the fire. It is directly toilet about the fight. After that, he transferred to another school, and I heard that Chu Yunfei also studied abroad after high school. It was thought that the two men's lives were on different paths and that they would never cross paths at all. Now it seems that you have to be as shallow as you want to be. It doesn't matter if you had a fight when you were a child. Hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. It shows that he still has a place for you in his heart. You give me a good rundown of what's going on with the stock god Faye, and I'll think of a way to see if I can get you in touch with the other side, or at least hype it up a bit, and your debut will go more smoothly. With regard to the first question, I have also explained it just now, so I think no one will have any more doubts. I'm just an ordinary guy from an ordinary family and I had an ordinary job before. Seize the moment, seize the opportunity, and anyone can rise. Furthermore, if there is a problem with my source of funding, I guess I don't need everyone to say anything. The state would have already approached me for tea. So how can I still communicate with everyone on the air? Okay, I'll take a look at another issue. There are so many people commenting on the live feed that the subtitles are hard to read. I had someone take a screenshot of it directly, answering the questions in it, and the response afterward, and the questions were extracted in the same way. Message from netizen nicknamed Little Muddler. Faye, are you not going to carry anything in the future, or just the first time? On the subject of bandwagoning, I'm here to reiterate it and to give a response to the vast number of brands that have approached me to work with them. I personally don't carry goods or sell classes, not only this time, but also in the future. Of course, in the future, Stockfly becomes Debtfly and maybe Live Bandwagon. After all, it's not too shabby to make money to pay off your debts. Of course, I'm personally more confident that at this point, it doesn't seem like that day should ever come. I'll give you one more piece of news. Before I go live, there have also been brands that have contacted me and want to pay 10 million pit fees for me to carry their goods. Do you all know what I was feeling? Disdainful, or tolerant, or torn? Let me see what people are popping up. Some people say I don't give a damn. $200 million all in one sentence returned the same way. Don't even look at the $10 million pit fee. I have to say, this netizen has a big brain. It's a pity that he doesn't write novels. As you all know, I have over $50 million inside my stock account right now, but that's all from a long period of profitability. Most of all, speculation is inherently risky, so who can guarantee that they will always make a profit? And the pit fees, they go straight into my profits. Inside a hotel in Washington, D.C., the old U.S., a young woman in a silk nightgown, showing off her figure, lies on her back on the bed, looking at the screen above her cell phone. The brows were sometimes stretched and sometimes furrowed. The change was so great that she couldn't believe it. It's only been a few months since I've seen you, and it's as if you've been transformed. Man, still the same man, but the personality, the way of doing things, the style of doing things, etc., are not visible as they once were. If it wasn't for the fact that she had often videoed with her own mother during this time, and learned from her mouth that her brother had changed drastically, she wouldn't have been able to believe that this was her own brother. That's right, she was Chu Yunjia, Chu Yunfei's own sister. Originally, for his mother to praise his brother during this period of time, Chu Yunjia felt that it was a bit counterintuitive, especially after the fact. I learned that my own brother, even behind the back of his father, Chu Hua, directly called the user to let the early redemption of the crude oil treasure, resulting in the marginalization of his father. Chu Yunjia was then a bit offended. Who would have thought that international crude oil futures would turn negative? After that, I heard that my brother made tens of millions of dollars shorting crude oil futures, and tens of millions more in stocks, and is going live today. Even though it was already the wee hours of the morning in the old United States, Chu Yunjia still used her cell phone to open the live broadcast of Jitterbug, wanting to take a look at her own brother, who she hadn't seen in only a few months, to see just how much he had changed. As the queen of reason, other people's opinions are just references and ultimately have to be confirmed by yourself. As a result, Chu Yunjia had already begun to wait before Stock Godfrey was even live. Seeing the hot search list as well as the words her own brother said, Chu Yunjia's small mouth slightly opened, not matching at all with that kind of high cool rational queen persona. This, or that brother of his? Whether I believed it before or not, I was now completely convinced. Can you return hundreds of millions of dollars in the same way without blinking? Is this something that the average person can do? Chu Yunjia thought to himself that he couldn't do it. Looks like I'll have to have a chat with this brother of mine when I get back. Chu Yunjia thought to herself, if siblings could be united, why wouldn't it be a good story? Only what Chu Yunjia didn't know was that she had already been placed by Chu Yunfei in the position of CEO of their newly formed company. Chapter 82, Fei Gao Lu. I don't carry goods. I don't sell classes. I just want a pure communication environment. Again, I don't do any raffle benefits and so forth on the air because I don't have the bandwagon to give my family benefits at all. Whether people say I'm noble or lonely, this is the real me. The only thing I can bring to the table is a view of the financial markets. I saw another question where I was asked how I was able to make such a judgment when I had a geometric education, and dared to pike all of them. Is there some kind of insider information? Sure enough, a connoisseur can tell if there is one. Questions from ordinary people come in all sorts of varieties, but when asked by a professional, it definitely has a different effect. At the very least, this is not the kind of question that someone who is not financially literate and hasn't been around long would ask. Answer well, that's just what you're supposed to do. Once you answer poorly, it's a straight-up rollover. Can't you see that there are fewer examples of celebrities getting flipped for faking their education? Do not see. Those private equity managers because of insider trading criminal detention cases are numerous. It's a pitfall, a downward spiral of answering the question well as you should have, and answering it poorly and flipping right over. Ha ha ha, let's see how you answer this now. Fang Gaoqi also did not think this Chu Yunfei in the end is overconfident, or have real material. Directly choose this topic of controversy so high to answer the question. Rumor mongering has two mouths, and dispelling rumors runs out of legs. No matter how much you say, as long as there are loopholes in digging deeper, it's hard to clarify even if you run your legs off, because there are some things that you just can't clarify. Insider trading. How do you prove you're not insider trading? This question is like how do you prove that your father is your father? Don't look at me. I don't know if Fei, the god of stocks, has an inside track with the top brass at Wangfujing? Mr. Zhao, the boss of the Pengchang branch of the Foshan Daredevil Squad, was being looked at by the others in his heart. He is also just a private equity manager. Only the violent trading techniques, coupled with a lot of profits, are known to the world. They've negotiated with corporations to help them make a high market capitalization, and likewise executives can cash out a wave at a high level. Seemingly, the emergence of Fei, the stock god, is as if the companies have found another person to help them buy low and sell high. It's not like there's no precedent for this kind of thing. It's even said that it's commonplace. My phone call to ask and see if Wangfujing has such an operation. Mr. Zhao is now also a little hairy in his heart. If it is really a business executive or even the founder of the company so screwed up, and he, as a partner, the other party even did not inform at all. What if the executives just cash out and walk away and let them daredevils take over the company's shares and become the company's owners? He just funds market speculation to make money, not trying to run a business. Besides, they don't have that power. The more I think about it, Mr. Zhao feels hairy in his heart, and the company is not fair. In case it really smashed inside the hand, the executives, even if the violation of all the reduction, at most, is 600,000 yuan of fines to do. For a $20 billion plus business that cashes out billions of dollars, a fine of a few $100,000 wouldn't be the end of a self-imposed penalty of 3 cups. By then, the money they put in, not to mention the net profit of over 60% now, will definitely not run out by then. Insiders kill people. At the moment, playing the insiders, Zhao said the insiders black material, inner hair hard, all day long to fight the geese. Do you still want to be pecked by the geese to the eyes? Old Lu, does anyone in our company have contact with that stock god Fei? As the founders of Wangfujing Company, fighting to the present day, we all do not have the original intention. There is only one purpose, and that is to circle the wagons. The god of the stock, Fei, originally, and they have nothing to do with them, is just a speculation in the stock market. But there's no way around it. Who let the stock god Fei become famous because of Wangfujing, and directly kidnap their Wangfujing stock? As the founder, he didn't even dare to underestimate the other party. It's too evil. He was going to cash in high too, but hasn't made a move yet? It wouldn't be out of the question if other founders or executives, behind his back, recruited others to cash in high. That's what led to the call. Old Wang, what are you talking about? My loyalty to the company can be judged by the sun and the moon. I also inquired just now. No one in our company is connected to the stock god Fei. Hearing old Zhou's words, old Wang frowned. He himself called Lao Zhou, not because he didn't trust him, but because he trusted him too much. And the purpose of the call was to let the other side check it out. I didn't expect this result to be really unexpected. Could it be that Fei, the god of stocks, is really a blind cat who met a dead mouse? Old Wang thought this in his heart, but still did what a boss should do. Lao Zhou, ask your secretary to privately tally the positions of the executives. Hot topic number 12, stock god Fei explodes insider trading? One word, one hit, and that's no one. Seeing the frequency of updates as well as the topics on the Hot 100, those who wanted to compete for the list instantly extinguished that thought. Can't you see that all those bigwigs who usually bring goods with a turnover of hundreds of millions of dollars don't bring any goods today and come over specifically to give the stock god Fei a boost? With this kind of heat, this kind of talk added, who dares to touch its whiskers? Now the headlines are all over the place. And a school of suckers has emerged, dubbed the Fago stream. Everyone is researching. What is the reason for the stock god Fei to be on fire? A pure show of wealth? That wouldn't be so hot. There are a lot of people flaunting their wealth in the headlines. And there are even more second-generation people who are richer than the stock god Fei. Some rich kids don't want to be high profile, but some rich kids, who are meant to be in the self-publishing field, aren't as hot as the stock god Fei. Even said, can have the stock god Fei this half popularity are enough to earn a lot of money. But it just won't get up. And Fei, the stock god, has risen to prominence like ice cream on a summer's day. It's not even a reaction yet, and it's straight to Big Brother. Oddly enough, what Xu Yunfei didn't know was that he had found an answer to this kind of question with the highest level of conversation, which would make many people roll over and attract so many suspicions and actions. Himself, but by virtue of the real material as well as the profit, and without any falsification, there is no fear of being asked, not to mention being investigated. This topic, for many people was a death trap, but for Xu Yunfei, it was a giveaway. The more controversial and sensitive a topic is, the more heat it will get. As for wanting heat for what? Just ask the anchors. Don't look as if the heat doesn't do anything without the bandwagon. In fact, there are many roles for heat, and bandwagons are just about the most common way of realizing cash as we all know it. On the question of my education and whether there was any insider trading, I think a lot of people want to know. Particularly the question of whether there was any insider trading. That's something that people want to know. As for the question of education, it's just a tangential topic. The level of education has very little to do with anyone. Of course, I think a lot of people want me to be like some of the celebrities and just have my education roll over, purely in the mindset of watching what's going on, which I can understand. I'm just like everyone else. But, sadly, to everyone's dismay, Chapter 83, A Different Perception. After high school, instead of going to college in China, I went to an Ivy League school in the U.S. with a scholarship. The major attended is related to the career I am currently pursuing, which is finance. A lot of people have a big misunderstanding about studying abroad, thinking that a lot of people who study abroad are just like the individual rich kids you see inside the news, donating some money and then plating a layer of gold to come back, and they can't even speak English clearly. I don't deny that there are indeed such people, but they are definitely few and far between. Since the reform and opening up, most of the advanced ideas in our various industries have been brought back by these international students. Even our heavyweight professors, such as the two Bombs and one Hoon, studied abroad in their youth. Therefore, it is up to the person, not an absolute, whether or not they can learn something from studying abroad. Most of the international students I know, however, work very hard and are very diligent. Do you know how difficult it is to apply directly to a university in the United States and receive a scholarship? If the domestic college entrance examination is 1,000 people crossing a one-wood bridge, it is almost hundreds of thousands of people crossing a one-wood bridge to apply directly to an Ivy League school in the old United States and get a scholarship. If I remember correctly, when I took the IELTS TOEFL, basically a perfect score, and that's all. It's just the most basic requirements. Chu Yunfei spoke eloquently while those watching the livestream were dumbstruck. What's the situation? Shouldn't those who study abroad be uneducated rich kids who spend a little money to get by? Inside the news, isn't it often the case that this chairman of the board donates how much money to such and such a college, reserving a place for his child to study abroad? How come when it comes to Chu Yunfei, the ones studying abroad are a bunch of bulls? That's not possible. It's not scientific. There's no way the general public can accept that people who are better than them are still working harder than them. Brother Fei, I admit that you have made some money, but it's not so foreign to blow it. Who doesn't know that those who study abroad are some of the leaky ones from the high school? Brother Fei, my classmate went abroad to study this year. His grades are lower middle in our class. His dad prepared $5 million. Fei, the fact that you are in contact with good people only proves that you are good. It doesn't mean that the group is good. The pop-ups, they just don't stop. This is a topic that uncovers what many people think they know. You can say that international students are a bunch of losers and they are happy because it fits their perception. You can say that international students are rich and they can accept it because who made them well cast. But you can't say that most of the international students are good and work hard. So that's not acceptable. I'm not here to brag about how good international students are. I'm just stating my own current situation. However, we have to admit that most of the people who have returned from studying abroad are very good, even if the speed of domestic promotion is beyond the ordinary people. No doubt, everyone understands. In my 4 years of undergraduate study, I didn't spend a dime of my family's money, and I personally earned a dual undergraduate degree from an Ivy League school, both with relevant certificates, majoring in finance and minoring in psychology. Speaking here, Chu Yunfei visibly paused for a moment. Yeah, he's a double-degreed senior from a top 10 school in the world with a certificate in psychology. What happened to all the psychology you learned in your last life? The family was ruined by a yo-yo won. Is this something a psychologist could do? Let's just say that love is blinding. No, love poisons the eyes. Shaking his head and picking up the cup of water on the table, Chu Yunfei took a sip to cover up his momentary loss of composure just now. I'll put my academic credentials here for anyone who knows. After saying that, Chu Yunfei pointed his academic certificate at his cell phone so that everyone could see it. Granted, inside of the 5 million or so online live streamers, there is a good chance that more than 4.5 million will not be able to read the text on it. But, doesn't that say more about his Chu Yunfei's pushiness? If people are in a position to do so, they can look at those colleagues and friends around them who have returned from study abroad. Except, of course, there are individual kinds that are just gold-plated. The other international students, I'm sure, still learned a lot. At the very least, the requirements for an undergraduate degree in the old U.S. to graduate are still very high. In the case of a master's degree or even a doctorate, the conditions for graduation are even more demanding, which basically rules out the possibility of so-called paying for a degree. That's why a lot of people are squeezing their heads out trying to go abroad for gold plating. However, as our country's national power rises, science and technology advances, and national self-confidence awakens, Our country's treatment of benefits related to international students who come back just for gold plating is much worse. At the same time, the benefits associated with treating foreign students who have real talent and want to serve their country have been raised a lot more. All of this is evidence that our country is slowly getting stronger. Whether they are international students or domestic university students, as long as they have real material and real talent, they will become the pillars of the country. Fang Gaoqi, as a rich second generation who had studied abroad, was not as heaven-defying as Chu Yunfei, but he was definitely the real deal. For this certificate, one look at it will show you the authenticity. Besides, with so many people watching, who would dare to fake it? Once it rolls over, it's more serious than a star being a graduate degree holder who doesn't know what he knows. Even, there is a possibility of criminal sanctions, counterfeiting the official seal of the relevant state agency, which can already be escalated to a criminal case. Add to that the fact that you are still faking a prestigious foreign school and throwing people all over the world. It would be extraordinarily kind of you not to set a penalty. Only, Fang Gaoqi didn't expect this love rival of his to be so outstanding, so good that even he was a little envious. At one time, his schooling, his family history, were all capitals he was proud of. Now it seems that the learning is not as good as Chu Yunfei. If the property, people Chu Yunfei returned more than $100 million with a single word. Seemingly, there was only one insider information that could defeat Chu Yunfei and put him behind bars now, but it seems that insider knowledge should be unlikely. Who would dare to make such a fuss under the clear sky if they stole a chicken or a dog? Do you really think the iron fist of the law has no power? That's all I'm going to say about the aspect of my personal qualifications, and for those who want to verify them, they can do so as well, and they are guaranteed to be truer than real gold. This is something that one would not dare to fake, especially with so many people watching. Next, let's talk about insider information. Insider information, I think, is what a lot of retail speculators want to know the most. As much as I hate it, I want to be the one who gets the inside information myself. In 2018, the year before last, the national loss rate for all funds was over 80%, meaning that 80% of people who bought funds the year before last lost money. More nationally recognized funds lost more than 34% in 2018. People say, which of these public funds, as well as private equity funds, don't have much more access to information than we do? If insider information can make money, how can these reputable organizations lose money? When it comes to this, a lot of people may not feel it. After all, it's not clear how the fund works. In the same year, 2018, the founder and chairman of Central Environment, who bought his own company's stock himself, thought the stock price would see a big jump when the news was put out. However, it was not to be, and not only did I lose money, but I was penalized by the SEC to the tune of $600,000. For an insider's perspective, who would know more about the company's growth and future than the founder and chairman of this business? So don't fetishize insiders, and don't trust them. The insiders who can let you know are basically the ones who let you take over the existence. If it's an inside job, you won't know about it. Chapter 84 Letters Sent. Shorting international crude oil futures. I wonder if that counts as having an inside track. If someone had told you that international crude oil futures, which are already cheaper than mineral water, would continue to fall, would you have believed it or not? Plus, who's going to give me the inside scoop? If I really had insider information, how could I have made only so little? You know, if there is an insider who knows that international crude oil futures are going to be negative, how much are people going to make if they give me an insider? And why are people giving me this inside information? Doesn't it smell good to make a profit all by yourself? Or do people think that people are worse off than my principal? I don't think anyone would believe that there is an inside track to shorting international crude oil futures, even if there is an insider. Dare you not believe it? Dare you just pike it? So many people talk about winning a clubhouse massage and losing a construction site to move bricks. But would you still go to pokies when you know you're sure to lose? At the moment I'm short international crude oil futures and long fuging in the financial markets. Since the former is fine, it is the latter that is being asked about. Honestly, you're asking me to prove my innocence, and there's no way I can do that. Rumor mongering has two mouths. Rumor disproving runs the gamut. Ask, if you buy stocks, I say you insider trading. How do you prove that you do not have insider trading? For us as ordinary people, this is difficult, if not impossible. And I, too, am just an ordinary person. Some people will say, I have millions of fans. A proper Big V network red one. Certainly not ordinary people. But, has it ever occurred to you that more than half a month ago, my headline followers were only 10 or so people, and they were all just friends and family sponsoring the attention? Half a month ago, I was just a small employee of the bank. Half a month ago, my father, because of something, was directly marginalized as a data clerk in the data room. I don't know if someone with such a family history and such a situation will come and give me the information to trade on the inside. If it does, what do people figure? To help the poor? Some people will also say that in order for me to help them walk the talk, help them reduce their holdings, etc. If there is this doubt, then people can put 100 minds at ease. Since I dare to be so high profile and publish it so in the headlines, it means that there is no shame in asking for it. Otherwise, do you really think that the country's investigative departments are just for show? I'm sure I've cleared all my bases since my stock god face headline number caught fire. As for why I'm still able to communicate with you all live right now, think about it. Do I have a problem? Chu Yunfei's words were like heavy hammers that smashed into everyone's hearts. I thought it was a food for thought, begging to be hammered. But who would have thought that it would indeed be solid? But it's not what one would expect. According to what Chu Yunfei had said, the situation half a month ago, if all of them could be chosen as insider trading people, then wouldn't all of them be able to as well? The main thing is that the stock god Fei is so hot on the internet that the state didn't even say anything. That's enough to say a lot. At least, it seems to be legal for now. Quickly go to see. The Securities and Exchange Commission sent a letter to Wang Fujing, asking whether there is something that should be reported that has not been reported. The Monday drop cannot run away. Ha ha ha, really? Yes, a letter was really sent. Great, it's finally going down. I guess it's going to be at least 3 down. At least 5 down. The stock god Fei completely flipped this time. The pop-ups went from serious a moment ago to laughter. See the stock god Fei preaching and bragging. People are upset. But who made them capable? If you're not happy, you have to hold it in. Now, no need to hold it in. Just let it out. Look at you just pretending. Look at you being untouchable just now. Look what you just preached. Now, it's time to rest. Your stock god Fei has risen to prominence because of Wang Fujing and has to be buried with Wang Fujing's plummeting stock price. It excites me more when you lose money than when I make it. Mr. Zhao. The SFC sent a letter against Wang Fujing. The youth looked incredulous. The SEC sent the letter, and its purpose is self-evident. Send you a letter for the big rises. Feel free to plummet. Risk is up, and down only gets more porcelain. See, Mr. Zhao of the Foshan Daredevil team at this time also had a gloomy face. It was a good plan to start shipping on Monday with a stop. Who would have thought that the SEC would send a letter at this juncture? Keep in mind that the SEC usually sends letters on Sunday afternoons or evenings, and there would be no precedent for sending letters on Saturdays. This time, break the precedent. The only reason for that is that the impact of the stock god Fei's live broadcast was too great. In order for those watching the live stream to not be so complicit, the SEC will have to crack down on Wang Fujing, or else it will ironically go up on Monday. Ha 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 ha. See you Chu Yunfei there justified pretending 13. This time completely finished Cafet. It's a dark day. The two topics that he had sought to bring up the tempo were both easily dissolved by Chu Yunfei, which made Feng Gaoqi very unhappy. I didn't realize that the SEC was going straight down, which is more physically and mentally comforting than a direct slap in the face. According to past practice, Wang Fujing, next Monday is bound to fall or plunge opening, unless there are other particularly good things out. But now, it seems unlikely that a favorable outcome will come out and the company will dare to go against the SEC. The next one will just send you a self-censorship letter and you'll be crying your eyes out. Stop. Don't around. Block. Stop. Huang Yaoyao, who still had a flushed face, had nothing left in her mind at this moment. Even though he was about to rush up to the clouds, he was suddenly given an adrenaline rush by the pop-ups in the live broadcast. When it comes to passion and money, Yo-Yo Wang chooses the latter. Yo-Yo, it's coming out soon. Let's go to heaven together. Lu Tian, who was still speeding up in the back, felt the emotions of the beautiful person in his arms and thought it was a desire to escape. However, the good people in the arms, just now also a you and me, cannot help but to merge into one, suddenly directly body forward, so that Lu Tian's sprint fell short. An empty feeling hit me. It's like a rocket that has been launched and just goes off. Yo-Yo, what's wrong? Lu Tian asked softly, and also used certain parts to cut and rub. This feeling, too unpleasant. Nothing, just not in the mood. At this moment, Huang Yaoyao was very frustrated inside. Yesterday's stop on Friday made her $20,000 and she was expecting it to continue on Monday. It would have been the same. When seeing the letter sent by the SEC, Huang Yaoyao chills all over her body. This is going to be a couple of dips. As a financial professional, I know too much about what happens when the SEC sends a letter. You're going to start losing money before you've warmed it up? And it's weird to be in the mood to screw up when you don't know how much you're going to lose. But this kind of thing, and cannot give Lu Tian said. Who let Huang Yaoyao before to Lu Tian said she did not buy the stock. Chapter 85, Collapses. Hot list number 1, stock god Fei collapses instantly. How many drops are coming for Wang Fujing? There were already 12 hot topics on the list, and the other 12 hot topics moved directly down the list. Who made this letter from the SEC come at the right time? Originally 12 hot searches, already doomed the stock god Fei's positive results of today's live broadcast. It's the reverse collapse topic heat that people love to see. The icing on the cake is expected, but this extreme reversal is something no one would expect. It was thought that it would be the stock god Fei who would play himself out of the game. No one expected that the SEC would let the stock god Fei directly rely on Wang Fujing directly collapse. The stock god Fei is also about to embark on his collapsing journey. It's predictable, and more than that, it's inevitable. No stock, so far, has dared to ignore the official word. The ones that were ignored turned out to be ignored after the fact. People crazy no good, on an insider trading earn some money, began to fool, this time play jump off the bar. I just can't look at Brother Fei, the god of stocks. He's too arrogant, and he dares to call himself the god of stocks. The stock god Fei, the name does not live up to its name. I hope to be thoroughly investigated, to return the world to a clear sky. A time, the stock god Fei brother live room popularity continues to soar. From just broke through 5 million people online at the same time after some weak trend, suddenly began a second wave of strong increase. But, it's the more people watching the live stream now that proves the bigger problem. These people, however, have come over to see what's going on. We all want to see how the stock god Fei, who has been dominating the hot search list today, is going to be stepped on. No one else. The stock god Fei is so hot. It's on fire. It's so hot that anyone would want to step on it. I can force myself not to pay attention to you when you're coasting along. When you cave in, I'm definitely going to step on it a few times. I watched you raise a tall building. I watched you feast your guests. And I watched your building collapse. Ha ha ha. It's no good for people to be crazy. Let you fool around. Fang Gaoqi didn't expect that not only did his tactics not cause trouble for Chu Yunfei, but instead made Chu Yunfei hotter. Originally thought that today he, Fang Gaoqi, could only be gloomy. The stock god Fei brother live room is too hot. So hot that looking for water army to bring the rhythm cannot bring up. What else can be done about it? The sky is the limit. The SEC's inquiry letter, although it did not say Chu Yunfei, but a clear-eyed look is aimed at the stock god Fei. This is a moment of how high-flying it was a moment ago, and how miserable it is now. June not see. Live pop-ups are even more crazy. Do not need to bring the rhythm. Everyone has already brought the rhythm. To this extent, the stock god Fei's collapse is on the cards, especially when the stock market opens the following Monday and Wang Fujing starts counting the drops. When that happens, the blip on the stock god Fei's radar is over. Fang Gaoqi now want to interview Chu Yunfei. Just now more than 100 million said the original way back to return. Will not particularly regret? MS. Zhao, please help Fei's live room to limit the flow as soon as possible. We can't let these people who follow the wind and bring the rhythm inside. Zhang Gui, at this time, had also put away his playful face, and instead, he had a grave face. I thought tonight was going to be a high point all the way, even if it was a peak moment by the time it went off the air, because the hot search just hasn't diminished. Bloom and failure. Zhang Gui also did not expect that the SEC would come down at this time. And it can be said that this is clearly against the stock god Fei. It's true that nothing good comes from people being crazy. Mr. Zhang, I am applying to the company. Don't worry, Manager Wang. Do you think we should limit the flow of the stock god Fei's live room? Zhao Yashuan hung up Zhang Gui's phone and ran to Manager Wang's office, somewhat out of breath. The shapely figure showed the greatness of the breasts between the gasps. Even if Manager Wang swept through without thinking, he was a little short of breath and hastily moved his eyes away. It's not polite. It's not polite. Playing professional subterfuge? Manager Wang also wanted to, especially since the subordinate was still so flavorful. But think of the one at home. In association with the recent scandal everywhere is the positive wife online to expose the little three. Wang manager raised the flag. Instantly laid down. Everything he has now is due to the rapid growth of the headline. Once he left from the headline, Manager Wang knew that he ironically would not have the income and status he has now. Xiao Zhao. Why do you want to limit the flow? The number of people in the stock god Fei's live room is still surging right now. Manager Wang. Now the people who enter the stock god Fei's live room are all here to join in the fun. And the pop-up screen has almost all been brushed. In that case, the number of the stock god Fei is going to cave in. Or even say it's all going to be scrapped. The number, stock god Fei, is one that Zhao Yashuan has been following up on. In the future, if Brother Fei, the god of stocks, became a headline one, then she, Zhao Yashuan, would also be honored. Especially the stock god Fei's number has already shown the potential to burst into flames, and it would be a shame to give it up now. At least, Zhao Yashuan didn't want to give up. Xiao Zhao. I also don't want to let this account of stock god flying brother be scrapped. After all, it's not easy to get up a number that's so bursting with fire. But, the number of the stock god Fagwa success also Wang Fujing. Also defeat Wang Fujing. Now it is even more official downfall. The stock god Fei brother this number still want to fire down. Unless the back of Wang Fujing can turn the tide against the wind, the stock god Fei brother can benefit out of the game. At present, it seems that the officials have sent a letter directly on Saturday in order to suppress the heat brought by the stock god Fei to Wang Fujing, which is enough to prove the official attitude. Therefore, not only can we not limit the flow to stock fly now, but we have to give it greater access to try to get more people in. Although it's more of a pity that the stock god Fei's number was destroyed in this way, we can only do our best now to make stock god Fei's create more value for us. Value, always reciprocal. As much value as the stock god Fei can bring to us, we will give him as much help as we can. Alright, get on with it. Watching Zhao Yashuan leave somewhat disoriented, Manager Wang didn't say anything of relief. In business, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. There's no way to fit in if you're emotional. Xiaofan, it's better not to recognize this classmate of yours, so that you won't be dragged into it. This kind of person, on the front foot the scenery is boundless, on the back foot is directly stepped on the 18 layers of hell, or the kind that can never turn over. Sister Feng had just been thinking inside her head about how Xiaofan and Xu Yunfei could bring on a relationship and rub it in. Now it seems like the right thing to do is not to talk about rubbing it in, but to get out of the way. It's best to never have a relationship. The human condition is nothing more than that. Rich in the mountains have distant relatives. Poor in the city no one asks how the other people in the outside world considered it. Xu Yunfei who was broadcasting live was not clear what other people thought. Xu Yunfei would not care. Officials came down to send a letter. This one made Xu Yunfei feel a little sudden. I can't watch the news, but I can still see a lot of pop-ups. An official letter sent, however, would be doom and gloom for the average stock, but some demon stocks, not affected at all, and even said that the more attention to the more fierce rise. As for what's going to happen later, the dealer said, I'm hedging my bets and getting out of the market, so what the heck with the flooding? Do not see the 2015 Demon Stock King Tetra A, the number of official letters no less than a handful of indexes, and even have punishment, but the demon stock is a demon stock. The more it rises, the more fierce. It's like a relay race, you're on your side. During the crash, other stocks were down minus 20% or more, and Tetra miraculously rose more than tenfold. Posies, I see that the number of people online in the live broadcast room has already exceeded 6 million. This speed is really fast. I also saw that a lot of people popping in messages wanted to see me laugh. Say I'm a success or a failure in Wang Fujing. Chapter 86 Refuting the Rumor. Success or failure. I stock God Fei brother this headline number is because of the purchase of Wang Fujing began to burst fire, and now because Wang Fujing was issued a letter began to collapse. Officially, we have no right to ask, much less to know in advance. But, does that prove, side by side, that I'm not insider trading on top of this stock? If there's insider trading, do I have to take an early profit and leave the market? Of course, a lot of people still don't believe that I have insider trading. As I said earlier, really, I'm asked to prove my innocence, and I don't have the means to do so. According to the law, whoever reports gives evidence. People who say I'm insider trading can produce evidence of my insider trading and I'll have no problem ambushing them directly. Be clear and reasoned with. Today's live broadcast, the heat has been enough. The number of people online at the same time has been more than 600 press. The stock God Phase fan volume from the opening of the broadcast of 1 million to 2 million huge. It went up by a full $1 million. Most of these people, for the most part, wanted to see the stock God Phase subsequent fall from grace. I've watched you build a tall building, and I've watched your building collapse. What could be more adrenaline pumping and more exciting than that? Although the god of the stock Fly Brother make money still dejected not used to, but Fly Brother has a point right. Rumor two mouths. Rumor run off legs. Ha ha ha, the stock god Fei Brother. Also dare to call himself the stock god. Not insider trading. I will eat the phone. I'm not sure if there's insider trading, but I'm not happy to see you making so much money, and now that it's finally caved in, I'm happy. The forest is full of birds. You never know if it's a beautiful woman or a stingy man you're chatting with through your cell phone. You have even less of a way of knowing if the person you were just talking to as a brother will turn around and just sell you out. That's the community. That's the reality. Holding high and stepping low has been the same for ages. When it comes to Wang Fujing, I'm personally quite bullish, at least for the moment. The reason is simple and why I purchased Kingsford in the first place. Now that the mask has a great impact, the country will certainly introduce some relevant policies. Tax exemptions in cross-border and other industries are direct beneficiaries. Of course, believe it or not, Yes or no? We can leave it to time. In a few months, we can all see where the value of Wang Fujing is and where the future lies. Follow the stock god Fei and get a chance to punch me in the face. After saying that, Chu Yunfei still had an undetectable smile on his face. The best of times, the worst of times, how hot it was before, how bad it was just now. Again, how bad it is now will lead to even higher moments later on when the headwinds are turned around. At this point in time, there's not much resistance to bringing attention to him. No other way, they all want to see how the future stock god Fei really is. Will it be stomped into the dust, or will it take off again? That kind of gimmick is anyone's favorite. Fei, cowhide. Fei, I believe you now. Brother Fei, the official rumor has been dispelled for you again. Fei, you are my forever Fei. Chu Yunfei froze. What happened? What's the problem? How come the pop-ups are painted differently again? And you're giving me an official disclaimer? What's the rumor? What is it about me that warrants an official to come down and dispel the rumor himself? Seeing that so many people copied the official message directly and sent it to the pop-up screen, Chu Yunfei realized the cause and effect. This news, it couldn't have come at a better time. SFC, after feedback from the general public, the stock god Fei is suspected of insider trading problems. I will have identified. For the time being, no insider trading problems found. This disclaimer is a timely one. It made the public opinion, which was lopsided just now, start to reverse, at least, split into two sides. One is a strong endorsement of the stock god Fei, the other continues to be skeptical. It just says that no insider trading has been detected for the time being, not that there is no insider trading. So what's the rush? Just can't see your kind, can't see that others are good. In our country, the country wants to investigate a person. Do you think it can't be found out? Now cannot be found out. At least it means that at present is no insider trading, rather than not found. Yes, 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 there are no absolutes. And look at past official releases that don't use definitive words. Just defend yourself. I don't believe a young man who hasn't yet shaved his head can do this in the big A market without an inside job anyway. Do you? The pop-ups, again, have become a debate. Hot search list no. 1. Official rumors of insider trading by stock god Fei. There have been 14 hot list topics, all about the stock god Fei. Only the various reversals have allowed the new topic to pop right into first place, with all the previous ones moving down the list. Holy, this is the first time I've ever seen an official come out in such a timely manner to help dispel a rumor about a person. Yeah. I now seriously doubt that the stock god Fei said he was an ordinary family. And if he was an ordinary family, the officials would come out so promptly to dispel the rumors? It's not something I believe in without some context. The ordinary family persona of the stock god Fei, just like Papa Ma, who is not interested in money, Dong, who is face blind, and Wang, who has small goals, is all about coaxing us to play. Boss, what are we going to do about Wang Fujing's stock price on Monday? The youths of the Foshan Daredevil team responsible for the stock Wang Fujing are now blindsided by the official combination. Without the rumor just now, Wang Fujing ironed down to open. There is no way. Who knows the official has been concerned about Wang Fujing. But now, the official rumor to the stock god Fei. What kind of game is this? It made it a little difficult for even a little manipulator like him. Mr. Zhao didn't even raise his head because he didn't know what to do. Smash to a halt at the opening bell? Straight from $22+ to $19+? It would have been better to sell them all to Fong Kochi that day, and not have to worry so much and take risks. Most of all, just as the stock god Fei said in the live broadcast, Mr. Zhao also saw the policy expectations in this area, so he laid out this stock in advance. Mr. Zhao believes that not only does he see such policy expectations, but others do as well, especially when the stock god Fei just said it live on the air. People who didn't see it saw it. If it really smashed to a down open, Zhao is always worried about being eaten by other institutions or lobbyists' cheap chips. If the pull-up stopped shipping, it is estimated that Mr. Zhao they have not yet shipped. Those retail investors have stopped profit out. Wait, keep waiting for news. Xiaofan, I think you should still contact your classmates. After all, they are all classmates. Fong was a little embarrassed. The time gap between the back and forth facepalm is so short that it catches you off guard. Xiaofan looked at the man inside the live broadcast room, and then looked at this agent of his, although he knew that the agent was doing it for his own good. But how did he feel that he couldn't do anything about it? Did you just call someone to take care of that? Genius Yang asked to the man beside her and her husband Xu Hua. Although he didn't believe it, it seemed that within the people that Kim Ah-hyung knew, his husband was the only one who seemed to be able to climb up the ladder in this field. Are you kidding me? Seeing Fei being slandered. I want to find someone to set things right too. But it's not like you don't know about my position and connections. Xu Hua was also baffled now. When would the official come to dispel rumors specifically for a person? The family knows its own business. Just now he did answer a phone call, but it is not related to this. Chapter 87, The Mao Idea. What goes around comes around. Chu Yunfei didn't know why the official personally came down to dispel the rumors for him. But now, this is clearly helpful news for him. At least, public opinion isn't as ugly as it was a moment ago. Although Chu Yunfei didn't care about these public opinions. Make enough money on your own. Whatever you want to denigrate on the internet? What's it to me? It's not like you're going to be missing out. The best way to deal with online exposure is to deal with it cold. Not to see and not to respond. And after a long time, the heat of the matter will slowly fade. Well, let's leave it at that on the subject of my education, my background, and whether or not I'm an insider trader. Next, let's look at a question from another netizen. You can't linger on a topic for a long time, and the best way to do that is to shift everyone's point of interest. Now the stock god Fei brother live online viewers more than 6 million. If not as soon as possible to change the subject, not to mention the gossip because of the people will leave the field. Just discuss the previous topic. It is estimated that the discussion of a few days and nights are not finished. Netizen with the name of Moutai Small Leaks asked, Fei, how do you think about our financial market? I think everyone has their own answer to this question. And it's not about right or wrong. It's just about what you really feel when you're involved in it. I personally for the future of our financial markets, or more optimistic. Otherwise, I would not engage in this work. However, different national conditions, different investors and different positioning have led to too much uncertainty in our stock market. Tell a real case. BlackRock is the world's largest asset management company. The asset size of more than 6.5 trillion. Come to the summer stock market. Lost to the summer country and charged to leave. Its 12 products are negative returns. Several loss of more than 30%, 2022. Due to the need for the plot. 2 years in advance. This kind of capital management giants. Their access to information. Their control of future trends. Their big data models and their analysis of policies are far better than our ordinary people. The fact that it's this large, dominant combination of management giants that have to bow their noble heads when they come to the big A speaks volumes about the complexity of our situation. But, does the big A really have no chance? No. I personally am very bullish on quality assets at the moment. As the investor nicknamed Matai Little Leak. If you have the money, you can buy all kinds of Matai. I call all the leading targets for core assets all sorts of Mao. Wine thatched Guizhou Maotai. Paper thatched Zhongshuan Jielo. Food and oil thatched Jinlongju. Pig thatched Makuhara shares, bank thatched China Merchants Bank, real estate thatched Bank A, ophthalmology thatched IR Ophthalmology, and so on. It's the leading targets in core assets that are going to make good returns when you buy them with your eyes closed this year. The reason is very simple. The mask impact. The economy is not good, but the global central bank but open the big water. When there is more money in the market, there has to be a place for it to go, and the stock market and the property market. These are the two current vehicles that can take on so much money. Dig money into the stock market. Not to speculate. Serious is investment. Investment will choose the quality of the subject. With the money piling up, the returns on these stocks will never be low. In the first half of this year, we can also feel that the big A's various Mao rose far more than other stocks. In the future, no matter how the global economy develops, our capital market is worth investing in the long term. But you have to choose the right stocks and be prepared to invest for a long time. Short-term speculation, high risk, low return, even said only to be cut leak, dry, absolutely dry. The first two questions are all just people wondering about the stock god Fei himself. Now, when it comes to the financial markets, this is the main reason why many people pay attention to stock flyer. Why is the stock god Fei on fire? What makes it hot? There's only one reason for that, and that's because Fei, the stock god, is making money on top of stocks. One person is making money in stocks. Others want to make money too. And watching you live is more like getting useful information from you than just watching the action. Wouldn't it be more eye-catching to just watch some handsome men and women twerking and wiggling their asses? Why bother coming to this boring financial live chat? Even the stock god Fei looks pretty cool now. Handsome people are handsome, but they don't talk as well as the rest of the broadcast. Who wouldn't want to go to other live rooms where people are handsome or pretty and talk well? Although, the stock god Fei is blowing big good again. And in my heart I hope so. But why am I like cursing? In the first half of the year, the big A of those so-called various Mao did rise a lot, but we bought the stock not only did not go up, on the contrary, also fell. Watching people make money is worse than losing money myself. Fei, you're not being fair. Right. You said all kinds of thatch. The first half of the year have risen how much? At least 30% or more, and even doubled a lot. You still let us buy now, is not let us take over? That's just it. I now wonder if Faye is the front man that those organizations have jointly put out in order to get us to take over the so-called various Mao. Brother Faye. Now that Matai is over 1600, it's estimated to be over $1 trillion. Do you think it can continue to rise? Yes. I heard that Matai are very few market circulation. Are dealers hoarding? This kind of performance in exchange for pressurized goods, can it last? Can support more than 1,600 share price? The picture of the pop-ups changed immediately. From discussing insiders just now, it has directly turned into discussing all kinds of Mao, but most of the content is still satirizing Chu Yunfei, believing that he is letting everyone take over the so-called various Mao. It's all gone up in the air, and now they're allowed to buy it. What is this if not a leak? Hot list no. 15. The stock god Faye puts forward all kinds of Mao ideas and calls on investors to take over all kinds of Mao. At night, people are not surprised to see the stock god Faye appear on the hot list. It really is true that one sentence can create a being that can be on the hit list. But how can retail investors, who are used to being cut by the market, listen? The retail investor is called a retail investor because of the small amount of capital, the lack of information sources, and most of all, the willingness to believe only what you believe. That's why this stubborn behavior is harvested one after the other. The stock market is an anti-human market, not that it won't continue to go up just because the Maotai estimate went sky high. Likewise, just because a stock price falls through the floor doesn't mean it won't continue to go down. What you think has reached its lowest point, has reached the horizon or even the negative level. There are actually negative 18 levels. Do you all agree with the concept of the various Mao, Big Brother? Within the group of financial powerhouses, God Machine's words directly brought the topic that was just flying in conversation directly off course. Shin Ji, are you trying to get harvested? How much have those so-called Mao gone up this year already? If you go in now, aren't you taking over for others? The orangutan looked incredulous. We are all financial practitioners. Some words, fool the layman on the line, how to believe in their own. He's known as the ape who can draw the most lines in the headlines, and he wouldn't even dare to harvest leaks so blatantly. Compared with the stock god Faye, it seems that he is still too conservative. No wonder people can have today's hotness in half a month, and then look at themselves. Headlines every day, all kinds of data, all kinds of analysis. Only got so many fans, then cannot compare. Yeah, Shin Ji, you're not going to give up the high tech you've held fast to and run off to those consumer stocks, are you? Shenchi, go. It's good to help carry the sedan chair for the small scattered people. For a while, everyone in the group began to verbally attack Shinji. The various Mao concepts do summarize the gains of the past 6 months, but that's all it is. Trying to use previous summaries to predict future movements is a situation that, for the most part, becomes cannon fodder. Chapter 88, All Contradictions. Posey, it's now 9:10 p.m. And the broadcast has been going on for 70 minutes without realizing it. We'll draw a few more questions to exchange and we'll be done at 10 o'clock at night. Question from a netizen whose nickname is Reaping the World, Brother Faye. What do you think about the global financial market? What do you think about the March stock market crash in the old U.S. this year? Chu Yunfei brought this issue up, and the pop-ups suddenly became much less. By now, the number of online followers on the live stream had started to drop down. After all, that would be able to break through to 6 million just because of all the heat added to it, especially the kind of reverse heat that brought a lot of gourmets in with the purpose of watching the big V flip. Let them listen to the financial stuff after the theater? It's not as relaxing as reading entertainment gossip. Although there are 200 to 300 million financial users in the country, only 30 to 50 million people actually invest in the financial sector. Within the 30 to 50 million people, there are also some who have just opened accounts and purchased financial products, and usually do not pay much attention to financial news. Therefore, it can be said that the financial industry is a large category of industry, but at the same time, it can be said that it is a niche industry. There are a lot of people involved, and very few who are actually involved. No one expected that Faye, the god of stocks, would throw out such a heavy topic, regardless of who is on the air, or whether it's online or offline. Very few people respond to such pointed questions. Nothing else, easy on the face, especially in the capital markets. That can be fishy. Not to mention the global financial markets. How many people can't even figure out the big A's? The complexity of the big A is no less than that of the global financial markets. But in fact, the complexity of global finance is far greater than that of the big A. The big A is just a part of it. How can you go into global markets if you can't understand the big A? Aren't you afraid you'll be harvested and lose your pants? You know, this kind of live issue, the stock god Faye said what topic? That is what topic? Is there anyone else who really follow the network line over to check to see if the screenshot of the issue is consistent with what the stock god Faye said? It is in this situation that Faye, the stock god, even said such things, off the mark. Honestly, That's a question I wasn't going to answer. The reason is simple, the fear of blowback. However, since we also drew this question, we'll keep it simple. Of course, this is just my family's opinion, and if there is any impropriety, we can just discuss it with each other. I have my opinion, you have yours, and if it agrees, then congratulations, we are like-minded. If the opposite is true, then we can wait for time to bear witness. Communication. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong or where it stands. Whatever the point of view, it deserves to be respected. There's no need to just slap labels on people because they don't share the same ideas as yourself, because no one wants to take them on and can't afford to. Moving to label will only keep speech from being free. Reason is not discernible. Chu Yunfei said so much in advance, or this kind of advance precaution. The reason was simple. Once he spoke out, his opinion was different from the others. What's the point of coming straight afterward with a stock god Fei being a banana man, aka an old American blowhard? The hostility on the internet has never been stronger. Real life is full of people who are tormented by life, especially the ones at the bottom of the heap, who in reality seem especially warm and kind and docile. But when it comes to the internet, there's a good chance you'll become a wolf. One that can run right up and tear into anyone who sees someone with a slightly different opinion than his own. Can't find a presence in reality, so you blabber on the internet. Is there any cost anyway? Could the victim still follow the net to him? Old Joe, you have Xiao Chu make a backup of Xiao Chu's live broadcast tonight, especially about his views on our country as well as the global financial markets. Xiong Lao, seeing the stock god Fei's live broadcast, gave Chu Hua's leader Zhou Lao a direct call, with the identity of the old bear, would not have paid attention to the live broadcast of a big V. Every day the schedule is full. Where's the time and energy to listen to a big vlogger pussyfooting around? Given Chu Hua's performance during this period of time, especially in the international crude oil futures market where he dared to go against the trend and succeeded greatly, as well as Chu Yunfei's heat in the financial market. Most of all, just now, old Zhou called him and took the initiative to let him investigate Chu Yunfei. What just happened? Wasn't it Chu Yunfei who was questioned about insider trading? The connotation of having a proactive investigation means that if there is no insider trading, then the rumor is dispelled as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be a prestige blow to the financial system, a blow to Chu Yunfei, and most of all, it would be a blow to their favored Chu Hua. Now Chu Hua can be said to be Zhou old heart treasure. As long as there is no disciplinary violations, he wants to report down as much as possible. That's why the SEC just issued a letter dispelling the rumor that the old bear called. In our country, it's just not that easy to look into the background of an ordinary person. What you think is private is just your self-perception. If the top wants to find out about you, not to mention your personal history from birth to now, even if you have 3 generations of ancestors, it's just a matter of minutes to get to the bottom of it. After that, Elder Xiong also became one of the millions of people who watched Chu Yunfei's live broadcast. Elder Xiong also wanted to see how his favored child, Xiao Chu, was doing. Is it by luck or is there something real? Alright, Elder Xiong, I'll make the arrangements. Elder Zhou did not hesitate as he was also watching Chu Yunfei's livestream. For a subordinate who was currently very promising and would even surpass him in the future, Zhou Lao was happy to do this kind of thing to pave the way for Chu Hua. Make it easy on yourself by making it easy on others. Anyone could see that Chu Yunfei's viewpoint this time was definitely different from what the public thought. Otherwise it wouldn't have been vaccinated and talked so much. If they were in agreement with the public's thoughts, they certainly wouldn't have said so much ahead of time. Obviously, this one was another thunderbolt. It's true that every question answered is an oxymoron, and even more of a hot topic. Fei, what's the situation? Just get straight to the point. So much foreplay. I'm a little scared. No way, Fei. You don't think the old US financial markets can still go up, do you? We've been in the big A for a decade at 3,000, so it's our turn. The pop-ups, from the moment Chu Yunfei said so many preamble, had never been less. Anyone can see that the stock god Fei's viewpoint this time is likely to be different from the mainstream, or even very different. Now, the financial market in the old United States. Many domestic experts have been advocating that the bubble is quite serious, more serious than our real estate. The U.S. stock market crash in March of this year is a testament to the fact that the current rise in U.S. stocks is nothing more than a small rally. When the rally is over, it's time to start the next crash. Who would have thought that the old U.S. financial markets are like taking an aphrodisiac? The March stock market crash in the subsequent months, directly up, and later is a record high. Even if Chu Yunfei reborn before, the old American stock market rise has been the lowest point of the crash doubled. Our stock market is still 3,000 points hovering. However, the mainstream view in the country is still very consistent. The old United States stock market bubble is too serious. China's stock market has great potential. It's a joke. A cognitive joke. You always want to see your opponents go down, not realizing you go down first. I'll start with a point of view that we can verify with time. Chapter 89, Words that don't surprise you. Let me start with a point of view that we can verify with time. The global financial markets, this year, will be a capital feast. The indexes of most countries will see substantial gains, and that includes us in the Big A. The words are not shocking. Stock Godfrey's sentence directly caused the live broadcast room to explode. What kind of talk is that? This is more than a big sky for you. Stock markets in most countries go up, and that includes us at Big A? What an international joke. Although, the Big A did go up in the last few months, the good old US of A has also rallied after the March crash. But it's not so bad that your stock Godfrey is floating so much. Is this strength? Or claptrap? Or a chest without ink? Hot list number 16. Stock Godfrey predicts global financial markets will explode this year. The number of people in the Stock Godfrey's live stream is dropping, and those who want to watch the rollover and see the fun leave. But thanks to the Stock Godfrey's unspoken words, one sentence once again ushered in a hot topic. Simply, fan, this classmate of yours, you need to get in touch. Not to mention that people are very potential. Money is not a lot. Just this heat. As long as you can play with each other, good relationship, so that you become the second line of the top stream is not too much. Fong watched the heat of the Stock Godfrey with excitement inside. This artist under himself was expected to be crushed when times were bad. I didn't realize it was just too much of a good thing. With such a powerful classmate, wouldn't it be easy to rise up? Whether they are high school classmates, junior high school classmates, elementary school classmates, or even kindergarten classmates, you can use this layer of good relations. The sky is the limit. The world is bustling with interest. Man, by nature, is an animal that seeks advantage and avoids harm. Xiaofan looked at this classmate whose impression was somewhat vague in the live broadcast, and a bitter feeling came over him. Should I laugh? It's time to cry. Da Xiao, your like-mindedness is here. Shenji is within the group of financial powerhouses, directly 8 Tai Xiao. Who inside this group? No, up and down the country, doesn't know that Da Xiao is all bearish. Even when they are regularly slapped in the face, they still look like dead ducks. The most famous ones, what with diamond bottoms, baby bottoms, etc., have become widely circulated jokes. MMP. When Da Xiao saw the words of the God Machine inside the group, he came directly inside with this sentence. Though he was happy-go-lucky and catered to his superiors, but there are some things that you don't believe in yourself when you say them. This year, 2020, the mask impact is so severe. It's true that global stock markets have been on the rise these past few months, but anyone thinks it's just a corrective rebound from the previous crash. Coming without financial markets aside, the Big A, indeed, is up for 2 months, but the 2-month increase is pretty much a false one, as anyone knows, because there is no real economy to back it up. Although the rise and fall of the Big A is not so closely linked to the real economy, it is always reflected in the real economy. Who would be bullish on the stock market in this current domestic and international situation? Wouldn't that be an embarrassment? Can't you see that he, Da Xiao, doesn't dare to continue speaking these days? Shenqi, stop arching fire in the group. I draw diagrams every day. There are more probabilities of being wrong than right. Did I say anything? The orangutan came out to warm up. Shinji's words might just be a joke, but this was a borrowing of Stock Godfrey's Zhuyu, and one bad move would be taken as embarrassing the other party. Ha ha, or the orangutan was right. I was just kidding earlier. Shinji, I've realized that in recent times, you've become the black light inside the group. Seeing you speak, everyone is afraid. Yes, extremely. I don't even dare to answer it once the divine machine has spoken. It's too damn embarrassing. Inside the financial powerhouse group, the atmosphere was electric. For these big verses, all of whom have several cell phones, chatting doesn't even delay them from watching the live stream. Oh, a long, extravagant sound resounded through the room, and the 2 people in the room were content. Huang Yaoyao that will see the SEC's letter to Wang Fujing, the heart of the cold. Later, the SEC's disavowal of Chu Yunfei gave Huang Yaoyao hope again. How can you not have a good time venting this great joy and sorrow and then great joy? This time, it was Huang Yaoyao on Lu Tianxia, with wide open movements. Not long after, Lu Tian, the iron waist, all directly surrendered. Well, Huang Yaoyao also had a satisfied face. Yo, I think we should buy stocks this year. Whether or not we can turn around depends on this year. Lu Tian also heard Chu Yunfei's words. For Chu Yunfei, this green garden on grass, Lu Tian heart cannot see at the same time, and some chagrin why they did not deal with each other in the first place. Brothers are like hands and feet. Women are like clothes. I'll take care of your woman for you. Just make money to support us at ease. Where's the principle? Besides, How dare you buy those various thatch ones? It's all gone up so much. Although Huang Yaoyao was very attached to the 200,000 she had bought stocks for, her focus had already been placed on Chu Yunfei. Taking down Chu Yunfei was more profitable than her buying stocks and flipping them several dozens of times. Just now the SFC rumor let Huang Yaoyao realize Chu Yunfei's family may still have an unimaginable background. Otherwise, the SFC can give a personal rumor? And so timely. Fei is a banana man. The old U.S. blow you say our big A will rise, I believe. After all, more than a decade, are hovering at 3,000 points, but you say the old U.S. will rise? This I cannot accept. Brother Fei, don't blow old America, blow our big A. You can still earn more. Brother Fei, the old United States didn't pay you for the advertisement. As for you to blow a lot of smoke for them on this occasion, some users with a fistful of patriotic hearts immediately couldn't take it. Big A, even if no longer competitive, you cannot let you borrow the old U.S. rise to set it off. You can say whatever country you want, but you can't blow up old America. I get excited when you blow old America. Whether you're right or not, just start spraying. Retail investors are a well-deserved majority group of those watching the live stream. What is a retail investor? With little capital, lack of access to information, and absolute cognition. As long as it's not what they think, as long as it doesn't match their perceptions, as long as it doesn't agree with their concepts, then I'm sorry, you're my enemy, or class enemy. How can I prove I'm right if I don't knock you down? For a while, Fei, the stock god, had become the same person that everyone had been shouting at just a moment ago. Doing a live stream, especially with so much popularity, you want to do well and retain popularity. Discussion of controversial topics is essential, but opinions should never go against the majority. Otherwise, it would be digging your own grave. The power of the internet is scary as hell. Otherwise, what is the power of the water armies? Chapter 90, The Banana Man. Hot topic number 17, The Stock God. Flying Banana Man blows the whistle on the good ol' U.S. of A. People are red, especially tonight. The stock god Fei can be said to be the focus of the entire internet. A sentence, a hot search. It's not a joke. So far, it has bagged the top 17 hot searches on the Hot 100 list. Even, some netizens are predicting that the top 20 on the hot search list tonight will be dominated by the stock god Fei. What kind of hot topic is this? Even Papa Ma and Xiao Ma, who are worth hundreds of billions of dollars, plus Dong appearing together, can't reach this kind of encompassing heat, right? The time is also destiny. What's the deal? I just logged out of the live stream and there are other melons. This time the melon. Keep it ripe? Don't let it be debunked in a few minutes like it was just a few minutes ago. Geez, what did I miss? I just went in thinking I was going to get a big melon, and then I went in and saw that it was about finance. And who's going to listen to that boring stuff? The comments below the hot list are all just from the melon that was overturned in order to eat the stock god Fei, and then directly quit the live broadcast when they saw that the rumor had been disproved. Had no idea what was going on. It just went from having been debunked. How come it's now revered again? And Banana Man? Why don't you say barrels of rice? Manager Wang. About the topic above the hot search list, isn't it? Zhao Yashuan once again ran to Manager Wang's office and asked somewhat anxiously. Then, trying to protect the stock god Fly ran in. Now, still trying to protect the stock god Fei from running in. Zhao Yashuan thought to herself, why don't she simply work inside Manager Wang's office tonight? It saves her from running around and making the leaders think she's not stable enough. But, it all still depends on the leader. Besides, it's still one thing if the leader dares or not. A lone man and woman in an office, even if nothing is happening, can be evocative. Three's a crowd, and sometimes the truth isn't the truth. What people think is the truth is the truth. Trying to take down the Hot 100? Or do you want to limit the flow as you just did? Manager Wang knew what was going on when he saw Zhao Yashuan come in. Tonight, he is now also following the live stream of the stock god Fei. Whether it is the background data, or the stock god Fei's words and actions in the live broadcast, Manager Wang knows everything. That would be the stock god Fei flipped. Is he a little manager can help him clear his name? Even if he was responsible for the headlines. Though inwardly I was reluctant to have the number of the stock god Fei was short-lived. There was nothing I could do about it. But now, the situation can be completely different. Manager Wang didn't believe that someone who could increase his fans by millions in a short period of time and short international crude oil futures as well as buy stocks at a profit could not see the situation? Especially since the other guy also has a bachelor's degree in psychology. Can such a person not be aware of the thoughts of ordinary people? If we know that, then why do we still talk about this controversy and even say that it is likely to create a lopsided public opinion? There must be a reason. Just take your time and listen down the line. Xiao Zhao. Think more about everything. Just now the stock god Faye flipped the car. That's a state organization. We can't do anything about it. Even if our hearts are reluctant, we can only obey. This time, I can understand you wanting to stop the stock god flyer as a number from accepting the risk of a rollover. But, can you think of anything that Faye, the stock god, can't think of? Since the other party wants to draw fans through shakeology, they will definitely run it properly and won't cause themselves to roll over by saying the wrong thing. Just watch. Stock god Faye will surely have other tricks up his sleeve. What you're also doing now, instead of lowering the heat, you should be approaching me for an application to increase the traffic heat. Seeing Zhao Yashuan leaving in confusion, Manager Wang shook his head. There were some things that needed to be comprehended on their own. Being able to comprehend that is the only way to progress. If you can't comprehend it, then you have to do your job. It takes more than standing in line to be promoted. It takes the appropriate strength to do so. Strength, that's what it's all about. Just as the stock god Faye can rise, the most fundamental reason is not hype, but the ability to make money. The hype is just the icing on the cake. Seeing that the number of people online in the live broadcast room had been falling from just a moment ago to the current growth against the trend, the corner of Chu Yunfei's mouth lifted slightly. What a lot of traffic and heat will be generated by talking about this topic. Chu Yunfei knew it all. Online, no matter who it is, once the old America blows, it can absolutely spew you out. But he said it anyway, for no other reason than to continue to add to the heat. For the old American blow. Tonight, his stock god Faye certainly can't round up, unless Chu Yunfei is next to say that the old U.S. is in for a March-like crash later on after this period of gains. In that case, the banana man persona is naturally gone. But then after a while, when the old US stock market doesn't plummet, the financial persona collapses. It's the collapse of the financial persona that's most fatal compared to not being able to round out the evening. His stock god Faye brother. But later to mix in the financial market. Financial persona collapse? That's still play what ah. Besides, what's a later highlight without controversy? Who isn't carrying the weight? The years are just there to comfort some people who don't want to get ahead. Your years are the result of someone else's heavy lifting. I've seen a lot of people call me an old American blowhard or even a banana. I'm not sure what mind this is based on to come to that conclusion, just because I just said the old American stock market is going up? If that's all it takes, that's what makes us sad. A group that doesn't allow other opinions to exist is not destined to go far. Or am I a banana because I went to school for 4 years in the good old U.S. of A? You know, I went straight back to work after college and started at the bottom. When I think about it, my teacher asked me to follow him to graduate school, and some large financial firms asked me to work for them, all of which I refused one by one. If I was the banana man everyone talks about, do you think I'd give up? Once you give up, it's a lot harder to get back in afterward. Am I setting myself up for a challenge? I'm sure a sane person wouldn't be. I, Chu Yunfei, strive and struggle for the rise of the Summer Kingdom. After saying that, Chu Yunfei even clenched his right hand into a fist as if he was taking an oath. The pop-ups, at this moment, suddenly went silent. On the cell phone screen, with millions of online viewers, there were only a few pop-ups. Needless to say, the heaviness of the subject suddenly made everyone less comfortable. Didn't we say banana man? How come in a few words, it's become a struggle for the rise of Xia? That's a quick turnaround, isn't it? Where's the promised banana man? Where's the promised trader? All of a sudden it became such a glorious image. The contrast, it's a bit too much. Faye, bull, Faye, mighty, brother Faye, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you. Faye, if you're so noble, why are you blowing the old U.S.? Right, brother Faye, you're not saying what you mean. Faye, you're eating our food and smashing our pot. The pop-ups, from being lopsided a moment ago, became polarized, with those who supported and those who questioned, each saying something. Chapter 91 Advising Experts Not to Advise. I've seen people ask me why I'm saying that the financial markets in the United States are going to go up when I'm all about my country. What I'm trying to say is, do these two conflict? I can't say anything good about old America when I'm all about my country? If that's the logic, then I really may be unpatriotic because I can't open my eyes as a financial professional. You can refuse to hear the truth, but I, as a professional who happens to be talking about this piece, can't say anything unobjective against my will. Either you don't say anything, or if you do, it has to be based on my personal judgment as well as market analysis. Of course, my personal judgment will be wrong. If wrong, it is my own professional unfamiliarity. This pot, I admit. I'm going to analyze now why I would say that the old U.S. and indeed most of the world's financial markets are going to go up. Everyone feels that this year, because of the mask issue, no one can see when the impact of the mask will be over. And the financial markets act as a pointer to the real economy. If the real economy is not working, the financial markets are definitely not working. That logic should be the thinking of many, if not the vast majority of people. Is there anything wrong with that idea? No, that's absolutely right. And it's even true that this idea is what normal people think and think. The capital markets, however, are often the opposite, if not the opposite, of normal human thinking. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a situation where as soon as you cut your losses, the stock you've been holding for a few years suddenly goes up. And when you look at it after a while, well, it just doubles. Are you slapping your thighs in anger and wondering why you didn't drop your cell phone in the first place? Or worse, just go straight to the station for a few days would be better than this outcome? The saying that financial and capital markets are pointers to the real economy is always true. But the financial market is a market that plays with money. And as long as there is more money, the financial market will go up. And this is a saying that everyone should agree with. The global real economy has been hit like never before since the muzzling incident. And most of all, there is no end in sight. The real economy can't get up for a while, as all of us have expected. But various countries around the globe will introduce various policies in order to stimulate the real economy. The most intuitive and effective way to do this is to cut interest rates. At the moment, central banks around the world are in a state of major deflation, and this should not be denied by anyone. In the market, the real economy is not working, but there is a lot more money. Have people ever wondered where all this money is going? In our country, there are only two places for big money to go, and they used to be real estate. And we have witnessed 20 years of real estate. Even saying that this year's home prices in first-tier cities as well as second-tier cities, which everyone can feel, have actually gone up by not a small amount. For the future of real estate, I personally think we have reached the second half. Far from it. Let's get back to the point. In our country, big money goes either to real estate or to the property market, or both. Over the decades, every time there has been a major national financial release, first there is a wave of real estate surges followed by a wave of stock market surges. In 2008, the old U.S. subprime mortgage crisis, China's big water release of $4 trillion, resulting in real estate directly take off in place. In 2009, the stock market began a big rebound. The stock market took off from 2014 to 2015 until the crash in the second half of 2015, but real estate took off again on the back of the stock market. As a result, the real estate and stock markets have reflected greatly on every major release. This is the situation in my country. Next we will talk about the old United States, and you can judge to determine whether I am a banana man or not. Since this year's muzzle incident, the old U.S. has been the country that has cut interest rates most frequently, and it is even issuing debt in a big way. And there is more money in the market for the naked eye to see. After Chu Yunfei finished speaking, he thought of his last life. The old U.S. Because of this mask problem, more printed out of the U.S. dollar, more than all the countries in the world for decades added up. This scale, who dare to believe? However, domestic inflation is not as pronounced in the old U.S. due to the hegemony of the U.S. knife, through which inflation can be transferred globally via the U.S. knife. It will take another 2 years for the side effects of the extra money printed in 2020 to slowly become apparent. Put it in any country in the world. Dare to print money like this. Inflation can directly double. With more money in the old U.S. and a cut in interest rates, money is returning to the country, and the capital market will see more money. So can stocks not go up? I know that everyone is cursing the old U.S. capital markets, but it's really just a case of frustration with the big A and hating it. Do you dare to believe that a stock market that has been hovering at 3,000 for a decade can deliver returns to investors? That it can better protect investors? Plus, the world's best medical conditions in the old U.S. just in time for the mask problem. Many countries around the world hope that the old U.S. medical team to hurry up to develop a special drug for the old U.S. is more responsive to the request. That's why I say the old U.S. stock market is going to continue to go up. And that's the biggest thing that's underpinning the old U.S. stock market and indeed the global stock market. I know that people want to hear the so-called experts say that the old U.S. stock market is going to crash, that the old U.S. stock market has risen too high, and that the old U.S. has been turned against the people. But in fact, is it really what these experts recommend? Then it would be better to advise the experts not to recommend it. If experts are so good, why are they still experts? Doesn't it smell good to speculate on stocks and make money themselves? There are some experts in finance who talk a lot about the stock market and how it should be this way and that way, only to have the other side. If you ask them, not even have a stock trading account open through them. Said Zhaoqua are some lift. People Zhaoqua at least have paper. These so-called experts, even paper is not. Hot list number 18, plunge into S. Stocks. Stock God Fei said U.S. stocks are going to soar. Hot list number 19, Stock God Fei advises experts not to advise. After an output, the Stock God Fei completely on fire. This time, directly to hot search list. First, he used his life to give those who said he was a banana a headache. And after that he spoke about the old American stock market. Can the stock market not go up with all the money the good old US of a printing? That 18th on the Hot 100 came straight out. Not yet waiting for the crowd in the 18th place of the hot search list intense discussion. The 19th place of the hot search list is even stronger to kill. And there is a substantial possibility of going up. Experts are advised not to recommend it. What an ironic suggestion. Once an expert. That's really true. Experts these days, at least the ones we all hear about all the time, are really unpleasant to listen to. Who has the most facepalms, if any? It is none other than our experts. Every time a suggestion is made, it's like why not eat meatloaf? Expert advice, young people should not buy a house. It is more cost-effective to rent than to buy. It turned out that this expert had several houses. Expert advice, young people shouldn't spend too much time commuting and it's best to live where you go to work. This advice is so brilliant that no one can fault it. Poor people with no money can rent out their unused homes and still run private cars. Experts suggest, listen. Is this human talk? Experts advise young people to give up high-paying jobs and work out in positions that make less money. Suggest that the experts donate 50% of their assets and see if they want to do that? Experts advise that only by truly eliminating peasants can a nation truly become rich and powerful, advising experts to take matters into their own hands and feed themselves. The forest of advice is so overwhelming that one would not even think that this is advice from experts with high knowledge. This kind of advice, which is not normally seen as harmful, over time makes it difficult for people to trust the experts. Further, it creates irreversible distrust in the entire society in the national selection mechanism, which is the most fundamental reason. Chapter 92, Still Too Young. Fei, you use no better recommendations for US stock targets? Fei, if you are so bullish on US stocks, why don't you buy US stocks? Fei, can the big egg go up again this year? Fei, so which stocks do you think are better to buy for A shares? The hot list and the pop-ups in the livestream are like two worlds. The hot search list is just a gathering place for the melon eaters to watch the existence of the crowd. Live streaming pop-ups, that's a paradise for a lot of financial people who otherwise would have left after getting together. Ironically, what's the point of staying on the air and listening to all this boring financial knowledge? People who can watch all the way through the live broadcast and for more than an hour are trying to get their inner answers from the mouth of the stock god Fei, even if that answer, when told, is likely to be disbelieved. Retail investors are, at times, very sad. It is unusual to believe in the words of a liar unless one touches his head. Keep doubting the sincerity of your words until you regret and shoot yourself in the foot. The view of the global financial market. This is just my family's opinion. We have to judge it in the context of the actual situation. Even in a bull market, there will still be people losing money, even more than in a bear market. It's not too early. I see the pop-ups let me recommend stocks, whether domestic or foreign. So we'll take these two questions as the final questions of this broadcast. After Chu Yunfei finished speaking, the pop-up screen directly exploded. Isn't that, in fact, the main reason why people keep watching the live stream? If you, Fei, the god of stocks, make more money, it has nothing to do with us? Although people are curious about the stock god Fei, that's not enough to sustain such a long time to watch the live broadcast, especially those of the same gender. What's the point of watching a man? Isn't that what everyone's been waiting so long for? Fei, mighty, Fei, bull, Fei, snappy. The pop-ups, as if they had turned into cheerful rabbits, jumped abnormally. Xiao Fei is floating? Recommended stock this is able to will on this occasion? Xu Yunjia's amazement at this brother of his had never been less than from watching the live broadcast. For such a long time, with all sorts of miraculous reversals, Xu Yunjia didn't even know how this brother of his had survived. Watching the live broadcast, Xu Yunjia didn't even realize that Xu Yunfei had overly negative emotions about those collapses and such. No matter what the question was, Xu Yunjia felt that this brother of hers had answered it very well. Even if it's answering a webmaster's opinion about the financial markets, the answer is somewhat absolute. Though, try the global financial markets, not to mention individual experts. Even the top 3 financial institutions are giving people ambiguous words. It seems to say it, but then again, it doesn't. Regardless of the final outcome, these experts are right. But this brother of his, to be so sure? Once proven wrong by time, that's basically labeled as mediocrity, or even say reverse indicator. For that matter, it was within Chu Yunjia's understanding. Now, to start recommending stocks to netizens, and both domestic and foreign stocks. Sure, it's not a joke? With the international situation so fluid and complex, the risks to individual stocks have increased even more dramatically. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to recommend stocks now? Dad, did you see Faye live? He's going to recommend stocks on the air. Jia, your mom and I are watching the live stream, and your brother is recommending stocks now, so there's nothing we can do about it. Just now I also called Faye, and it was Zhang Gui who answered, saying that the issue of recommending stocks was something they had thought about before the broadcast. Not to mention Xu Yunjia depressed, as the vice president of the bank, Xu Hua, a person from the grassroots up. How can not know how great the risk of directly recommending stocks? How many financial gurus who seem to be on a roll have died recommending individual stocks? Recommended individual stocks, earned no interest, but lost. That right is to put their own reputation for others to trample on. Xu Hua, why do you think your boy is so capricious? Kim Ah-hyung is at a loss right now. Her own husband just called the kids. Don't worry, since Xiao Fei's question wasn't improvised, it means that he must have been prepared for everything. Otherwise he wouldn't have answered this question in front of so many people. However, Chu Hua still felt inwardly that Chu Yunfei was too young. Brothers, the stock god Fei is going to recommend stocks. I suggest that the stock god Fei first study more research on those global profits of hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars of enterprises of the big companies. The study of these through, and then come back to study our big leading stocks. Xiao is worthy of being the chief economist, and his words can be described as scholarly. If you didn't know him well, you'd be convinced by this compassion. Da Xiao, do you think there will be any bottoms or ceilings this time? Shinji is like an active young man, definitely the first to answer whenever someone asks inside the group. Even if no one asks, be the first to liven things up. Shinji, you're a mouthful. You don't talk right. As usual, the orangutan was outright sarcastic, and everyone took it in stride. These two, they're a happy couple, when there is nothing to do, but also often get together to drink. But the group, often both sides to tear down the stage, and, of course, help each other out. Ape, have you drawn your graph for next Monday? Hey, seven sisters, I still row what graphics are. Listen to Fei brother, this is to recommend individual stock bull law. Orangutan with a bad smile. As a financial V, everyone is a financial professional, but also has many years of financial work experience. They also gave recommendations on individual stocks when they were younger and more active. Without exception, all were educated by reality. Nowadays, they won't recommend individual stocks to anyone who asks. At best, it gives an ambiguous opinion. For example, tomorrow the market is likely to open higher, but of course do not rule out the possibility of a low opening, and the probability of a flat opening, for which we have to be prepared for everything. Listen, this analysis, can you say he's wrong? Yes, it's alright. Does it work? A whole lot of crap. The big open, high, low, flat, doesn't that finish all the probabilities? One must be right. But is this analysis useful for everyone? Is this an expert being too pretentious? It's a possibility. The greater probability is that the pundits have been scared by the netstorm, because in this society, the margin for error is just too low. You're right 10 times, and if you're wrong just one time, then you're 10 times worse, a poor professional, and a few other listed terms that you sometimes don't even think about. Hey, let's listen and see what stocks Fei recommends and I'll buy some on Monday. Shinji was the first to chime in. He Shinji, originally from futures, has a natural affinity for the stock god Fei, a person who makes money shorting international crude oil futures. A good feeling is a good feeling. As for buying stocks recommended by the stock god Fei, that's purely polite. If retail investors are more shafted, then they, the versus, are even more screwed up in their thinking. How can you be in the financial world without your own unique insights? Chapter 93, Top 20 on the hegemony list. Regarding stock recommendations, I'm sure there are those who say I'm young and naive, those who say I'm out of my depth, and those who say I'm incomprehensible. Leaving aside the complexity of Big A for a moment, the diversity of global financial markets is even more elusive. Not to mention with my current weak young man, even if it is the age of Master Ba, to be able to study a market thoroughly is already considered a stock god. But, one is not frivolous. Besides, I'm just basing this on my personal professional judgment. Since it's a judgment call, it must be risky. Investment involves risk. Investment requires caution. People aren't going to go pokies just because I said a couple stocks. Similarly, people don't just clear out of any stock because they're not bullish on it. I say mine, you listen to yours. It feels useful, so consider it. It doesn't feel like it's working, so let's just have fun and come back to it after a while. I'd also like to know what my expertise really is. I'm also more interested in progressing with everyone else. Mistakes, not scary. What's scary is not even having the courage to face your mistakes. Chu Yunfei spoke eloquently, and the pop-ups were one after another. Just now also said that Chu Yunfei is young and frivolous, but in the end, he said it himself. Yeah, it doesn't matter what people say, the main thing is what will people do? Brother Fei, then you recommend. After a while to see whether it is you were hit in the face, or doubt your people were hit in the face. That's right, Fei, time is running out. Feel free to recommend stocks, Brother Fei, for the international financial market. You won't come up with some kind of Mao concept as well. Without looking at the pop-ups, Chu Yunfei continued. The global financial market is dominated by the old American financial market. So I'll talk about old American stocks. It has just been analyzed that the old U.S. has printed a lot of money this year, and that money will eventually flow around the world. But it's within the old United States that bears the brunt of it. As a result, the real estate market in the good old U.S. of A. is going to absolutely explode this year. When it comes to real estate in the good old U.S. of A., 2020 was a tumultuous year. Many people thought that the doubling of national housing prices in the summer country in 2016 to 2017 was already exaggerated. But the old United States in 2020, the housing prices of many key cities rose 2 or 3 times. It's just that a lot of people in the country don't see it. It always feels like real estate in the good old US of A is pretty smooth and doesn't go up much because of the real estate taxes collected. There are quite a few real estate taxes at all in the old United States, but home prices are still dawdling. The real estate tax is not meant to suppress housing prices. It's just a tax. If people have access, they should have more or less seen the real estate rise in the good old U.S. of A. The rise of real estate in the old United States is not the focus of our discussion this time. Talk about financial markets. Since the old U.S. stock market crash in March, many stocks have recovered their March losses and even reached new highs. Tesla, the first stock I recommended and focused on. Since March, Tesla has dropped from a high of $990 US to $330 US, and has also now risen to around $700 US, more than doubling from its lows to today. But I still highly recommend that anyone who has access to the stock, and who also recognizes it, buy some. As a person who mixes in the financial market, Chu Yunfei simply cannot skim the stock of Tesla, which is simply the most beautiful boy in 2020. In 1 year's time, the increase is close to 30 times. This kind of rise, but also let the people who play a shares to see the empty tiers. The big A, too, has risen more than 10 times each year and is known as the demon stock. But demon stocks have a characteristic that is in short-term speculation. When that gust of wind passes, demonic stocks will be on a path to years of gloom and doom. But Tesla, that's something that goes up and is hard to come down. It's because of Tesla that the mid-cap auto stock, which has risen to its peak since its IPO, with such a good subject, wanting to prove his judgment in the financial market, Chu Yunfei directly recommended this stock. It couldn't be helped. Who let Chu Yunfei not have any extra funds right now? Otherwise, ironically, buying a Tesla now, a year from now, with a small tenfold gain, is definitely something that can become a god. Of course, Chu Yunfei didn't expect people to buy it. Retail investors, the reason why they are called retail investors is that they don't have much money. Without much money, just opening a foreign account is a problem, let alone buying a Tesla. Brother Fei, you just blindly blow a few nonsense. Tesla has more than doubled. You still blow. I think Tesla will still fall to more than $100 US to go. That's right. And no, did Musk pay fly to advertise for such a big special blowout. I just want to get my money back. Bought a Tesla for $900 US before the crash. Lost my money in March. Sold it when I got my money back. The comments section has been unrelenting. Chu Yunfei didn't pay attention. The world is a big place and there are all kinds of birds. After another year, no, even half a year, many people will slap their thighs thinking why they did not pike Tesla at that time. Otherwise, they would have realized a life reversal. Tesla is one of my most bullish stocks, followed by the big familiar names: Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia, Coca-Cola, Amazon, Intel, and so on. There's no need for anyone to refute it. We'll leave it to time. Next, a word about domestic stocks. The Mao concept that I mentioned just now. These stocks, they can be purchased and held for a long period of time and will yield good returns. Guizhou Maotai, Ningde Times, China Merchants Bank, Ping An Stock, Yangguan Power and so on. These, too, will be the key targets for my future layouts. Of course, I said these subjects, just my own research and bullish. Whether everyone is bullish, we leave it to time to verify. Whenever you buy stock, it is personal and at your own risk. People won't give it to me if I make a profit in the future. And if I lose money, I certainly can't be held responsible for it. I see there are still comments about why there is no Wongfujing in there, and why I would pike it if it doesn't look good for Wongfujing. Regarding Wongfujing, I have just said it and made a lot of hot air, so there is no need to repeat it. The time is now 10 o'clock in the evening, and the live broadcast is 2 hours long, so this is the end of this broadcast, and we look forward to our next exchange. After Chu Yunfei finished speaking, he directly pointed out with his right hand and closed the live broadcast function of his cell phone. Chu Yunfei, who was still in high spirits, directly sat paralyzed on the sofa. It's a living hell. If Zhang Gui hadn't been paying attention to Chu Yunfei before, he would have thought that Chu Yunfei was suffering from the aftermath of overindulgence. Chu Yunfei downcast speed is so fast that everyone is staggered. Everyone sees the live broadcast screen turn black. Simply unbelievable. Not to mention sending out a red envelope or anything, but after the last two questions, well, at least give everyone a buffer. Here you are, straight off the air without a few seconds, leaving everyone dumbfounded. A breath just seems to be held in and it doesn't come up at all. Hot topic number 20, the stock god Fei is strongly bullish on Tesla. Would you pay for a foreign car? The top 20 of the hot search list, overnight, were all dominated by the stock god Fei. Chapter 94 Outcry. For those of you who follow the headlines, this evening, you witnessed history. No one could have imagined that a live broadcast would dominate the top 20 hot search lists in the headlines. Seemingly, it hasn't happened since the headline came out. I guess, the stock god Fei is so big, not to mention the reverence for foreigners. Just spending money to buy hot searches is also too obvious. Right. Yes, extremely. I have never heard that a speculator can have so many people's attention. Unbelievable. The top 20 on the hot search list were all covered by the stock god Fei. What kind of topic heat is this? Saying there's no catnip. I'm the first to not believe it. The stock god Fei is off the air and people still can't get enough. But the headline hit list blew the minds of all those who follow the hit list. So blatantly backdoor? Even if you buy hot searches, there are a few is enough. Everyone can know, but you now. The top 20 all by you. Not to mention people believe it. Just your own believe it or not. Cho, what's going on about the hot list? Manager Wang is very satisfied with the effect of the live broadcast of the stock god Fei this evening. It was definitely refreshing to watch the live stream and see the live stats from tonight. The number of people online at the same time peaked at more than 6 million. The average number of people online was as high as 3 million. And the average per capita viewing time was more than 15 minutes. This is a statistic that doesn't seem to come up except for individual country leaders. Manager Wang thought to himself, I guess his own boss personally live broadcasting probably won't have such an effect. The heart is happy to be happy, but then comes the worry. Happy troubles. At that time, he had told Zhao Yashuan that he would channel as much as he could. That's true, but you're making the heat this way. How can people get off the stage? The top 20 hot searches are all related to the stock god Fei. There's nothing fishy about it? It was so blatant that even Manager Wang had a bit of a headache. We all know in our hearts how it's possible to buy traffic for less, no matter who's live. But sometimes, people know what they know. As long as they don't do too much, everyone turns a blind eye. After all, companies need traffic and need to make money. Manager Wang, I don't know exactly what's going on. I just followed the regular process to help the stock god Fei to attract traffic, and did not do other actions. However, just now, I let the same time through the background to check the clicks about the hot list topic. It is not done by zombie fans. They are all serious IP addresses. You mean all these hot topics, they're all spontaneous? Manager Wang frowned slightly. This scenario is not out of the realm of possibility. But this spontaneity, it's incredible. The top 20 on the Hot 100 list are all dominated by one person. It's hard to say. Well, just now I had my colleagues in the technical department check it out, and it's all personal IPs. Zhao Yashuan was excited, even though this hot list was causing her great distress, but all kinds of data suggest that these are spontaneous. At least it wasn't her involvement. As long as she wasn't involved, she, Zhao Yashuan, would definitely not be able to get away with taking credit for the live broadcast of Stock God Fei tonight. Okay, then you keep in touch with Stock God Fei. Make sure to sign him up to be the exclusive creator of our platform. Manager Wang tapped his right index finger on his desk. Signing Fei, the stock god. This has to be done. But whether it can be done or not, Manager Wang has no inner spectrum. Signing a creator is nothing more than traffic plus money. These two things, people stock god Fei is not lacking. Look at tonight's frame. The stock god Fei played the heat very skillfully. All kinds of topics at hand. All kinds of heat endless. The flow is certainly not lacking. As for paying a high signing fee, how high can it be? A few tens of millions to hold out. But Fei, the god of stocks, returned over $100 million tonight without blinking. If you really cared so much about the money, how could you return it? I didn't steal or rob anything. Manager Wang is even thinking, if the stock god Fei brother did not return the reward, take this and the company to talk about conditions. It is estimated that the company can agree to change from the previous 50-50 split into a 1-9 split. The company 1, the stock god Fei brother 9. If that's the case, that's definitely close to $200 million. It's certainly not the signing fee when you say you'll return it. Nothing undercard. How about the stock god Fei signed it? Even if they don't sign an exclusive, they should at least be the first choice. Yang Chang, Weibo headquarters. What are you guys doing? The stock god Fei is so hot, but none of you have contacted him? The head of Twitter was bleary-eyed. This bunch of people under my hand have been lying on the credit book for too long and have no awareness at all. The popularity of the stock god Fei's live broadcast in the evening made their microblogs lose 10% of their traffic in both times. How horrible is that? Does it seem like you guys are so awesome that you can't see it for the average creator? This is the kind of uninspired mentality you have for such high wages? If that's the case, might as well get out while you can. Make sure to get in touch with the stock god Fei. Sign an exclusive if you can. And if you can't, let the other party open an account on our microblog. On whatever terms he wants. The leader left, leaving the crowd looking at each other with blank faces. The stock god Fei is hot. Everyone knows that, but it's not enough to make the leader lose his temper like this. But why do leaders do that? It's not clear to everyone, but what is clear is that surely they must fulfill the tasks assigned by the leaders. Otherwise they all become backstabbers. As a result, everyone began to work overnight and get busy, trying to think of all sorts of ways to contact the stock god Fei. In fact, it's not that they haven't been in touch before. It's just not as urgent. It's better if you can get in touch, but if you can't, forget it. No one expected that Fei, the stock god, would be so hot. Twitter couldn't think of it, and neither could the headlines. Shenqi, you used to work in futures. How do you feel about the stock god Fei's views on the old American financial market? Orangutans are in the financial powerhouse group, and they've been tweeting about God's machine. It's hard to say, now that the old U.S. has rallied so much since the March crash so far, but many feel that this rally has also peaked and will lead to the next crash. While I don't agree that it's going to plummet, it's unlikely that you're going to want to post a magnitude increase. It's true that we've had too much money for stocks to go up this year, but there's another big reason why we only have 3,000 points. But the old American Nasdaq index, it's over 20,000. How risky is that? As for Tesla, I'm even less optimistic. How can it go up significantly when it almost went bankrupt last year due to cash flow problems? After Shinji finished speaking, the seventh sister continued. This year's financial market, the change factor is too big. I'm very cautious about this year's financial market. All of them. Fan, you should find a way to contact this old classmate of yours tonight. No, tomorrow. No matter what, get in touch with the other party. When Sister Fong saw that the top 20 of the hot search list were all dominated by the stock god Fei, she sucked in a mouthful of cold air and said to Fan, who was beside her, "This is a resource that can't be ignored, and could very well even be an opportunity for this artist under her. Yao Yao, hurry up and call Chu Yunfei. Ask him if he's tired at night. If not, you go and accompany him." Lu Tian had already finished venting, and his hands were still exploring his beautiful body, but the thought of Chu Yunfei filled his mind with tens of millions of dollars. For this reason, the beauty plan is definitely the preferred option. Lu Tian, are you still not a man? You just finished with me and let me go to accompany other men? Yao Yao, I don't mean that. My feelings for you, aren't you clear? Doing this now is just for our happiness in the future. How about this? I'll give you another 5,000. Ah no, $10,000. You find a way to take down Chu Yunfei. Our future happiness depends on you. It was a night that was destined to be sleepless. How many people? All of them? Are nervous or hyperactive because of the stock god Fei's live broadcast. Chapter 95. A rich man in the mountains has a distant relative. Brother Fei, you've made a name for yourself tonight. Zhang Gui looked at Chu Yunfei, who was sitting paralyzed on the sofa, and hurriedly teased. Tonight is a treacherous night. No one expected. The SEC suddenly appeared to issue a letter. Almost let Chu Yunfei lost his reputation. Who would have thought that the SEC would also specialize in disinformation for Chu Yunfei? The evening's results were very good, but the menace of it was clear to Zhang Gui, who was a constant observer. The good thing is, it all came through. Come on. Usually when you watch a live broadcast and see people popping in and out of the booth, you don't feel anything. How can one be so tired after sitting like this for 2 hours and still just talking? Not jumping, much less dancing? Zhang Gui's heart was in turmoil. How could Chu Yunfei not be the same? If only a person cannot see the outside world information, then Chu Yunfei simply do not have any concerns. The outside world was flooding and he didn't know it. However, The purpose of field control telling Chu Yunfei everything was so that Chu Yunfei could grasp the current public opinion and adjust his style of conversation. Seeing those words, Chu Yunfei heart cannot have waves? His mindset is just an average one for now. At best, he was born again, had some profits, and was able to make some money. Can you carry this kind of profit in front of a national body? Especially if it's addressed to you? Come on. You are still dejected. More than $100 million to say do not want to do not want. Zhang Gui still had his heart set on this. The current Zhang Gui was no longer skeptical that Chu Yunfei could earn a small goal in a few months. This kind of person, a fly in the ointment. A small goal. Really just a small goal. Zhang Gui didn't dare to imagine how much reward amount he could receive if he kept opening the live reward function tonight. In just a moment, the reward amount was over $200 million. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Before Chu Yunfei could say anything, his cell phone WeChat's voice call rang. Brother Fei, I'm Fan. I've been following your live broadcast the entire time tonight. It's awesome. Xiao Fan listened to Sister Fang's words and had planned to contact her tomorrow, but thought better of it and contacted her directly tonight. If it works out well, we can all meet up for drinks tomorrow. In that case, there's no worry that the relationship won't be eased. Men, especially if there is no deep hatred, some childhood bump and hope, and even can be grown-up talk. Both sides of the relationship to maintain. Fanny? Chu Yunfei froze for a moment when he heard this. The name that rings so little inside the mind. Once upon a time, there was indeed that one classmate named Xiaofan, and that was a long, long time ago. In his last life, when he was down and out, he could occasionally hear Xiaofan's movements. It was one of the relatively well-mixed ones within Chu Yunfei's circle of classmates. As for whether or not it has earned much money, Chu Yunfei does not know, but from time to time in the news gossip inside can see. Think of it as the spice of life. There was no contact, no prying, just like a passerby around. Now, to call yourself? I have to say, rich is a long way from rich. Right, Brother Fei, it is me, Xiaofan. This period of time has been heard of the stock god Brother Fei's great name. I did not expect it to be you, Brother Fei. Too much of a surprise, too much of a surprise. I'm in Yangchang. Let's get together as classmates when we have time. Brother Fei, was it Fan who called just now? Zhang Gui also heard it, incredulous. Well, if I'm not mistaken, it's that Fan. Ha ha ha. I remember that once you guys didn't deal with each other. I didn't expect to be able to talk about wine now. It's really a case of making things happen. But then again, I've heard that Fan went to the Magic City Conservatory of Music, and now he seems to be hanging out in the court of public opinion. Jingle bells, Brother Fei, I'm Xiao Chao. I watched your live broadcast tonight. The popularity is too hot. Seeing Chu Yunchao's voice coming from inside the phone, Chu Yunfei's head went wide. This person, Chu Yunfei did not want to deal with for the rest of his life. To say that they are good for food is an exaggeration of the other side. Three views don't match. Yes, it's a three-way tie. There are some people who can be called brothers and sisters as soon as they meet. Some people, when they meet, they can't piss in the same pot. This was the case with the two cousins, Chu Yunfei and Chu Yunchao. Chu Yunfei could not see Chu Yunchao's character, and Chu Yunchao was not used to Chu Yunfei's innocence. In the past, that is, when the family dinner, will see aside, usually will not take the initiative to call at all. Thanks. Chu Yunfei, who didn't know what to say, could only reply like this. Well, that's fine. You go ahead, and if you need my help, you just say so. Chu Yunfei didn't know what to say, and so did Chu Yunchao. Bunny, why don't you know how to talk a little longer? Chu Thing came up to give his own son Chu Yunchao head to a slap. Such a good time. Not a good set of clothes. Just said a word to hang up the phone. Usually bragging strength to go where? Dad, I don't know what to say. Let you usually more in Xiaofei contact. You just do not stop. And now people developed. You want to lean on the upward, cannot lean on. How I have to have you such a no good at. After that, Chu Yunfei received several phone calls, leaving Chu Yunfei overwhelmed. The live broadcast was already draining, and now I have to deal with all these nutrient-less socializing. It's too torturous. Solely, directly, was turning off the phone. That cleared the world. Fei, do you think Wang Fujing will drop on Monday? After seeing Chu Yunfei turn off his cell phone, Zhang Gui asked with a smile. While Chu Yunfei was broadcasting live, Zhang Gui received his father's message, which was the decision to sell the factory that had a bleak future. The funds obtained will fully support his son to follow Chu Yunfei's stock speculation. Zhang Xing now completely figured out that this classmate of his son's since childhood was really not an ordinary person, leaving aside the question of whether or not you can make money by speculating on stocks. Just the live broadcast of Jitterbug this time has opened Zhang Xing's eyes. Zhang Xing knew that his son following Chu Yunfei would definitely not be bad in his life. Instead of holding on to this factory with no future, I'd rather sell it and give the money to my own son so he can toss it around. With such great news, Zhang Gui would surely be stock more up to speed. I used to buy stocks to turn them over, but now I'm going to make a career out of it. So can I not take it seriously? Now Wang Fujing heat is very high, down to not to, but should be low, as to how much lower, but also to see tomorrow's news. No matter him, the real gold is not afraid of fire. A short time of adjustment does not affect the future pull up. Chu Yunfei now also did not know Wang Fujing in his current influence will still be as in the last life, 2 months 6 times. The only thing to do now is to wait and see what happens, and if that doesn't work, bail out early. Money, there is no end to earning. It's especially hard to make money beyond what is perceived. Even if you earn it, it's hard to keep it. Brother Fei, our family's factory is ready to be sold, so we'll be hanging out with you from now on. Hearing Zhang Gui's flirtatious words, Chu Yunfei completely sobered up. This life has been radically different from the last. The fate of his own family has changed, and so has Zhang Gui. The good thing is, these changes, they are all for the better. Well, when you get the money, if you want to be sure, buy those stocks I mentioned, and it will definitely pay off quite well. If your dad has access to foreign stocks, buy Tesla. Chapter 96, Much Anticipation. Old Wang, is there any good news to be released by our company tomorrow? Mr. Zhao, the boss of Pengcheng Foshan Daredevil team, contacted the founder of Wang Fujing after the live broadcast of the stock god Fei. Tonight is a sleepless night for them. The SFC struck out specifically at Wang Fujing, which caught them off guard. With news this negative, it's going to be an ugly day for stocks on Monday if there's no substantial upside to offset it. As for whether Fei, the stock god, will give up his job, Mr. Zhao doesn't care. But now it's time to think about how to pluck yourself out of this uncontrollable maneuver. Hundreds of millions of dollars are not so easily withdrawn. Mr. Zhao, with the current tax exemption situation, you don't know much less information than say, me. The impact of the masks is so big that cross-border travel has almost come to a standstill and the impact of the duty-free business is very big. Lao Wang, the founder of Wang Fujing, is now also ahead of Too Big. Originally and Mr. Zhao discussed, after pulling up the stock price, in the high level of financing a wave and then reduce a wave. They also made a lot of money. The stock price went up, but want to reduce in financing? Simply too difficult. I thought the demon stock was getting a lot of attention, but no one would have guessed that there would be an additional stock god, Fei, out of nowhere. It's even hotter than ever in Wang Fujing. It is even said that Wang Fujing is getting much more attention today than even Mount Ai. Wang can imagine how many people will be staring at Wang Fujing at Monday's opening. Most are still in the mindset of watching. I've heard that the top is going to issue a tax-exempt license. Is this catch-22 a good idea to take advantage of? Mr. Zhao was a bit hesitant. This news, half true, half false, he was not sure. But for now, use what you can and ship as soon as possible is the way to go. In the future, even if Wang Fujing rises to the sky, it has nothing to do with him. The stock god Fei stirred it up so much that people couldn't read it. Mr. Zhao, you're well informed enough. Said that? It doesn't seem to say. But then again, it seems like it's all said and done. Surprisingly powerful? Zhang Lingwei had watched Chu Yunfei's live broadcast the entire time. From the initial surprise, to the subsequent shock of so many viewers on the air, to the numbness of the SEC's letter and the debunking of the rumor. This person, is he really accessible to her as an ordinary person? Originally, Zhang Lingwei still had a hint of fantasy about Chu Yunfei. Fantasized that after you have succeeded in getting to the top, then you won't have to worry about anything in this life. But after watching the live broadcast and seeing the other party's achievements, Zhang Lingwei had already extinguished that thought. It's normal for a person to know what they want and work for it. But to be able to recognize yourself and let go of some of your illusions makes you invaluable. In less than a month's time, it had made more than $50 million, which made Zhang Lingwei, the automobile sales champion, a little unbelievable. When did money get so good? You've been working your ass off for years, and you don't even make as much as someone else makes in a day? Especially in the face of some hints from those greasy middle-aged males. It was a big irritation for Zhang Lingwei, but she couldn't help but bend the rules yet. There's no way around it. The meal still needs to be eaten. Seeing Chu Yunfei and thinking about the somewhat amusing Zhang Gui, Zhang Lingwei smiled somewhat heartily. Marriage, though, can't be too utilitarian. But if you can find the other half of your heart, and at the same time the other person's condition is okay, why not? Zhang Lingwei knows what she wants. And even more so, what she is worthy of. Should I quit my job and go to their company? After Zhang Lingwei's idea popped up, it was out of control. It was an extremely risky decision. Sis, I've decided that I'm going to work for my brother-in-law. After Joe Highball watched the live broadcast, he was even more determined to go to Chu Yunfei's upcoming business. In the past few days, Joe Highball was often with Chu Yunfei, Zhang Guei and the others, with the sole purpose of helping his sister to examine and inspect this brother-in-law. As for following along with the business, it's better to wash your hands of it. Two young people, still planning to be in finance, how do you think it's not a good idea? All of these thoughts existed only in Joe Highball's mind. On the surface, Joe Highball was still very supportive of Fei's business venture. Money, in Joe Highball's opinion, is needed but not that important. Who made him not lack a house, and even less money since he was a kid? Although this banknote is not enough for the super rich second generation kind of level, but compared to his own character, Joe Highball feels enough. After watching the live broadcast, Joe Highball was completely nonplussed. Look at the live broadcast of several million in the absorption of the number of viewers, and then look at Fei earn tens of millions of dollars in less than a month. All of these are from the hand of one person. Now, this man wants him to start a business with him. Can you not be excited? What used to be just a playful mindset has been completely reined in. Fei, the stock god, will be his idol. Joe Highball, what brother-in-law or not, you can go and do whatever you like on your own, as long as mom and dad agree. Joe Hyan's cheeks blushed slightly. Joe Hyan is now torn about the man who took her first time. I didn't expect the other party to be so capable, and I didn't expect the awkward situation that the two of them were in nowadays. The family will definitely not set her up on another blind date, but a family member knows his own business. His own business with Chu Yunfei. It's just a beautiful misunderstanding. As far as feelings go, at best, they are that much more than the average person's bare bones. Bring the other person to the house afterward. What kind of character is Chu Yunfei? Like what? Love to do what? None of this was clear to Joe Hyan. Time is like an hourglass. If you walk past, you'll never come back. In a flash, it was already Monday. Over the weekend, the stock god Fei's heat remains. All the major news media are reporting on the stock god Fei's live broadcast last night as well as the great feats of dominating the top 20 of the headline hot search list. Everyone is more interested in knowing how Wang Fujing will open with the SEC's issuance of a letter and at the same time giving the stock god Fei a chance to dispel the rumors. Is it a flood? Or is it a desperate attempt at survival? Or maybe just keep pulling up? Everything and no one knows. However, on Sunday night, a piece of news triggered everyone watching this Wang Fujing stock. The state is proposing to introduce a group of companies with tax-free licenses, and Wang Fujing is among them. The news is festering far faster than ever before. This news, if it is true, and not just a small essay, then Wang Fujing's share price on Monday, it is not easy to say whether it is up or down. There's a shortfall, that's a fact, but there are plenty of positives, especially this tax-free license. That's a killer. With a tax-exempt license, then you are the regular army, and all the others that are not, are going to be straightened out. Plus, there's the heat added by the stock god Fei. How many retail investors want to rush in and take over? Don't underestimate retail investors. Many of them are chasers. There will be no shortage of retail investors as long as Kingfisher can show his counterintuitive talent. You can't see that no one dares to buy those stocks that are up 50%. Then double it. If you can't, double, triple, quintuple. At this point, retail investors are going crazy. Coupled with news from all directions, retail investors feel certain that it can rise tenfold and 20-fold. And as a result, once they take over, they are really high up in the air. May 11th, 2020, Monday. It was a day that everyone had been waiting for. On this day, the stock Wang Fujing was the number one concern in the market. Those who speculate in stocks, those who do not speculate in stocks, are the first to open the flush, wanting to see what kind of performance the stock god Fei earned big money. This stock that was shopped by the Securities and Exchange Commission. This stock that released a small essay yesterday. What kind of performance it will have today? Chapter 97, your side sings and I take the stage. Boss, how are we going to operate today? Pengcheng Foshan Daredevil Youth has some headaches. No, exactly very headaches. Wang Fujing is now hotter, and more scrutinized by the SEC, than they ever expected to be at the top of their game. Even that said, the pinnacle of their anticipation is child's play compared to today's heat. Speculators and non-speculators alike. As long as they are on the internet, there is probably no one who doesn't know about the stock Wang Fujing. Happy, or frustrated? There was only one thought now, and that was how to get out of it. It's too damn hard. We are not going to do anything today in the early trading session to see the sentiment, and we are adjusting our maneuvering strategy when this wave of high concern is over. Boss has a big headache right now. Being watched by so many people is too much to bear. Now, if they want to control the disc, they don't dare at all. Once they are reported, it's enough for them to drink a pot of water. Without the intervention of the trader, Combined with the bidding is the retailer in the operation, especially by the Securities and Exchange Commission concerned about the situation. The stock price is very difficult to see. How did this happen? Huang Yaoyao borrowed the method of peeing and opened her cell phone in the toilet, so she saw the trend of Wang Fujing. She had no desire to urinate, but she couldn't hold it in. It's so dumb. At 9:25 a.m. When the pooled bidding ended, Wang Fujing shares were down -8.9%, with the stock going from 22.6 at the open to 20.59 yuan, almost a drop. The stops earned on Friday fell back in a flash today. 2 days of excitement for nothing. Ah, no, last Friday up to earn 20.000. Huang Yaoyao was so excited that she ate a big meal and rewarded herself with a 10.000 yuan bag. All the money is spent and the stock price is back down to square one. Wouldn't that be a bag purchased at your own expense? The bag doesn't even feel like it smells good when you think about it. For them, it feels cheap for a man to buy them a bag, no matter how expensive it is. But to spend money that you don't have much of in the first place is just plain cutting. To sell or not to sell? This idea flashed madly in Huang Yaoyao's mind. Sell now. At least you didn't lose money. Otherwise, there's a couple more dips behind it. Who knows? It wasn't even 9:30 yet and the headline hit list had already been updated. Not surprisingly, the stock god Fei is on the hot seat again. Hot list number 10, Wang Fujing falls -8.9% to open. Stock god Fei loses nearly $5 million. The hot search is still surging. How hot was Saturday night? Now it's a continuation of Saturday. Ha ha, Brother Fei, this time the cowhide is blown. I'm looking forward to 3 o'clock in the afternoon Brother Fei's headline. Will it say that today's small loss of $5 million? That picture. It's too beautiful. Started counting the boards. At least 3 down. Dolls. Fei completely jumped off. Hurry up and drop to $10 and I'll take over. Trees attract the wind. Muffled to make big money is the king. So high profile. Do not lose, you lose who? I now have no doubt at all that the stock god Fei is a stooge for the bookmakers. Who would look for such a brainless stooge? Pit yourself against it. Leader, the number of downloads of our flush has increased by more than 500,000, and all the new downloads are focused on the Wang Fujing stock. Currently there are more than 5 million people who have joined the self-select for this stock. Wang Fujing. The exchange section of Wang Fujing has seen more than 100,000 more comments in the past few minutes. The person in charge of data monitoring at Flush reports to his leader. We all know the influence of the stock god Fei and have made certain predictions, but I did not expect the stock god Fei this live. In addition to Chu Yunfei in headlines is the biggest beneficiary after the flush. No, there's a Tiger Securities. It's just that because Tiger Securities is traded globally, there aren't as many people registered as there are in China. Well, keep a close eye on it and make sure you can't flashback or not be able to leave a message or anything like that. The leaders are also a bit speechless. The heat is there. They have users who download the app, and they are worried about an app strike. That good thing will definitely turn out to be bad. Can't you see that the problem of crude oil treasure has not yet been solved? Orangutan, draw us a chart to see how Wang Fujing is trending today? The God Machine was within the group of financial powerhouses, and was giving the orangutan an output. Shinji, you're sick early in the morning. I'll give you the pen and you come scratch yourself. The orangutan was a bit disillusioned with the bitter middle-aged finance man. Shinji, if he didn't know that the other party was just flirting, plus the fact that the two of them had a pretty good personal relationship, he would have wanted to pull the plug on the other party. It's like putting him inside the fire. Who dares to take such words? With the way Wang Fujing is going right now, it's anyone's guess what will happen. What stock in big A history has had the attention of Wang Fujing? There seems to be no match for it, except for Mutai. People Moutai. That is a basic disc. With performance to support, the more attention will only accelerate the rise. But Wang Fujing is a short-term play on the concept. Whatever the graphic, it comes by virtue of the mood of the dealer. The dealer can draw you any graph you want. It can be said that the current Wang Fujing share price has been detached from the basic disc, detached from a single dealer, detached from a single retailer. All rely on the news and the speculation. Up, 2, because of the news. Down, 2, surprisingly down? How did it go down? Why is it down? It's all Chu Yunfei who caused me to lose money. If he hadn't told me to buy this stock, I wouldn't have lost money. If Chu Yunfei hadn't been blindly pushing on the air, the SEC wouldn't have sent a letter. Huang Yaoyao was a bit bewitched. I was thinking of making some money on this stock, and I've been planning what I'm going to do with the money I make over the weekend. As a result, it's now losing money again. On top of that, the comments section is all about counting how many dips there are going to be. How could Huang Yaoyao stand this situation? Especially when he contacted Chu Yunfei last night, he even turned off his cell phone and didn't reply to his tweets. Is this a complete break from her? Then wouldn't all the $100,000 you paid back be for nothing? All sorts of thoughts, lingering in his mind, made Huang Yao Yao a little crazy. So much for laying out Yo-Yo Wong, and so much for all those retailers. If I go up, it's because I'm capable and discerning. When it goes down, it's all about other people's problems, either this or that, and it has nothing to do with you. All sorts of desperate minds work to blow up the mind. Retail investors, who have tasted all the sweet, sour, bitter, spicy and salty, but also has been happy and enjoyable. Ha ha, it's down. How many downturns does it have to be? That's it. The retail investors who got in on the board on Friday were clueless. Ooh, I'm not sold yet. Hurry up and let me out. Everyone look. Wang Fujing simply did not have a large amount of transactions. The downturn did not have a few pending orders to sell. Today iron will rebound. Oddly enough, Wang Fujing surprisingly did not have any dealer in the manipulation. The transaction are dozens of hands. Anyone who knows anything about stocks has found this out. It's incredible. No matter what time of the day it is, whether it is up or down, the pending order will be tens of thousands of hands or even hundreds of thousands of hands of closed orders. But Wang Fujing, like a duckweed without roots, relies on retail investors to trade. The volume of transactions is not even a fraction of a percent compared to the same period. Chapter 98 Pulling Up. Should I buy some? Zhang Lingwei this morning is also concerned about the Wang Fujing this stock. Saturday stock God Fei brother how hot. Wang Fujing how hot. Seeing the drop, Zhang Lingwei did not as other retail investors. Speculation. Speculation is human nature. Zhang Lingwei, who studied psychology, knew this. I'm greedy when others are fearful. It's the fact that everyone is not optimistic about Wang Fujing that proves that now is the time for opportunity. If everyone is bullish, it means the market has come to a head. It's better to ask Zhang first. Fei, hurry up. Wang Fujing is down. Seeing Wang Fujing drop, Zhang Gidu is very anxious. Has been hovering inside the living room? Should I go to wake up Chu Yunfei? Until he saw Zhang Lingwei's message, Zhang Gui's brain was so hot that he went straight in. Down for the count? So it's down. What can I do? Chu Yunfei was dumbfounded. Fell and stopped although he did not want to see it. He could not do anything about it. Chu Yunfei still does not believe. Louboutin pas cher. This butterfly of his own, at best, has an impact on public opinion. But for the impact of the capital, few and far between. Even for that matter, if you want to speculate on Wang Fujing dealer, see his stock God Fei brother with Wang Fujing heat soaring. But also have to thank him. The more heat and attention Wang Fujing gets, the more people pay attention to it, which means the more people will take over in the future. No. Well, should we sell some? Fatty, are you kidding me? You don't sell when you're up, but you rush to sell when you're down. Isn't that a brain fart? Besides, it's down. You can sell it? Brother Fei, there are only a few hundred hand orders on the dips, so if I want to sell, my 2 million won't be much of a problem. Only a few hundred closed orders? Chu Yunfei hurriedly took out his cell phone and opened the flush to look at it. That's really it? Trading is down that much? Seeing the data, Chu Yunfei was shocked. This phenomenon is hardly likely. Leaving aside the question of whether it is a banker or not, all listed companies have a capital management department, which exists to balance the price of stocks. Now it seems that either way, there is no bid. It's all a bunch of retail investors gaming it out. Some are bold enough to take the plunge, others are bearish enough to leave. It's these guys, it's these trades, that are propping up today's drop in Wang Fujing. Fatty, if you have money, you can buy some more, but don't leverage on it. Now in this situation, the probability of making money is still relatively large. Chu Yunfei did not intend to leverage. What had been decided before? There was no need to give up his integrity for the sake of petty gains. Fei brother, this is down, plus the SEC's letter. Even if there is not much ceiling orders, I guess several down cannot run. Now buy, is not to take over the market? Fatty, I told you to read more, but all you do is pick up girls and brush your jitterbugs. If you go up without volume, you're definitely going to go down. By the same token, down without volume, the odds are that it's going up. With liquidity so poor right now, the bookmakers certainly don't have the means to make a run for it. If they want to leave the market, the volume will definitely zoom, and it's still huge, or they won't be able to leave. By the way, what's going on with the incorporation? It's coming down soon, and I called the agent yesterday to ask about it. Ling Wei, you can buy a little now. The probability of making money is still quite high, but don't leverage. There is no guarantee of making money, but the probability of making money is higher. Buy me dinner if you win. I'll buy you dinner if you lose. Zhang Gui sent these words directly to Zhang Lingwei. Profit or loss, dinner is ironclad. How can you pick up a girl without some skill? Rude brute force only makes the heart grow fonder. The technique is spot on and the icing on the cake. Listen to Zhang. Seeing Zhang Gui's reply, Zhang Lingwei did not hesitate. Zhang Lingwei is at least a strong woman with an annual income of millions of dollars. Even if she loses a little bit of stock speculation, it does not matter. It's better if you can earn it. But if you can't, it's a great deal of money to make the acquaintance of a young man with a bright future. Society. Not just fighting and killing, but also the human condition. Boss, it seems like someone has started sweeping up Wang Fujing. The youth saw the scene and hurriedly reported it to the boss. Just because they're not moving this morning doesn't mean they're willing to be swept under the rug by others who have been watching the trading at Wang Fujing. At first, it was all a bunch of retail investors buying and selling there. Subsequently, hanging down stops no matter how many hands, dozens of hands, even hundreds of hands, it is directly eaten. At first, the youth thought he was mistaken and tentatively hung out 200 lots, not at the falling price. Instead, it's a penny above the drop price. If it was a retail buyer or seller, it certainly wouldn't have been purchased above the drop price. The 200 hands you hang out by yourself are eaten in less than a second. It may seem like there's no volume on the dips, but these small orders and small eats can be received quite a bit throughout the day if they're not regulated. Volume now totals only 15 million. And even with the sweep, it's only like 10 million. We were planning to stay put in the morning session, but since we have other organizations coming in, we have to do a good job of working with them and making a good handoff. Let's back out slowly and leave the rest to them. First pull up a few points, and after that suppress it so that the stock price goes back to the down position again. And that's when those who are not bullish, 9 times out of 10, will sell. Other organizations can also eat more goods. When the time comes to pull up, we can better leave the market. Mr. Zhao looked at the Wang Fujing trading map and said with some pity, thought I'd at least get up to 25 before I started selling, but now that this is going on, I have to exit early and give the second half to other organizations. Eating alone is often targeted. At 10 o'clock, half an hour had passed since the big trade. The heat is on in Wang Fujing, although attention is starting to wane. As we all know, Wang Fujing has fallen off the charts and will not continue to be followed, unless Wang Fujing suddenly pulls up. Just when everyone thought that was it for Wang Fujing for the day, Wang Fujing stock started to slowly pull up from a minus 10% drop. Until 10:30, Wang Fujing was down only minus 5%, pulling up 5% from its lows. Volume is also rapidly enlarged. This half hour, the volume exceeded 100 million. Volume and price. Why? Why did it go up again? Huang Yaoyao felt like she was going crazy. Sold on the dip and made a lonesome profit. If Wang Fujing falls down on this, Huang Yaoyao still feels comfortable within herself. Luckily, my old lady saw that the situation was not right and threw it away early. But now, pulling up 5%, how can she calm her newly sold feelings? You're pulling up on a $20 billion stock just to see me cut 200,000 off the market? You're monitoring my funds? Do you have to make me bald? It's all Chu Yunfei. Just now I sent you a message asking if you want to sell. Why don't you reply? Everything. It's someone else's problem. It's a good idea to make money. It's your own vision. It's all about losing money for other reasons. I'm not wrong. How could I be wrong? Brothers, Wang Fujing is up again. The demon stock is back on its feet. Hurry up and pike. Oh my god. Are there still retail investors going in to take over the market? Already bought it. Sitting on the sidelines waiting to go up. I am afraid to buy. It's too crazy to ignore regulation. Flush Wang Fujing's comment section. Exploded. No one expected Wang Fujing to get up. And kind of steadily at that. If there was a sharp pull-up, people weren't surprised. This rapid pull-up is basically the tempo of the banker's shipment. How it goes up will be how it comes down. But now, pulling up so steadily, is this going to be another Earth to Heaven board? Hot topic number 1, Wang Fujing to make a stunning turnaround? Realization of the Earth Tianban. Unbelievable. The dealer is too blatant. The SEC has issued a letter. And still dare to speculate. I just watch the fun and see who gets the last laugh. I'm down to sell. Woo hoo hoo. Chapter 99, The Banker's Fight. Boss, are we going to keep sweeping? Speculation to support the family as a no less than Foshan daredevil team of private equity founders. The most specialized is the speculation relay. The speculative feeder has been on the radar ever since Wang Fujing doubled this half of the month. Saturday's live broadcast from Stock God Fei gave motivation to speculate and raise a family. While others see risk, the speculative family sees opportunity. It's being watched from above. But it's the retail investors who are paying more attention. Retail investors, that's the basis of the takeover. With so many retail investors, the stock will speculate as high as it can go and someone will want to take a shot at it. As expected, today Wang Fujing shares opened sharply lower, even to a stop. The only pity is that the original dealer in Wangfujing did not ship. How else could the drop have only a few hundred sell orders? This sweep is a little slower, but it has the advantage that the number of retail investors becomes dramatically smaller, making the pull-up easy when the time comes. See, Wangfujing original dealer also slowly began to sweep and pull up. Speculative stock feeders do not know what the other side means. Want to pull up the stock price to prevent him from sweeping low, or pull up and then fall down to let retail investors stop profit, or to warn him as a spoiler? Everything has to be seen on the disc. Stop buying for now and look at the situation. After you finish speculating and raising your family, move on to Wangfujing. Today's trend of Wangfujing will determine whether he can make money in it in the future. Ha ha ha, it's down. I told you, how can it continue to go up? That's right, there will certainly be a few more stops. I just sold at the stop. The speed of the fall, surprisingly so fast, from -5% to -8, 6% in less than a minute. It's terrible. The dealer is purely to pull up and ship out. Ran and made 30% enough. Wangfujing was destined to be the star of the morning. Thought the heat would stay that way. Didn't expect a pull up and a drop to keep the heat soaring. Buy. Speculation to support the family under a big order. Now, he has seen what the Wangfujing banker is thinking. That is, the other side wants to stop at this place. If other organizations want to take over, then cooperate with me in shipping. When I'm almost done shipping, you guys want to pull up, then you guys take over. Wangfujing's share price, which started at -8.6%, has been slowly declining. Not only did it fall, volume continued to zoom. Obviously, there are a lot of retail investors who are starting to sell. For retail investors, a one-word drop, many won't sell, but if it goes up, on the way down, a lot of people are going to sell. This is also an important technical indicator. Once the rally is weak, a decline will follow. Of course, there's a saying that you can sell whenever you want as long as it's profitable. Boss, the sweepers are more visible. The Foshan Daredevil youth reported to Mr. Zhao. Now, they're keeping the stock price down, while slowly starting to ship it out. I was wondering if this could be pulled up and shipped out today. I didn't expect it. The accident was too unexpected. Take your time to ship out. Keep some of it, and we'll sell it after these institutions that are taking over the market pull up. Mr. Zhao took a deep breath of Wazi and muttered, the overall profit from this Wangfujing maneuver is really quite a lot, but it always feels so wrong. Boss, someone is robbing chips with us. The trader who speculated to feed his family ran over to report. Just now, no one grabbed the chips. They sucked them in slowly, a little slower, but at a lower cost. Now, the bankers drive the retailers to ship out together. Originally thought that the effect of grabbing chips will be much better, but I didn't expect another one to come in and grab chips. I see. Just keep the current pace. The dealer has 600 or 700 million chips in hand. Want to sell off? Not a few days is impossible. The more organizations that grab the chips now, the more it proves that everyone wants to carry the sedan chair. Old Zhang, you don't speak of martial virtues. The speculation feeder opened WeChat and sent a direct message to a person nicknamed Chapter Ally. Ha ha, you kid just fooled around. Lao Zhao side now want to quit. You can't eat one. I come in to help you a hand. Chapter Ally, another private equity bull. These big bulls are the ones who call the shots in the capital market. Chapter Ally, speculation foster family, Foshan Daredevil team, etc. No matter which stock into which stock future trend is absolutely very dazzling. There is a certain rate of increase which is ironclad. Come on, aren't you afraid of burying yourself in it? Speculative adoption random response. We all know each other well, and we know the manipulative tactics of both sides, so it's impossible to get the other side to quit with a few words. Saying hello now is just a test to see the other side's determination. If everyone is more bullish, then the higher the future pull-up will be, the more obvious the profit will be. Come on, as far as I know, it's not just the two of us who want to enter Wangfujing now. There are several others who are eyeing it. The two said some more unnutritious words and ended the conversation. Sweep with all your might, but don't pull up the stock price. Both the speculative feeder and the Chapter Ally, for their own manipulators, gave this order. The number of people who want to take a bite out of Wangfujing above is increasing, and the original dealer wants to ship out. They have to let some profit out. Expecting the institutions they came in with to take over at a high level is simply not possible. Boss, the stock price is oscillating back and forth between -9, 5%, 7, 8%, and the volume of retail sellers is getting bigger and bigger. Do we still want to sell at this price level? Sell, only control the pace. Not too much. Mr. Zhao instructed the youth. They want to eat our low-priced chips. We can't just send them to our door. As much as possible to clean up the profit-making retail investors. When these retail investors are almost cleaned up, whether it is us or other institutions, can easily pull up the stock price when we have greater profits. Fatty, do you see anything yet? Xu Yunfei asked Zhang Gui, who was next to him. Brother Fei, I feel like it's going to drop today. The volume is so high right now. Yes, the volume is so high. So you've never wondered why it hasn't gone down yet? Yeah, I wondered about that too. I read that in this case, it would basically drop and continue to drop the next day. Hearing Zhang Gui's reply, Xu Yunfei was somewhat surprised. For someone who hasn't speculated much before and has no financial knowledge, it's a bit difficult to know this relative specialty in a short period of time. No wonder Zhang Gui was able to rise as quickly as possible in his last life. At the very least, the other person will delve into it after recognizing a path. Not bad, not bad, proof that you do read books. Only, the situation in Wangfujing is now very complicated, and today it is several bookmakers who are jockeying for position. The old dealer wants to leave the market and the new dealer doesn't want to take over at a high level, so he controls the stock price to oscillate in position, forcing retail investors to sell. In the next 2 days, maybe Wangfujing won't even go up, and it will probably continue to fall. When the chips are done exchanging, that's the second round of pull-ups. Zhang Gui's eyes suddenly lit up, since he knows that these days will fall. It is not too much to do a high throw and low suck, right, Brother Fei? Then do you think we'll do the same as last time? Sell it and then pick it back up at a lower price in a few days? If you want to do it, you can do it. Just take the measure. I'm sure I can't. And once I sell, who knows if the dealer will be trying to make this situation for me for the purpose of getting me to sell. Once I sell, the dealer directly pulls up. We do not even have a place to cry. Xu Yunfei actually wants to sell. The current trend, ironically, is to shock for several days, or even say down for several days. There is only one goal, and that is to wash out as many retail investors as possible. But his position is more than 50 million. Once sold, the evening Longhu list out. Who knows, the dealer will not the next day directly one word board stop. When the time comes, there will be no place to cry for yourself. The popularity gathered on the headlines due to Wangfujing will also decline rapidly. When the time comes, should one chase the high, or switch to another marker? Either way, it's not the best strategy right now. For now, for the stock god Fei, not moving is the best move. Chapter 100 down. At 11:30 p.m. The stock market closed early. The market is like playing chicken blood, rubbing up. I do not know if it is because the stock god Fei summarized on Saturday a variety of Thatch concept. This morning, a variety of Thatch concept stocks are red, leading the market to continue to rise. The purchasers of all kinds of Thatch were all smiles. For retail investors, there is nothing more tempting than a stock going up just as soon as you buy it. The better the broader market gets, the more people will pay attention to Wangfujing. Nothing else. Wangfujing is too hot. Fire to not only the stock is concerned, even a lot of people who buy Wangfujing shares have to go to Wangfujing offline stores to go shopping and consumption. In the name of Wangfujing can give Wangfujing increased revenue, when the stock price will continue to pull up. This, then, is the small but endearingly clumsy approach of retail investors. Is there a relationship between the rise in share price and the turnover of a business? Yes, and it's big. But a demon stock, a stock that speculates on concepts, not to mention turnover, even if the profit doubles, is not the reason for the rapid rise in share price. The only reason for the rise of the demon stock, that is, there are funds to take over. The estimates will only continue to rise if there is constant money coming in. Ha ha, Wangfujing this time really want to lose hemp, but also bottoming out. Pants are gone. That's it. The demon stock sees the light and dies. That will I thought it would be the earth and sky board. I did not think it was just the dealers pulling up to ship. Now the opportunity to stop. At 11:30, Wangfujing closed down as much as -9.8%, almost a drop. With this kind of drop, anyone who has watched the afternoon drop on the board, those who took the plunge today clearly speculated to the top of the mountain. The heat of public opinion was, once again, turned up. In the morning, the number one hot list was speculation on whether Wangfujing would be a floor-to-ceiling board. And now the hot list is speculation that Wangfujing is about to drop a few. The people who commented are still the same people. But the words of the review can go the other way. I was wondering if Fei would say this afternoon that a small loss of $5 million would make my blood boil to hear it. Yes, extremely. Fei losing money excites me more than me making money. Have you noticed that the volume is so high that you are still bleeding down? Don't you think it's strange? All the comments, all the discussion. Everyone wants to know and know what everyone wants to know. How exciting to eat melon. Or the keep it ripe kind. Da Xiao, come out and say, what do you think of this Mao concept? Shinchi would not be Shinchi, stirring up trouble within the group whenever he had time. God Machine is the biggest blowhard inside this financial powerhouse group. Bar none. No matter who it was, Shinji would have no problem climbing into the relationship. Just this means of dealing with people alone was breathtaking. If he hadn't sent a message that was a sight to behold, he would probably be the most popular person in the group. Shinji, you're ing crazy. Is Daxiao something you can call? The orangutan was the first to look away and disliked it outright. Orangutan. Then so grumpy. Last night, the God Machine flew to the capital, specifically also with me to explore the mystery of singing. That taste only can be understood. I'm sure that Shinji just wants to hear my insights and nothing else. The orangutan looked at his cell phone, then turned it off, Chongqing, and opened WeChat again, realizing that the phrase was still the same, and there was no eye rolling. But, how is it so diabolical? When did Shinji and Daxiao get so close? When did Shinji even specialize in discussing the mysteries of singing with Daxiao? Isn't it just going to a recreational club? What's with all the high and mighty talk? Think everyone's never been there? Not only have I been there, but I've done a lot of things that I love to do. Shinji, tell the secret you and Daxiao had to tell. Inside the group, there was a buzz. After the end of watching a tense morning session, everyone needs to relax as well. Regarding the Mao concept, I personally still recognize it as being as unbreakable as the diamond bottom that I proposed. Mao concept of so stocks can be said to be a large collection of white horse stocks, blue chip stocks, etc., are supported by performance. These are stocks that, over the long term, report far more than they gain. However, now the stock of Mao concept, the rise is a bit on the high side. I think it is better to be sensible. Yes, I also agree with Mr. Daxiao. Me too, asshole. Huang Yaoyao was about to go crazy. Specifically against herself, sold down and then pulled up to -5%. Seeing many people turn the tables and say that Wang Fujing is going to floor the board today and will start a second round of pull-ups. In a fit of brainstorming, Huang Yaoyao bought back the Wang Fujing that she had just sold. Instead of the imagined floor-to-ceiling board, it started to fall and has been on the verge of falling until now. That's a 5% loss. $200,000. $5,000 are gone. Half a month's salary is gone. What made Huang Yaoyao the most furious was that the messages that he had sent to Chu Yunfei were all sinking into the sea. Even if you call, there is no answer. At this moment, Huang Yaoyao was like a wounded deer, seeing whoever was the culprit in general. Sometimes, Huang Yaoyao still wondered how good it would have been if that licking dog had come back in the first place. One only needed to control Chu Yunfei and let him help him make money and spend it himself. How good it should be. Unfortunately, one wrong step at a time. As for the matter of having her feet in two boats, Huang Yaoyao felt that it was not a matter. At most, just be careful and don't let it be discovered. Time rushed by, and in the blink of an eye it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The stock market opened. Wang Fujing was unsurprisingly down. Except that, like in the morning, there weren't many closed orders. At 1:30, the fall continued. At 2 o'clock, -10% remains unchanged. At 2:30, Wang Fujing's stock price suddenly came to a big pull-up. It pulled from -10% to -6%, up 4% in a few seconds. Not bad for the last 30 minutes of the day. The miracle half hour. This time of year, you're likely to see the floor to ceiling and likewise the ceiling to floor. Ha ha ha, I told you, Wang Fujing cannot just fall down. The earth and sky board we will see. Wang Fujing, good job. Come to a stop. I will give the chips to the dealer tomorrow. Don't. I just sold at a down stop. You're giving me an up stop. Monitor mine. I thought it was going to go on like this, but I didn't realize it was going to go wrong again. Some people are happy and some are sad about the rise of Wang Fujing. Only the volume of trades, which retail investors don't pay much attention to, has increased even more exponentially. Those who sell quickly. Those who buy, speed up the process to buy. Until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the volume of this half hour, even more than the volume of today's day, can be described as crazy. Wang Fujing's share price, instead of flooring the sky and falling, ended up settling at -7.5%. On May 11, 2020, Wang Fujing closed down -7.5%, with the stock price falling from $22.06 to $20.09. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the midst of everyone's anticipation, Stock God Phase micro headline was updated. This micro headline, the first dynamic since the Stock God Phase live broadcast on Saturday, was followed by a particularly large number of people. Most of the people were there to watch the fun, wanting to see how the Stock God Fei was going to post this dynamic. Is it a small loss of a few $1 million? Before that it was all about making a few $1 million in small profits for everyone to hate. Now that the picture has shifted to a loss, Everyone is happy to see it. Chapter 101, a small loss of $4. 1 million. I am the top of the stock market. Once I meet Faye, it all comes to nothing. Treasures, today's big market is welcome, while Wangfujing is not satisfactory. A small loss of $4.01 million today and a double color first prize gone. Wangfujing is down -7.5% today. My money account was 55,475,000 at the close on Friday. Now it's only 51,314,000 inch. I know there will be a lot of jokes and even ridicule when this micro headline goes out. The heat was so high on the live stream the day before, and today the stock got slapped in the face. But the stocks I recommended for Mao Concepts, did you see them? Did it continue to soar? Wangfujing I am still personally bullish on and will continue to hold. There's still more than $50 million in the capital account. When it was $20 million invested, more than doubled. I wish everyone the best of luck in getting the returns they want in the capital markets. Fly. Should we close the comments section? Zhang Gui saw that Chu Yunfei was ready to send this micro headline, and quickly reminded. This micro headline goes out, and the mockers are estimated to be 80% or 90%. Public opinion can, at times, spray people into self-imposed isolation. This is the biggest reason why so many people can't stand internet violence. Everywhere you look, you can see your negative news. In this case, do some extreme things, no one is surprised. No need to close the comments section. It's that sense of contrast that's wanted. Before we made so much money and were so high profile, there were a lot of eye candy. For once, let this be an emotional outlet for everyone. When we make money in the future, that kind of extreme contrast will make people more convinced of us. Chu Yunfei, who had been a man for 2 lives, was too skillful in the use of self-promotion, especially in grasping the hearts of the people. In his last life, if he hadn't been bent on being Huang Yaoyao's licking dog, Chu Yunfei wouldn't have gotten mixed up in that manner. As expected, the number of comments surprisingly exceeded the number of likes after the Stock God Phase micro headline was posted. This is a statistic that speaks volumes about how hot the topic is. Ha ha, Stock God Faye. Can you afford the word stock god? Today a small loss of $4 million. Tomorrow a small loss of $5 million. Not a few days, we'll begin to lose money. Now I want to laugh when I see a stock god. Is there such a thing as a stock god? What Mao concept? All blind pussy. Their own full position in the stock fell to the dog. And dare to talk about other? I strongly suspect that the stock god Faye is launched by the bankers. The purpose is to cheer everyone at this time. Is to let everyone to take over the market. 1K plus comments. 900 plus likes. 5W plus reads. Those numbers, and that's just 2 or 3 minutes after the micro headline was posted. A loss of over $4 million? Huang Yaoyao couldn't believe that she was tearing her heart out there for 10,000 or $20,000, while Chu Yunfei was a few $1,000,000 was a trivial matter. What kind of contrast is that? Son of a, that's all my money. Huang Yaoyao's heart, now, hurt even more. If he had so much money now, where would he have the troubles he has today? Most of all, Huang Yaoyao regarded Chu Yunfei as her own money tree. If Chu Yunfei lost money, wouldn't that be a loss of his own money? No, I have to take the other side in a hurry. I can't afford to lose any more money. All this is my money. Sis, my brother-in-law lost a lot of money today. Zhou Haibao was now a member of the company that Chu Yunfei was setting up. Plus he had already taken Chu Yunfei as his brother-in-law. And with the latest news, he would definitely be the first to call his sister. What a big loss. Zhou Haiyan was bewildered. Monday is the busy time of the bank. She was too busy to keep her feet on the ground, let alone read the news on the network. The community, as a whole, finds banking particularly easy. The environment is good. And also the men are handsome. And the work is half an hour. Only someone who works in a bank can know that banking, not only is it 996, but it's the kind of 996 that's free. It's considered an early night when you can leave the bank before 8 p.m. every night. It's the Wangfujing stock that Faye bought today lost more than 4 million. More than 4 million na. Zhou Haibao was shocked by the figure even though he was a modestly wealthy second-generation man who didn't have much need for money. The last time he bought a car, there was less than $100,000 difference between a top trim and a base trim, both of which made him end up with the base version, making $5 million a day. Zhou Haibao felt that he didn't make much, but losing $5 million a day, that's killing me. As on the network, many people's year-end awards were issued 100,000, feeling too little. Others are hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars to hit the bottom. Why they are only a mere 100,000? But if, for example, the year-end bonus is $100,000, giving $10,000 less feels like cutting into your own flesh. It's like a segment that asks if you have $100 million, would you be willing to donate it? The answer is to donate. And to donate all of it kind of thing. Ask you if you have $1 million. Would you donate it? The answer is the same. Ask if you have a car you'd be willing to donate. The answer is the opposite. The reason for this is that I don't have $1 million or even $100 million. And it doesn't matter to me whether I donate or not. But a car, which one happens to own, ironically cannot be donated. If we lose money, we lose money. It's not our money. People are not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? Joe Hibaugh felt like he was about to collapse. What's that supposed to mean? The emperor is not in a hurry. But the eunuch is? This is your own brother-in-law-to-be. Isn't it your own sister's money that you've lost so much? Still do not hurry to brother-in-law. The stop profit on the stop profit. At least still earn a lot. By the time the loss is finished, that is really no awe. Come on. Don't worry about it. People can earn so much. Do they need you to worry about it? After ending the call, Jo Hyun took out her cell phone and saw a reminder from the headline. The stock god Faye you follow has sent a micro headline. After clicking on it, before reading the main text, Jo Hyun was shocked by this latest micro headline data. Looking at the time, it had only been 3:20 minutes, and the comments had already exceeded 1.5W+. The number of readers exceeded 100W+, and the retweets exceeded 1K+. It's only 20 minutes. Who could be that hot? In the current Jo Hyun's mind, other than those top stream stars, there would be no such outrageous to exaggerated figures. Seeing a small loss of 4.1 million, even if Jo Hyun had known it before, she was still a bit unable to believe it. Most of all, how can you say it so lightly? You know, how many people don't make that much money in their lifetime? When she saw that more than $20 million had entered the market, and now there were $50 million left, Jo Hyun appeared to understand something, but not much. A rich man sunbathing on a beach, and a poor man sunbathing on a beach, are both sunbathing, but the mindset is absolutely worlds apart. A different mindset, even in the same thing, even in similar actions. There is no way to bridge the gap. In fact, in reality, there's no such thing as a pretentious facepalm. Those with strength, confidence. Those without strength are vulgar. Chapter 102 Meeting. Wang Fujing's hotness today is still the number one stock in the entire stock market, and no stock can shake its position. Chu Yunfei knew that after his micro headline was sent out, it would definitely cause a lot of heat. But also, I didn't expect the heat to be so high. Granted, all this heat is basically caused by black fans who want to see his jokes. People are red. Not only is it red, but it's so high profile that it's even more annoying. Old Zhao, you're so high profile now that you dare to directly pull us together for a video conference? Within the video conference, there were only 5 people, but if people in the financial sector know about it, they know how huge the power these 5 represent. Speculation to support the family. Zhang Ally. Foshan Daredevil Team Zhao. Brother Gu. The most bull retailer MS. Jiang. These 5 men, who are known to call the shots in the stock market. Anyone who speculates in stocks and doesn't know about these 5 can almost always be considered a hack. The shadow of a man, the bark of a tree. But no one expected the 5 to be video conferencing, which is a bit outrageous. The power of one person can manipulate several stocks. These 5 people together can definitely influence the future trend of many stocks. Old chapter. Don't get cheap, still sell good. Today you slowly sweeping goods. Wang Fujing. Really think we don't know? Yes, Lao Zhao is right. The old chapter in there dejected. The last drink, a strong shrinking head. Buy shares, a person in their straight rush. Come on, you're talking about me when you're a guy who supports his family by speculating? You buy more than even I do. The 5-person video conference wasn't as lofty as outsiders might have expected, much less suits and scuffed hair. Like normal people, everyone is here to make a scene and knock, even if you dislike me and I damage you. Apparently, all 5 of these guys have a pretty good personal relationship and meet offline from time to time. All walks of life, in fact, want to be relatively limited. As soon as you make a head start, do well, and become a top talent in your industry, this handful of people, more or less, will know each other in one way or another. This results in the formation of the so-called elite. After the bragging and gagging was over, everyone knew the main event was coming. Being financial elites, they even say that financial freedom is a piece of cake for them. To be able to have such a meeting in private, there must be something going on, and everyone knows it by heart. Folks, tonight, this video conference of mine, in addition to messing around with the knockers, there's one more thing that I think you can all guess. That's right, it's about the stock. Wang Fujing, after Mr. Zhao, the Foshan Daredevil, got to the point, everyone quieted down. Bragging and gagging is fine anytime. Business is the key, especially when it comes to money-related things. Ironically, You can't be sloppy. We're ready to quit. As I'm sure you've all guessed, the next company there are favorable as well as national policy support. The dividends behind. We will not participate. There is money to earn together. We have big hundreds of millions of Wangfujing shares in our hands right now, and we will slowly dump them in the meantime. The speed at which we sell, of course, has to do with the speed at which people accept it, and also the rise and fall of the share price. During this time, Wangfujing is particularly hot because of the addition of the stock god Fei, so there is no need to worry about retail investors taking over the market. No sooner had Mr. Zhao finished his words than someone interjected. Old Zhao, there's no need to talk about these scenes. What with the dividends you won't be involved in later? You guys have made at least 60% or more profit on this Wangfujing stock. Even if it's down more than 7 points today, it's very risky for us to continue to maneuver next. It's easy to go from 1 to 2, but not so easy to go from 10 to 20. You just said that the stock god Fei is indeed making Wangfujing hot like never before, but at the same time, it will also be noticed by people from all walks of life, and we will be under a lot of pressure. Most of all, the stock god Fei is such a young man. I don't believe that he has that ability to dare to take food from your old Zhao's mouth. The tiger's mouth. The words of the chapter ally made General Zhao instantly anxious. What does this mean? Suspecting that the stock god Fei was pushed out by him? Heavens, earth, he wanted to, but it really isn't. Old Zhang, you're not a good person. We've been friends for many years. If you want to ask something, just say it. Why beat around the bush? You didn't even realize that the other three didn't ask. They just let you bring it up? Old Zhao, you just didn't digress. I think what old Zhang said is very reasonable. The speculator's family had to come out and round up. This is something that is not a big deal, but it's not small either. If the stock god Fei is the trumpet of Mr. Zhao and the others, it will be fun. Yes, I also think old chapter's words make sense. Me too. The remaining two took a stand. Okay, since everyone wants to know, I'll tell you what I can. This young man, stock god Fei, I also recognized for the first time the day before yesterday on live broadcast. As far as people saying whether or not we put it out, I don't think there's any reason to be skeptical. First of all, people made more than $20 million shorting international crude oil futures in April, which is not something an average person can do. If I had that, who would be playing with you guys inside this little pond in the country? Secondly, if it was one of ours, would we dare to publicize it so loudly on the internet? Wouldn't it be giving ourselves a hard time? To be in our line of work, it's king to be boring, and high-profile people don't last long. In the end, people live. The Securities and Exchange Commission has been rumor. You think I have the ability to make the Securities and Exchange Commission for the stock god Fei brother rumor? Also, it's not a matter of minutes for the SEC to want to investigate someone, especially those of us in finance. Ask any one of us who dares to say that the State Department does not have any relevant information about us. The state has given confirmation to the other side, so that means ironically there is no inside track. If we did it, do you guys think you would not be able to find out, and I would still be here chatting with you guys? On this topic, it stops here. According to today's micro headline from Stock God Fei, it looks like this person has not shipped anything yet, not even AT. That's something I'm still more convinced of. If the other side does make AT, ironically it will be posted out on micro headlines. We all play in finance, and know the valuation of the headline system, and more clearly know the value of the headline number of the Stock God Fei. The other side will certainly not because of this little problem, so that this headline number creditability is greatly reduced. Therefore, I think that the Stock God Fei is likely to be a person who has a background, knows some news that we don't know, lays out in advance, and then borrows our hands afterwards to make some money. Personally, I don't think it would matter if such a person was allowed to hitchhike, and possibly befriend the person behind the other person. Of course, these are my personal guesses. Maybe people are just a financial genius. When Mr. Zhao said this, everyone else believed it in their hearts. Financial genius? Maybe there will be. However, the financial field, especially speculation, it seems that one person can do it, but in order to achieve results, there must be a team, and different people are responsible for different things. It's ironically unrealistic for one person to try to accomplish that much. For the considerations of the others, Chu Yunfei was not clear. The current Chu Yunfei had gotten a message that he could spread his wings and fly. Chapter 103, Dasha Finance. The rise and fall of the stock. Chu Yunfei did not pay too much attention. There's no way for anyone to know if the stock price will go up or down tomorrow. There's no way for anyone to predict the next day's movements. But, knowing the trend and buying the trend, that's the goal of stock traders. Since he knows the trend of Wangfujing, why should Chu Yunfei care about the gain or loss of 1 or 2 days or even 1 or 2 weeks? Having him as a butterfly is basically not going to make an impact, even though it is said that his hotness is likely to take Wang Fujing beyond the heights of his last life. Only, the higher you go, the more it will only hurt if you fall. Ultimately, it's the retail investor who does all the buying. Retail investors, who can't afford to sell when they go up. Retail investors, down even more to shed. In the end, all became shareholders. Brother Fei, the company is registered, so we can have a good time in the future. Zhang Gui was very excited when he got the news from the agent. During this period of time, Zhang Gui felt as if his life had opened up. It's easy to make money and smooth to pick up girls. I used to feel that the day is very long, but now I feel that every day is even longer. And I always want to close the market at 3 p.m. Every day, go straight to bed, and continue trading the next day. Which is the final name of the company? No wonder Chu Yunfei inquired. In the country of Daxia, registering a company, the name had to be prepared for many. Nothing else, just checking. There are so many companies in Summerland these days that you have to think of several company names. And whichever one isn't registered, register that one. Some people register their companies and even think of more than 20. For that matter, it's all a total loss and you have to rethink it. Sheep City Daxia Financial Investment Company Limited. Daxia Finance, this name is the best. When we make it into the Daxia Group in the future, it's all a breeze to talk about. Chu Yunfei's most favorable is this name. I did not think that it had not been registered before, when it is really what you want to come what? Fatty, let's talk about our own brothers. Even though we've already talked about it before, I'd like to emphasize it one more time. When you partner in business, then surely you have to be a small man before a gentleman. According to the previous agreement, I invested 40 million. My sister gave 4 million. You take 2 million. We divide the work clearly, so we do not count the technology share. Purely according to the capital investment, I share 85%. My sister 10%. You 5%. Don't worry, my character you still don't know it. You can take me is very good. Follow you to speculate in the stock market can earn a lot of money. Not to mention that you also give the shares. Zhang Gui is not rich second generation of rich second generation. Can be in the trough quickly out of the more lead the whole family to rise again. Pattern needless to say. Small money depends on saving. Medium money tests ability. And big money depends on life. There are some people that look normally ordinary and feel like roadkill characters. But if you take a chance, you can turn it around immediately, inadvertently startling everyone. Chu Yunfei saw Zhang Gui nodding his head again, and inwardly, he was even more favorable towards this hairy boy of his. Not bad for someone who can do great things. If he hadn't been reborn, people would have left him a few blocks behind. The last live broadcast, the entire process was handled by Zhang Gui. From the earliest planning to the final completion of the live broadcast, Chu Yunfei did not find any flaws. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Chu Yunfei did not have experience in this area and could not discover it at all. What's most important? It's the user experience. And since Chu Yunfei did not feel that there were flaws, that meant perfection. There's also the issue that for some, 5% feels like too little, and none of them have a partnership in mind. If Zhang Gui really had doubts in this regard, Chu Yunfei would still bring Zhang Gui to speculate on stocks, but would definitely not agree to the other party's shareholding. A partnership is not just about financial commitment. It's about unity of purpose. A team partnership, even if the shares are the same, must have someone who can take things. These funds, when we sell Wang Fujing, will hit the public account. Next, you first go to Pengcheng, find a named nuclear technology, see if you can share in the other company. Can be appropriate premium or no matter, but the premise is only one. That is, 2 years later can be allowed to sell. Investing in companies, not just in financial markets, but also in the real economy. Real economy investment. The mask impact in the past few years. Investment in what loss? In addition to in mask-related industries. For example, medical treatment, such as measuring nucleic acids and so on. You can't see that in 2 more years. Surprisingly, a company that measures nucleic acids is going to go public in a dignified manner. What is the purpose of the listing? For financing. What will be done with the funds obtained? That ironically is for R&D. Should we put more effort into developing how to measure faster? To get more people to test it every day? But, the reputation is even worse. Does not affect the speed of people making money, especially in these years. That proper golden industry. No industry can match. To say that Tesla could double 10 times this year would be impressive. But investing in these companies and doubling dozens or even hundreds of times a year is child's play. That's why so many investment firms are happy to invest in these small companies. High risk, high reward, but so many investment companies, in the process of investing, invest themselves out of business. No other way. There are too many small companies. Not 1 in 10 can survive, and not 1 in 1,000 can thrive. These, precisely the strengths of Chu Yunfei, are proven good companies. There's no need to evaluate, much less assess. Just throw money in, keep the finances in check, and let the company grow on its own. Wait 2 years, almost the highest point to sell directly or even their company to recover. A proper burst of profit. Why Chu Yunfei can be sure that the company will recover or even allow the transfer? Because if the company wants to go public, it will have to organize its equity structure, recover what should be recovered, and integrate what should be integrated. Nuclear technology. What for? I think it's something to do with measuring nucleic acids. You can find someone to investigate that specifically. Our company's funds, which will probably arrive in just a month or so, shouldn't affect the investment. If the other party agrees to invest and wants the money to be called in immediately, you can also give me the word and I'll figure it out. In short, this company, unless the owner of the company says it is not going to be financed externally, we will ironically have to plug in, even at a premium. Zhang Gui looked puzzled, but didn't ask any more questions. Daxia Finance, which is Chu Yunfei's industry, is not only the legal majority shareholder, but also the actual decision maker. Although Zhang Gui himself is a shareholder, the gap between the shareholders and the major shareholders cannot be overcome. Combined with Chu Yunfei's battle results during this period of time, Zhang Gui had no reason not to believe it. As long as it makes money, that's all that matters. Okay, I'll go to Pengchang in the morning. The night was silent, and all the noise slowly fell silent into the night. No matter how glorious yesterday was, no matter how humble you were before, a new day is all about new beginnings. Miracles, all the time. Dreams that are only good for dreaming. Wang Fujing, once again, has opened up and surprised everyone even more. This, How Can We Play? Chapter 104, Successful and Failing. May 12, 2020, Tuesday. Suitable for marriage. Rituals, praying for blessings, seeking air, and fasting. Avoid opening the market, entering the house, visiting the sick, going out of the fire, and building a house. Yesterday, the market up. That concept stocks are up. Most people are excited state. Don't want weekends, don't want holidays, even during the week, want to be in the trade 24/7 to make them more money. When people make money, they have the leisure to accept some gossip. Melon eating, in particular, is very appealing to most people. Perhaps one is not interested in eating melon when one is in a bad mood, but who wouldn't be happy to be in a good mood and still have money to make and eat? At 9:25 p.m., the pooled bidding ended with the broader market edging up 0.18%. Mao concept stocks continue to lead the broader market up. However, Wang Fujing this pre-demon stock, against the trend. Down. Yes, it's just down. Yesterday Wang Fujing fell -7.5% and the stock went from $22.06 to $20.09. Today's opening price? From 29 yuan directly down to 19.98 yuan, a full 4%. For whatever stock, a drop greater than 3% is already considered a big drop. To know, the bank fixed deposits, a year is only 3% interest only. Nowadays drop, have more than a year of large fixed deposits. Ha, I said it. Today Wang Fujing certainly will continue to fall. Doubled. How to pull back to 20% to 30%, down to 15 yuan I take a little. I'm curious to know how the head irons that took the plunge yesterday are doing today. Did you continue to plunge? Or did you cut your losses and leave the market? The stock Godfrey will not directly become a small loss of 5 million today. The pattern is not the same. Flush, the Wang Fujing comments section, blew up again. Most of the people are just eaters, watching the commotion not being a big deal. Anyway, if you didn't buy it yourself, it's better to be a straight downer, down to delisting, so that the dejected stock Godfrey can stop being dejected. When you become a god, I'm not flattered. When you fell off the wagon, I stepped right on it. Some are happy and some are sad. The people who are sad have a stake in this. What stock Godfrey brother? Our cut leaks. I bought in the stock Godfrey brothers advocacy. Yesterday fell -5% to buy. Woo. 2 days lost 10%. No way. I don't believe it. How can it keep going down? What am I going to do with my $22 cost? Iron men, cut your meat and leave the market. The stock Godfrey took it off. It's too damn pitiful. Why is it still down? Huang Yao bewildered. Yesterday she sold in the Wang Fujing stop when selling, and so Wang Fujing pulled up to -5%. Worried about the Wang Fujing ground skyplate, it is directly all the pike, closing down to -7.5%. That's a 2.5% loss in one day yesterday. The $200,000 principal, $5,000 is gone. Surprisingly, the pooled bidding was down 4 4% today. And what was a $195,000 funded account was straight up less than $190,000 yesterday before making 20,000. Now earned no more, but also back into more than 10,000. A reverse, more than 30,000 2 days gone. Add to that the bag you spent 10,000 on, and the equivalent of $40,000 is gone in a matter of days. Who can stand this rate of loss? It's your own money you're losing. Making 20,000 doesn't feel like much. Losing 10,000 feels like a blood loss. It's all Chu Yunfei. It's all because of him. Huang Yaoyao could not cry. Now another thought surfaced. To sell or not to sell? Zhang Lingwei also somewhat began to be skeptical when she saw the fund account. That stockbroker, Fei, seems pretty reliable, and at the very least has made a lot of money. But how does one lose money by taking their advice? Thinking of the resignation letter she had put inside her drawer, Zhang Lingwei silently tore it up. You don't have to do it to invest in stocks. You can even accept losses. It's not a pokey anyway, but you can't lose your job. And when you do, your source of income is cut off. At 9:30 a.m. The general market finally opened. Wang Fujing unsurprisingly continued its descent, making everyone love to hate it. The people who love are the ones who don't want to see the stock god Fei so dejected and want to see his building collapse. The people who hated are the ones who bought Wang Fujing trying to make money. And not only did they not make any money, but they continued to go down. In a deep kind of way. Everyone wonders, at what price point is Wang Fujing going to fall? Will you get up or not? In particular, Wang Fujing today's broader situation. And yesterday's is not the same as yesterday's. Yesterday belongs to the volume of no volume. Today put a lot of money. Said today the banker regardless of the cost of flight are not overstated. I'd better sell it. It's too exciting to play. It really doesn't make a lot of money. Xiao Wang, the loyal fan of the stock god Fei, the lord who gave the stock god Fei a reward of 10 rounds of rockets, now cannot sit still. Previously speculation in the stock market loss of more than 30%. The last hand stud Wang Fujing, not only the loss earned back, but also made a lot of money. Thought Wang Fujing would keep going up, but now it looks like it's about to fall back to where it started. Might as well take profit now? When it falls into place later, you're bottoming out on your own. Yeah, just do it. Wang sold Wang Fujing for a profit of over 50%, a purchase that paid off handsomely. At the close of the day, Wang Fujing lived up to its name and did not fall, although it repeatedly approached a drop in the disc. Both miraculously pulled up. At 3 p.m., Wang Fujing closed -6.8%. A proper plunge. The stock also fell from $20.09 to $19.49. In 2 days, it fell from $22.60 to $19.49, a drop of more than $3 per share. Everyone is looking forward to the micro headlines from the stock god Fei today. It seems that this waiting has become habitual. Before that, it was customary to see how much the stock god Fei made. Now, it is customary to see how much the stock god Fei has lost. It is true that the heavens have spared no one. I am the top of the stock market. Once I meet Fei, it all comes to nothing. A small loss of $3.5 million. Baozi people, today is another day of loss. Wang Fujing shares fell from 29 yuan to 194,900. The capital account from yesterday's 51,314,000 down to 47,825,000 afterward. I still haven't sold even one share. I believe in the power of perseverance and more detailed professional judgment on my part. A lot of people want to see me hilarious. I won't deny that. It was obvious from all the comment sections yesterday, but the reason why I didn't close it is because I think everyone needs an outlet for their thoughts. Speculating in stocks is not a matter of gaining or losing a day or two, or even say a week or two. It has to be looked at in the long run. If I had started from the very beginning of the position, I would still have made over 100% profit for most of the month. At the moment, I am not planning to sell. Expect big profits for all of us. Unsurprisingly, this micro headline from the stock god Fei continues to blow up, even more so than yesterday's loss-making micro headline. Yesterday's drop in Wang Fujing was thought by many to be just a washout, and there is a good chance that it will be backpacked today. But now it seems, not only did not backpack, but instead, the 5-day line, 10-day line all broken. It looks like to the 30-day line. That is, more than $15 will have support. As a result, today has become the most explosive day for public opinion. All of them are watching the fun, and even more so the jokes. All want to see the stock god Fei fall from grace, and even more want to see the stock god Fei lose money. But many people subconsciously ignore that more than 40 million smashed money account. There is still a large part of the profit inside. Either way, It is not an object of ridicule for the average person. Nah, millions or even tens of millions of headlines per capita. It's not too much of a stretch at all to mock a financial genius in the tens of millions. Is it? Chapter 105, Huang Yaoyao is a chive. The stock god Fei has completely turned into a stock market directional indicator. Only in reverse. Wang Fujing hurry to sell. There is at least 20% down space. 2 days loss of more than 10%. Has cut meat. No longer believe in the so-called stock god. Are cutting leaks. Hot topic. Corresponding to the heat. Unsurprisingly, the stock god Fei brother this time on the hot search list 5th. Stock god Fei brother 2 days loss of nearly 10 million. Is to cut leaks or chest. How hot was Saturday Live? Now that it's a hot and anticlimactic topic, that's how many people are paying attention. A high profile always collapses. I didn't realize it would be so soon. Yesterday I also want a bottom out to come. Fortunately did not do. Or lose a lot of money. There are more comments below the hot list than there are on the stock god Fei's micro headlines. If the stock god Fei brother micro headlines below, there are occasionally a few for the stock god Fei brother to speak. That the hot list are basically watching the Lord. Clear color side by side. All in the mockery of the stock god Fei brother. I'm going to sell tomorrow. No matter what. Huang Yaoyao's mind felt like it was going to explode when she saw the comments. Today he did not sell. Is looking forward to a miracle. The most important thing is, Xu Yunfei's news, belatedly. I'm not selling. You want to sell or not? You decide at your own risk. With Xu Yunfei's words, Huang Yaoyao is not so panicked, thinking that the stock god Fei so much money. There must be some kind of insider. Rest assured that waiting for the reversal can be waiting left and right until the close of the market. Wang Fujing continued to plummet, coupled with the public opinion on the internet. How can Huang Yaoyao stand it? As for continuing to ask Xu Yunfei, Huang Yaoyao, on WeChat, edited the words for most of a bell, and silently deleted them again. This man, he's not the same as he used to be. Huang Yaoyao even dared not disturb him for such a trivial and unwarranted matter. On, I'm in a bad mood today. Let's relax tonight. Okay? Whips, handcuffs, black silk, and other assorted props are ready. On Wednesday, May 13th, 2020, the broader market continued to rise, which is welcome. With 3 straight gains, most stocks are up and most people are smiling. There's nothing like making money. If it does, it's making money for yourself and others are still losing money. Wang Fujing continued to fall at the open, only by a modest -2.5%. But even then, anything green represents a loss, especially with 20,000 lots of sell orders hanging above. It's obvious that the dealer wants to press the market to ship. When the market opened at 9:30, Wang Fujing went straight down from -2.5% to -4.3% in less than a few seconds, down over 2%. Today Wang Fujing is going to fall. The shipment is getting more and more ferocious, regardless of the cost. That's it. That 20,000 hands of sell orders at the opening. I'm scared to look at it. I didn't expect it to smash straight down. Stock god Fei completely reduced to a joke. Sell. Finally sold. Huang Yaoyao felt worse than eating a fly when she saw her fund account. Today at Wang Fujing got -4.8%, which is when Wang Fujing shares sold at $18.55, and are now down over -5%. In a few days, from making 20,000 to losing almost 20,000, plus also buying a $10,000 bag, a reverse $50,000 gone. How can you be in such a good mood? Even last night, all kinds of positions were tried, and the mood was pleasurable at the time. But now, all that pleasure was gone, and there was only chagrin and agitation. The good thing is, it's finally stopped. Down. Keep going down. 3 more drops and I'll bottom out. A minute ago, still expecting a miracle pull up. A minute later, expect a miracle plunge. Why does the mindset of the same person change so much after just 1 minute? Nothing else? Interest rather. The stakes are high, then I hope it continues to rise. There is no benefit, or even ever hurt. Then make the fall. Who cares about the flood? At the end of the day, Wang Fujing was down -4.2%, with a peak drop of over -6.8%. See the closing price. Huang Yaoyao inside to be more difficult, especially in the disc Wang Fujing there is an hour section pull up, directly to -2.48%. Almost. Huang Yaoyao is ready to continue to pike. Well, thankfully, there was no impulse. The stock god Fei's micro headlines continue to be the subject of much mockery. Only the heat is no longer as high as it was on Monday and Tuesday. After all, the freshness of a thing has a shelf life, and beyond that time, anything bigger will be visually fatiguing. Thursday, May 14th, the broader market finally edged lower. ending a 3-session winning streak to open the day. Demon stocks that never relate to the broader market. A big market spike or crash won't affect demonic stocks. The money within the demon stock has become self-contained and out of the control of the broader market. Wangfujing opened down -0.98%, which can be considered as a flat opening compared to its opening losses in the previous days. But not many are bullish, and most think it's just the bankers saving themselves. Even an intraday turn in the red will be shipping-oriented. Although Wangfujing these days no LHQ, but the distribution of capital chips has been known to many people. Low-cost chips significantly began to loosen. What does it mean? It means that the dealers' low-cost chips have been shipped out, and who else but retail investors can take over? However, the truth is not quite what the public thinks. Today Wangfujing opened, and not as yesterday, directly fell sharply, but instead began to pull up. Yes, you read that right. It's a huge pull up. It opened from -0.98% and within seconds. Not only did it pull into the red, it rose to +1.98%. That means a pull up of close to 3 points in a few seconds. No way. Wangfujing can still backpack yesterday today? Guys, do not believe. This is the banker pulling up the shipment. Now go in. Iron sure to be set. Ha ha ha. See, I was right. Isn't it starting to dive? Wangfujing's stock price, just as many retail investors thought it would, is starting to dive. It rose as high as +2.7% and started to slowly fall back down to +0.48% when retail investors felt they had won. When it turned down, retail investors began to celebrate. It's a victory for retail investors. The dealer made up his own self-indulgent, left-handed, right-handed trick that they can finally beat. Wipe. I thought today to pull up, buy at the highest point. Swelling, today will not fall off. Surprisingly, there are still people head iron dare to buy Wangfujing. Deserved to be cut off. You guys don't still believe that the stock god Fei didn't sell it, do you? I think that guy sold it all last week. Otherwise how come he still doesn't dare to put up screenshots? I'm just a ing handful. Huang Yaoyao was feeling a bit guilty. Selling at yesterday's lows was just as good as leaving the market at a loss. What about the promise not to be in the purchase? Did you eat this morning? I can't believe I bought it at the highest point and was expecting it to go up today. This time, Wangfujing turned green again, down more than 3% a minute, and $5.000 was gone again. How can this work? What other mindset is there to work? At this moment, Huang Yaoyao felt that the world was full of malice towards her. Chapter 106, Guess. I lead the world with a smile. Why does the world treat me with thorns? There are many people like Yo-Yo Wang, and most of these are retail investors with an adventurous spirit. But this adventurous spirit is basically just about making money. As for losing money, that's just God's unfairness. Since the beginning of time, risk and reward have been directly proportional. You want high returns, which corresponds to high risk. High achievers die from bottoming out. Not to mention it's all a bunch of retail investors who are surely too dead to die. Should I start buying? Xiao Wang, after stopping out the day before yesterday, originally thought that he should not be concerned about Wangfujing anymore. I didn't realize that there was more attention after the sale than when it wasn't sold. The mind is always afraid that Wangfujing will take off and he will just sell and fly. After 2 days of torture, Xiao Wang felt like he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. At night, dreaming that they see Wangfujing continue a stop, regret slapped off the thigh. Today, Wangfujing pulling up. Wang especially want to buy. The impulse is obvious. Now, King feels victorious. Reason overcame greed. Still, King's buy order hung up. At the beginning, Wangfujing rose. Wang hung yesterday's closing price. That is, today's price of 18.67 yuan without rising or falling. I thought I couldn't buy it. Who made Wangfujing go up so much? When he saw the drop, Wang withdrew his order straight away, fearing that he had bought it and it would start to plummet again. Now, the pending buy order is already at an opening drop of -0.98%. Seeing that the price is approaching, Wang hesitated. The pull-up just now, how to look at it? It seems to be a pull-up of the dealer to ship off. Pulling up to ship out corresponds to continuing to fall off. Withdrawal of orders. Phew, okay. Thankfully the order was withdrawn. Seeing Wangfujing's decline directly over -1.5%, Wang said he was lucky to escape. There are many people with similar experiences to Xiao Wang, and there are many people with the opposite experience. The most painful than Huang Yaoyao, low sell high buy, proper leak A, or fresh and hot. Wangfujing edged up +0.18% to close the day. The intraday oscillations were more severe, though, with gains as high as +3.85% and losses as high as -2.28%, for a 6% amplitude throughout the day. the stock god Fei has completely fallen off the face of the earth. If the official downfall during Saturday's live broadcast brought down the credit of stock fly, it was only a preconception at that point. But now, it's a real gold that's afraid of fire. 4 days in a week. The first 3 were big drops, and today ended almost flat. With a record like that, you dare to call yourself a stockbroker? Not to mention the stock god. I guess the leak is doing better than the stock god. Those who are following are still waiting, as always, for a micro headline from the stock god Fei. Not to console Fly the stockbroker, just wanted to see the action. How hot you were once, how humble you are now. As expected, Chu Yunfei still didn't close the comments after sending the micro headline. Ha ha, the stock god Fei brother completely finished. I doubt the stock god Fei brothers still have any position. The daily micro headlines, just through the computer calculated data. How thick is one's skin to be able to enjoy the sarcasm of so many people with such peace of mind? Take off, take off. In 4 days, the stock god Fei's headline fans, from the peak of 2.5 million fans, now has only 1.95 million, a full takedown of 550,000 huge. If Wang Fujing continues to fall in the future, even if it's a shock, the stock god Fei's headline followers will shrink dramatically. As fast as the powder went up before, it's now being taken down. Zhang Gui has been in Pengcheng for the past 2 days, contacting that so-called nuclear technology, but every day for Wang Fujing's stock price is also exceptionally concerned. It was down yesterday and not much up today. This, coupled with the defamation of Chu Yunfei across the internet, made Zhang Gui feel blocked in his heart, especially since he had suggested Zhang Lingwei to buy it before, and now he didn't even dare to contact the other party. If he said to ask Chu Yunfei, Zhang Gui did not ask. Originally Chu Yunfei pressure are so big. Himself, this partner, if still do not trust, Zhang Gui cannot even imagine what kind of mentality is needed to support. However, it is not that Zhang Gui did not contact Chu Yunfei. These 2 days 2 or 3 phone calls a day, are asking Chu Yunfei nuclear science and technology. At the same time there is also a discussion on whether to come to a so-called Hulanbuyer Prairie self-driving journey. Everything, just to relax the mind. Fei, do you want to continue to work at the Summerlin Bank? If one were to say that there was no one more concerned about Chu Yunfei than Chu Hua, as a father, the love for his son is selfless and risky. As a financial background, Chu Hua is even more aware of the risks of the stock market. Last Saturday's live broadcast of his own son, although Chu Hua was happy in his heart, he was also a little worried. It's too high profile. Since the beginning of time, prosperity has always been a factor. But Chu Hua didn't expect the decline to be so quick. And this weekend was like a watershed moment. Chu Hua's own business, another opportunity. But the son's career, instead, took a sharp turn for the worse. A few days ago, Chu Hua didn't take the initiative to contact Chu Yunfei. Not that he didn't care. He just wanted his son to recognize society more clearly and know the human heart. That is to say, touch the wall and then you can learn how society works. Even if he was mocked, even if he was denigrated, Chu Hua felt that this was a hurdle his son should pass. But now, it had been 4 days, Chu Hua felt that even he, a bystander, was a bit taut and had to comfort his son. Too much is not enough. Bloom and failure. The extremes are followed by the extremes. Either they are reborn in fire or they sink. Chu Hua did not think of letting his son have much success. Can have a stable job, take a good daughter-in-law, have children. This life will be enough. Money, there's no need to have too much, just enough. Dad, it's only been a few days since you took up your new position. And you're planning on nepotism? How do you kid talk? 3 days without a fight. When Chu Hua heard his son's words, his originally somewhat serious demeanor relaxed. It seems that his son's mental capacity is quite strong. Then he is also relieved. What do you mean by nepotism? I'm a meritocracy. Elder Xiong has said that he can personally recommend you if you want to come. There's no need for me at all. After you come to the Xiagua Bank, with your previous years of work experience in the Xiagua Bank, as well as your record of shorting international crude oil futures, coupled with Elder Xiong's appreciation, your starting point will definitely be much higher. Do you want to come? A job like this isn't as choppy as the one you're in now, but it's better because you don't have to be so mind-numbingly tired. Fei, your mom and I, we just want to see you safe and sound. The last sentence, Chu Hua's voice, surprisingly gentle, without the old strict father. Only the father are children's expectations. As for Chu Yunfei, he originally didn't feel much. But when he heard the last sentence, he instantly broke his defense. He, Chu Yunfei, if he hadn't experienced the suffocation of his last life and knew the selfless giving of his parents, he might not have been too aware of the meaning of these words tomorrow. But now, it really hits home. For a moment, Chu Yunfei wanted to follow Chu Hua's advice. Find a job, and work properly. Dad, don't worry. Your son is now poor and only has money left. As for the public opinion on the internet, I can think of how fierce it will be, but I don't pay attention to it at all because I simply don't know. What do you mean, you don't know? Chu Hua was blinded. His own son did not know. How could it be possible? Let's not talk about the hot search. Just the comments under the micro headline of his own son, the stock god Fei, are almost one-sided sarcastic insults. Anyone with a bad mindset could probably just explode in place or even dislike them back. Guess? Chu Hua felt a small fire rubbing up inside him. He had good intentions to persuade, but it turned out to be like this? Hearing that the breathing on the other end of the phone was a little short, Chu Yunfei had the sense not to dangle his appetite again. Chapter 107, Collapse. Dad, I know there will be a lot of people talking about me, being sarcastic, and even calling me names, but I have no idea. I put on the phone. All can see the information app all uninstalled. So you and Zhang Gui call me to comfort me. I feel in my heart that public opinion should have a great impact, but I do not mind at all, because I do not know. Chu Hua wanted to curse his mother. There was still this tart operation? Being abused by so many people on the internet. How many people can't wait to go down the net and beat those people up violently? As a result, this son of his, who is at the center of public opinion, has simply uninstalled all the apps where he can see the news. This operation. Absolutely. The hardest part of being cyber violated is having your mind blown. Your own son. He doesn't even know it. How can you talk about blowing your mind? Well, keep it up then. I was going to comfort you, and realized that this is just redundant on my part. However, you are always welcome to come to Summerlin Bank if you want to. This little brat. This operation. I'm convinced. No thanks to my seed. Chu Hua hangs up the phone, old and relieved. This son of his, how come he didn't realize there were so many crooked talents before? Xiao Zhao, do you think Fei, the god of stocks, can resist all this pressure? Manager Wang is a little worried. Speculation in the stock market. No one can be sure that every day will earn. This, everyone knows. But knowing is knowing. You stock god Fei so high profile in the early stage. Every day to show off the rich, and now fell down the altar. Arrange your profits and 100%. Which effects are mockery of you. Manager Wang's scalp was a little numb when he saw the online comments. Even if he's used to seeing all kinds of hotspots on a regular basis, he knows a lot of internet storms. People who are targeted are more or less emotionally out of control. Some people will leave messages disliking each other. Some are sending messages saying they don't care. Some even close the comments section. Out of sight, out of mind. But Fei, the god of stocks, is the most calm person he, Manager Wang, has ever seen. How big of a heart does it have to be to not change a bit? The micro headlines were posted at regular intervals around 3 o'clock every day. And then, there was no more. Manager Wang, I'm not too sure, but I just have to assume it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Feeling the eyes cast over by Manager Wang, Zhao Yashuan sat up straight and continued to reply. Although I didn't directly contact the stock god Fei, I contacted his outwardly proclaimed broker, Mr. Zhang Gui Zhang. According to Mr. Zhang, the stock god Fei wakes up naturally every day, and occasionally plays football, and has no problem eating and drinking. Most of all, Mr. Zhang said that their company was set up down the road, and that he had something to do in Pengcheng recently. I think it's impossible for a person to maintain a normal state of mind if they are overly influenced by public opinion, agitation, restlessness, insomnia, etc., all of which were not seen from Fei, the god of the stock market. The micro headlines are posted on time every day, and the rhetoric is not as heated as it was during the previous week's high points. Zhao Yashuan was also panicking inside. Whether or not she can exceed her performance this year, or even say she can be promoted, depends on the big IP of the stock god Fei. When the stock god Fei was being vilified since Monday, Zhao Yashuan all contacted Zhang Gui, suggesting whether to do something like limiting traffic or closing comments, only to be denied. Even if Zhao Yashuan does not speculate in stocks, but also know that there is no longer enduring, much less always go up, but also did not expect that a letter of inquiry from the SEC could make a double demon stock directly fall so much. With a lot of stocks, there's always some kind of toss up and down. It's as if Wang Fujing violates this law. When it goes up, it doesn't go down, and when it goes down, it doesn't go up. Trying to polarize public opinion doesn't even work. This kind of pressure, even if it wasn't the person in question, Zhao Yashuan thought to herself that if it was herself, she definitely wouldn't be able to resist it. But the leader asked. She did everything she could, and could only bite her tongue and answer like this. Alright, you keep in touch with stock god Fei. It's best to ask the other party when the next live broadcast is going to be, so we can prepare a bit more on our side. The higher-ups have decided that the IP of the stock god Fei will always be supported as long as it doesn't stink on the street. And black powder is also powder. Manager Wang was all a bit helpless. The IP of the stock god Fei is so hot that if it didn't have the data from the first live broadcast, in today's situation, it would certainly not be arranged for a second live broadcast, not to mention the support at the time of the broadcast. But the word is out from above, specifically saying that black fans are also fans. Obviously, it's a gamble. Stockfly has slowed down, so let's make Stockfly a god. If you can't slow it down, waste it. Black powder is also powder. Squeeze its last remaining value. Aha! Zhao Yashuan is not clear about the meaning of the upper. But now information stock god Fei next live. How to feel a little wrong. Can it be live at this time? Everyone's fighting. Okay. Orangutan. Can you now draw a graph of Wang Fujing tomorrow? Within the group of financial powers, the god machine is as unpredictable as a rat. One never knows when the gods will come in with a cold shoulder. Sometimes, a single word from a kamikaze can make a cold atmosphere suddenly warm up. In contrast, sometimes a word from an auditor can quieten an otherwise lively atmosphere, even to the point of saying that there is a lot of gunpowder in the air. Shin-ji, are you out of your mind? There are so many people in the group. Why do you keep catching me alone? The orangutan was speechless. He spends every day though the broader market graphs, although the accuracy is not very high, sometimes you can still come across. After all, there are technical indicators to support. But asking him to draw a line in the sand for Wang Fujing now is not like hitting a lantern inside a toilet. Who doesn't know that there is no such thing as a technical indicator for Wang Fujing now? It's all about emotions. The thing about emotions is, who knows what tomorrow will bring? It's possible that it could have been down and a news story comes out and it pulls up, and vice versa. How do you draw the line in this case? Wouldn't that embarrass him? Not surprisingly, the orangutan was a little annoyed. It's so pitiful. Everyone else is a good friend for life. How is one's good friend to pit me off? Don't get annoyed. Drawing is your specialty. That's why I asked you. Think about it. Even though you usually chart the big picture, there's a probability of getting it right and a probability of failure. But have you thought about it? Now Wang Fujing and the stock god Fei is so hot. If you draw a line for Wang Fujing, I say if. Really blind cat meets dead mouse. Can you understand the implications? Hiss. Seeing these words sent by Shinji, the orangutan was not calm. A moment ago, he had thought that Shinji was mocking him, but now it seemed that perhaps there was a flavor of that in there. But in the end, it was the last word that was wanted. His orangutan's fan base, which isn't small for the financial sector, has reached a bottleneck. If you want a breakthrough, you can either build up slowly through time, or saber rattling and rubbing off on other hotspots. On other topics, he gorilla may indeed be suspected of rubbing people the wrong way. But Wang Fujing, as well as the stock god Fei, are in this circle of finance. Can you call it rubbing it in when you post content on this subject yourself? How can things in the industry be so vulgar? Chapter 108, The Mouth of Shinji. Shinji, you're too bad. Why don't you rub it in a little bit and let Ape, an honest man, do this kind of thing? Yeah, Shinji, you're the most active in the group and have a lot of ideas, but they're all just slips that hurt people. Ha ha ha. Why do I feel like Shinji's words make sense? How about suggesting that Daxiao say a few words as well? Daxiao's face darkened when he saw someone had aided him. He's able to be active in the financial world and still ring true, most notably with classic statements from various bottoms. Lest the end of the year certainly won't break. As a result, broken. The children's bottom is surely the strongest support this far down and is unlikely to fall below. As a result, it's still broken. The baby bottom is the national policy bottom. Surely will not break. Broken to be a big deal. As a result, baby bottom is not only broken, but also quite dry. The baby bottom becomes cellular. No. It was something that anyone could tease, but few would say it in front of him. Even if he was being thick-skinned, he knew that these were not words of praise. Now, not only did he say it to his face, but he wants him to rub it in. Are you kidding me? As Orangutan said, if Wang Fujing's hotness was so good to rub off on, would Shinji still give Orangutan a talking to? The ups and downs of Wang Fujing today are not up to one party. Not even Wang Fujing. The company gets to decide. Sometimes, capital can do anything. However, Daxiao didn't respond, and just silently memorized the person who had eyed him. Humph. I'm going to make you look good later. Inside the WeChat Strong Nation group, the crowd was so lively. Everyone thought that the orangutan wouldn't do that. The idea, as good as it seems, is just as risky. As we all know, Wang Fujing is no longer under the control of ordinary people. What curves, what techniques, what prospects, etc., are not as good as studying human psychology. At this point, it is better to analyze Wang Fujing than to analyze the minds of all parties. This one, if guessed through, will certainly rub off on the heat, and it's not even a problem to say that it overshadows Fei, the god of stocks. Shin-ji, thank you, for waking up the brother just now. When I succeed, half of the credit goes to you. The god machine was blowing off steam in the group, and when he could see the private message from the orangutan, he was all a bit bewildered. I was just blowing off steam. This ape usually looks honest and stable. Why suddenly crazy? Bro, I just did that on purpose, just to tease you, and you really took it seriously? The words sent by Shinji were not answered. Now, Shinji was completely flustered. He and the orangutan had a pretty good personal relationship, which was why he dared to flirt with the other. It won't lead to a bad relationship because of flirting. But now, it looks like he's in big trouble. It's just a joke to have orangutans rubbing stock god Fei's nose in the heat and drawing a line in the sand for Wangfujing. What's wrong with this ape today? I waited and waited and waited, but I still couldn't get a reply from the orangutan. Shinji was completely flustered. WeChat voice call, no answer. Called, still no answer. Obviously, the orangutan went on a business trip. What's business? Combined with the message that had just been sent to him, Shinji felt like he was on pins and needles. Brothers and sisters, everyone call the orangutan and make sure you wait until the person answers. If you have connections, look for connections and see if you can contact the orangutan. Shinji could only voice this within the group of financial powerhouses. The group became even more lively. Anyone can guess what the orangutan is up to. Crazy? The word appeared inside everyone's head. Everyone thought it was a joke, just flirting with the orangutan. This gorilla, how can you believe that? I just called the orangutan 3 times and there was no answer. I called too. It's in the occupied line. Is it you guys who are calling? Let's take turns fighting. We mustn't let the orangutan do anything stupid. Drawing pictures for Wangfujing. Isn't that suicide? Does anyone have the phone number of the gorilla company guy to call and ask? Everyone didn't know how to take that one. Usually bosses and owners know each other, but don't take the initiative to add each other's henchmen contact information, especially if they are in private equity. The owner of a private equity firm is pretty much the top of that private equity firm and the most skilled. There's no need to add people whose skills don't work information and whose identities aren't good enough. 10 minutes later, a dozen or so people in the financial powerhouse group were nonplussed. Everyone was silent as they watched the same text swipe from everyone. Called 5 times, no answer. Called 3 times, no answer. Called 8 times, no answer. A dozen or so of these swipes, and everyone knows that the matter is settled. They're in finance, and it's almost impossible for a cell phone to leave their side. You can skip meals and sleep, but you can't run out of power on your cell phone, let alone have it away from you for so long. Everyone was a little excited and a little apprehensive. Everyone within this group is not considered a top financial talent, but they are definitely a mainstay of the group. It's all a bit uncomfortable to be outdone by a latecomer. It's just that, who let people have a great record? They all actually have the idea of rubbing it in. They just don't dare. Wangfujing has reached the point where no one dares to rub it in. If you don't do it right, you'll get burned. We're all in the self-publishing business, and over the years, we're used to seeing how many people fly off the handle because of rubbing it in. Likewise, I've seen some people get up instantly, albeit fleetingly, for rubbing it in. Now, people who are around a lot are starting to go down that same path. It's a road of no return. Dabble well and rock the boat. If it fails, years of accumulation go up in smoke. Shinji, this mouth of yours, the group, with these words, ended hastily. How the others were doing. The orangutan was no longer concerned. Making the decision to rub it in, the orangutan had thought it through. Man, who isn't betting on tomorrow? The orangutan, moreover, did not realize that his phone had been disconnected. At this moment, the orangutan's heart was filled with fire, and the opportunity for his orangutan to rise to power was just around the corner. I didn't know before, so if it's lost, it's lost. Now that you know about this opportunity, how can you let it go? The stock god Fei, a self-published media hack, was a hit because of Wangfujing, even if it's gotten a bad rap lately, but people still double their profits. At its peak, it had nearly 3 million followers. Now, it also has nearly 2 million followers. All this, and it's been less than a month, and he orangutan, in this line of work diligently, every day hard to draw the line, several years of accumulation by a newcomer to overtake. How the heart is not willing. I gorilla, will eventually be stepping on the stock god Fei brother to achieve self-fulfillment and realize the pinnacle of life. At the thought, the orangutan was like a cat that smells fishy. Turn on the camera and turn on the handwritten electronic screen. A man in a dark black short sleeve appeared in front of the camera. So handsome and sunny. A ray of light shot out of the deep eyes of the, as if it could shoot through the camera. Chapter 109, The 8th Jedi Strike Back. Good afternoon everyone. I'm your old friend Ape. This time the video, we do not talk about the market, and do not give the market line, but specifically to explain the recent particularly hot Wangfujing this stock. I'm sure that everyone knows about this stock and the volatility of this stock. Orangutan spent close to an hour dedicated to compiling information on the stock Wangfujing. He's trying to rub it in, but there's something to be said for professionalism, whether it's big news or small news. In the notebook, it's listed on no less than 2 pages. Even if some of it seems like nonsense, it's still being recorded as usual. A stock that can be targeted by a dealer must have a secret that is not known. Perhaps the secret lies in the subtleties. Only by being good at spotting can you pick up on the subtleties and find out what's going on. Regarding the heat of Wangfujing, I will not repeat here. Everyone understands. Before we analyze Wangfujing now, let's review Wangfujing as a stock this year. At the beginning of this year, Wangfujing's share price of $9 or so, half a month or so, from $9 to more than $13, or more than 40%. After that, Wangfujing began a 2-month sideways, if not negative, decline. Wangfujing's share price, which has fallen from a high of 13.6 yuan to nearly 10 yuan, is about to approach its starting point at the beginning of the year. Many people feel sure to fall to the previous starting point, cut meat before dawn, become the last group of martyrdom before liberation. Half a month ago, the stock god Fei suddenly posted his own micro-headline about buying Wangfujing. I looked at the stock god Fei's first micro-headline. The total amount of the purchase of Wangfujing is more than $7 million, earned more than $5,000, was many people ridiculed as a leak. The next day, the stock god Fei more than 20 million full position in Wangfujing. Not only the previous day earned more than 5,000 lost back, but also backed up tens of thousands of dollars. The turnaround, from the third day, Wangfujing came a big retracement, once close to -6%. A lot of people laugh at the stock god Fei a day burst loss of millions. Also as a result, the stock god Fei was mocked on the hot seat. However, unlike everyone who thought Wangfujing was going to drop, Wangfujing squatted deeply and then started its crazy pull-up. It closed the day, pulling from -6% to a stop plus 10%. The stock god Fei also went from a huge loss of $1 million to a whopping $2 million. So far, the stock god Fei has become famous because of Wangfujing, and the more Wangfujing rises, the hotter the stock god Fei becomes. Last Saturday, the stock god Fei's live broadcast, everyone has seen. Pay attention to a particularly large number of people. The amount of bounty are more than 200 million, far more than the stock god Fei earned by speculation. What I didn't expect was that Fei, the god of stocks, wouldn't return all of it for a single penny. Let's not talk about whether this is speculation or not. Even if the 50-50 split, get your hands on hundreds of millions of dollars. This kind of take hundreds of millions of dollars to speculate. I think it's not realistic. Speaking of which, it has to be said that although the stock god Fei is young, his pattern is quite big. There's one thing to say, if the bounty given to me is this much, I think it's hard for me to be as dashing as Fei, the stock god, and return it the way it was in one sentence. After reviewing Wangfujing's performance during this period, then we will analyze the present-day Wangfujing. Starting Monday, Wangfujing was put in a stormy situation due to Saturday's letter from the SEC. Today, Thursday, the week ending today, shares of Wangfujing fell -17% from a high of $22.06 to $18.07. The stock god Fei's capital account also fell from more than $55 million to more than $45 million. I also saw that a lot of people started to ridicule stock god Fei, saying that stock god Fei was just lucky, or that it was deliberately launched by the dealer to let people take over the market. For those two validations, as a professional orangutan, I don't think it's possible. Call it luck. Was it also luck to short international crude oil futures in April? We all know, the stock god Fei on the Wangfujing once did T. The day was enough to earn 30% more. The high and low points of the stock control, quite in place. Say this is luck, then there is no strength to say. If it is said that the dealer launched to let people take over, at first I also think so. After all, this is not without precedent. Even said a lot of bookmakers have done so. What the phone introduction tomorrow must stop stock. What a variety of V recommendation waiting are the same type of operation, but the last time the stock god Fei live broadcast, directly hundreds of millions of rewards without delay the original way back. I believe that the stock god Fei is certainly not the institution's launched people. Because of the hundreds of millions of dollars, it's impossible for the dealer to part with it. Stocks do the bureau exhausted. I guess a few stocks cannot earn so much. How can be so generous to return? As you all know from watching the live broadcast, the stock god Fei said to return the same way, almost without any discussion or request for instructions. So I concluded that the stock god Fei is not the front office of any banker. People only see the drop in the stock flyers account in these 4 days. but many subconsciously ignore the stock flyer's position at the very beginning. Or maybe people are being led by a lot of self-published media and even public opinion. According to the Stock God Phase micro headline, the total investment of $23.4 million, and now the account still has more than $45 million, up nearly 100%. Let's be clear, this is still only the bulk of the increase. Let's ask, we don't care who it is. Are you happy or frustrated to have this kind of result for the first half of the month? I'm sure I can wake up laughing even in my sleep. So, those who are mocking the Stock God Fae on the internet, I think it's still too much. Of course, this also has to do with the fact that the Stock God Fae has been particularly high profile for a while now. It is true from time immemorial that a man is a man of honor and a man of right and wrong. But I got a good news. The Stock God Fae's mentality is very stable, and will not float because of the praise of public opinion. Not to mention that he will not be frustrated abnormally because of the depreciation of public opinion. On the contrary, the Stock God Fae is very stable. It's evident in the frequency of micro-headline releases as well as the wording used, which I'm not as good at. Well, I'm not giving Stock God Fae a bad name. I just want to give everyone a reminder to look squarely at Stock God Fae's accomplishments, and more importantly, to respect the objective facts. Next, let's talk about what's going to happen tomorrow at Kingsford. Wang Fujing fell more than 17% in the first 3 days of the week, and today's slight gain was almost a broadly oscillating flat close. So, today's move in Wang Fujing, was it a downward relay, or did it close with a golden needle to the bottom? Will Friday's Kingfisher continue to fall, or begin its third round of gains? Orangutan, I have a different view on tomorrow's Wang Fujing trend. Chapter 110 Apes Jedi Strike Back 2. Wang Fujing, this stock, the 4 days down -17%, especially the first 3 days. Every day is a big drop, but one interesting thing about the daily close, there was no drop. Even if there's a dip in the middle of the day, it's always pulled back a little bit strongly, and it's always stayed low and oscillating. The most interesting thing is that we were all expecting an LW list, and as it turned out, Wang Fujing didn't have one at all. The company hasn't announced its shareholders' positions yet, and there's no way for us to know who holds how much. Orangutan, I analyzed the trend of Wang Fujing in the past 4 days, especially the trading volume of these 3 days, compared to the first day of no volume plunge, can be described as a surge in volume. The rate of change of hands is also very high. Today, we do not talk about technology, nor do we talk about indicators, because all the indicators, for the moment of Wang Fujing, there is no substantial reference significance. As you can see, the heat in Wang Fujing remains high. Even I dare to assert that there is no one who speculates in stocks who doesn't know about Wang Fujing. You casually ask a person who speculates in stocks, he can say the name of the stock. In addition to the name of the stock he purchased, it is estimated that the remaining Maotai in Wang Fujing, plus there's the added bonus of the Stock God Fae. It's hard for Wang Fujing to get noticed even if it doesn't want to. The amplification of the volume. Some people say it is the bankers who have shipped. This is true. Without the bankers to ship, or without the big players to ship, the volume could not have increased so much. Then again, the big players are trying to ship out, and the volume has increased. Doesn't that mean someone is buying up the dealer's shipments? Volumes only counted when a sale is established. That means that there are people who are shipping and likewise people who are sweeping. I think there are definitely people who would say that that's retail investors taking over, and that Wang Fujing's share price, even if it's down -17%, is still more than $18. Compared to the $10+ rise this round, the increase is still more than 80%, which is a huge increase to say the least. Based on that, people think it's normal for the big players to ship at no cost, I think, because they still have not low profits. There's nothing wrong with that idea. It's more what most people think. But there is a saying that I don't know if you remember, that the stock market is an anti-human place to trade. What everyone thinks is not always right. Otherwise, the stock market wouldn't exist with 7 losses, 2 flats and 1 gain. Obviously, what everyone thinks in this part of the stock market is probably what the big players have made everyone think. Public opinion is saying that the Stock God Fae is a trust. And just now I also analyzed whether or not the Stock God Fae is a trust. Let's ignore whether he is a TO or not. Has it ever occurred to anyone that with big players shipping so much, and with a daily volume of up to $1 billion, retail investors can support such a large amount? I think there will be others who will say, who doesn't know Wang Fujing nowadays when it comes to speculating on stocks? There's so much heat. There's so much attention. Some random people come in with more than that amount of money, right? Let's not talk about other people for a moment. Just talk about yourself. So concerned about Wang Fujing, dare you buy it? You dared to plunge on the first day of the plunge because you thought there was a good chance the rally would continue. Then the plunge continues the next day. How dare you? The third day followed the plunge. Have you cut all your meat? Because you don't know if the plunge will continue tomorrow? Below, there is an abyss so deep that you could very well bury yourself in it. Analyzing it from a human nature perspective, buying the more you go down is never what retail investors do. Retail investors basically buy the more they go up and sell the more they go down. So here's the question. The first day of the sell-off. We can assume it was a brainless bottoming by retail investors. Why is the volume still so high on day 2 and 3 and even today? If retail investors had taken over the market, it would be hard to explain why the volume over the last 3 days was so high at all. Therefore, I dare to conclude that the dealer did not ship, or rather, the dealer in the left hand inversion of the right hand, used to strongly wash the market, the float more retail investors directly dumped out, so that those bottoming out of the retail investors to cut meat. Or, perhaps, there are other large investors who have taken over the market and formed a relay with Wang Fujing's original dealer. In a relay race, everyone understands that there is a short pause when the baton is handed. With my personal more inclined to the current Wang Fujing belongs to the baton passing time, and when this baton completed the handover, the later will again sprint. Coupled with the fact that there are still policy expectations for Wang Fujing, I think Wang Fujing shares, the more they fall, the more they are right to buy. I wish everyone a lot of money. Thank you all. If you like to watch Ape's videos, please follow Ape Shake and we won't see you every trading day. After recording the video, the orangutan directly download. See the high-definition picture of himself, has long since lost the passionate flying when he just recorded the video. Fully committed to the recording of the video, the orangutan's mind is instead much more calm, forgetting the tension, forgetting the worries. But now, just watching his own video, unconsciously flashed inside his mind various scenes after the release of the video. Sometimes excited, sometimes frowning. Excitement, naturally, is due to sound judgment and enjoying the spike in followers. Frowning, then the opposite, a lapse in judgment. New fans will directly open spray. Those old fans are expected to have a large part of the direct pink to black, who do not want to pay attention to a love to rub the hot spot. The most important thing is to analyze the crotch-pulling financial analysts. I follow you, and that's because you're helpful. Otherwise, wouldn't it be more eye-catching to focus on pretty girls bouncing around? Why bother watching one of his videos that explains boring finance? Once this video is released, there are only two consequences. Either it will fly off the shelves, or it will go completely silent and fade away. Continue to grow steadily, or take a shot at it? The orangutan looks at the video that has been recorded and is completely stumped. That would be the time when Shinji's words gave the orangutan hope. That's why I've been working non-stop on researching and starting to record videos. And now that that passion inside is slowly fading, the reality of the problem is in front of me. To send, or not to send? Steady, or fight? Inside the mind, the two ideas went back and forth as if they were fighting. You come out with your left leg, I'll go up with my right, and it's a tie. Thinking about it, the orangutan still had a hard time making up his mind. This time, it rivaled the pressure that comes with high school exams. Thinking about it, the orangutan still had trouble deciding. Unconsciously, his right hand touched his pants pocket, wanting to take out a wazoo to ease the tension inside. Suddenly, something was touched that made the orangutan calculate. It's up to God to make it work. What God wants him to ape, he can only obey God's will. No child who believes in God has bad luck. The orangutan inwardly soothed himself. Chapter 111, The Madness of the Ape. Minimalist video room with just the orangutan. Looking at the coins from the inside of his pants pocket, the orangutan's right thumb up a throw, only to see the coins in the air non-stop flip. At this point, the ape's forehead was sweating. Even though the air conditioning was only 16 degrees, I couldn't stop the cold sweat on my forehead. Positive? Reverse? The orangutan doesn't know which side to look forward to? The left hand stretched out, the right hand directly to the coin that has fallen down directly. The coin has been slapped in the palm of the left hand, the right hand steadily pressed on it. At this moment, the ape had more cold sweat on his forehead. Even the orangutan himself was extremely conflicted inside. With a clench of his teeth, he moved his right hand away and saw the coins obverse, and the ape took a deep breath. It seems the heavens are suggesting that he take a risk. That being the case, the orangutan stopped hesitating and walked back to his office. Open your phone and get ready to upload directly to Shakeology. I didn't realize that the phone fingerprints unlocked. Abercrombie, France. There are 58 missed calls. The scared ape almost dropped his cell phone. He had only been without his cell phone for an hour or two. So how could so many people have contacted him? There aren't usually many of them. Is something wrong? Click on the missed calls. The God Machine Most, a full 23, and 7 sisters, Big Shao, Stockman, and so on, and even a long time no contact with the old acquaintances. It was only when he opened WeChat and saw the message within the Financial Power Group that the orangutan came back to his senses. He himself had just sent a message to Shinji and then left straight away. When Shinji saw his message, he must have guessed what he was thinking. That's why there are so many missed calls and 99 plus unread chats. Open Jitterbug. Upload your video and click send. The line is so smooth and fluid. It's obvious that he's an old hand at this. Thank you all for your concern. I am fine. Orangutan didn't reply one by one, and directly ate everyone inside the group. Now, the active atmosphere of the God Machine was not as powerful as this one sentence of Orangutan. Ape, you're finally back. You didn't answer your phone calls. Don't do anything stupid. Let's just develop slowly, or else one wrong move is a total loss. God Machine was the first to see it and the first to reply. At this moment, Shinji, all hate to give himself 2 slaps. Nothing to instigate honest people. Why? Once an honest man decides something, 10 oxen can't pull it back. Orangutan, I just heard from Shinji. You're not really planning to draw a line on Wang Fujing's trend tomorrow, are you? Yeah, Ape. Don't listen to Shinji where he's talking nonsense. It's all a bad idea. Why else wouldn't he do it? Yeah. The God Machine is talking crap. Just listen to Joy. That's what I usually do. Shinji saw everyone comforting the orangutan and how he felt something was wrong inside. Why do you need me to be the foil for the gorilla? Listen. Audits talk crap. Just listen to Joy. That's what they usually do. Thou speakest of men? Silently, he looked down at the person who had said it, and once he saw that it was -0, Shinji silently made a note of it. Ape. Everyone's right. So just take what I just said as a fart. Shinji had taken everyone's blows and laughed to himself in relief. It's still a generous thing to do with a God Machine. I often think that. Dasho's reply was more than enough to add to the top of the little book in his mind. This Big Shaw, is it a bad day for me? Just when everyone thought the orangutan had it all figured out, the 7th sister forwarded a Shakeology link to the group. 7th sister. You even have the time to brush Jitterbug. Is it because you know that I, Shinji, am good at the pretty girl thing? Shinji skirted around the topic of Dasho and went straight to flirting with the 7th sister. He didn't watch Jitterbug, because Shinji felt that watching Jitterbug was just a waste of time. Perhaps, he often water clusters, but that's for communicating with old friends. Yes, it's all about exchanging and learning before we recognize it as a water group. Take a look everyone. This was just posted by the orangutan. After the 7th sister's words, there was silence inside the group. Even the active God Machine felt unbelievable at the moment. Is this ape crazy? Didn't you just show up? Didn't you just mean that you already said you wouldn't rub it in? What? The jitterbugs are out already? Shivering, the God Machine long presses this link inside the group, chooses to copy it, opens Shivering, and the copied content pops right up. Seeing the ape's familiar face, seeing the ape's video inside said not to introduce the big market, chatting about Wang Fujing, the God Machine feels like scalp is going to explode. 5 minutes and 28 seconds into the video, the God Machine watched and listened. The eyes changed from the initial frustration and chagrin to the present unbelievable. Seemingly, it makes sense. At the thought of this, Shinji was full of blood again. If, on the other hand, his buddy ape had really made the right bet this time, it would definitely be a pie in the sky. We are all from the financial circle, with solid theoretical knowledge, and the words of the orangutan, we all know whether they are true or not once we hear them. Upsliding his phone and opening WeChat, the God Machine already saw that within the financial power group, there were already 99 plus chats. After a general rummage, opinions were split into 2 camps, with one feeling that this was feasible and the other feeling that it was too risque. The stock market, most of all, is anti-human, not to mention the big V. Even those experts, professors and scholars, came to the big A have to fall off the altar. Shinji was about to speak, and before he could send his edited words, he saw the orangutan speak again. Brothers and sisters, orangutans, I'm still very much in control this time. You've all probably watched my video. It's pointless to persuade or not to persuade now because the video has gone out and is getting more and more airplay. Since I want to take a gamble this time, I also hope that all my brothers and sisters will help out, and if you are willing to do so, you can use your respective jitterbug numbers to help repost it. Thank you. After the orangutan's words, the group fell silent once more. Even Shinji silently deleted what he had just edited. Seeing the ape's words, Shinji was silent once again. Everyone knew that the orangutan had really played big this time. Rubbing the heat of Wang Fujing and the stock god Fei Gu, the spread of the video is not low, but also they all have to retweet it. Then this video will absolutely burst into flames, and even exceed the stock god Fei Gu is not too much. Is this burst of fire good or bad? Shinji was now inwardly excited and at the same time very apprehensive, an emotion that was no less than that of an orangutan. If the orangutan succeeds this time, the result will definitely be very good. even far beyond their imagination. Just look at the stock god Faye. In just half a month, more than 2 million fans. Enough to shock everyone. If it fails, and Shinchi can think of it, orangutans are pretty much at the end of the road when it comes to self-publishing. Should I try to persuade them again or not? Seemingly, even if one wanted to persuade, it was already too late. The video of the orangutan, the number of plays has skyrocketed, and the comments underneath, even more so. Anyone can see that the orangutan is on fire with this video. Could it be, as the orangutan suggests, that Wang Fujing will come back up again? No one knows. No, Xu Yunfei knew that, but the others wouldn't believe it at all. Chapter 112, The Commotion. Ape, you've decided to do this? After thinking about it for a long time, Shinji still called the orangutan, wanting to make sure again. Shinji, I've already confirmed it. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to post the video first before saying it inside the group. I'm just worried that I won't have the courage to post it again even if one of you persuades me. The orangutan's voice, not sounding nervous in any way, was as if it had looked away. Alright, since you've already decided, then brother, I'll definitely support you. Hang up the phone. The god machine also has no worries. The ape dares to play, and also dares to play so big. He is the originator. How can he retreat? Big deal. I will continue to do Future's self-media in the future. A shares of self-media. I god machine not to do. Big brother and big sister. Since the orangutan has decided to do this, we, brothers and sisters, will give a hand. People can just retweet if they feel that comment retweeting is inappropriate, without making any comments. If the orangutan dares to gamble, why do so many of our old friends not dare to support it? The video of the orangutan, I'm sure you've all seen it, and I personally think it's still very feasible. Now that there is a stock god face so hot, can't we, with so many financial vloggers, bring out the orangutan? If Wang Fujing does end up being as the orangutan analyzes, after the orangutan becomes a god, the gold content of our group will only be higher, and we'll be in a better position to benefit. If there is an error in judgment, the orangutans have prepared accordingly, so there is no need for anyone to worry. After posting these words, Shinji opened his jitterbug directly. Brothers, although Shinji is usually a bit out of tune, I think what he said this time has some truth to it. There are so many of us, how can we let the ape face it alone? Yes, my seventh sister is the first to support the orangutan, and I hope that the next time we sing, the orangutan and I will duet the Kandin love song. Okay, then we'll do a dry run. Within the group, there was silence. No one sent a message, much less a water group, as if it had suddenly evaporated. The orangutan's eyes moistened a little when he saw the chat inside the group. Who says that people in the financial industry are all hookers? Who says that friends in society are only friends with benefits? If I, ape, get the bet right this time, I will not fail you all. The orangutan didn't respond within the group, just swore mentally. As AV, even if you don't express any opinion, just retweet. That still proves an attitude. This attitude undoubtedly supports the viewpoint of his divine opportunity. Who else would retweet something that contradicts their opinion? I think the orangutan's point of view is highly probable and I personally support it. Using his own jitterbug, Shenmue retweeted the video that orangutan had just posted and commented on it directly. This comment is proof enough that God Machine supports the orangutan with his actual actions. The orangutan judged correctly, and the orangutan enjoys the fruits of his victory. If the orangutan made a mistake in judgment, not only would the orangutan be out of luck, but so would he. Shinji, when fans get irrational, I guess the fans themselves are afraid. Shinji, you usually brag on the line, but even dare to talk about Wang Fujing. These 100,000 or so fans do not want it? Shinji, you're too amusing. Wanting to rub off on Wang Fujing and Stock God Fei Gu as well? Can't you see that Stock God Fei is already a street rat? I'll watch the video first, then I'll spray it. Hello comrades, this is Da Xiao, the orangutan's point of view. I think it will help you to think dialectically. Da Xiao retweeted the orangutan's video, as did Shinji, only with different comments. It's also a difference between pro and con, or maybe everyone has their own career plan. Da Xiao is obviously not as barefaced as Shinji, and self-publishing, too, is another career for Da Xiao, even if the cause, which is often flirted with and poked fun at. Besides, Da Xiao's fans have several million. Far from the kind of small blogger of 100,000 or so that God Machine can be compared to. The influence can be seen. If there is not a stock God Fei brother across the sky, the big sky every time the news, can be a hot topic of the existence of the topic. The stock market reverse indicator is out. So let's all run for it. Just saw a guy named Shinji forward. Did not think that Da Xiao also sent. I now seriously doubt that this is the dealer to find these big V collective voice. Wang Fujing, I just joined the self-selection, only to see the fun, not dare to buy. Hi everyone, I'm Stockman. Forwarding a friend's video about Wang Fujing and the stock got fey. For your reference, Stockman was dry. Forwarding the video with a brief description. Much like Stockman's style, it never drags. This is also true of Stockman's style of maneuvering. When you get to the desired price, you just sell, never caring how much it goes up after you sell. Similarly, below the technical indicators as well as the stop-loss price, the Stockman sells, even if it rallies again afterwards. People that will always make more money than they realize. What's going on? All of a sudden so many people on the internet are reposting this ape video? Is it possible that the stock got fake collapsed and another scapegoat was found inside the dealer? I can't believe that there are still people who believe these vloggers. Experts are advised not to advise. Hello everyone, I'm Seven Sisters. Ape has always been a close friend of mine, and he has a point of view that we can all take into consideration. Hello everyone, this is Blade. This video from the orangutan. So check it out. Hi everyone, I'm Booker, with an orangutan's point of view, which is very creative. FYI. For a while, this video about the orangutan, the number of retweets, the number of broadcasts, the number of comments have caught up with the stock god phase micro headlines. Every big V retweets it, and the traffic doesn't have to worry about it at all. Plus Jitterbug loves these hotspots with opposing viewpoints. It's the opposing viewpoints that indicate controversy. Controversy is what makes the conversation hot. So, the video of the orangutan, completely on fire. First of all, people who are concerned about the financial circle know. After that, it is to attract the red and black fans of the stock god phase passerby fans. And then, it is directly to become the headline system hot search list, microblogging hot search list. Everything is enough to prove that this video of the orangutan is on fire. People are red, especially since the orangutan itself is rubbing this hotspot by being a highly controversial and even said to be a one-sided mouthful of the stock god fey. Can you not be criticized for following it? Looking at those comments, the orangutan, who had thought he had been mentally prepared, was still infuriated with some liver pain. How can these people? How can they just defile people's innocence? Possibly, perhaps, the orangutan also knows that people aren't flat out slandered, but no one will voluntarily admit their mistakes, even if they think so in their own minds. If you don't say it, you can still deceive yourself. Once you say it, there's really no way to see anyone. Seeing the comments again, the orangutan covered his chest and almost took a breath. Chapter 113 Dare to Fight? Love to eat radish tiger. To be honest, orangutan, this so-called Big V, I have not heard before. Just look down, the fans have hundreds of thousands. According to reason should not be silent and nameless. But the fact of the matter is, we've heard it before. This time, I think I'm not the only one who's heard about it, but others know about it, too. But there's something shameful about the way it's made known. Looking at past videos of the orangutan, they all draw lines for the big picture, and the winners and losers go without saying. Sometimes, you can hear this inside the video. Tomorrow's market. There is a good chance that it will open higher. There is a probability that it will open lower. And it's not even a thing to say that it's going to open flat. Listen, is this something that hundreds of thousands of VIP would say? Oh, I guess anyone can say that. I predict that tomorrow the market in Wang Fujing and even all the stocks, either high or low. Of course, there is the possibility of a flat opening. We say, I comment, is not 100% correct, but what's the point of this correctness? That said, facts aside, I was surprised by the judgment the orangutans gave Wang Fujing this time. Within the video, it begins with an analysis of Wang Fujing's direction so far this year and what happened when the stock god fey stepped in. These, which are established facts, are not exaggerated or deliberately minimized, and are relatively objective. Ape believes that the current decline in Wang Fujing is just a deep squat for the second takeoff. I beg to differ on that point. Even though Wang Fujing has been down minus 17% from its peak, it's still up 80% in the past half a month, and it's already seriously overbought. My personal view, contrary to the orangutan, is that not only is there no possibility for Wang Fujing to take off for a second time, but it will even remain in the shade. After the bankers are done with their shipments, it's just the retail investors left tossing and turning in there, and there's not a single wave at all. Ape, you bet? If your judgment is correct, I'm out of the headlines. If I judge to fight for it, you quit the headlines. Do you dare to fight? The carrot-loving tiger's comment is the most liked and followed by the most comments inside the orangutan shake video scramble comments. Seeing the follow-up comments is the biggest reason for the orangutan's liver pain. Ape, do you dare to fight? Ape, do you dare to fight? Ape, do you dare to fight? Such a follow-up comment. Up to hundreds of comments. Unless the orangutan was like Chu Yunfei, who directly uninstalled the video after posting it. Otherwise, it would definitely be affected. The orangutan clicked on the tiger headline message of the carrot-loving man when he saw that there were only 32 followers, and some of the videos he usually posted were either which comes first, tomorrow or the accident, either that or some late-night video of a man out drinking. Seeing this, the orangutan had the urge to curse. He's a man with hundreds of thousands of followers, and he's getting racked up by a guy with only 32 followers. Do you dare to fight? The orangutan know the move is a bit risky and could even bury the self-publishing path, but that's also due to negative consequences. Not losing a bet with a tiny little person with only a couple dozen followers to shut it down. It's only right that one rubs one's nose in the wrong prediction and suffers the backlash from rubbing one's nose in it. If you want to wear the crown, you have to bear the weight. But now, to make yourself a bet with a guy like that? Are you kidding me? People lose. Big deal. They change their phone and re-register for a headline. You won't even change your cell phone. Just change your nickname. There are people who won't even change their nicknames. No one cares about such unwatchable minor characters anyway. But he's not the same as an ape. If you do bet on the promise, it's ironic that you're going to have to quit, because gorillas usually show their faces. Changing their vests won't work at all, unless they wear a mask later. But this, as usual, will be discovered once influence has been developed. To fight, or not to fight? Chu Yunfei, at this moment, was also watching the orangutan's jitterbug. Chu Yunfei, who had already uninstalled all consulting software, could not possibly see any other messages. Let him online flood. Chu Yunfei half a word cannot see, but he received a call from Zhang Gui, saying that a big V was supporting him on Shakeology. Even Chu Yunfei was a bit curious. It's not like he knows any financial vloggers or has contacted anyone. But now, there are financial vloggers who support him? Oddly enough, what is a big V? That is definitely the existence of hundreds of thousands of fans. How can someone like that be so grandiose as to support him? Aren't you afraid you'll be called autistic straight away if you're wrong? So, Chu Yunfei downloaded Jitterbug, and before he could search, Jitterbug directly pushed over. After watching the video of the orangutan, Chu Yunfei was still a bit unconvinced. The orangutan, Chu Yunfei knew, was definitely the existence of a mainstay in the financial field. This video, it's true, rubs him the wrong way, but it agrees with him not once mentioned in it. Looks like there are still some real people out there. Chu Yunfei didn't say much, directly clicked forward, and commented, "Heroes see the same thing. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The heat of the stock god Feigui is related to its sealing with the help of Wangfujing, and also related to the mystery of the stock god Feigui. Since the stock god Fei since the headline, are each trading day only send a micro headline inside, directly write their positions and earnings. No other news. This mystery, surprisingly, was broken this time, with an unsolicited retweet of a jitterbug and a hero's opinion. Dog Barrett. I don't know what the relationship is between the orangutan and the stock god Fei, but it's definitely a dog and bear duo. Come on, who cares if it's a bear or a hero? I just want to build a building. Can I dare to fight? Dare you fight? Originally already built a few hundred floors can dare to battle or not. After the stock god Fei's heating, in the orangutan this jittery video below, directly from a few hundred floors to a few thousand floors. This is a trend that still has a big chance of stopping. Zhao Xiaozhao, a young man screwing screws in a factory, is usually tired at work and has no future. Going to work is screwing. Assembly line. No skill. Doing repetitive work. Even factory girls. Not as much as they say on the internet. Look at other factories. Factory brothers and sisters are doing self-media. Zhao Xiaozhao coconut chicken registered a jittery number. This year the masks have had a big impact. And the factory he works in. Sometimes wages have to be in arrears. A second career. Imminent. Jitterbug became the second career that Zhao Xiaozhao chose. But Jitterbug seems to have no barriers and anyone can do it. Insisted on half a month. The fans are their friends and family. Send a video. Play a little more than 3 digits. Often in the double digits. Not to mention making money. Time consuming to do the video effort. Not as much as overtime screwing to earn more. Seeing other people make a lot of money online. Zhao Xiaozhao is out of balance. Well, one doesn't have the talent, as long as it makes money. Speculation in the stock market became Zhao Xiaozhao's third career. Some time ago watched the stock god Fei brother live. Feel the stock god Fei brother is the reincarnation of the god of the stock market. Otherwise how could earn so much? On Monday, Zhao Xiaozhao sold the stocks he had bought to plunge into Wangfujing. Yes, you read that right. It's a plunge into Wangfujing. As a result, Wangfujing fell, down -12% since Zhao Xiaozhao bought it. And sell the stock, as if knowing Zhao Xiaozhao has sold. These 4 days, 3 days up. With this kind of result, Can Zhao Xiaozhao be in a good state of mind? On what grounds? When you buy yourself, you go down. And when you sell, you go up? It's all those dog farms that did it. In the comments section of the Stock God Phase micro headline, Zhao Xiaozhao various black bad reviews. But the Stock God Fagwa simply cannot see. Plus the Stock God Fagwa commented on too many people. Zhao Xiaozhao's message is simply not a few people to see. And the likes are only Zhao Xiaozhao one person. Today, it was another day of holding back, with Wang Fujing barely turning red in his own sold stock up again. Comparing the two, Zhao Xiaozhao felt that the world was full of malice, seeking help online and disliking the world. He suddenly came across a video posted by an orangutan. After clicking in, Zhao Xiaozhao was directly enraged. How dare you advocate when you've been trapped like this? Who do you dislike if not you? Chapter 114, War. Zhao Xiaozhao. The nickname of Jitterbug is the tiger that loves to eat radish. Yes, the carrot-loving tiger is Zhao Xiaozhao. Seeing the video of the orangutan, Zhao Xiaozhao's little universe directly exploded. His own Wang Fujing dropped so much, and now there's someone else to lead the charge? Especially since the stock he sold went up so much. Don't you know he's been giving Faye, the stock god, a hard time these days? Only it doesn't seem to be working. That's what led to the comments below the 8th video. Even Zhao Xiaozhao did not expect that his venting this time had received the support of the majority of netizens. Open the jittery voice. See their own comments on the number of likes surprisingly 1W+. The following with the comments of the can dare to fight or not as high as 5K+. Even before the double-digit fans now break through to the triple digits. With this kind of heat, even Zhao Xiaozhao felt that he could not pick up the path of self-media again. Only change the strategy. It used to be done without purpose. Now it's perfectly fine to rub it in and then just hack it. Who doesn't know how to rub it in? Zhao Xiaozhao did not expect that he had just shifted his mindset and ended up gaining the reputation of being the blackest sprayer. And wherever he passed, the responders gathered. No matter who it is, the sight of a carrot-loving tiger will send shivers down their spine. This former factory boy has made a magnificent comeback. These afterthoughts. For the moment, the orangutan had been so angry and hurt by the carrot-loving tiger that he planned to seek solace in the group of financial powerhouses. After all, so many big brothers and sisters to help him today. How he also have to thank. At the very least, the mouth has to talk. When he opened WeChat and saw that someone inside the financial power group had ate him, the orangutan didn't care at first. The big brothers and sisters, they take care of him quite well, definitely cheering him on today. However, seeing what ate he uttered, the orangutan fell like ice. How can you say minus 38 degrees below zero when it's 38 degrees? Yes, the orangutan was right. The group was all over the topic of whether or not this orangutan was going to make a bet. Though, many were persuaded that there was no need to go and bet against a little person. This kind of bet is purely self-inflicted. But, don't bet on it. This comment is now all fired up out of the ring. The link that the orangutan saw in the group was the very same hot list that God Machine had posted. When he opened this link, the orangutan realized that Dare to Fight or Not had rushed to the 8th place of the hot search list. Seeing this, the orangutan did a double take and almost fainted. This heat, if it keeps going up, even if it rushes to the top 5, the orangutan will have to respond. Want to be as high-flying as the stock god Faye? It doesn't exist. Who is the stock god Faye? The big bully with over 2 million followers in the first half of the year. But not his orangutan, which has been building up for years to get the hundreds of thousands of followers it has today. How did the fans react once it was true that he was afraid to respond to the topic? The orangutan didn't dare to think about it. Hot list number 8, can you dare to fight? And will the orangutan fight? Is this hot list title? Angry? Was it to force him to respond? Who is the ape? If you dare to be so sure, why don't you dare to bet? May I dare to fight? Characters that I've never even heard of before are ridiculously afraid to respond to fan questions as a result of trying to rub it in this time. Orangutan, the old dog, usually knows how to draw the line. Not many times is correct, but also often pops up on the internet non-stop. You have confidence, then answer the appointment. The comments below the hot list, the orangutan kept refreshing, and each time it did, there was a different comment. All the average, almost one-sided, are asking him to come out and answer the appointment. But he's a big V with hundreds of thousands of followers, and someone with only a few dozen followers. No, it's now in the triple digits. Goes and loses a bet to quit self-publishing. It's not even the same concept. You bet your own fortune with Papa Ma's entire fortune, and whoever loses, gives it all to the other? Would you like to? Of course you do. But, will Papa Ma want to? Don't want to read the comments. The orangutan feels like the inside of his head is filled with them. View the phone, and 10 minutes later, couldn't resist opening it again. Seeing the hot search list, may Dare to Battle or Not has rushed to the 6th place. The comments below were more than anyone could have imagined. especially those who see the hot search list of unknown eaters. Thought out of what blockbuster? Clicked in to see. Suddenly happy. Who doesn't want to see the scene where the usually high and mighty are pulled down from their pedestals? Who wouldn't want to see this kind of scene where the little guy thrashes the big guy? Especially with this kind of parlay. Many people seem to be very fair and just back out of the ring when they lose. Besides, as a financial vlogger with solid theoretical knowledge, you yourself have judged that the stock Wangfujing will soar in the future. Then why don't you dare take a gamble? It's another risk-free thing anyway. But financial markets, are they really risk-free? To be precise, the financial markets are the most risky, more so than any business. Sometimes, you will often see information about people who get rich overnight and always feel that money for money is the best business to make money. However, the lives of those financial elites will tell you that the TV is all a lie. Those elites in the financial industry on TV are well dressed and go in and out of high-flying financial clubs. But in reality, people engaged in the financial industry, often in the middle of the night, is still analyzing all kinds of data, read all kinds of financial statements as well as from the massive amount of information inside the analysis of valuable intelligence. Glorious, non-existent. So many financial elites in their 30s or less have gone to the top. The dark circles under your eyes every day look as if you've been smoking drugs and have no energy. The only thing that excites them is making money and making money and making money. At the moment, the ape, once again, turned off his cell phone. However, the news popped up on his computer as well. It drove the orangutan crazy. How can you hide? You can't hide. Looking at the computer, the orangutan wanted to just smash it. It was so damn disgusting. When he exited the office, the orangutan was even more annoyed when he saw a few employees under his hand whispering, "What are you talking about? Tell us and let's have some fun." The expressions on the employees' faces made it even harder for the orangutan, and his mood was even worse. If you're going to say it, don't stammer like a pussy. Boss, you're on the hot seat. Rub, couldn't help but burst out. It's never ending. Everywhere you go, you're known? It's a non-response, not to mention other strangers, and I'm guessing these employees will treat him like a shrinking violet. Head over heels, the ape opened his headline. The right thumb flew over the headline and typed. Didn't even think about it, just sent it out. The world was cleared. It was as if a person had been struck in the head, and the whole head was empty and clear, hearing nothing from the outside world but the sound of his own breathing. Chapter 115, The Ape's Dead End. War. Orangutan used the headline to retweet that "dare I fight" comment with a direct comment. Bullying. Vibrant. However, only the orangutan knew how much he was panicking inside right now. It's too damn suffocating. He himself is being pushed into this by someone with only a 3-digit fan base. If it's right, fame and fortune. If it fails, it's all over for good. Hundreds of thousands of followers and haven't carried much of a load yet? If I had known, I would have brought the goods. At the very least, there's some money to be made. Ape, are you crazy? How dare you respond to this message? Shinji felt the world go mad when he saw the ape's reply. It's really crazy. Ing opened the door to crazy. Crazy to the house. Didn't even tweet. Just called. Shinji, if you send it, and we'll see how everything turns out. With the ape's tone, Shinji swallowed the words he wanted to curse right back down. Yeah, the orangutan posting this isn't exactly being held up to the fire, is it? Everything is wrapped up in public opinion. Within the financial powerhouse group, it also blew up. No one expected the orangutan's response to be so succinct and clear. It was felt that even if the orangutans responded, they would only do so in an evasive manner and not in a direct manner. However, no one expected. Orangutan is positively hard, directly a war word. Let everyone dare not believe. Ape, why are you so impulsive? Orangutan, delete it quickly and say your hand slipped. Orangutan, we do finance. Who is not questioned? There is no need to be so catty. Many black powder is for this purpose. Everyone you say a word and I advise, but as we all know, it's too late. Even if it's deleted now, there are still people taking screenshots. Posting and deleting it gives the impression of being a thief even more. Things, as everyone expected, went straight to the top of the hit list with Orangutan's response. And it's still a swift dash to first place. This is the kind of topic that is so powerful. A big V with hundreds of thousands of followers bets someone with only 3 digits of followers who loses who quits self-publishing. For that minor role, no one pays attention. So what does it matter if it's retired or not? But if the orangutan loses, then ironically, he's out. This is celebrity fame and fortune. There are some rules, privately, that you can disobey. If it's out in the open, then you have to abide by it, or else no one can accommodate you in this circle. In less than half a clock, the orangutan's response directly rushed to the first of the hot search list. Hot topic number 1, war. Orangutan responds, can you dare to fight? Ha ha, orangutan domination. Direct roadshow, just to see if losing will quit self-promotion. Has this ape's brain been eaten by an ape? A big V with hundreds of thousands of followers betting with someone with 3 digits of followers. This is what normal people do. I admire the courage of the orangutan. For Wangfujing I can't read, but just like to eat melon. You guys go on. I'll just watch. Everyone's comments are of the watchful mindset. If we were to say who was the most excited right now, it was undoubtedly Zhao Xiaozhao. It was supposed to be just a rant, but I didn't think it would set him on fire. Fans went straight up from double digits to now being over 1,000. If the heat is a little higher, and the fans break 10,000 this night, then it's not impossible for him to want to be a self-media V? In order to increase his heat, in order to increase his fan base, Zhao Xiaozhao directly retweeted the orangutan again with only one word of war in response. Make a post and whoever loses quits self-publishing. Zhao Xiaozhao felt refreshed after sending it. Have a bottle of Hans. The flavor. It's awesome. As expected, Zhao Xiaozhao kept refreshing the number of fans, which was growing rapidly. The comments are even more overwhelming. Following him almost side by side just to see if he'll quit self-publishing in case he loses? Are you kidding me? Will I quit self-publishing after I have tens of thousands of followers? It's not like I'm a gorilla with my brain caught in a door, bent on so-called justice. Black fans are fans too. Lao Zhao. I see that the headlines are quite joyful. Do you want us to join in? Speculation foster family in the group directly 8 Pengcheng Foshan Daredevil Teen Zhao. Speculate to support your family. People can do what they like. You make your money. No? That's just it. I think speculating and raising a family is just watching what's going on. Definitely Hundreds of thousands of fans of the Big V was disliked by a person with only a few dozen fans to have to bet on things. Unprecedented Come on. You guys can do what you like. Anyway, I only make what I can. This week Wangfujing fell so hard. Anyway, you guys will give me the settlement price according to the talk at that time. As for how you want to shuffle the plates, that's up to you. Mr. Zhao ignored the gossipy mentality of the others. Wangfujing's stock price has fluctuated a lot this week. What does it have to do with him? Mr. Zhao. He has already sold the stock at the packaged price, and the shark shakeout in Wangfujing now is just a strong washout. I was trying to keep some chips in my hand, but the others were no slouches. You're making a fortune and you want a piece of us? The person being is definitely not willing to do so. That's what led to this week's decision to strongly shuffle Wangfujing. The crowd that got the chips first suppressed the stock price to make the retail investors cut their meat. Wait until it gets to a certain practicality before pulling straight up and leaving the retail investor to eat farts on his ass. When retail investors are needed to take over, other news will be released to stimulate them to do so. Also, let's just watch the action and stick to the set plan tomorrow. The orangutan didn't realize that his heat had become the talk of the town. Some even tried to throw some cold water on him. The online clamor slowly fell silent over time. The next day, May 15th, 2020, Friday, everyone, nervously waiting for 9:30 a.m. to arrive. Wangfujing has been a stock that speculators have been following. Attention, has been far away from Mount High. What's the best stock? Capital City looking for Wangfujing. It's such a ride. At 9:25 a.m., the pooled stock bidding ended. The first thing everyone did was to look at the ups and downs of Wangfujing. Nothing else. Wangfujing touches everyone's heart, because Wangfujing did not only promote the fame of the stock god Fei, but now there is a big V bet of orangutan. Everyone wants to see if orangutan, the big V, is reliable. Of course, what the ape said is that common sense dictates that there will be an increase, not that it will go up the next day, but the eating public, subconsciously, thought the next day to come and witness it. It's this kind of in-the-moment feedback that is most admirable. When they saw the opening of Wangfujing, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This can't be right. Chapter 116, The Ape is Self-Absorbed. Wangfujing opened with shares down -4.26%. Yes, you read that correctly. It's a huge downward spiral. Everyone felt that after the downward spiral from Monday to Wednesday, it had begun to stabilize on Thursday, but Friday's stock price shattered those who wanted to bottom out. It's clear that Thursday's wide shakeout ending in the red was not stabilization, but a downward relay. What is a downward spiral? It just has to continue to fall. What others are in the mood for? The orangutan isn't sure. At this point, the orangutan, inwardly, pulled out a cold. If he couldn't collect today, he'd run into Saturday and Sunday, 2 days when he gorilla probably had no other way to go but to turn off his cell phone. Online opinion is scary to think about. Why did I respond yesterday? Why did I rub it in yesterday? Why can't I just settle down and develop slowly? The soul triad asked. Inside the ape's own head, all kinds of skeptical voices came out. It was morning. But the orangutan's disheveled hairstyle and blackened panda eyes already indicated that the orangutan was in as bad a mood as it appeared. At 9:30 a.m. The market officially opens. Wang Fujing lived up to its name and had the scene everyone expected. Why? Do I deserve it? Huang Yaoyao broke down. It's too evil. Against her? Taking the plunge halfway up the mountain? Nearly 20,000 has been removed from the 200,000 principle. Today is another day to open sharply lower. Directly lower than -4%. Direct loss of more than $7,000. Think about the fact that you've been working your ass off for a month to make that little paycheck. And in the past few days you've lost several months' salary. No way. It's going to drop again today? Seeing Wang Fujing's share price continue to fall, Huang Yaoyao is about to collapse inside. -4, 26% to open. And in less than a minute, it killed right down to -5, 86%. This kind of formation, isn't it a run for the drop? To sell, or not to sell? Huang Yaoyao began to waver again. Xu Yunfei has more money. That is not her at least not now. It's down to -7, 6%. I can't take it anymore. Cut. Finally sold. Seeing the funds in the funding account, Huang Yaoyao wanted to slap herself. Sell transaction at -8, 2% with only 165k in the funded account. 200k entered and now only 165k. On Monday, it was making 20k, now it's losing 35k. Why? Hurry up and drop it. How did this happen? Originally Huang Yaoyao mood is not beautiful. If the Wang Fujing smooth drop, Huang Yaoyao inner still feel better. At the very least, one sells for a high price and loses less money. But, the reality is just the opposite. Instead of falling, Wang Fujing is starting to rally. Yes, it's starting to bounce back. The decline has slowly rebounded from a low of -8, 58%. Huang Yaoyao wanted to slap herself again when she saw the drop at this point. Why was her hand so cheap? -8, 2%, -7, 65%, -6, 53%, -3, 98%. In less than a minute, Wang Fujing has rebounded from its lows and is now at 4%. For Huang Yaoyao, 4% is more than $7,000. In just a minute, $7,000 is gone. It's harder to watch someone else make money than it is to lose it yourself. Inside the flush Wang Fujing posting, the rate at which the number of comments were added increased linearly. I cut my meat in the morning 6%. Why can't it still turn red today? -8% plunge in the morning, and I made 20% on today's stop. Ga. Hesitating to take the plunge in the morning. Feeling regretful. Hey. Don't worry. It's still going down today. It's just a rebound shipping now. Hurry up and cut your meat. As expected, Wang Fujing's rally started without volume and fell again. I'll say it, it's bound to drop today. I just want to see what the orangutan is going to do. What the stock god Fei is going to do. Tell me, people, will orangutans quit self-publishing? Wang Fujing, I feel that the back will go up. To plunge the bottom of the hurry-oh. Anyway, I do not dare. By the end of the morning, Wang Fujing's decline had been oscillating in the -4% to -6% range, closing down -4, 66%. And Wang Fujing's trading volume, higher than before. A morning time, the volume exceeded 3 billion, the turnover rate of nearly 20%. It's either going to plummet or skyrocket. It's okay, it's not like we're analyzing today's rise. We're looking at the trend. After the close of the market, Shenmue was the first to send a private message of comfort to the orangutan. Only, the orangutan didn't reply. To be precise, the ape couldn't reply. Many people were messaging him. It's all comfort. But now the consolation seemed like an abject mockery. I told you not to rub it in, but you didn't listen? Now you know. Once again, a large number of comments have poured in under the video jitterbug that Ape posted yesterday. There is only one topic of comment, and that is quitting self-publishing. The orangutan was in his face yesterday. If there had been no response from the orangutan, people would have said at best that the orangutan was afraid to. But now, that's the grand claim. You said it was going up, and it ended up plummeting today. At your level, why don't you quit? Still want to come out and hurt people? Orangutan, quit self-publishing. You're prejudging. South of the border. Ape, if you're a man, don't be a ape. Do you dare respond? Comments that are like a pair of scissors in the heart and are too much for the orangutan to bear. Especially that carrot-loving tiger commenting again and once again being the focus of people's cover stories. Carrot-loving tiger, orangutan. Hello, yesterday you agreed to bet. Today Wang Fujing opened sharply lower. Once close to stop. Even at noon close, the decline is still -4%. May I ask, What do you think about this? Or, how much is the drop before you will admit that your prediction is wrong? It is impossible to let everyone wait for a few years. When the stock price goes up, you say that I predicted it in the previous years. If so, then I now admit that I have lost. Yes, 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 be able to lose. I'm sure the orangutan would not dare to respond. People say, will the orangutan respond this afternoon that he is predicting the long term? But how long is that long term? Which is likely to be, as the carrot-loving tiger suggests, on a yearly basis, and anyway, it's just a cutoff for when it goes up. The orangutan rushed himself to autism. This web exposure, too, is awesome. In the past, it felt like a net exposure to other people, and the orangutan still felt vulnerable in the hearts of those involved. Now that I'd become a protagonist myself, I realize that it's not something the average person can handle. Unable to help himself, the ape thought of Faye, the stock god. The stock god Faye has been through a week of internet exposure that can be so much more intense than what he's endured. How did the stock god, Faye, take it? Chapter 117, Hammered to Death. How does the stock god Faye do it? Why is the stock god Faye so resilient to stress? The orangutan's confusion was something Chu Yunfei did not understand. No other. Chu Yunfei simply cannot feel the pressure of public opinion. The occasional flicker of stress is just a few tweets from friends and family. Out of sight, out of mind. Most of all, Chu Yunfei knows that Wang Fujing will usher in the second wave of the third wave of increases, as long as there is capital to take over. Beyond Maotai are not a dream. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Yunfei re-downloaded the headline, logged in, didn't see the message, didn't look at the private message, and directly copied the content edited during the day directly up. The only thing that needs to be corrected, and that is the amount of the day's decline and the amount of the loss. At today's close, Wang Fujing lost -4.99%, with shares falling from $18.07 to $17.77. I am the top of the stock market. Once I meet Faye, it all comes to nothing. Bowsy people, today a small loss of more than 2 million, the capital account from 45,898 million to 43,677 million inch. Wang Fujing is down -4.99% today, and I see a lot of people cursing me, which I can understand and empathize with. Indeed, this week Wang Fujing in addition to Thursday is a flat close. The other 4 days are down. Some people have questioned whether I have already sold or am a dealer, and there is no doubt that I will make headlines when I sell or liquidate my position. Still, a good stock, it's never smooth sailing. If you want to make money, you have to go through big waves. I thank the orangutan for his righteousness, and I also believe that the pressure the orangutan is under now will be an aid to his rise later. May we all make a killing. Once the stock god Faye's micro headline was sent out, unsurprisingly, it immediately became a hotspot for all the onlookers. Ha ha, just admire the stock god Faye's head iron. A week lost 20 million. No waves. Listen, today a small loss of more than 2 million. The stock god Faye and the orangutan are stinkers. I cut my meat today, down -20% for the week, and have since turned from pink to black. Here to make a post. Wang Fujing does not fall to 10 yuan. I will follow the stock god Faye last name. Orangutan froze when he saw the micro headline from the stock god Faye. He was attacked like that, and Fly the stock god was attacked in a bigger scene than he was. My own mind is breaking down. So why doesn't Faye, the stock god, have any effect? Seeing the stock god Faye praise him inside the micro headlines, although it gives him a lot of heat, but now this kind of heat, the orangutan really does not want. In half an hour, the stock god Faye's micro headline comments have all exceeded 2,000 plus, but the stock god Faye didn't reply to a single one, which made the orangutan skeptical. Feeling liver pain from being slammed by hundreds of people myself, the stock god Faye is so calm and collected? I wonder what the orangutan would have done if he had known that the stock god Faye had just uninstalled his headline after posting the micro headline. Seeing the stock god Faye's micro headline, the carrot-loving tiger got excited. Isn't this the target to find his own direction? Stock god Faye, hello, read your micro headlines from the earliest days to now, with great emotion. I am envious of you for poking at Wang Fujing at a low point and making a nice profit. But now, Wang Fujing has fallen so much, and you are still advocating here. It has to make people wonder if you've cleared out long ago? Although you said you would publish screenshots after the sale. Who can tell when the purchase was made inside your screenshots? If you have sold all last week, and it has dropped to $10 in the last 2 weeks, you rebuy it back, sell this buyback after a while, and send the screenshot to everyone. How can we know that the stock you are selling was purchased at the earliest time you could have purchased it? I am not a talented person. I made a bet with an orangutan earlier that if the orangutan won, I would quit self-publishing. Likewise, I would like to make a bet with Fly the Stock God that if what Fly the Stock God says is true, I would like to quit self-publishing. You, dare you? Zhao Xiaozhao read her comment, reposting it in passing, her heart pounding. As expected, Zhao Xiaozhao sent out this comment, with a lot of follow-up comments, with the momentum of kicking the Nanshan kindergarten. Dare, dare, dare. This comment, straight away, started building, higher and higher. As far as the eye could see, Zhao Xiaozhao has been waiting for a response from the stock god Fei. Orangutan was made to respond to his bet, and now so is Stockflyer. And even more so, Stockflyer has more comments underneath than Orangutan does. Zhao Xiaozhao didn't believe that the stock god Fei would not respond. However, from 3:30 p.m., waiting left and right until 12 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Xiaozhao did not wait for a response, even if the building has been built thousands of stories high. The orangutan giggled even more inside when he saw the carrot-loving tiger respond. Want to see what the stock god Fei would do? Again, I wondered if Fly, the stockbroker, would follow the bet. The result, obviously, was no response, even into the early hours of the morning. It's as if the stock god Fei never existed. Even though this has been on the top of the hot search list, there is no response from the stock god Fei. Hot topic number 1: Will the stock god Fei answer the bet like an ape? The comments below are even more varied. The carrot-loving tiger is obviously rubbing it in. An account with only 1,000 or so followers wants to bet with the stock god Fei. A big V with 2 million followers. It's only strange that he can respond? The stock god Fei definitely wouldn't dare. There's no benefit to winning and too much to lose. Hasn't everyone noticed that during this period of time, the stock god Fei hasn't responded in any way other than posting regular micro-headlines? The two-day weekend saw an even greater ferment of public opinion. As a connected ape, he has spent the last 2 days in the office, restless and simply unable to bear the wrath of the many netizens, especially those who took over Wangfujing at a high level and gave all their anger to the orangutans. When the stock god Fei did not respond, people could only use the orangutan as a cathartic outlet for public opinion. Orangutan sometimes wonders if he, like the stock god Fei, doesn't respond to any topic, but it can't be done. Who has a lot of fans who have been with him for years, and once those people get discouraged, they're really rooting for him, but as soon as they respond, others will follow. To return, or not to return? The exhaustion of the last 2 days was obvious to anyone. I thought that the new week would be bittersweet. Who would have thought that the sisal rope specializes in picking the fine place to break, and the suffering always finds the bitter people. A new week has begun and the broader market is as firm as ever. But, the focus of the crowd's attention, the stock Wangfujing, is acting up again. As everyone thought, Wangfujing and the broader market went in reverse. You go up, I go down. You go down, I go down big. The pressure of this situation, the orangutan, is overwhelming. There was never a moment when the ape wanted time to pass quickly. It's so human. Wangfujing, when are you going to go up? The orangutan was speechless and prayed every day as he watched the plate of Wangfujing. The firmness that was there before has now turned into prayers, skepticism, and a retailer no doubt. Once you involve yourself in speculation, the stock gods have to fall off the horse. This is the reason why many professionals don't speculate in stocks. By not speculating, the analysis will be more objective and fair. Chapter 118: The Banker's Target. Zhao, are you satisfied with the situation in Wangfujing this week? Speculation. Foster family in the group. Ike Foshan Daredevil Zhao, a gloating look. Foster family, don't be fooled. Your violent dishwashing is even crazier than mine. Aren't you afraid of being investigated afterward? Yeah, Foster. You're not giving other retail investors a chance to live when you're operating like this. I think I'm more ruthless, at best. Cutting leaks. Raising a family is a direct leak. Roots are to be. Within the group, there was a buzz. It was hardly a weekend, so it didn't hurt to relax and crack some jokes. You're all talking a good game, but you're not happy that I've lowered the price so much? Who doesn't like that? Then raise the purchase price by 10%? At once. No one answered. Capital can earn more, never less. By the way, Lao Zhao, you really don't know that stock god Fei? Speculating to support a family still feels impossible. If you don't recognize it, it's amazing that there was no reaction to such a big pullback this week. There's no overshooting. There's no undershooting. If I didn't post a micro headline every day, I wouldn't know if the stock god Fei still owns Wangfujing stock. How many times have I told you? And you've all checked people out, and you're not sure if I recognize them or not. But, then again, I kinda admire the other side. It's odd that the Foster family is so violent in shuffling the plates, and the other side is indifferent. Foster family, you're not trying to give the stock god Fei a blast, are you? The others knew the adoptive family's character and wouldn't talk about someone for no reason unless that person was related to him. It's still elder brother Zhang who understands me. The stock god Fei rose to fame because of Wang Fujing, and now Wang Fujing has fallen so hard and has been scolded so badly. If we add more fuel to the fire, let's say, will the stock god Fei stop early? As for letting the stock god Fei lose money or even cut his meat, speculating on stocks to support his family also think it is unlikely. Even though Wang Fujing's share price is now only 17.77 yuan, the net profit of the stock god Fei Gu is still more than 70%, and it's too difficult to make the stock god Fei Gu lose money, and they might even put themselves on the hook. Lao Zhao, what do you think of the idea of raising a family? Difficult. Mr. Zhao responded to Ally Zhang's words with a single word. If Fei, the god of stocks, was so good at getting rid of his car, why would it be their turn for the two of them to make their move only now? Do not see, before they engaged in how much out, are trying to put the stock god Fei brother dumped off. As a result, not only did not dump off, but let the other side to find the right time to do a day time, net profit of a full 30% more. It's okay, we'll try it first. Besides, even if we can't get rid of stock god Fei off the bus, we can still make him lose his reputation. Look at you guys, public opinion is in full swing. If the Wang Fujing washout had been longer, how would public opinion have been oriented? Now the stock god Fei still sends micro headlines every day, as if he is not affected by public opinion, but I do not believe it. Who in modern society is not influenced by outside opinion? Not to mention this young man, stock god Fei. Even we wouldn't dare to say that we're taking this situation lightly, right? Isn't that gorilla guy just about to break down? How else could it be possible that a brainiac would bet against an account with only a few dozen followers? The small group fell silent after the words of speculation to support the family. Being in finance, it's not possible to eat alone, though, but when you can eat alone, you'll never do it for someone else. It doesn't matter that the former stock god Fei is borrowing from Wang Fujing up and they didn't buy into Wang Fujing, but now, Wang Fujing is their plate. Previously vested interests will have to meet their retribution if they don't voluntarily withdraw. You can afford it, then you take your profits. If you can't afford it, then you'll just leave and not snatch it out of our mouths. Foster family. I don't care what you want to do, but Wang Fujing is in shock or down for a week at most. In a week's time, Wang Fujing must begin a second wave of pull-ups. I'm not going to give you the specifics of the news, but the timing of this is something you need to grasp. The words of the chapter ally caused the speculative Foster family to jolt inwardly. I had hoped to shake things up for another 10 days and half a month, or even a month, but now it looks like it won't be that long. For the news of the chapter ally, the speculation Foster family did not have doubts. All kinds of past have been verified. The years go by, and time rushes by. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During the week, the broader market has, unsurprisingly, been on the upswing. But Wang Fujing, the pre-demon stock that was pushed to the forefront of public opinion, didn't go down in flames as most people thought, nor did it pull up directly in a divine turnaround. Instead, Wang Fujing's daily swings have been minimal over the past 5 days, less than 3% per day, making it hard to match last week's wide open. However, Wang Fujing, the stock, has not risen or plummeted after this week's shocks. Last Friday's close of Wang Fujing was $17.77, and this Friday's close has Wang Fujing shares at $17.38, a 1-week drop of only 2 or 3 points. If Wang Fujing's trend is drowsy, public opinion has been rather unkind to stock gods Fei and Ape. The stock god, Fei, maintains a daily micro headline that thunders on once a day. Regardless of the fishy situation underneath every micro headline, no response has been made, even though the stock god Feigwa repeatedly on the hot search have not been exchanged for any response from the stock god Feigwa. More times than not, people are less interested. Would you continue to dance a monologue with someone who doesn't respond to any of your teasing? Just because Stockfly didn't respond doesn't mean the orangutan has Stockfly's backbone. Ape insisted on drawing a line in the sand for the broader market every day, but once the video was posted, no one commented on how the broader market would do the next day, because everyone already knew that the next day the market would ironically go up. The ones that commented were saying, Ape, bet on when you're going to make good on your promise. Ape, after all that fall, aren't you going to quit self-publishing? Ape, with no character, how can we trust you to draw a good line on the big board? With all the talk, there was no way for the orangutan to remain calm. Interacting with fans on a daily basis became the most difficult moment for the orangutan. As a public figure, even if someone calls you names, you can't call them names, but instead you have to be reasonable. Orangutan, you don't mean what you say. You're a pig and a dog. Your breath is bigger than my foot breath. Get out of the ring. This kind of comment is already a personal attack, but the orangutan has no way to hurl insults at the orangutan, and has to explain and condone. It's impossible to not respond to all bad reviews. only to stifle a tearful reply. Pro. About Wang Fujing. I said there is still a possibility that it will go up in the future. Not that it will go up immediately. Besides, Wang Fujing has basically gone sideways this week, and I don't think it's far from the next wave of rise. This response the ape could only utter through gritted teeth. Although, the orangutan doesn't know when it will go up. But this kind of move, based on past experience, is about to lead to a major rally. As for when it goes up, it depends on the mood of the dealer. At this moment, the orangutan, his eyes blackened looking at the ceiling, muttered, Wang Fujing, when will it go up? Ah, such a day, cannot stand it. Chapter 119, can't hold it down. Hot off the presses. This weekend, orangutans are at the top of the list. As for the stock god Fei Xiao, with the stock god Fei Xiao not responding, everyone shifted their anger to the orangutan side. As a result, the orangutan has endured the wrath of those black fans of what is supposed to be the stock god Fei. It's devastating, and it's like you're not going to stop until you're out of the loop. Hot list number 5, orangutan bets on quitting self-publishing. When will he make good? Hot list number 8, orangutan responds to fans Wang Fujing will go up, but no specific time. Hot search list no. 15, the stock god Fei for the outside world news. There is no response. Is already liquidated? This kind of hot topic used to be a favorite of orangutans. Now, the sight of the hot search gave the orangutan a pang of liver pain. How depressed the orangutan was, Huang Yaoyao didn't know. But at this moment, Huang Yaoyao's mind was no better. A person, especially a highly educated person, is particularly fond of taking the bull by the horns, saying that wherever one falls down, one gets up. No, Yo-Yo Wang is trying to make back her losses through Wang Fujing this week. This week, there are 3 days. Buy low, sell high, do tea make some money. But the whole thing was extremely stressful and I made many mistakes at work. Do tea people know want to grasp the day's highs and lows? This is a test of skill and vigor. If the sale flew, it would be a real slap in the face. Luckily, Wang Fujing was very regular every day this week, which made Huang Yaoyao's self-confidence burst. If Wang Fujing continues to shake like this, she can definitely return her capital. As for making money, Huang Yaoyao no longer wants to. How many retail investors, whose biggest wish is to get back their capital, not to make money? On Friday, Yo-Yo Wang bought at a relatively low point, intending to sell when it went up next Monday and continue to do tea. It's cool to do tea once, and it's cool to do tea all the time. Foster family, the way you've been acting this week, I don't see the stock god Fei paying any attention. The chapter ally was in the group, somewhat mocking. Lao Shang, what can I do? We have done everything we can, even public opinion, but the other side just won't take it. In vain. Speculating on raising a family is also depressing. He couldn't even figure out how a person could remain so calm under the overwhelming public opinion and internet exposure. It's like talking about someone else, not himself. But Stockfly just held steady. If you say that the stock god Feiwa has disappeared since then and will come back when Wang Fujing rises, the speculative family believes that the stock god Feiwa must be trying to dilute public opinion now. But the stock god Fei did not disappear. Everyday thundering micro headlines. It shows that the news on the internet, the other side must know. Just do not respond. Old Zhang, why don't you see if the news can be delayed? Give me another half a month. I think the stock god Fei can't carry it for sure. Look at that. Hasn't that gorilla been a lot more haggard lately? If we have another half a month of this shock fall, the orangutan will not be able to carry it. Ironically, it's fun to speculate and raise a family and still try to struggle a bit and make money while bringing some people down. Come on, just make your money. What do you care about anyone else? Starting next week, the news ironically can't be hidden. You've collected a lot of chips this week, and it's about time. After the chapter ally finished speaking, he didn't continue to say much. Some words, in moderation. The chapter allies believe that the speculation Foster family can also read. Just want to give the stock god Fei brother that young man a lesson. In finance, there are never flukes. Even if you make a wave with a burst of luck, you will lose even more later on your own strength. It's not that anyone is digging a hole for you or against you. It's just that your perceptions don't reach your wealth. Every loss you make to the world is a loss of perception of things. It seems that we can only let this guy, stock god Fei, follow along and eat meat. Speculating to raise a family always feels like giving someone else a leg up inside. This vote down. Their own investment of hundreds of millions of dollars. The money earned perhaps not even the stock god Fei more. How to think. How to suffocate. Hundreds of millions of dollars are coming in, and it all takes a process. Similarly, it takes time for hundreds of millions of dollars to exit. And it's not as if it's all sold out at the highest point. Stock god Fei is different, though with a lot of money. But if they seal the stop on Wang Fujing, the ceiling amount will certainly not be less. The stock god Fei is not their banker. but also responsible for maintaining the stock price will not collapse. It's entirely possible that the stock god Fei will liquidate his position as soon as he can, and as for the mess, they'll have to take care of it. It's no wonder that you feel good when you've put in so much effort, only to end up doing someone else's work for them, especially when that person has no control over them. May 25, 2020, Monday. Suitable for marriage, tailoring, rituals, traveling, and bed rest. Avoid going to appointments and captures. Brother Fei, I've already gotten in touch with the nucleus technology side and confirmed the investment intention. Do you think you need to go over there? Zhang Gui had not been in a beautiful mood for a while. No other way. Wang Fujing's share price fell so much that it made his balls hurt. How good the rise was before, how bad it is now. Especially the online defamation of Chu Yunfei was unbearable for Zhang Gui. Several times called Chu Yunfei to let the other party not to send micro headlines during this period of time. And, as a result, it was not accepted. Sometimes, Zhang Gui was worried that Chu Yunfei would have problems in his heart when he saw so much negative news. As a result, comforted twice, and comforted instead. After that, Zhang Gui had not been comforting Chu Yunfei. It's okay, you go over and sign on the line. This kind of thing, wait for my sister to come back. Later you and she deal with it on the line. Chu Yunfei didn't pay too much attention. How nice to be behind the scenes. Who wants to go to the front desk? It looks like a lot of scenery, but none of the freedom is there. Why? You're up so early today, specifically to tell me this thing that you already told me 2 days ago? Hey, it's still Fei who's awesome. He can even guess this. Come on, I've seen you want to ask since you came back a few days ago, but you've been holding it in. I didn't think you'd be able to hold it in for so long. To be awesome, it's still you. The more Chu Yunfei and Zhang Gui came into contact, the more he felt that the other party had a lot of good qualities in him. A lively mind, quick thinking, action-oriented, and able to hold things in his heart. If it was Chu Yunfei himself, if he wanted to ask a question and was still particularly interested in knowing, not to mention holding it for days, being able to hold it for a few hours would be considered a deep heart. But Zhang Gui did it. And for days. Did you want to ask about Wang Fujing stock? Want to sell some now? When will it go up next? Will it go up in the future? Zhang Gui, who had been read through his mind, was not embarrassed. It was a question that had been on his mind for a short time. This weekend, he didn't even have the heart to ask someone out, and was focused on reading various K-lines as well as the news. He can't read a lot of the K-lines, but he just wants to, can't help it kind of thing. Wang Fujing will definitely go up next and will surpass its previous high. You can rest assured of that. As for asking me when it's going up, well, you're being difficult. Now the Wang Fujing, basically the dealer control. When to go up, you have to ask them to be right. Now, what you have to do is to stabilize, don't panic, and sign the agreement for investment in shares with the nuclear technology side as soon as possible. Chu Yunfei spoke with conviction on his lips, but inwardly he was actually very weak. In the last life, Wang Fujing did rise very violently, 7 or 8 times in 2 months, from the lowest point of $10 to more than 80. But now, with his stock god Fei's push, whether he could create another glory, Chu Yunfei really wasn't sure. But in any case, Wang Fujing and policy expectations, coupled with the bankers have taken over. Up, certainly will rise. This point, no doubt. But, when to go up? Chu Yunfei is also in the blindfold. It was out of his control. During this period of time, it was also fortunate that he had uninstalled all the information apps. Otherwise Chu Yunfei felt that he could be driven crazy. Self-media. Enjoy the glory of the crowd touting, then have to bear the collapse of the crowd after the spurning. Chapter 120 Pulling higher to ship? At 9:25 a.m. The pooled bidding ended. The market unsurprisingly continues to open higher. Since 2020, the greater the impact of the mask issue, the stock financial markets as the opposite, and take Viagra as strong. One word, up. People who bought large cap stocks, blue chips, white horses and other so-called value investments were elated every day and counted their money until their hands cramped. In contrast, those who bought GM stocks are like frosted eggplants, wilting. How exhausting it must be to watch others make money. Plus you're still losing money. The good thing is, Wang Fujing, the demon stock, let everyone eat melon. During this time, those who make money, and those who don't, are eating the melon of Wang Fujing. See Wang Fujing collection bidding, up +1, 38% yuan. Chu Yunfei frowned slightly. In this case, Wang Fujing surprisingly opened higher. Obviously, in Chu Yunfei open, if Wang Fujing to open the second wave of the main rising wave, before the half-month adjustment is just an appetizer. A sharp correction is sure to come before initiating a rise. Quite simply, The next day that the correction is the hardest will mean that it will be the beginning of the main uptrend of Wangfujing. Today's high open is clearly not an impending rally, only after a low opening, followed by a sharp move lower to allow last week's bottom feeders and previous retail investors to cut their losses or stop their profits. Will it pull up in a straight line and make those people slap their thighs in regret? Ha ha, it's up, hurry up and sell. Wait, it will fall down and I'll pick it back up. Yo-Yo Wong was very excited to see Wangfujing open high. Bought at the lows on Friday, now a little over a point higher. Total profit are close to plus 3%. This wave of tea, worth it. I didn't realize that hanging $17.73 was a deal. Ga ga ga. The market opened at 9:30. Wangfujing did not appear to go straight down, but instead pulled up in a straight line. Even Huang Yaoyao originally saw the market open more than 1 point higher. Hanging the sell order is plus 2% up. Did not expect seconds transaction, which makes Huang Yaoyao excited. Plus 2% sell, wait for it will fall to minus 2% buyback, wait for it to rise back. This reverse is not a plus 4% gain? 4% a day. Proper. It's a beautiful sunny day, and there's good scenery everywhere. When people are happy, Huang Yaoyao unconsciously hummed a song. Anyone can feel that Huang Yaoyao is very happy inside at this moment. However, the song hadn't lasted long before Huang Yaoyao felt like slapping her thighs off. That's right, Wangfujing went all the way up, and not only did it not pull back, but on the contrary, it opened only 5 minutes ago and pulled straight up to plus 5.28%. With this kind of rise, it's clear that it's headed for a stop. At this moment, Huang Yaoyao wanted to slap herself. Why not just wait? What if, in case, it goes up again and starts the next round of rises? Thinking about the orangutan's bet and then Chu Yunfei's calmness, Huang Yaoyao was a little flustered. Should I buy it back? To be or not to be? This thought filled Huang Yaoyao's mind. To buy, or not to buy, has become Huang Yaoyao's biggest headache now. If you don't buy it, you're worried that it will go up and not come down. Buy, in case it's the same as last week, straight at the highest point, and you won't make as much money doing teas for a week as you'll lose by chasing highs once. Tangled. Not yet a minute. Huang Yaoyao gritted her teeth and prepared to hang up the order to buy. When she saw that Wangfujing had fallen, she was so scared that she deleted the button she was about to click to buy. Luckily I didn't buy it or I would have become Ian Bean. As expected, Wangfujing started to fall from plus 5%, slowly but with no loss of momentum, until 11 p.m. Wangfujing fell from a high of plus 5% to a gain of only plus 1.28%. If it was purchased at the highest point, it would have already lost over 4%. Ha ha, I told you, Wangfujing cannot stop. Next continue to fall. Falling relay. Today pulling up, purely for the purpose of shipping. Look at this morning's volume. In the rise, the volume quickly enlarged. All by retail investors to take over the disc. Guys, sold at plus 4.8% today. Waiting for the drop to buy again. Doing teas every day. Feeling great. The discussion in Wangfujing is getting more and more heated. Inside the flush Wangfujing posting, the discussion is endless. The stock god phase micro headlines and underneath the orangutan's video. That's where the Wangfujing congregation is. Brother Fei, the god of stocks. Are you sure it's the god of stocks and not the god of chives? The stock god Fei, you shame me so much to believe in you. Bought at the highest point of $22. Now only $17 more. Just now has cut meat. Stock god Fei, just play dumb. When Wangfujing falls back to your cost, let's see how you can still fool around. Although, these comments, as we all know, are not going to be responded to by Stockfly, I still want to say something. People know about Wangfujing, and many of them pay attention to it because of the stock god Fei. What's more, there are a lot of people because they watched the stock god Fei live when Amway Wangfujing, Monday's opening a bite directly buy. As a result, the buy is the highest point. How can these people not be hated? The stock god Fei is not replying. I should still curse. Even if you know you're lashing out at the air. Stockfly doesn't respond. But there's one other person who does, and that's Ape. The orangutan was in an even more foul mood when he saw the comments underneath his video. Wangfujing went up so hard and got yelled at as a result? Of course, the orangutan also knows that the trend of Wangfujing today does have the suspicion of cheating the gun. It pulled up quickly in early trading and then slowly fell to ship. This is a very common standard move to pull up and ship out. It shouldn't. At this price, pulling up to ship? The dealer couldn't have been so unless he knew of some particularly big piece of negative news. So if that's not the case, why did it come out of this trend? The orangutan was at a loss. Ghosts know. Even though there are 10,000 grievances in his heart, the orangutan has no place to vent them. Because, the people who called him out on it, were right. Wangfujing is now shipping out rather than absorbing chips. Orangutan, Why don't you post a video apologizing? Seeing the tweets sent by Shinji, the orangutan fell into deep thought. Should I apologize? Apologized, and while this incident had a major negative impact on him, it was never really enough to quit self-publishing. Ape didn't return the sarcasm in the message sent by Shinji. We are all financial professionals. We can read the disc, but also see clearly today's trend. At least the current trend is the standard pull up to ship. If there are no special circumstances, then this pulling up to ship will be followed by a corresponding fall. As for going up, it's possible, but the likelihood is already very small. He dabbled with the heat last week, when it was standard conditioning, and it's not even an exaggeration to say deep squatting. But now, it has gone from a correction to a pull-up in shipment, and by definition, the dealer is already leaving the market, if not already there. At this point, if you're dead in the water, then you'll probably end up, as the bet says, quitting self-publishing. That's an outcome the orangutan can't afford. In reality, it is rarely the case that the building will be saved from collapsing, but mostly it will be collapsed. Seeing Wang Fujing's stock price, it really is as everyone thought it would be. Just now it was still plus 1.28% up, but now it's only plus 0.48%. So I guess it won't take more than a few minutes for Wang Fujing's share price to turn from red to green. At 11:30, when the market finally closed, the general market opened higher and lower, and everyone's heart was in their mouths. Is the general market going to fail? Wang Fujing, worse than the broader market, opened higher and quickly pulled up, then fell all the way down, and at the lunchtime close, looked to close in the red, only plus 0.12% up. Isn't this, like, a classic pull-up and shipping? Chapter 121, The Ultimate Reign of Terror. Orangutan, did you see my private message to you? God Machine is a direct ape in the financial powerhouse group. After watching the trend of Wang Fujing at noon today, Shinji already knew that unless the dealer is particularly sinister, or used other means, otherwise, this trend, the back of the iron surely cannot get up. At least, it's hard to get up anytime soon. Experts, it's all about going with the flow. Follow the trend and trade with half the effort. If you go against the grain, your heart is exhausted. Well, see, the orangutan didn't want to reply, but couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the God Machine. If he didn't answer, the orangutan could guess that everyone in the group would probably aid him later. Persuade him, but hearts are hard to guess. And above all, does he really need to be persuaded now? All persuasion is relief for the loser. He, the ape, doesn't need to be relieved. The relief now was not nearly as crispy as a loud rebuke would have made him. No, what do you mean by that reply? Shinji was in a hurry. What's the situation here? Is it that the emperor is not in a hurry? Brothers and sisters, you also do not need to persuade me. What initiative to apologize does not exist. If I really lose this time, then I'll quit self-publishing and find a job on my own in the future in peace. The orangutan's words instantly caused the group to explode. Orangutan, you're still young. Don't be impulsive. How many times have I, Da Xiao, been ridiculed? No need to be afraid. Yes, ape. Look at Mr. Da Xiao. You have to learn more like others. Get up from where you fell. And once you're out of the loop, you really don't have a chance. Persuaded by others, the orangutan didn't look on. There is no point in talking too much. Now is the time to eat your own. We are all in the financial world and we can all see the trend in Wang Fujing today. It can be said, Wang Fujing if there is no other good, or there is a layout, then the next Wang Fujing will have been negative. Continued. In a short period of time, it is impossible to get up. The more he thought about it, the more the ape felt aggrieved. Why? Everyone else can face it with ease, while I, myself, feel like I can't get past the hurdle in my heart. Going back on your word? Probably the best thing to do right now. Ignore everything, and after time, it slowly fades. But, contrary to the purpose of his orangutan the lunch hour was spent in various thoughts. Without eating, the time came when the stock market opened at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Qian Kuan, yin and yang, the extreme of denial is coming back to life. Despair breeds hope. When the time came to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the orangutan hadn't even looked back at the disc before he was caught off guard by the frenzy of cell phones. Why? I haven't bought it yet. Huang Yaoyao didn't take a lunch break at noon and specifically waited until 1 o'clock, just to see if it could fall a little bit more, and then she'd take another plunge. Not a great sell this morning, but a good profit. We'll do it again this afternoon, and it's another great day. However, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Huang Yaoyao saw a scene she couldn't believe. Wang Fujing surprisingly went up, and still up in seconds. Yes, it's a second stop. 1 o'clock, directly 300,000 hands of stopping the seal. The early hanging sell orders all eat down. Those who want to buy Wang Fujing can only follow and eat dust, without even a hint of room for reaction. Seconds up. Not a curve stop, but a straight line stop, the kind that takes off in place. Brother Fei, it's up, it's finally up. Zhang Gui inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally up. It's a dark day. He, Zhang Gui, had his father sell all the family factories, and if he could not make a career after Chu Yunfei, he would really be unemployed. It's not so bad as going out to work, but you won't know what to do in the short term. I've really had enough of holding bills in my hand and doing nothing. I didn't realize that it was questionable in the morning and then up in the afternoon. That punch in the face came too soon. No, it's better to get hit in the face like that every day. Oh, it's good that it's up. Don't worry, the second wave, finally, is taking off. The day of the raised eyebrow has finally come. Orangutan, it's still you who's the bully. Shinji felt a little ashamed that he had warned at lunch and told the orangutan to go apologize. The way Wang Fujing is going right now, it's a day in the life. Obviously, the situation is pulling up the shipment. How the afternoon open. It is directly into the second stop. This mother ********* ing dealer. That was all the kamikaze could spit out internally. Orangutan, congratulations, Wang Fujing is up. Orangutan, don't listen to Shinji in the future. It's just a crow's mouth. It's lucky that you didn't listen to him. Otherwise, Da Xiao, do you owe a beating? I've put up with you for a long time. Every time you speak, you have to undermine me all over again. There was a lot of laughter in the financial powerhouse group. All this, the orangutan looks on, but does not respond. At this time, the orangutan's hair was messy. His beard hadn't been shaved for a long time, and the dark circles under his eyes were especially noticeable. It's all a result of the stressful time. If the last week, it can still be explained by a washout. Although the orangutan will still open himself up to the fact that the graph hasn't gone bad yet, despite being scolded. But today's midday move has completely chilled the orangutan. That kind of walk would bring tears to anyone's eyes. But who would have thought that it is this kind of shipping trend? The afternoon can be seconds up. Incredible. Anyway, it's finally up. As long as it goes up, the orangutan will reap the benefits of this wave of public opinion. How much people insulted me in the early days. Now I get to enjoy it several times over. Foster family. What's going on? The way you're playing, it's too ferocious. Pengcheng Foshan Daredevil Mr. Zhao saw the trend of Wang Fujing and was shocked inside. His old Zhao has been made into a beating board reaper, either pulling up or smashing down. Ferocious to the extreme. All of these, which are in line with the trend, have the big picture as a basis, but the play of speculation to raise a family, if it is not known in advance. Today Wang Fujing to launch, Mr. Zhao cannot even guess. The morning was all about the ferocious look of pulling up and shipping, and now it's gone straight to a second stop. Who can stand that kind of play? Probably only the manipulator himself. There is no adherence to the so-called laws and general trends. Times make heroes. No, heroes make the times. Lao Zhao. It's hard to be regular with the Foster family's manipulator playstyle, which is cultivated by the Foster family itself. Remember the first 2 months? They did a stock where everyone was already a banker grabbing chips and the retail investors were buying like crazy 1 by 1 inch. As a result, I guess all the retail investors almost pulled up. The Foster family did all the shipping in the process. Today's set, and last time the opposite. Everyone fought the banker in the shipment. I did not expect to go straight up. There was also some sighing in the words of the chapter's ally. This kind of unregulated play scares anyone who sees it. It's either a big profit or a blowout loss. The only thing to do is to be quick in and out. Happy to leave the market when you make a profit, and stop quickly when you lose. Never dragging your feet. Come on, next time I'll show you guys the rest of my ways. The speculative breeder was happy with his day. Not having screwed over the stock gods Fei and Ape left him a little unfulfilled, but still very happy to have made so much. Let the retail investors go pat themselves on the back for today's stop. In particular, retail investors who cut their losses on Friday and this morning can only slap their thighs. As far as getting these people to rebuy above what they sold for, don't even think about it. Retailer sells at 17.8 and you tell him to buy back at 19.2, don't dream about it. Retail investors will just think they are taking over by buying now. When the stock price reaches 22, retail investors are even more afraid. If the stock reaches $35, retail investors are starting to go crazy. You don't need the bankers to make up stories. The retail investors will automatically make them up for you for the sole purpose that they think it will continue to go up 20%. Afraid to buy. Double it, stupid, quadruple it, punch it. Chapter 122, The Winner Takes All. I am the top of the stock market. Once I meet Fei, it all comes to nothing. Bowsy, today we made a small profit of $4.2 million, and our capital account went from 42 $648,000 to $46,913,000. Wang Fujing shares rose 10.08% to $19.12 from an opening price of $17.38. This half month, Wang Fujing is in a state of adjustment. I even suffered an undeserved disaster, and was verbally abused by many people. The good thing is, I stuck with it and kept holding. The future of Wang Fujing, I am still more optimistic and will firmly hold. When I sell, I will also tell people inside the micro headlines, whether Wang Fujing goes up or down next. I believe today's big positive line already speaks for itself. Expect us all to make a lot of money. Stock God Phase micro headline, as if it had been edited in advance, was posted straight away as soon as 3 o'clock arrived. Originally, there were a lot of people who wanted to be cynical, especially this morning. That's basically a pull up and ship out move. Mocking the stock God phase seems to have become a habit for many people, whether you buy it yourself or not. Start with a wave of sarcasm. However, I don't know when, the irony has disappeared, leaving only a strong envy and admiration. Who can carry such a great public pressure? Faye brother, you do not lose is the stock god. A big positive line on the recovery of most of the decline. The future will earn more. Fly. I cut my meat this morning and now I want to cry. Sob, sob, sob. Brother Faye, my thigh has been tapped by me. I regret too much. I hung up to buy a bill in the morning, but it turned out that I didn't buy a bill. Fans who had previously unfollowed Kingfisher due to its decline are now seeing a sharp rebound. Originally less than 2 million followers, it broke through to over 2 million followers in half an hour. Comments reversed on this. How mocking it was before, how complimentary it is now. Much like the comments section of the stock god Faye, the orangutan's comments section is as lively as it's going to get right now. During this period of time, the stock god Faye was as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth, cursing without returning the favor. But the orangutan's reply was one that bore the wrath of all. How humble he was before, how glorious the ape is now. Ape, I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you. Orangutan, do you think Wang Fujing can continue to be bought? Ape, you're my god, and from now on you'll be your iron fan, the raw iron kind. The orangutan was excited to see the reversal of the comments. If you looked closely, there was a hint of crystallized tears in the corners of the orangutan's eyes. No one knows how much pressure was on the orangutan's mind during this time. Even less can empathize with the orangutan's confusion about the future. Now, starting with a stop in Wang Fujing, it all goes up in smoke and clears the clouds to see tomorrow. The number of fans, too, has skyrocketed, although it could not catch up with the growth rate of the stock god Phase fans, but at this current rate, the orangutan was already very satisfied. At an optimistic guess, it's not even out of the question that this wave will double its fan base. Guys, the guy who made the bet with the orangutan earlier, let's go find him and tell him to quit self-promotion. Yes, 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 the previous bet was so imposing. Now it's time to fulfill the promise. I remember. That person seems to be called the tiger that loves to eat radish. At the very beginning there were dozens of fans. Now there are more than 30,000 fans, rubbing the heat. As a result, many people ran from the side of the orangutan as well as the stock god Faye, all to the side of the carrot-loving tiger. The comments section is needy on the rise. Get out of self-publishing in a hurry. Hurry up and cancel your account. Hurry up. Get numb and get out of our site. All sorts of comments that made the carrot-loving tiger fulfill his bet swept right through the screen, sending the carrot-loving tiger straight to the hot search list. Originally, today's reversal in Wang Fujing made stock gods Faye and Ape a hot topic. Now, because of the heated discussion among netizens, the radish-loving tiger has also become a hot topic. Hot list number 18, the blogger who made a bet with an orangutan was asked by netizens to quit. Seeing so many people commenting under their headlines, and many more even private messaging, Zhao Xiaozhao had a calm face. If it was in the past, he would have gotten angry and even directly blacked out quite a few people. But now, Zhao Xiaozhao already knew his future path. Black powder? That's also powder. The more you curse the hotter it gets. You can't see the carrot-loving tiger's headline followers starting to grow substantially as well, even faster than the orangutan. Everyone wanted to see if this one small man would honor the bet. Zhao Xiaozhao did not panic, took out his own cell phone, and also sent a micro headline. The tiger who loves carrots, brothers and sisters. It's just a stop now. So you're in such a hurry to jump to conclusions? If it's that arbitrary, then the orangutan should have quit self-publishing long ago with what happened last week in Wang Fujing. If the orangutans last a week or two, why just give me one day? Today's trend of Wang Fujing, we can see clearly, although the afternoon directly pull up. But how tomorrow? Who knows? Is it too much to ask me to quit self-publishing now? I'm still of the same opinion as before. How Wang Fujing went up. It will go down. Everything, just leave it to time. Zhao Shizhao's response is even more penetrating to the body of the melon eaters. Melons, the longer you leave them, the more pure they become, just like wine. Most of all, the carrot-loving tiger was right. It was just a stop. How about tomorrow? It's not clear to anyone. Hey, I've got my eye on you. Just to see who retires from the circle, you or the ape. I'm the same way. I just want to eat my melon and see who will back out of the ring. I think there's a problem with what you're saying. Everything, leave it to time. Are you going to renege? How long does it take to lose? Everyone's comments, even the broken ones. Zhao Xiaozhao was angry, but her face was very happy. Looking at the skyrocketing number of fans, Zhao Xiaozhao felt it was worth it. Those who said they wanted to see him retire before following him. Aren't these real people? Black powder? Then keep hacking. The darker he gets, the more heat he gets, the better out of the ring he'll be as a regular guy. What's wrong with being scolded by you guys as long as you make money? Let's not talk about cursing on the internet. When there are more fans in the future, the high 1 or 2 offline meetups will let you all curse. I'll even entertain you with good food and drink, and record all the words you put into my mouth and put them on the internet, and they'll surely become a hot topic. Success, in the right direction, is close at hand. Some people are happy and some are sad about Wang Fujing's rise. The people who sold last week and in the morning hated to give themselves a couple of slaps on the wrist. Those who just bought recently, especially this morning, are overjoyed. But anyway, Wang Fujing once again showed its demon stock status. Demon stocks, everyone thinks, will see the next wave of gains. As for chasing the high, it doesn't exist. I can watch you make money when you buy it, but I wouldn't dare chase it high. In case you chase it high and it goes straight up high, how will it come down? Chapter 123, Xu Yunjiao's Return. Since the beginning of time, the winner takes all. The stock gods Fei and Ape get the fruits of their victory. At this moment, the ape's excitement, although Chu Yunfei did not see it, he could also think of it. How aggravating it was before, how exciting it is now. The trend after Wang Fujing will see it go all the way up and has been keeping those retail investors from continuing to take it. Until Wang Fujing doubles and then doubles again. And then when the retail investors take over, they really take over. This night was an orangutan orgy. The orangutan woke up several times that night dreaming and laughing. Orangutans are still great. You really can't envy them. Big Sky is a little excited and a little upset within the group of financial powerhouses. When he retweeted the orangutan shakedown, it came with his own opinion. Then now he could have followed the soup. The orangutan is the one who has benefited the most from this wave within their group. And there is another person who has benefited a lot as well. That's right, that person is Shinji. When God Machine reposted the gorilla video, it had his own viewpoint in it, and was clearly supportive of it. Thus, Shinji followed suit and drank the soup. Shinji's previous 100,000 or so followers are now almost 200,000. This soup is so energizing. Yeah, it's a good thing the ape didn't listen to my private message to him this morning, or he could have killed me by now. Shinji was excited in his heart. His fans had risen so much, and this soup was simply a tenfold tonic soup. Thinking about the private message to the orangutan in the morning, Shinji felt a little flushed. Come on, Shinji, you're just fooling around. Da Xiao couldn't stand God Machine. The two didn't deal with each other inside the circle. They met with snide remarks. And within the group, one person spoke, and in most cases, the other person directly disliked them back. What do you care? Why didn't you say your point of view in the first place? Now you're shady. Shinji, don't fool around. This time it's your luck. Then you have a good luck to show me too? The two men's mutual dislike made the others in the group feel bad, and they all stopped their discussions, not daring to speak. It's a common occurrence, but it's still a bit much to take. Thank you big brothers and sisters for this support. Orangutan I keep in mind. In the future, if there is a need for orangutan me, just ask. The others didn't know what to say, but the orangutan couldn't help but venture out. Let's not talk about Shinji and Da Xiao's disagreement. Just this Wang Fujing reversal. The people in the group have helped him, or at least forwarded his video. Just this love alone is enough for him to orangutan to slowly pay back. Ape, congratulations. I see that Wang Fujing has come out of the bottom area and will see the next wave of gains. Yes, orangutans still have the guts to really congratulate this time. Good job Ape. The old guys have to learn from you. They have no drive when they get older. The chatter in the group, again, was lively, and many were envious. Orangutans has seen another career spring. The previous bottleneck has long been broken by today's strong stop in Wang Fujing, even breaking through several steps. In life, seizing an opportunity can lead to a class leap. The orangutan, seizing this opportunity, made his leap with the courage of a broken man. The internet, self-media, various financial bloggers, more or less analyze Wang Fujing. No other way, Wang Fujing is too hot. Who in the self-publishing business can afford not to rub up against the wind? Because of this, the already hot Wang Fujing is even hotter. Hot search list, topic list and other lists, all have Wang Fujing's figure. The stock god Faye and orangutan are also among them. Everything is congratulations for the winner. What? My sister's coming back? Xu Yunfei received a call from his own father. Unbelievable. In his last life, Xu Yunjia came back from a business trip abroad this time, or a month later. When I came back, I met the so-called Prince Charming on the airplane. As it turned out, Prince Charming was a Philistine with no abilities and a big temper. This, coupled with the fact that Xu Yunfei was held to death by Huang Yaoyao in her last life, and Xu Yunjia had become a voodoo demon, made her situation even more difficult. Fortunately, Xu Yunjia was more rational, seeing her brother being taken by her sister-in-law and wanting to help. Since the beginning of time, pillow talk has been the most powerful raging storm. Xu Yunfei and Xu Yunjia had a falling out, and at one point they had become old and dead. Thinking of all the things his sister had done in the past to help him, Xu Yunfei, and then thinking of the last life where the two ended up falling out, Xu Yunfei wanted to give himself a few slaps. It's so not a thing. Everything is Huang Yaoyao's fault. Xu Yunfei put this pot directly on Huang Yaoyao's head. Well, it's the Yo-Yo Wang issue. The authorities of Xu Yunfei never thought before. Licking dog, licking to the end. Nothing. Your sister was supposed to come back next month, and when she heard you were making money now, she wanted to come back early to see what was going on. Xu Hua made a long story short, and after saying the purpose of the call, he simply hung up. For this son of his, Xu Hua was too proud. When he was young, Xu Yunfei had always been the child of others' mouths, making his old couple proud. Now, it's even more of a hit, not to mention the money earned, but just the future today is definitely promising. Xu Hua had asked someone to inquire about how much gold that account of the stock god Fei was now. During this period of time, his own son has been under a lot of pressure. Xu Hua knows, and knows it even better. Wasn't he like that some time ago? Except for the occasional phone call about how you felt before. None of the words were enlightening, but every word was meant to be enlightening. Okay, then I'll pick up the plane tomorrow. Xu Yunfei was excited to know that his sister had returned. The CEO of his own company is back, and at the same time he was able to avoid the man from his last life. 2 for the price of 1. As for whether Xu Yunjia would agree to come to the small temple of his, Xu Yunfei didn't even consider it. It doesn't even need to be considered. Doesn't the fact that Xu Yunjia was able to come back early say a lot? The next day, Wang Fujing's trend was the opposite of what everyone thought it would be. It didn't open flat, much less low. It opened straight up plus 3.8% higher. Who dares to take over in this situation? No one dares. At 11 o'clock at noon, Wang Fujing unsurprisingly went up. Yes, it's just up and down. Everyone couldn't believe it. And even more so, they couldn't believe it. It's such a breeze to get up. But it happened. Asshole, why is it up? Why is it up? Today's Huang Yaoyao directly asked for leave and didn't even go to work. The sale flew yesterday and put her in a bad mood, and was thinking that if it opens low or goes lower in the day, she'll definitely just buy it. However, after opening plus 3.8% higher, there was some intraday volatility, and none of the lows were lower than the opening price. In this situation, Huang Yaoyao didn't dare to buy it at all. The more you are afraid to buy, the more you want the stock to fall down, and the reality of it all seems like a joke. Straight up, it's up? This made many people who were concerned about Wang Fujing and wanted to take the plunge look like they regretted it. Wrong billion ah. Chapter 124 Fighting for Our Country's Honor. Sis, it's been a long time. Xu Yunfei saw in front of this wearing a professional suit. Valiant, a face of determination of the girl. Eyes are a little sour. Such a strong woman ended up with a bad family instead. The in-laws you find yourself with are not in the right frame of mind, and your own mother's family is in a state of flux. Various images flashed through Xu Yunfei's mind. It should have been almost a year since we saw each other this time. In his last life, the two had fallen out so badly that they were on the verge of dying of old age, and for whatever reason, the reality was that they did. TSK, our stock god Fei is so easily incited? Xu Yunjia looked at this brother of his and felt as if he was looking at a monster. This brother, I heard that he found a girlfriend, originally quite happy thing, but seems to have the potential to lick the dog. It was followed by the decentralization of his own father and the resignation of his brother in anger. Seemingly, it's a dying day. How all of a sudden, his own brother became a big celebrity on the internet, but also in a short period of time earned tens of millions of dollars. His father, too, had a career change. All of it happened in the short month or so that she was traveling. The world is going too fast? Or is it just that you can't keep up with society? That's what made Chu Yunjia return home early. Otherwise, it will be another small month's wait. Ha ha ha. Chu Yunfei rarely revealed an awkward smile. Zhang Gui only adapted when he saw this expression on Chu Yunfei's face. This period of time, Chu Yunfei's calm, especially the overwhelming public opinion. Chu Yunfei seems to not mind at all. Let Zhang Gui doubt Chu Yunfei is not a new person. It's the expression now that is the natural flow of expression. Sister Jia Jia, remember me? Fatty. Wow. Are you really the old snotty little chubby guy who used to follow me around on my ass all the time? Chu Yunjia threw the suitcase in his hand to Chu Yunfei, circled around Zhang Gui, and most awesomely sked. Once upon a time, Zhang Gui, that was a slug, and always liked to follow her around. After slowly growing up, I knew from my own brother that Zhang Gui had changed a lot, but I hadn't seen it, and this time, I really did. Sister Jia Jia, look at what you're saying. I'm not keeping up with the trend and refreshing myself so that I can find a daughter-in-law for old Zhang's family. Ha ha, that's right. Last time I heard your dad introduced you to someone. What? Why don't I know? Zhang Gui was in a hurry. Although he had been spending most of his time in Pengcheng recently, he had been keeping in touch with Zhang Lingwei, and even said that his relationship had gone further. Well, if his dad introduces him to a girlfriend, to meet or not to meet? Let's see. What if I fall in love? It's not impossible to have a foot in both boats. But, there's not enough money inside the pocket. Most of all, Zhang Gui was worried about his dad's aesthetics. Yeah, I heard it was Xiaowen. What? Xiaowen? Zhang Gui directly jumped up. Xiaowen. It's true that she's also a childhood friend, but it's just that she's too familiar to be good at it. The most crucial thing was that Xiaowen's looks were really not Zhang Gui's cup of tea. You'd better ask your father then. I've only heard Xiaowen tell me about it, and from what she's saying, she doesn't seem to be able to see you either. Zhang Gui had even received a 10,000 point storm inside. If you can't see yourself, people can't see him. Sounds, how weird. Faye, you've made so much money in this period of time. I heard from my dad. Is this true? It has to be real more real than real gold. Speaking of this, Chu Yunfei came into the spirit. This was his strong point. Fatty and I have set up a company and want you to come as the CEO and reach the peak of your life straight away. Chu Yunjia rolled her eyes. With this Thai company, she still reached the peak of her life. Presumably there was no one available either and she was wanted to open the door. That's a nice thing to say. Come on. I'm still busy with your little fight. Chu Yunjia didn't even think about it and directly refused. It wasn't that he didn't trust his own brother. Even if Chu Yunfei had been acting against the odds this entire time. Making tens of millions of dollars is indeed lots and lots of money for an individual. But in the capital market, this amount of money cannot even turn over a wave. She is at least a person who earns $500,000 a year, and her future and money are very bright. How come she came to this small company which has just been established? What for? Speculation? Although she also majored in finance, she was not at all in the field of stock trading. Sister, are you sure you don't want to come? Our company, the registered capital is tens of millions of dollars. Recently is talking about an investment in the subject, is also tens of millions of dollars of investment. Are you sure you don't want to come? Chu Yunfei knew that his sister's biggest worry about not coming to their company was not whether or not she earned money. Rather, I'm worried about having a future. A small company simply doesn't need that many people, and having more people than you need is the biggest expense for a startup. However, they have just established the company. Although just established, but easily are tens of millions of investment. Can point are not small. At least, her sister Chu Yunjia wanted to invest in a tens of millions of subject. All kinds of applications and all kinds of reports have to take a long time to be approved. Investing tens of millions of dollars? Are you guys crazy? How much have you earned and you're investing it all again? Investing is not that simple. Even a big company like ours, which invests in 70% of its targets, loses money or even goes bankrupt. And you're investing that much in one target? Yes, the two of us, Fatty and I, are too young and haven't seen the big game. That's why we want you to keep an eye on it. That's fine. I'll show you the subject first and help you analyze it. Zhang Gui, who was next to him, gave Chu Yunfei a thumbs up. With just a few words, Chu Yunjia was lulled over. It's just analyzing and analyzing. Though, what happens after that? If the subject is very promising, this period of time Chu Yunfei's stock continues to rise. The heat of the stock god Fei continues to exist. Would Chu Yunjia not want to work for such a promising company? Not to mention, a CEO and even more shares. Who wants to work when you can be the boss and make money? Okay, that's hard work. Let's go ahead. The car is in the parking lot. We'll go straight there. No, I have to file a complaint first. This airplane ride is so infuriating to me. Chu Yunfei looked at this sister of his and felt like he didn't even recognize her. His own sister, who definitely counts as a boob, is also the proper queen of reason. Is this the kind of person who would take the time to complain about a flight attendant specifically? With that kind of effort, you might as well just go and get a beauty sleep. What's the matter? Sis, your brother, I'm a little internet sensation now too. Speaking of which, I didn't want to get involved, but I'm still angry. Not for me to get out of the way, but I want to fight for my country. Chu Yunjia's attitude made Chu Yunfei incredulous. One flight at a time, and a national pride? The pattern is too big. Chapter 125, No English. No blanket? No English. No blanket? Chu Yunfei heard Chu Yunjia's explanation, and his head exploded inside. This? How is that possible? This matter? Chu Yunfei had also heard of it in his last life, and it was still very hot, but that was also 3 years later. Not now. Most of all, the heroine, at that point, was simply a stranger. Now, the heroine had turned out to be her sister. Is this still the same world we know? Had the world become a little blurry with the flapping of his own little butterfly wings? So, is it still reliable to speculate on your own from memory? There are theories and techniques, but these two are definitely important in the financial markets, to say the least. If it doesn't work, it doesn't really work. Otherwise, wouldn't all those with finance degrees be making a fortune? The reality is just the opposite. Class origin often have a kind of dogmatism, ideological solidification, unless the breakthrough of the individual fought shackles, or else are small rollo. The loss of these class originated in the people. Well, the prophet is the best tool for the job. Now, however, the prophet is disturbed. Can all of this continue to be so rote? Fei, what's the matter? Are you angry too after hearing that? Chu Yunjia thought this brother of his was angry. Yes, can you not be angry? In Chu Yunjia's impression, Chu Yunfei was a bit cynical before. To put it nicely, he was principled, but to put it badly, he was stubborn and brain-dead. Can such a person not be righteously indignant when he hears such unreasonable things? When Zhang Gui saw Chu Yunfei's performance, although he had some disapproval, at least his mind could be calmed. Zhang Gui was obviously a bit more worldly in his perception of this society. This kind of person is more able to mix well in this society. Fair? That's only relative. It's when you're privileged that you get hung up on fairness, because what you call fairness isn't actually fairness. Likewise, when you are of the common class, what you call fairness is not really fair. It's just a matter of wanting a reason and an excuse not to be left out. I'll tell you, this kind of thing, it's not the first time. The internet has been exploded before. Only not many people pay attention to it, and it's not settled. At that moment, Chu Yunfei came back to his senses. Yeah, it's not that the world is messed up. It's that the world is already messed up. There are a lot of things that don't come to light that people just aren't aware of. In the last life, after this matter was exposed by Shake Shack, the first few messages as well as tweets from various platforms were raked over the coals. Obviously, it didn't happen once or twice. His own sister's encounter this time was most likely a coincidence. It could also be due to an early return home to this kind of crap. Only after figuring this out did Chu Yunfei apply to relax. Scared the hell out of this baby. As for being fair, Chu Yunfei did not think about it because in this life, it was ironically impossible to be fair. If we're talking about fairness, is using a profit to speculate on stocks considered fair? Is it fair to utilize meme drop strikes? Is it fair to invest in advance in something that will be a big hit later? But his own sister was going, so there was no need for Chu Yunfei to touch the tiger's whiskers. This woman, not only her own sister, but also the future CEO of their company. Miss, it's our rules. What rules? Rules that discriminate against Summerlanders? I'm sorry, but if you have a problem with that, you can take it up with your superiors. I want one apology from you right now. One sorry. I'm sorry. It's our rules, and within the rules, we're not going to apologize because we didn't do anything wrong. Did not do wrong? You are also a summer country people. We fly the summer country airline. I want blankets. The result is that you give me that you must speak English to give. Do not speak English, do not give. Themselves discriminate against their own people. The more Chu Yunjia spoke, the more angry she became. Grieve for your countrymen. Grieve for your sages. You have to speak foreign languages to get the rights you are supposed to have in your own country. What kind of rule is that? What kind of labor rule is that? That's all, and so justified. Even Chu Yunfei was now somewhat unable to look away. There are some things that it is fine to listen to, but when you really come across them and the other party is still so brutal, even saying that the store is big, then it is not justifiable. In this world, superficial fairness is still the order of the day. Granted, white skin has priority over black skin, and black skin has priority over yellow skin. And this day-old so-called subconsciousness has everything to do with the power or lack thereof of one's country, and even more to do with people's awakening. It's been said that banana people can't stand up straight when they've been on their knees too long. Are you sure you don't want to apologize? Chu Yunfei's face was serious and his tone was bland, seemingly uttering words as if they had no tone. The temperature in the office, which was already air-conditioned, was suddenly even lower. Sir, this is our rule. Please don't be unreasonable. Thank you. Hearing those words, Chu Yunfei pulled Chu Yunjia out. To say more is unhelpful. Xiao Fei, not too big a deal. You don't take it to heart. This kind of thing, your sister I've heard a lot. This is the first time I encountered it. That's why I'm upset. Seeing her brother's face, Chu Yunjia's heart tightened for no reason. With this kind of expression, Chu Yunjia was a little scared. I was going to get into a fight with the person handling the customer complaints, but that thought is long gone now. Having resentment in your heart and being able to fix it are two different things. At the very least, you can't keep your brother in this mood. It all looks scary. Sis, don't worry. Your brother and I have studied psychology, and that kind of little Rollo is just working according to the system. I did get angry just now and thought about it like that. The corners of Chu Yunfei's mouth rose after he finished speaking. Chu Yunjia subconsciously sighed in relief when she saw her brother's face turn cloudy. However, Zhang Gui's heart tightened when he saw Chu Yunfei's expression. During this period of time, there were quite a few times that this expression appeared on Chu Yunfei's face. Every time you show up, there's a big move. For example, the first time you made AT, you made 30% in one day. For example, when being reviled by the entire population, micro-headlines are posted as usual, as if they are also arching to fire. Now that look is coming back. He's coming, he's really coming, he's coming at a leisurely pace. Fatty, you go to the parking lot and drive. My sister and I will wait for you here. Sis, don't worry, this time I have to make them apologize to you and change this so-called rule. Xiao Fei, don't be impulsive. People big company, we can't fight. Don't look at you have tens of millions of dollars. Compared with others, it is slightly bigger ants. Your sister I'm alright now. Let's just pretend that we didn't read the calendar when we came back today, and we won't be flying on their family plane anymore. Impulse, the devil. A person that does something out of his or her comfort zone has extremely serious consequences. But, that's if it's not self-serving. Is Chu Yunfei out of his depth? No, he's got the cards. Chapter 126, Stabbing the Hornet's Nest. There are some things that happen. People do not pursue, so it is no end. It is like pointing out a rat as a duck, which would be a canonical story if it did not have the attention of the whole nation. No English, no blanket. This is the kind of thing that has been going on for a long time. People have spoken out before, but not many people were paying attention and it didn't cause too much of a stir. But in the end, it was blown out of proportion. Mouthpiece for 3 years, so that everyone recognizes the impact of public opinion. How many people, in the 3 years that the masks have been in effect, have had their pants stripped bare by public opinion? Whether it's big or small, it's clear. This time, Chu Yunfei wanted to be the one to stand out. In the past, the lack of ability and strength did not change anything at all. Now, totally. Just by virtue of the strong return of Wang Fujing in the past 2 days, those who questioned and abused before have shut up. The number of fans who follow the stock god Fei has even skyrocketed. Originally, the stock god Fei was hanging out on the hot seat. If the stock god Fei posted a dynamic, how many people would read it? How big a splash would that be to see? In my last life, the back and forth fermentation of this matter took days before it became known in various flukes. In this life, a single post from Fei, the god of stocks, will let everyone know. Most of all, Chu Yunfei knew that as long as he himself took a lead, there were many people who could rake out all the previous posts of unjust treatment. The walls are falling down. No. For justice. The power of the crowd screwed up for the sake of not being the one who got special treatment. If you cannot speak blanket, you cannot have it. Families, say something that you just experienced firsthand. This English above, whether it can be read or not, I'm going to translate it for everyone. And if they can't speak the English of blankets, then they don't deserve blankets. My own sister, who has just returned from a business trip abroad, traveled on a summer airline, and something happened that surprised, shocked, and overwhelmed me. On an airplane, ask the flight attendant for a blanket, and the response is the English phrase above. We all know that when you take an airplane, the temperature inside is very low, especially this kind of cross-country airplane, basically 10 or so hours to start. To a blanket to cover it is very normal. Even the domestic routes, basically have equipped. Our country's airline, on the way back to our country's flight attendants, require our countrymen to speak in English before they will give. If you don't speak English, You don't come with a blanket. After that, we told the airport airline personnel that all we wanted was an apology. And as a result, guess what came back? It's our rule. Yes, you read that right. It's the rules of the other airline. When did our own country's airlines, our own flight attendants, require passengers to speak foreign languages in order to get equal rights? I would like to know if this so-called regulation is true. This rule, surprisingly, nakedly discriminates against its own people. Have you been on your knees so long that you can't stand up? We, the Xia people, can already appear in any part of the world with honor and can say with a straight back, I am a Xia person. I don't know if this thing we're experiencing is a special case or if it's widespread. My personal feeling is that it's widespread because it's mandated by people. I think those who don't speak English are probably afraid to fly with this company. Goodbye. Never again. Chu Yunfei used the Stock God Fei's account to send out this micro headline and then didn't pay much attention to it. Nothing else. A rage that has been vented through words. Next, wait for public opinion to fester. Fei, you didn't do anything, did you? Zhang Gui drove over and saw Chu Yunfei's siblings chatting quite happily, as if having to be pleasant just now hadn't happened. But Zhang Gui didn't believe that Chu Yunfei really didn't do anything. Perhaps it hasn't gotten done yet. Didn't do much. Hurry home, you're starving. A tank 300 was running on the highway, and the three people in the car were talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was quite cordial. Chu Yunjia was curious to know more about this brother of his current achievements. Chu Yunfei had a guilty body towards this sister of his, and even more so, he wanted to make her happy. Plus there was another driver and king of the mouth high, Zhang Gui. It would be strange if the atmosphere in the car could be stuffy, but the internet, rather, the headlines, because of this micro headline from the Stock God Fei, set off a gale. Just waiting for the storm to come. The Stock God Fei brother. Every day to send micro headlines time is very fixed and punctual. Thunder and lightning are 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Even if he was reviled by millions some time ago, as usual, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This time, surprisingly, it was just after 12 noon. Not even 1 o'clock. All sorts of suspicions and curiosity made many fans click on this micro headline from Stock God Fei, wanting to see, what is Stock God Fei sending out the message now? Could it be that it's already cleared out Wangfujing? All the speculation dissolved into incredulity, disbelief, when the micro headline was opened. This, or our national airline, headline nickname for me is a small leak of people. See the Stock God Fei brother of this micro headline. Inside the mind dusty long-time memory slowly recalled. That suffocation, that powerlessness, that indignation. Yes, I'm a little leak has been subjected to this treatment before, leaving him endlessly fuming but unable to do anything about it. Online. He's also made various posts that have either been traffic limited or just not read by many people. There are even individual sites that outright delete posts. The good thing is, there are quite a few people who have encountered this kind of thing. And some people have set up a penguin group with the sole purpose of strengthening themselves and uniting people who have this kind of encounter. At first, we have organization and discipline. You go to be responsible for collecting evidence. I will negotiate the platform. I am responsible for attracting traffic and so on. Sound and feel hopeful. A lot of things, however, just seemed to be agreed upon, just when they thought public opinion was more vocal about something. Overnight, the posts they had made earlier, including several of the organizers of their event, were nowhere to be found. Posts that were deleted across the web. Organizers, on the other hand, are overpaid. The right to defend your rights, and that's where it ends. It's the kind of thing that's more than a little bit of a nuisance. Brothers and sisters, everyone go to the headlines to pay attention to the Stock God Fei brother. Just now the Stock God Fei brothers sent a micro headline about our previous encounters. Everyone put their own encounters in the comment section inside. I believe that this time, with the Stock God Fei brother to take the lead, the effect will certainly be better. Everyone should have heard of the Stock God Fei. Hundreds of millions of dollars to say do not want the person. Iron will not be deleted for the sake of money. Charge, success or failure. This is the moment. I am a small leak in the Penguin Group finished, but he himself opened the headlines. In the Stock God Fei brothers this micro headline below the comments. Success or failure. This is the moment. Chapter 127, Crusade. I am a small leak, Fei brother. Your sister's experience. I can empathize. In 2019, I returned home from the UK on Summerland Airlines and was subjected to the same situation. At that time, approaching them to reflect on the problem, a sentence that this is the rule, makes people both angry and aggrieved, and more suffocating. When did we, in our own country, all get so humble? Our forefathers fought with blood and tears in order for us to stand up instead of staying on our knees. I'm sure there are quite a few people in the same situation as me, and we used to organize to defend our rights and try to get a statement. As a result, all the rights information, overnight, disappeared. This time, the stock god Faye also encountered this kind of problem. I believe that justice will be late, but will not be absent. Though justice that is late is no longer considered justice, we still want justice. More than anything, I want a dignity that is deep in my bones. I am a small leak of the comments, just like the flood valve. Open, simply cannot be closed. Those who have been in the same situation before have commented below on what happened to them. More people, on the other hand, came from the Penguin Group. Those who have access to that Penguin Group where I am a small leak are all in the same situation and have worked for justice. Now that someone has taken the lead, how can they remain silent? The owner is right. It's not an exception. Didn't you hear people say it's a rule? In 2018, I returned home from Colombia, traveling on Summerlin Airlines, and had the exact same problem. At the time, I even called the police. The results, of course, are inconclusive. At one time, I tried to work for my rights, but nothing was as good as it could have been. This time, with stock god Faye taking the lead, I'm sure stock god Faye will also uphold justice and won't be cheated by money. I'm more than confident that someone who can return hundreds of millions of dollars in bounties when they say they will, surely won't bend over backwards for 5 buckets of rice. Just like the general public, we need an apology. And more than that, we need a dignified system of regulations. The owner spoke my mind. I've encountered this before and was still crying from their cold tone. I haven't been on their family plane since then. As the stock god Faye said, goodbye, never again. The comments, like a tidal wave, are surging. With this crusade, a chain reaction occurs. At 1 p.m. the stock market opened. Wang Fujing continued to maintain a stop to seal the board. But, thanks to a little essay by the stock god Faye, Summerlin Airlines stock price took a direct dive. Summerlin Airlines closed the morning still plus 1.2% higher and opened the afternoon with a straight dive, plummeting to minus 4.8%. In a flash, down 6% on speculative stocks. You know, the market capitalization of Summerlin Airlines is in the hundreds of billions, and a 6% drop means tens of billions in ashes. It's just because of Stockfly's little essay. How horrible. The main reason, of course, is Summerlin Airlines itself. Even if there is no stock god Faye, in a couple of years, as usual, he will be exposed because of this. It's just that Faye, the stock god, is ahead of that time. What's the situation? Why did Summerlin Airlines suddenly fall? What's the shortfall? Numb nuts. The morning just shuttle Summer Country Aviation, but also earned a little bit. The afternoon a disc. It directly fell into such a situation. What is the situation? MMP. What the hell is going on? Can someone say something? The flush Summerlin Airlines on stocks section, in which a large number of retail investors are commenting, is mostly a head-scratcher. What's the situation? It can fall straight down like that. Brothers, with your level of access to information, don't speculate in stocks. The stock god Faye just posted a little essay, and that's why Summerlin Airlines is plummeting, and still going down. Deserve to fall. This kind of business, it should go bankrupt. Say good summer people do not insult the summer people. Comments are coming in, one after another. Brothers, I just watched it. The stock god Faye that will post a summer airline news, causing the summer airline plummeted. Hurry to comment ah. For a while, the response was overwhelming. Everyone gathered inside the stock god Faye's headline to see what was going on. Brother Faye, how can you plainly defile someone's innocence? Do you have any evidence? You have to bear the legal effect of your words. Still the stock god Faye, then you sit in first class and money to fly, deserve to be treated differently. I also want to be treated, but unfortunately have not been on an airplane. Hurry up and delete it. Summerlin Airlines has lost tens of billions of dollars in market value because of this micro headline of yours. Can you afford it? Upstairs, I can understand that you lost money speculating on stocks, but you have to reread elementary school again for this reading comprehension. Faye is talking about Summer Airlines, and as a result, you won't let people tell the truth because you bought shares of Summer Airlines? Right. You can't afford to fly. So anyone who can should be bullied? So if you ride the train a lot and take the bus and subway, should you be treated differently as well? You're looking at the hustle and bustle, and when you have a problem, you're someone else's hustle and bustle. The comment section of Stockfly's micro headline blew up. More comments than even yesterday's strong stop at Wang Fujing. Not speaking English and not coming with a blanket is too controversial and offensive. Scratch that. The airline sector is all down minus 1.3%. The stock god Faye is awesome. Ha ha ha. Hurry up and drop. This kind of broken company, everyone should stay away from it in the future. I'm ready to leave the country. I just returned it straight away for another airline, earning our money and looking down on us. Goodbye. Never again. Manager Wang. Xiaogua Airlines site contacted our PR department, wanting us to delete Stock Godfei's post, and also asking us to ban Stock Godfei. When Zhao Yashuan got the news, she ran to Manager Wang's office at the first opportunity. This time, Zhao Yashuan knew that a big mess had been made. The Stock Godfei is indeed hot and well known on the internet, but compared to Summerlin Airlines, that's an ant trying to shake a big tree. When people do PR, the Stock Godfei has to pounce. Check it out. Contact the headline directly and just delete the post. The bottom of the barrel leaves you with no outlet for your voice. What's going on? What's happening? Manager Wang was also baffled. Only 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It is the time of lunch break. By subordinates so disturbed, but also said this kind of unjustified topic. Manager Wang, the Stock Godfei just sent a micro headline of Xiaogua Airline, which directly led to the plummeting of Xiaogua Airline stock price, and the public opinion has a great impact. So, opened his cell phone and saw the micro headlines of the Stock Godfei. Manager Wang's head broke out in a cold sweat. How does he deal with this kind of thing? What can he do about it? Chapter 128, Sending a Lawyer's Letter. Well, this one. Let's see. That, you contact the Stock Godfei first, see what he thinks, and I'll also report to the leaders above. Manager Wang's brain hurt when he looked at Stock Godfei's micro headlines. If it was an ordinary person, deleting that micro headline would have solved the problem, and Manager Wang would definitely not say anything. Anyway, it's not the first time this kind of thing has been done. But, thinking of the Stock Godfei's last live broadcast, the Securities and Exchange Commission specifically for the Stock Godfei's rumors, while there is also the instructions of the big boss, how can Manager Wang dare to a letter? Furthermore, who dares to touch the Stock Godfei's tiger's whiskers when he is so hot these days? Jun Si Wang Fu Jing 2 stops, so that the original is the tip of the storm, the Stock Godfei again on top. That's why one micro headline from the Stock Godfei can cause such a stir. In fact, there is another biggest reason. That is the Stock Godfei brother this micro headlines, but real people. It's not uncommon to go abroad when you make it to the head of a headline. Manager Wang had also heard a little about the practices of Summerlin Airlines. And stopping users from reasonable trolling behavior? If the Stock Godfei was forced to run away to Weibo or other platforms, that would be the biggest loss. Brother Fei, the micro headline you just posted is now very influential. Do you see what you need us to do? Zhao Yashuan contacted Chu Yunfei and didn't indicate pressure, but rather to cooperate. That's how smart people are. It would be brainless behavior to just say fly. Summer Airlines wants us to delete the post and ban you. Never mind. Brother Fei, that micro headline of yours is now showing all 800W+. The reading volume is all over 150W+. The number of comments is more than 1W+. And there are also 3,000+ retweets. And the Summerlin Airlines is estimated to open in the afternoon with a direct drop of -6%. Zhao Yashuan thought that Chu Yunfei didn't realize the seriousness of this problem. This amount of showings, readings, and comments is definitely becoming a phenomenal topic. Once it becomes a phenomenal topic, it's particularly controversial. By then, the Stock Godfei and Summerlin Airlines will be in a straight fight. I'm urging you, but I'm not saying I'm urging you, so you can experience it for yourself. It's okay, I'll take care of any problems. Listening to the beeping sound coming from inside the cell phone, Zhao Yashuan was still a bit stunned. Is this the second stupidity? Don't know what you mean when you speak? Did he express himself too euphemistically? And Fei didn't get it? It's not right. If you didn't understand it, how could you have said the last sentence? But no matter what, Zhao Yashuan had done what she could. For the rest, let's leave it to the Stock Godfei and the company executives. What's the situation? Why has our company's stock price suddenly plummeted? The old president of Summerlin Airlines spoke seriously to his secretary. As the old boss, I know basically everything about the company, and there is no positive news, let alone any surprises. What an uneventful day. What? The stock price just suddenly plummeted? You know, a few days ago, he even told his sister-in-law that the impact of the mask was slowly waning and that aviation stocks would have great prospects. But now, not to mention the prospect, thinking of his sister-in-law's sultry eyes and sharp mouth work, the old boss felt a little shaky. Boss, I was just about to give you a report on this issue. The secretary reported the information she got to the boss. You're telling me that because of a micro headline posted by that little internet celebrity, our stock price plummeted? Boss couldn't believe it. When did a little internet celebrity dare to call their bluff with their Summer Airlines? Yes. Then why don't you hurry up and let the PR department handle it? This kind of small thing can be encountered several times a year. And this time it even has such a big impact that it can make the stock price plummet. What do you think the PR department can do? The public relations department has gone to deal with it, contacted the online platform to delete the post, and contacted the Stock Godfei to ask for an apology. Okay, just let the PR department take care of these things. I want to see the stock return before the close at 3 p.m. Boss, there's another problem. Our plane. So many people canceled their tickets temporarily today. In terms of share price, the secretary doesn't care. She doesn't have any shares anyway, and she's not a director's secretary herself. But temporary ticket cancellations, and large ones at that, are a big deal. Hurry up and get the PR department on it. Xiaohua Airlines official microblogging, due to the stock Godfei fabricated false statements on the micro headlines, published our company unfavorable statements. For our company caused serious direct as well as indirect impact. Please the stock Godfei as soon as possible to delete the post and apologize to clarify. Otherwise our company will reserve the right to pursue through legal weapons. There's also a lawyer's letter posted directly underneath those sentences. Touche is going straight to the stock Godfei's head. For an ordinary person, even an Edison, to fight with a hundreds of billions of dollars large group, it was purely looking for death. No, the entire internet, except for the headline system. On other news, you can't see any screenshots of the stock Godfei's post. Summerlin Airlines lawyer's letter was sent out through Weibo, and it directly became the #1 Weibo hot search. This is the power of the king. A simple lawyer's letter directly made the stock Godfei a crusading figure all over the internet. Just now, the stock Godfei's micro headline is very hot. In addition to the headline system, other platforms and so on is mostly a screenshot. The heat is not so high. But Summerlin Airlines is different. Direct lawyer's letter, direct official statement. Ordinary people, seeing this kind of battle, still don't concede? Did your sister get it? Dad, got it. We're on our way back. Chu Yunfei was really a bit surprised by this call from his father. This father of his own. Standard traditional thinking. Usually just go back at night and ask. Not likely to call now and ask about this. Dad has something he wants to talk to you about. You say. It's getting weirder and weirder. Revealing the unusual everywhere. Did you just make a micro headline post about Summer Airlines? Yeah, something we just ran into. Look, can you delete this post? It's not that Dad wants to get in your head. Being in the system, Dad knows a lot of things you don't. And there are some things that will pass with a little bit of patience. You make your money. Big deal as you said. Just don't fly on their planes in the future. There's no need for it to turn into this situation. Chu Hua tried to adjust his tone as much as possible, worried about making Chu Yunfei rebellious. He giggled inwardly when he read and heard the contents of the micro headline his co-worker said his own son had posted. It was even more inwardly tightening when I saw the number of micro headlines read, especially with the lawyer's letter from Summer Airlines. Chu Hua already knew that his own son was now on the verge of danger. There are things that you feel are unfair, and that's your problem. Even if it's not your problem, that's politics. You think because you have a lot of followers and a lot of traffic, you're in control? Unbeknownst to you, your actions seem childish and ridiculous to others. What's the matter that can't be communicated in private? Of course, private communication, which we all know doesn't help, just can't be put out in the open. Breaking taboos. Chapter 129, The People's Mind's in Trouble. Dad, don't worry. I know in my heart, you don't have to worry. There are some things that someone has to do. Didn't you teach us before that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility? Chu Yunfei's words made Chu Hua somewhat deafened. At one time, that's what he told his son. But now, one's own behavior is the opposite of what one had previously taught one's children. Dad, I'll be home this Sunday. I'll be busy at the office for the next 2 days, so I won't be back for a while. Chu Yunjia took Chu Yunfei's cell phone and came this way to Chu Hua. It's as if it's a mission accomplished. It is said that daughters are coats and jackets, but it seems that my own coat and jacket are leaking everywhere. Just hung up the phone. Chu Yunfei's phone rang. Picked up a look, but it was Zhao Yashuan again. This woman looks okay. Chu Yunfei has seen the other side of the circle of friends dynamic. I want him to add the flyers. What are you thinking? Cowboys? It's all about the Cowboys. Didn't you just call? Why are you calling again? Fatty, has that jitterbug Zhao Yashuan contacted you recently? Without picking up the phone, Chu Yunfei first asked Zhang Gui. After all, the last live broadcast, his stock Godfei brother external agent is Zhang Gui. Normally, no one else would contact him directly without a special event. You say that girl every other day have contact, before the Wang Fujing has been falling. Your headline is not scolded badly? The other person even called me and advised you to stop posting micro headlines during that time. Only, when I gave you the word, you simply ignored it. And I didn't pay too much attention to her anymore. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. She's calling me again now. So ask. Zhang Gui knew what was going on when he looked at his cell phone, which already had 5 missed calls. I guess I just called me and I wasn't paying attention while I was driving, so I contacted you directly. Answer it and see what's up. It's worth contacting multiple times like this. Brother Fei, just now Summer Airlines sent a lawyer's letter directly to you through the official microblogging site, asking you to delete the remarks you just made and apologize. Zhao Yashuan didn't exchange pleasantries and directly stated the main topic. Originally, this wasn't supposed to be something she said, nothing to do with her business. Nah, Stock God Fei is the key to her Zhao Yashuan's promotion and salary increase, telling Stock God Fei what she knows, especially the unfavorable news. To Stock God Fei at the first time, not only can make Stock God Fei prepared for defense, but also maintain the relationship between the two sides. Society, instead of fighting and killing, is more human. Okay, I got it. Thanks. Without unnecessary pleasantries, Chu Yunfei knew the purpose of the other party calling over. This kind of thing, whether he, Chu Yunfei, knew it now or not, he had to receive this favor. What's more, he really didn't know it just now. There are some things that could have turned out differently if you knew a minute earlier, than if you knew a minute later. Fei, what's the situation? Zhang Gui drove while looking at Chu Yunfei through the rearview mirror. Zhang Gui knew that the moment he drove, Chu Yunfei ironically did something. Only, he wasn't sure. Yeah, Fei, what happened? Look at you two being secretive. Chu Yunjia also realized something now. Seemingly, it could very well have something to do with what just happened. Nothing, just that I just posted a micro headline recapping what I encountered. Just now, that counterpart of Shake Shack called me and said that Summerlin Airlines sent me a lawyer's letter, and asked me on Twitter to delete the post and publicly apologize. On what grounds? Chu Yunjia was furious. He himself had managed to suppress the anger he had just felt, and as time passed, it slowly dissipated. Now, how dare you bully yourself? What is tolerable is not tolerable. However, thinking about the fame and strength of Summerlin Airlines, Chu Yunjia was again frustrated. What can I do? What can be done? An ordinary man fighting against a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate? Saying Mantis is all praise. Once, a self-proclaimed financial elite, she now scratches her ears and looks remorseful. Perhaps if he hadn't been so capricious just now, then his brother wouldn't be in this field now. Or, maybe it should have been videotaped just now, even if it did get out of hand, with the video as proof. Now, does your party have nothing but two mouths to feed? After thinking about all this, Chu Yunjia's back shivered, and she, who was still jet-lagged, was instantly refreshed. Inside his mind, all sorts of thoughts came up, and in the end, he was still disillusioned and realized that nothing could be done. Seemingly, it can only be done at the request of the other party. Delete the post and apologize. Otherwise it will face all sorts of hounding from the other side. Don't worry, I had the next move in mind when I posted that micro headline. I originally thought that the other party must have contacted me first to negotiate and take a compromise, but I didn't realize that the other party was still in an official mentality. After Chu Yunfei finished speaking, he downloaded the microblog. There is no way. Originally did not play microblogging him. Before the net has uninstalled all the information app, and now the other side of the microblogging moves, but also can only look at it. As expected, the first place on the microblogging hot search list is the lawyer's letter of Xiaoguojia, and the comments below are even more varied. Thieves shouting to catch thieves, can't even say how they feel? As long as there is an unfavorable place for you, a direct lawyer's letter. The store is big. Ah, I've encountered this before. I thought it was just little old me being this way. I didn't realize it was a rule of the people. Their own people looking down on their own people. A big group dares to dislike it so hard. Ironically because a netizen is trying to make a big deal out of it. But people just aren't used to it. The public says it's right, and the public says it's wrong. The comments, split into three factions. Those who support Summerlin Airlines, those who support the stock god Fei, and those who are purely eaters. For a lot of people, this kind of thing, it's an eating thing. Until there is an official statement, everything could be reversed. Who knows who's the ghost? Not to mention transnational aviation. For a large portion of the summer population, there are still a large portion of people who have never flown on an airplane. How do you expect them to empathize when they've never even been on an airplane? If you encounter any injustice on the train and it is still prevalent, it will ironically resonate with everyone. But with multinational aviation, there are so few people who can resonate with it as opposed to those who are eating it. Individuals who say what happened to them are either labeled as willfully discredited or brushed off and are hard to see. Fatty, how do you drive? Suddenly, the Tank 300 came to a sharp break in the emergency lane, and Zhang Gui took out his cell phone and looked at it as well. Listening to Chu Yunfei, it seemed to be very simple, but if it was easy, how could the Shake Shack people have called? Zhang Gui knew more clearly than Chu Yunfei how powerful the stock Godfei's account was. Therefore, Zhang Gui also knew how much repercussions this kind of thing would cause when it was sent out by the stock Godfei's account. There's also the other side who sends a direct lawyer's letter, which is simply a fish out of water. No, not a fish out of water, but a one-sided massacre.